Chapter 1000 The Fall of Falcon Scott, 18. What the hell am I doing? Indeed, the wall of the city was breached. A menacing nightmare gate was towering above him, and not too far away, a furious conflict was raging in the rabble of the staging area. And yet, Sonny was staring at the runes that shimmered brightly in the air in front of him. His vision was a little blurry, but the runes were clear and perfectly legible, as if existing outside of reality, which they probably did. Oh well. Sonny needed a couple of minutes to recover anyway. He looked at the field of runes, searching for the names of his shadows. A new string of them replaced the old one Onyx Saint. Onyx that had a nice ring to it. Marble Saint had turned into Onyx Saint. Was his marble shell going to evolve into the onyx shell as well once he transcended? Sonny would have loved to pursue that train of thought, but unfortunately he couldn't. His thoughts were slow and erratic, refusing to consider anything too complicated. Giving up, he concentrated on the runes of Saint's name and started to read the descriptions. Shadow Onyx Saint, Shadow Rank Ascended, Shadow Class Devil, Shadow Attributes Battle Master, Stalwart Ember of Divinity, Heart of Darkness. Heart of Darkness, that's new. Sonny glanced at the mass of attacking arachnid warriors, catching a glimpse of Saint decapitating an especially menacing abomination with a swift slash of her black sword, then sending its body flying into the mob with a strike of her shield. Even before the rim of the shield connected with the creature's chest, the blade of the stone sword was already moving to deflect an incoming blow. Well, she's not dead yet. He looked back to the runes. Attribute description: a vestige of an ancient darkness dwells in this shadow's heart, granting her tenebrous powers. So Saint had not just destroyed the sphere of black stone in the tunnel. She had taken something from it. Sonny had expected as much. The spark of divinity was also gone, replaced by the ember of divinity. The light of divinity and true darkness now coexisted within Saint somehow. There was something interesting about that fact, but Sonny, in his pitiful state, could not quite point to what. The sounds of the conflict grew louder and a little closer, forcing him to look past the runes nervously and then hurry up. The gate guardian could arrive at any moment. Sonny lowered his gaze. Shadow abilities: Weapon Sage, Underworld Armament, Mantle of Darkness, Blade of Darkness. Two new ones. The name of the first ability was a bit familiar. He concentrated on it and read. Ability: Mantle of Darkness. Ability description: darkness embraces this shadow. When surrounded by darkness, and true darkness more so, her swiftness and might will increase. Her wounds will be healed and her heart will grow fuller. Sonny blinked a couple of times. Well, that explains how she is so powerful right now. If there was one thing that Antarctica did not lack, it was darkness. Although the staging area was usually well lit, most tech nearby had been destroyed by the pulse of the opening gate. Saint was wreathed in shadows. The physical augmentation of the mantle of darkness seemed to be a formidable one, and combined with the embrace of his four shadows, it produced a truly terrific result. What made him especially happy was that Saint would also be able to heal herself from now on, at least when surrounded by darkness. That alone was an incredible boon. The last part of the description spoke of her heart, but the rune could also mean soul. Sonny suspected that it alluded to both the true darkness dwelling in Saint's heart and her essence, or whatever it was that the shadow used instead of essence. The point was that its replenishment rate would be increased. These abilities were very similar to what the Black Knight had possessed, with one serious caveat. Unlike the fallen devil of the ruined cathedral, his own ascended devil seemed to possess dual affinity, both to the shadows and to the elemental darkness. Those were supposed to be mutually exclusive, but were not in her case. It seemed that Saint's nature as a shadow led to a curious result. His graceful knight paradoxically enjoyed the favor of both mundane and true darkness. Recalling how harrowing his journey through the underground tunnel had been, Sonny could not help but feel envious. Interesting. Finally, he turned his gaze to the second of the two new abilities. Blade of Darkness. Ability description: the true darkness dwelling in the shadow's heart can be summoned in the form of a fearsome weapon, as long as the shadow has mastered the use of that weapon. The Blade of Darkness can slay those of flesh and those of spirit. It never dulls, never falters, and never breaks. Alternatively, the darkness can be summoned to augment a mundane weapon. Sunny smiled, so she fixed her sword herself in the end. The Blade of Darkness was a true, powerful ability indeed. Since Saint was a battle master and a weapon sage, she could wield any weapon with superb proficiency, which meant that the true darkness she was a vessel of could take any form. The dark weapon would be as strong as Saint was herself, growing stronger if Saint evolved again in the future. It was capable of killing both corporeal and incorporeal creatures. It could even be used to augment an existing weapon or a weapon-type memory, both making it more powerful and adding an elemental property to its attacks. All of it was simply amazing. And when Sunny gathered enough memories, he flinched when something thundered, sending a strong shockwave through the ground. Looking past the runes, Sunny saw a massive shape emerging from the gate. The Guardian had arrived. Somewhere beyond the wall, Sky Tide was still fighting the devouring cloud. The wall had been breached, and he had no idea if the other irregulars still lived. Master Jet was nowhere to be seen, and probably. No, don't think about it. She won't be so easily killed anyway. And lastly, Saint was standing her ground against a whole swarm of dreadful nightmare creatures, surrounded by nothing but enemies and carnage. Even as powerful as she had become, the force arrayed against her was still dire and overwhelming. Sunny let out a tortured sigh. Ah, no rest for the wicked. Struggling against pain and sickening weakness, he staggered to his feet and grabbed Nightmare, terrified that he might fall again. Then, Sunny gazed at the gate and the tide of nightmare creatures flowing out of it. A strange countenance appeared on his face. I might die, but I do require more memories, so I guess my greed is much greater than my fear. With that, he groaned and hoisted himself on atop of his black steed. It was time to join the fight. Urdial's note, I decided to manually add this note from the author because of how special it seemed to him. Don't know if this event is only for privileged buyers, but fuck it. Check out his Discord during the date. Maybe you get lucky. Author's note today, I published the 1000th chapter of Shadow Slave. It has been a long journey, and I am delighted to know that so many people enjoyed making it with me. The joy and pride I feel when looking at that beautiful number can only be compared to the dread I feel knowing that there is a couple thousand more chapters I still have to write. In honor of this milestone, the Shadow Slave community will be having a small celebration on July 10th. If you wish join us, visit the Guilty Guild, our Discord server. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Cheers. Chapter 1001, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 19. Sunny realized that he would not be able to do a lot in this fight. But then again, he did not have to. Right now, his role was to support Saint and let his shadows do all the heavy lifting. Maybe that was how he was supposed to fight every battle, really. But sadly, fate rarely gave him such opportunities. In any case, there was one thing that he could do. Dismissing the sin of solace and the dying wish to get back a bit of essence, he summoned the Shadow Lantern instead. As soon as it manifested, Sunny tossed the lantern in the direction where the towering gate guardian, a monstrous arachnid wielding 6 weapons carved of bone, advanced on Saint. He did not have enough essence to sustain the divine memory's enchantment for long, but he did have enough to open its gate, unleashing a swarm of shadows onto the battlefield. The darkness enveloping it grew even deeper than it had been before. In the next moment, Sunny and Nightmare slammed into the crowd of the abominations. Crap! The rest of the battle was a hazy mayhem of violence. Sunny struggled to remain atop his black steed, lamenting that there had not been enough time to saddle it. At some point, he simply slid to the ground, using Nightmare's body to shield himself from the enemies. Not trusting himself to wield a weapon that demanded strength in his weakened state, Sunny summoned the Moonlight Shard instead. A beautiful chalice of white jade appeared in his other hand. Submerging the narrow blade of the ghostly stiletto into the black liquid, he used it to strike at the cracks in the enemy armor and finish off those abominations that Nightmare had wounded with his fangs, horns, and steel hooves. At some point, other soldiers and awakened joined the fight. More nightmare creatures emerged from the gate, and more humans threw themselves into the meat grinder to stop the enemy from reaching the streets of the city. Their resistance was desperate and haphazard, but for now, at least, they held the tide of abominations back. Beyond the wall, obscured by the hideous rift of the Nightmare Gate, the sky was painted white by lightning. Sonny knew that they were going to win when the spell whispered into his ear, its voice drowning out the sounds of the battle. "You have slain a corrupted devil, Silqua. I, Archon. Your shadow grows stronger." Staggering back, he let out a relieved sigh and glanced in the direction where Saint had been fighting the gate guardian. The creature lay sprawled on the ground, its limbs severed and its massive body cleaved apart. His shadow was standing above it, her black blade already seeking another target. Saint's armor was battered, and there were thin streams of fine ruby dust flowing from the breaches. However, wreathed in darkness, her body seemed to be healing already. Without ever slowing down, she shook the dark blood off her sword and dashed forward to face a new enemy. With the gate guardian slain, the scales of battle slowly started to tip in favor of humans. Sonny was not of much use, but with Saint and Nightmare rampaging amidst the abominations, dealing with them was not an insurmountable task. And then, almost abruptly, the battle was over. Sonny leaned tiredly on a piece of rubble, observing the scene of utter slaughter. His armor was bloodied, but his body was nearly devoid of wounds. Most had been healed by the dying wish, and the rest were repaired by the living stone. Having a magical shell reinforcing his skin was very handy. He still felt terrible, though. Around him, awakened and mundane soldiers were busy building improvised barricades around the gate. The first wave of abominations might have been destroyed, but more could emerge from the rift at any moment. A few of them suddenly froze, staring at a menacing black figure that had emerged from the darkness into the dim light. Saint's eyes burned with demonic crimson light, and her onyx armor was glistening, awash in the blood of the arachnid warriors. She looked both graceful and terrifying. One of the soldiers raised his rifle with trembling hands, but the other suddenly shouted, his eyes wide. "Mongrel, it's Lord Mongrel." A hum of voices soon rose above the barricade. "Mongrel is in Falcon Scott. He killed the gate guardian, it was him." "It's clearly a she, you idiot. Thank you, Lady Mongrel." "We're saved." Ignoring them, Saint passed between the invigorated soldiers indifferently, the broken oath long dismissed. She approached Sonny and froze, looming above him like a beautiful monument of darkness. Her ruby eyes stared at him intently. Unaccustomed to craning his neck to look at Saint, Sonny awkwardly cleared his throat. Great job out there. You really saved my skin." She lingered for a few moments, slowly raised her hand, and poked him in the cheek with a finger. Then Saint tilted her head slightly, as if studying him. Her ruby eyes betrayed a hint of some unknown emotion, making Sonny blink. "What is happening?" Without saying anything, of course, the taciturn shadow then took a step back and turned away, looking at the gate. However, she seemed strangely pleased. Sonny blinked a few more times, then rubbed his cheek. All right." Was it because of the marble shell? He shook his head, knowing that there was no time to waste pondering the weird occurrence. Maybe he imagined the whole thing. "Anyway, I have to go. Stay here in case more nightmare creatures emerge, and don't let any of them escape into the city. I'll leave Nightmare with you." Sonny had to find out if the battle against the devouring cloud was over, whether there were more gates that had opened within the city, how his men were doing. Most importantly, he had to find Master Jet. Leaving the gloomy shadow with Saint, he wrapped the other three around his body, grimaced, and started walking. Despite the fact that there were no physical wounds on his body, Sonny still felt hurt. Every step was a struggle. But what else was new? Whispering quiet curses, he summoned the cruel sight to use as a walking stick and headed deeper into the staging area. Chapter 1002, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 20. Sonny did not have to wander the stretch of the staging area that had been ruined by the destruction of the wall for long. It was a mess, with broken prefab buildings laying shattered and broken, buried under piles of alloy debris. Finding anyone here would have been a challenge. Before he allowed himself to drown in dark thoughts, however, a familiar black beard appeared from above and landed on a bent steel beam protruding from the ground nearby. The crow waved its wings, clearly agitated and cawed. Jet. Sonny let out a shaky breath, feeling a lot of relief. If the echo was still here, Soul Reaper couldn't be dead. He took a step toward the bird and asked, "Where is she?" Instead of answering, the crow flew away, landed on a communication relay a dozen meters away, and looked back expectantly. In this way, the echo led Sunny to Master Jet. After finding her, Sunny remained silent for a few moments. Then he coughed. Well, that was not what I expected to see. Jet was hanging upside down, her body caught in the jagged mess of torn alloy beams. One of them was piercing her abdomen like a hook, and her arm was caught between two others. Despite the ghastly situation, there was a calm and slightly annoyed expression on Soul Reaper's face. Yeah, well, care to help me get down? I can do it myself, of course, but I would prefer for my insides to remain on the inside for a little bit longer. She could probably free herself. Simple alloy would not have held back a master for long. But with how thoroughly trapped Jet was, ripping herself off the hook would have probably exacerbated her wounds by a lot. Not everyone had the lineage of a tenacious demon to help them recover and skin as hard as enchanted marble. Sunny studied the tangled mess of alloy beams, then floated up with the help of the dark wing and carefully pulled Master Jet off the jagged hook. With a quiet hiss, she slid off the bloodied alloy and fell down, landing softly on her feet. Arg, damn it! Jet clutched her abdomen with a grimace and then slowly straightened. Sunny landed nearby and looked at her with concern. Are you going to be all right? Instead of answering, Soul Reaper spat a mouthful of blood, then looked at him with a dark smile. Her teeth were all painted red, so the smile was not very reassuring. Don't worry about it. I'm a very sturdy girl. Woman, whatever. The point is, it will be as good as new in a couple of days, even without a healer. Sunny scratched the back of his head, then hesitated for a few moments. Eventually, he said, I was afraid that you died. Master Jet laughed, then winced and clutched her wound tighter. Died, that's the last thing you should be afraid of. Believe me, Sunny, I won't die on this god-forsaken continent. It's impossible. He shook his head at her bravado, then sighed. All right, do you want me to tell you how the battle went? Soul Reaper waved her hand. Crow saw it. Good job handling the gate. I am a bit embarrassed that I wasn't there to help. There are several others that opened either near or within the city. All of them were contained. It's just this particular one that was an unpleasant surprise. The devouring cloud also seems to have retreated for now. She frowned. You observed it too, right? Sunny nodded with a dark expression. A new tyrant must have risen from within the swarm. The damned leeches were acting too purposefully. Master Jet used his shoulder for support and pulled him forward. They slowly walked through the ruins of the staging area, looking like two cripples. Yeah, that is why the devouring cloud pulled away before being destroyed. It will probably be back later. Sunny closed his eyes for a moment. Gods, there are so many priority targets converging on the city. I hoped that we would destroy at least one today. He glanced at Jet, his eyes tired. So what do we do now? She simply shrugged. Go find our people, rest, recover, prepare to repeat the whole thing tomorrow. Indeed, what else was there to do? Life was a constant struggle. Since the wall was broken now, they had to find an elevator that would take them to the proper side of the breach. Even worse, the pulse of the gate had destroyed a lot of fine machinery, so finding a working platform was not easy. Eventually, however, they made it to the top of the defensive barrier and returned to the position of the irregulars. The first one they saw was Winter, who sat tiredly on the alloy surface of the battlement, her eyes hidden once again behind the sunglasses. A thin crack ran through one of the lenses. Hearing their steps, she turned her head slightly. A pale smile appeared on her face. The hero's return, you too, look like crap. Master Jet scoffed, which caused her to wince once again. Thanks for the compliment. Sunny helped her sit down, then looked around, searching for his cohort. Noticing the towering figure of Dorn a dozen or so meters away, he breathed out heavily with relief and asked, his voice almost devoid of tension. So how did it go? Do we have any casualties? Winter did not respond, prompting him to look down. Her face was uncharacteristically somber. Sunny felt something cold brush against his heart. What? The ascended archer sighed, then looked down. About that, I'm sorry, Sunny. Things were a bit chaotic back there. He remained motionless for a while, then turned away and silently headed toward where he had seen Dorn. As Sunny approached, he mentally counted. Dornbell, Luster Kim, Samara. When he reached the cohort, they turned to him, their faces pale and grim. Kim's eyes were glistening, and she avoided looking directly at him. Luster was the first one to speak, his tone subdued. Captain, we. Sonny cut him off. Show me. They stepped aside, revealing the figure of Quentin, who was laying on the cold alloy with his eyes closed. Sonny discovered himself taking a few steps forward and kneeling beside the gallant healer. His face was calm, and his body seemed untouched except for a shallow wound on the side of his head. His chest was rising and falling, which meant that Quentin was still alive. He had not been killed, he had just lost consciousness, however it did not matter. Sonny closed his eyes. Quentin had lost consciousness near an active gate, which meant that his soul was stolen away by the call. He had been thrown into an unexplored, dire region of the dream realm, surrounded by numerous nightmare creatures and abominations so vile that words could not describe them. His only chance of survival was to fight his way to a seed, challenge it, and conquer the second nightmare alone. For all intents and purposes, Quentin was already dead. A few hours later, Sonny discovered himself alone in the Rhino. The area surrounding the military barracks was quiet, and the interior of the APC was dark. He sat on his bed, unmoving, his eyes like two pools of darkness. He was cold. It is what it is. War was like that. People died all the time. Sonny had sent many to their deaths himself. He was not new to losing soldiers. And yet, he was weak. His body and soul were both in pain because of the brush with the nightmare gate. But somehow, his heart hurt much worse. There was a lot for him to do. Feeding Saint, continuing his attempts to weave a memory from the devil's needle. However, Sonny felt unwilling to move, or maybe incapable. He just sat silently and stared into the darkness. After some time, his communicator lit up. He gazed at it, then slowly brought the screen to his face. There was a new message from Rain. Rain, hey, Sonny, it is really hard to imagine that it is winter in Antarctica and that the night there lasts for many months. And that aurora thing you described, I gazed it up on the network and wow, it's so pretty. There's nothing like that in NQSC. Well, you know, we can hardly even see stars here because of the light pollution and the air being full of dust. However, the weather is warm and the nights are short, so I won't complain. You stay warm, too. Nothing really interesting happened to me. Did anything interesting happen to you? How are you doing? I hope everything is all right. Sonny remained motionless for a while, staring at the screen. Then he closed his eye for a moment, took a deep breath, and started writing a response. Sonny, hey, Rain, lots of interesting things happened to me, of course. I am one of the most interesting people in two whole worlds, after all. Didn't you know? I am doing great, too, I mean all things considered. Since I am such a dashing and heroic figure, people go around giving me sandwiches, medals, and the like. So. Sonny paused for a few seconds, then briefly wiped his eyes and continued. Life is pretty sweet. Chapter 1003, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 21. Hold, you wretches. A mass of nightmare creatures was advancing through a city street, mere meters away from slamming into a makeshift barricade formed by the hulking frames of firing MWPs. The surface of the road was broken and melted, and the ruins of the surrounding buildings were enveloped in flames. Leaping off a slowly collapsing roof, Sonny plummeted down and landed between the abominations. The emerald blade of the Sin of Solace moved, sending fountains of blood into the air. He dashed sideways, dodging a stream of bullets, and groaned. It was already the second week of the siege, but the damage done to his body and soul by the nightmare gate was slow to heal. Sonny shrugged off the pain and called upon the shadows, erecting a black wall of them to block off the street. Flamethrowers. The pilots of the MWPs did not stop firing their mass drivers, but long streams of orange-red fire shot from their wrists over the wall. Sonny danced between the flames, circulating his energy to activate the underworld armament. The effect of the memory of fire was enhanced, elevating his elemental resistance even higher. The nightmare creatures were not that lucky. While he dealt with the head of the swarm, Bell and Dorn attacked its tail from the flanks. A sharp sword and a heavy sledgehammer made short work of the frenzied abominations, and at the same time, charged tungsten rounds flashed from a nearby dormitory tower, slaying the most dangerous targets without fail. Caught between the hammer and the anvil, the swarm swiftly melted. The last one to die was a hideous creature with hardy scales covering its reptilian body. Sonny simply struck the abomination with the edge of his palm, turning it as heavy as a boulder and as hard as stone. The reptile's skull shattered, disintegrating into a disgusting rain of blood and bone. Even before the heavy body touched the ground, the spell was already whispering. You have slain an awakened monster, scaled prowler. You have received a memory. His eyes glinted. Another memory. Wiping his hand with a revolted expression, Sonny looked around. Luster and Kim appeared on a nearby roof, signaling that none of the creatures escaped. He let out a sigh of relief. The situation was under control. After the ill-fated battle with the devouring cloud, the pressure on the defenders of Falcon Scott had steadily increased. The fact that there was a giant breach in the wall did not help things one bit. Eventually, the defensive barrier had been broken through in 2 more places, forcing the First Army to evacuate civilians deeper into the city and create a secondary ring of defense on the empty streets. The topography of the siege was not simple anymore. Humans still held the wall, deflecting most of the nightmare creatures from its height. But now, various sections of the Great Barrier were separated, almost turning into independent fortresses. A detachment of soldiers was tasked with defending the breaches from the ground. They mostly managed to prevent the nightmare creatures from breaking through the barricades into the city, even if the rate of casualties among the ground crews was much higher. However, some monstrosities still reached the streets from time to time. Sonny had just dealt with one of these invading swarms. That's the 4th one today, not a good sign. He bent in a painful hacking fit, feeling a sickening weakness permeate his body once again. After a while, the coughing subsided, and Sonny remained motionless for a few moments, breathed hoarsely and waiting for the weakness to subside. Soon it was gone, and all that remained was a gnawing pain in his chest. Damnation! He straightened and glanced at his people, who were making their way through the burning carnage of the destroyed city street. Once they reached him, everyone except Samara, who was still in her sniper nest on top of the empty dormitory tower, Sonny glanced at Kim and asked, "Any updates from Soul Reaper?" She nodded. "Yes, sir. Master Dale pushed the enemy back, reclaiming control over Breach Sea. We are ordered to stand down and rest. Our next shift starts in 16 hours. Sonny tiredly rubbed his face. 16 hours, huh? Either Army Command is feeling generous or they expect real trouble tomorrow. Well, all the more reason to make sure that we're fresh and full of essence. Signal Sam to come down and retreat to the barracks." He studied his soldiers for a moment, making sure that none of them was wounded. Without a healer in the cohort, recovering between battles had become somewhat tricky. It demanded outside help at least. Fortunately, the members of the cohort were unscathed. He nodded, letting them go, and turned around. The MWPs stood motionless, the incandescent barrels of their guns glowing in the gloom. The coolant liquid was dripping down, evaporation into clouds of haze. Some pilots had opened the cockpits, sitting on the doors of the hatches with tired expressions on their faces. They would retreat inside soon, chased back into the overheated war machines by smoke and the smell of charred corpses. But for now at least, the soldiers were enjoying the short moment of respite in the coldness of the never-ending night. Noticing Sonny, one of the pilots raised a hand and made it into a fist. Sonny returned the stalwart salute and then silently walked away. A few minutes later, he stumbled, grabbing a wall in a dark and isolated alley. The divine sword of solace whispered, mocking him, but it was not too hard to suppress the hateful voice these days. Sonny rested for a few moments and then took a step back. Saint emerged from the shadows, as silent and menacing as ever. Nightmare joined her, moonlight glinting on his adamantine horns. Sonny sighed and summoned the overpriced saddle. Fastening its straps on the black stallion, he glanced at the 2 shadows and said, "You know what to do. I'll return in 16 hours. Be cautious today. Chances are we'll have to go all out tomorrow." Saint nodded indifferently, then mounted the dark destrier and outstretched a hand. Sonny placed the hilt of the divine sword of solace into it, at the same time sending 2 of his phantoms forth. Then, he watched the taciturn knight leave as she headed in the direction of the wall. These days, the 2 of them worked in shifts. If the Devil of Antarctica was not defending Falcon Scott, the Guardian Angel of Antarctica did. Millions of people had already been evacuated from the doomed city, but millions more remained. The siege capital could not be allowed to fall yet. Sonny coughed some more, uttered a quiet curse, and walked in the opposite direction of where Saint had left. Chapter 1004, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 22. As he walked through the empty streets, Sonny breathed in the cold winter air and tried to calm his wildly beating heart. He should not have been that fatigued, but he was. The strange ailment tormenting him had become less severe in the last couple of days, however, it was not gone yet. All cursed. Sonny grimaced, then noticed a group of soldiers ahead and forced himself to put on the mask of a confident commander. Mundane humans looked up to masters, and if they saw one walking around with hollow eyes and a troubled expression, their morale would suffer. He had never thought that being preoccupied with concerns about people's morale would become something he bothered with, yet here he was. As Sonny walked closer, he heard bits and pieces of their conversation. I saw Mongrel fight yesterday. Gods, he truly is a fiend. My whole unit would have been dead if not for him. I wish I could thank the man. But he is definitely not from the First Army. Maybe he's a legacy from a local Antarctica clan. No, haven't you heard the rumors? Mongrel is that master from the first irregular company, the devil. You lost your damn mind, fool. Mongrel is like 2 meters tall, while Master Sunless is on the shorter side. Believe me, I saw them side by side the day the wall was first breached. Also, Mongrel is definitely a woman. Yeah, I saw it too. She even caressed his cheek. Well, more like poked it. Wait. Guys, do you think there's something going on between them? You are all idiots. Mongrel is obviously several people. Usually hearing such conversations amused Sonny, but this time he remained detached and indifferent. The soldiers grew silent when he approached, straightened, and then bowed respectfully. He nodded at them in passing and continued on his way, uncaring. But that reminds me. Sonny summoned the runes and glanced at the description of Saint. Shadow fragments 185-200. So close. With the 2 memories he received today, one from an awakened monster, the other from a fallen beast, the counter would increase by 2 fragments, bringing it to 187. From here, he only needed 13 more for Saint to transcend. He was somewhat pressed for time, but also had a few of his personal memories that could be sacrificed to accelerate the process. Things were still going according to plan. It's the weaving that is the problem. I feel like I am almost there, but the Midnight Shard is still giving me trouble. Too risky. Sonny pondered the intricacies of the spellweave, grimacing when the thundering clamor of the distant battle grew especially loud and made it harder to think. Gradually, the noise became quieter, although it never went away entirely. Sonny passed through the barricades, left the secondary defense ring, and entered the crowded streets of Falcon Scott. Despite the fact that numerous civilians had to be relocated deeper into the city, the signs of overpopulation were not as dire as one could have expected. The naval convoy had been busy ferrying the refugees across the strait, after all. By now, somewhere around 80 million people had already been transported to the relative, extremely safety of eastern Antarctica. It almost looked as though Army Command's plan was working. Seeing actual proof that all his efforts were not in vain made Sonny feel a little better. Up ahead, a crowd of refugees was waiting in line to receive rations. He studied it for a moment, noticing a familiar figure handing out packs of synth paste at the front. Sonny smiled a little, then headed in that direction. As he walked closer, the person growled without looking up. You better not be cutting the line, bah. Then Bait looked up and blinked a couple of times. Oh, Sonny, what are you doing here? He shrugged. On my way back from the wall. She called one of the other volunteers to switch with her, then led him aside to a humming heat projector. Bait stopped in front of it, shivering and rubbing her hands together. How was your day? Sonny remained silent for a bit, not knowing how to answer. Hectic. The young woman peeked at him and scoffed. A man of few words are you now? Sonny dismissed again. How is the old man? Did you guys receive placement in the queue yet? Bait sighed. No, people say that another ship went down in the strait, so many placements were postponed again. As for Professor, he is doing fine. The Army got him consulting on how to upgrade the communication array, so he has something to do at least. She looked at him questioningly. Are you coming over today? Sonny hesitated, then slowly shook his head. No, there's a lot I have to do. Also, my gut tells me that tomorrow will be a tough day. Your dormitory is away from the wall, but still, be careful. Well, you know the drill. The young woman turned back to the heat projector. Yeah. Then she suddenly opened the bag hanging over her shoulder, scrounged in it, and took out a tube of toothpaste. Here, you forgot this last time. Sonny blinked a couple of times. I did not forget it. I left it for you because I know that the supply chain is in shambles. Bate tilted her head and looked at him fiercely. You think I can't get us some toothpaste? Sonny laughed. I mean, if you are so principled, then why are you not returning 2 cans of coffee I left in your dormitory as well? The young woman looked down, her cheeks turning slightly red. What cans of coffee? I haven't seen anything of the sort. Sonny nodded a couple of times and gently. Push the toothpaste away. Okay. Anyway, I'll try to drop by soon. If you do find that coffee, please enjoy it. He farewelled Bate an awkward farewell and strolled away, feeling slightly refreshed. Here in the city proper, public transportation was still functioning. There were military vehicles rolling down the streets as well. It did not take him long to reach the barracks. Entering the Rhine, Sonny gazed around, his gaze pausing on one of the closed sleeping pods. Then he strolled to the back of the APC, hauled the Devil's Needle from its place on the floor of the armory, and sighed. 15 hours left, but I probably should sleep for at least a couple. Shaking his head, he got to work. Chapter 1005, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 23. Sonny did not recall falling asleep, but he was woken up by someone banging on the hatch of the Rhino. Sitting up, he looked around and realized that he must have passed out while studying the weave of the Midnight Shard. The austere tackeye was still laying on the holographic table, glinting as if to mock him. He had almost solved the problem. That elusive element of the weave was almost isolated, but too. As someone banged on the hatch once again, making the massive APC shake a little, Sonny flinched, rubbed his face, and went to the hatch. Coming to the hell? He opened the hatch and froze, swallowing the rest of his irritated shout. Oh, Masterjet, good morning. She glanced at him with amusement. Technically, it's evening. Go wipe the drool off your face and come out, Sonny. We've been summoned to attend a meeting. He frowned, then threw an angry look at the gloomy shadow, which was hiding in the darkness not too far away. The bastard was supposed to warn him if anything approached, protecting Sonny from a sudden attack, or from embarrassing himself in theory. The shadow shrugged innocently and looked away. Shaking his head, Sonny returned inside and quickly washed his face. A couple of minutes later, he left the APC and closed the hatch behind him. Since Soul Reaper mentioned that he had to come out, they were most likely heading for the complex that the local branch of the 1st Army Command used as headquarters. It was only a short distance from the barracks. Indeed, Jet walked in that direction, with Sonny following as he looked around with sleepy eyes. A few moments later, he asked, "What is the meeting about?" She shrugged. "We'll find out. All I know is that White Feather wants to see us." White Feather, huh? The two of them made their way to the Army headquarters, but then walked past it, approaching a heavily fortified compound instead. Winter and Dale were already waiting for them near the gates, looking as ragged and fatigued as Sonny. He greeted them. "I heard you retook Breach C yesterday. Must have been a tough fight." Dale simply shrugged. "Not really. We still hold both sections of the wall above the breach, so all I had to do was persuade the abominations to stay put until the garrison forces shredded them with ranged weapons." He remained silent for a moment and then added, "Things would have been much worse if they were better climbers, though." Sonny nodded somberly. Together, they entered the compound and were led to a spacious room on one of the underground levels. There, 2 people were waiting for them. Master Roan was standing in front of a false window, studying the projected image of the night sky. His face was painted ghostly green by the ethereal tapestry of the swirling aurora. St. Tyrus was motionless, sitting in an imposing chair with her back held straight. Sonny had not seen Sky Tide in a while, at least in her human form. She looked battered. Her elegant armor was bent and broken, white steel marred by dried blood. Her hair, which had once fallen down like a cascade of pale gold, now looked lifeless and bleak. Her dazzlingly beautiful face was pale, blackened by ugly bruises. It seemed that holding the winter beast back was taking a toll on the transcendent of the White Feather clan. Her expression was still aloof and stern, however, and her amber eyes burned with the same fierce, cold resolve. Master Roan turned at the sound of the steps. Ah, ascended Jet, ascended Winter, ascended Dale, Sunless. Welcome, sorry for the sudden invitation. Sunny noticed black circles under the handsome man's eyes. Roan was acting uncharacteristically subdued, his usual charisma gone. That did not bode well. Master Jet waved a hand. War waits for no one. What did you want to discuss? Roan smiled slightly. Straight to business. Well, it is for the best. There is not much time to prepare. He walked away from the false window and stopped beside Sky Tide, then gestured at the holographic projection in front of them. On it, the map of the surrounding area disappeared, replaced by the blurry image of a grotesque creature. Leathery wings, lean body with 6 segmented legs, a tail that ended with a long, jagged stinger, and 3 long necks, each ending in a harrowing circular maw. The abominations looked like a mix between a wyvern, a worm, and a scorpion. It was large, formidable, and utterly hideous. Our scouts have confirmed that the devouring cloud has produced a new tyrant. A fallen one, but still a dire threat to the survival of the city. The creature mostly hides within the swarm, controlling it from behind. Winter cursed. Yeah, we figured as much after the last time. Master Roan slowly nodded. It is our priority to eliminate the tyrant. The devouring cloud will descend on Falcon Scott today. You will be the blade to strike its puppeteer down. The irregulars glanced at each other. After a short pause, Jet asked, How do you know that the swarm will come? Roan scowled slightly, but before he could answer, St. Tyrus suddenly spoke. Because our clan will lure it here. The 4 ascended grew silent, looking at her incredulously. Sky Tide met their gazes with a calm expression, her face as motionless as ever. Somewhat stunned by that confession, Sunny asked, Why the hell would you do that? Sky Tide inhaled deeply, then turned away. Goliath draws near. We have to eradicate other threats before he comes if they attack together. You can imagine the devastation. The window of opportunity grows narrower with each day, so we can't passively wait for the devouring cloud to return anymore. So Roan and other awakened warriors of my clan will lure it here. Today. She glanced at the irregulars, studied them for a few moments, and added, Ascended Winter will contain the swarm. Roan will bring the tyrant down. The 3 of you will make sure that the creature never takes flight again. That is the battle plan. Sunny smiled darkly. What if Winter fails to hold back the swarm? What if Roan fails to isolate the tyrant? What if the 3 of us fail to kill it in time? St. Tyrus gazed at him for a while, her amber eyes both beautiful and cold. Then she uttered simply, Don't fail. Master Jet laughed. Shaking her head, she patted Sunny on the shoulder and walked toward the projection of the fallen tyrant. All right, I like that plan. Let's discuss the details. The discussion did not take long. Soon, the irregulars uttered their goodbyes to Sky Tide and headed to the exit, each in a hurry to prepare for the coming battle. Sunny, however, stayed back after a bit of hesitation. When there were only 3 of them left in the room, Sky Tide, Roan, and him, Sunny peeked at the battered transcendent with a complicated expression. After a few moments, he said, You must have heard that another of Valor's saints was killed. St. Tyrus gaped at him silently, not saying anything. Sunny tilted his head a little. You and I have helped that monster escape from the Night Temple. If it weren't for you, I would have been dead, and Mordred would have still been contained. Do you regret saving me now that he is out there, slaughtering people? Sky Tide remained motionless for a bit, then trembled her head. No. A pale smile appeared on Sunny's face. Why? She sighed. Years ago, when the young Prince of War came to the Chained Isles, I offered him my hospitality. Like any other awakened, he was under my protection, roaming the dream realm in search of something, much like you did. When Valor plotted to ambush and eliminate him, I followed orders and did nothing to prevent it. I have carried the shame of that wrongdoing ever since. He pondered her words for a few moments. They had a very good reason to get rid of him, though. That guy is like a nightmare creature. There's not much human left in him. St. Tyrus gazed him in the eye, her beautiful face expressionless. Is it worth it to do the wrong thing for the right reason? No. Life is unpredictable and the future is unclear. All we can strive for is to act according to our principles and do what we consider right. The rest doesn't matter. Sonny gazed around, his gaze lingering on the traces of dried blood on Sky Tide's armor. His eyes turned dark. Doing the right thing is what got you and your clan banished to this hellhole. She gazed at the false window where the image of the night sky was projected. A full moon was shining on its velvet expanse, surrounded by the lights of the ghostly aurora. A hint of some deep, hidden emotion appeared on Sky Tide's beautiful face. After a while, she said, "The sky is suffocating here, but other than that, this is precisely where I wanted to be." Sonny lingered for a few moments, then bowed slightly to Master Roan and silently strode away. He had to prepare for battle. Chapter 1006, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 24. Standing on the battlement and peering into the cold darkness beyond, Sonny had a contemplative expression on his face. The wind smelled of snow as it played with his black hair, which had grown a bit too long by now. Pale moonlight permeated the air, failing to reach the ravaged land. Winter and Dale were sitting nearby, leaning on alloy parapet of the wall and Shari. Engia Flask. The two captains seemed calm, one in her usual relaxed manner, the other solemn and staid. As the contents of the flask ran out, Winter sighed and looked at Sonny. "You seem terribly serious today." He lingered for a moment, then shrugged. "Just thinking about stuff." She did not press, content to rest with her eyes hidden behind the cracked sunglasses. Sonny felt strangely thoughtful after his conversation with St. Tyrus. He was not sure that he agreed with her uncompromising views, but there was one thing Sky Tide had said that was unquestionably true. Life was, indeed, unpredictable. Take his own relationship with the Steely Saint. Sonny did not know St. Tyrus very well or share any of her principles, but he found himself respecting the stern transcendent a great deal. He liked Master Roan, too. The three of them even shared some history. Several years ago, Sonny had held nothing but contempt toward legacies. He had regarded them as arrogant, dangerous, and hateful people, someone who did not deserve the unfair privileges bestowed upon them by nothing except for birthright. Who would have thought that he would come to value and admire some of them, one day? Take Cassie, too. When she surrendered his secret to Nephis on the Forgotten Shore, Sonny had thought that it was the darkest moment of his life. And yet, if she had not made that choice, he would have stayed behind a sleeper. Sonny had no way of knowing if he would have survived the same journey-changing Star had. What he did know, though, was that Rain would have been dead if not for his return. If Sonny had not been there to hold back the tide of nightmare creature advancing on her school, his sister would have been ripped apart by the rampaging abominations. There were too many instances like that to count. Life was unpredictable, and no one could predict the twists and turns of fate, except for Weaver, perhaps. Even oracles like Cassie could only see glimpses of it, blind to the context and powerless to change the outcome. So where did it leave him? The same place where I started, I guess. An ignorant fool struggling against something he could not even comprehend. Antarctica, at least, was terribly straightforward. With a sigh, Sonny moved strands of hair away from his eyes and sat down near Winter and Dale. His hands were aching for a simple fight. "How much more do we have to wait, damn it?" Dale peeked at him with a smile so faint that it was almost non-existent. "Rest while you can. You'll be regretting that this calm did not last longer very soon." Sonny grimaced and looked away, staring at a squad of soldiers that marched by. The soldiers were acting a bit strange, sticking painstakingly to the better illuminated parts of the battlement and hastening their steps in the darker areas. Their faces were glum and nervous. He frowned. "What's up with them?" Winter turned her head slightly, studying the soldiers. Haven't you heard the rumors?" Sonny thought for a moment, then shook his head. "What rumors?" The ascended archer chuckled. "You should really come out of your APC more often, you know. Well, anyway, there are a lot of scary stories spreading among the refugees these days, one more nonsensical than the other. The latest story is that there is a shadow wraith stalking the city, hiding somewhere in the darkness. Apparently it lures people away from light, never to be seen again. She took a deep breath and then added in a more somber tone. Although maybe there's some truth to that one. Soldiers are not usually easily spooked, but as you can see, they are on edge. Too many disappearances lately. Sonny frowned. In a city of 200 million, there were bound to be some disappearances, especially with the nightmare spell infecting people left and right. However, he felt concerned. A shadow wraith, that was right up his alley, no. There could also be a different explanation for the increased number of disappearances. The terror of Low 49 was known to start its meals in just that manner. In any case, he sensed some unease. A shadow creature? I don't know, they're extremely rare. I only ever met one in the wild, and even that was inside a nightmare. I'm not sure if any survived to this day. Well, there was that one little bastard who got a chunk of his flesh. Did scavengers need to devour a corpse to inherit new abilities, or would any piece of flesh suffice? What were the chances of the vile gremlin developing an affinity to shadows? Dale simply shrugged. If there is something strange going on, Army Command should already be investigating. Since we weren't officially informed, either the rumors are baseless, or the incidents are not serious enough to inform the irregulars. Regardless, we should concentrate on the task at hand. As if on cue, there was the sound of light steps, and Master Jet approached from further along the wall. The members of her cohort, now fewer than before, followed. She looked around Bree. Fly then said, I've just received the word. Roan and his people are approaching. The devouring cloud is in a frenzy. Do not know what they did, but it worked. Prepare yourself. The rest of the defending force seemed to have got the same news. All along the southern stretch of the wall, a flurry of activity commenced. Soldiers were checking their weapons for the last time. Awakened were summoning their memories. Railgun crews were hurriedly finishing maintenance procedures and hauling crates of tungsten rounds closer to the feeding mechanisms. Thousands of turrets came alive, turning their twin barrels toward the sky. Sonny rose and stretched, breathing in the cold winter air. Looking at the members of his cohort, he grinned. Same arrangement as the last time. Hopefully, no ga. Actually, never mind. I'm not saying it aloud, just do well and do not die. Chapter 1007, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 25. Pretty soon, the distant horizon turned hazy with a myriad of flying horrors. The scene was eerily familiar. The only difference from their last attempt to destroy the devouring cloud was that, today, the landscape was illuminated by pale moonlight, and that there were a few less irregulars standing watch on the wall. Sonny silently observed Winter, who was preparing to unleash hell. Once again, she was surrounded by several mysterious memories, and once again, a cohort of Awakened used their aspects to augment her powers. He stood several distance away in the company of Master Jet and Dale. None of the three were going to participate in the ranged barrage, conserving their potency for the sortie to hunt down and kill the tyrant. The atmosphere was tense, but not as oppressive as the first battle against the harrowing swarm. On the alloy battlement in front of them, a man in leather armor was sitting with his eyes closed, meditating. The falling snowflakes swirled in strange ways around him, as if following invisible paths. He was one of Dale's Awakened, and someone of whom Sonny knew. The man possessed the ability to open stable spatial rifts, and had been one of the candidates he had considered when assembling the cohort. Since no one knew where the tyrant was going to fall after having its wings cut by Roan, the strike team would need to get around the perimeter of the wall fast. If Roan succeeded, gods! Hearing Dale's quiet whisper, Sonny observed south and saw arcs of thunderbolt dancing deep within the distant swarm. His face paled a little. There, inside it. It seemed that Roan and the Awakened of the White Feather clan were leading the devouring cloud to the city, with the smell of their own blood. Suddenly, the task of slaying the tyrant of the swarm seemed even heavier than before. So what? Nothing changed. Sonny had some contingencies, at least. Saint and Nightmare were currently guarding one of the breaches in the wall. Should the three masters prove inadequate, his shadows would help them reach and kill the broodmother of the swarm. Or was it a father? Who cares? Sonny clenched his fists and watched as the horde of flying horrors swiftly drew closer to Falcon Scott. Soon, the city defense systems opened fire once again, and so did Winter. The mass of brood beasts obscured the sky, drowning out the light of the moon. In front of the swarm, a horde of nightmare creatures moved, seemingly as desperate to escape from it as humans would be. Caught between the devouring cloud and the wall of Falcon Scott, they launched themselves at the alloy barrier, dying in scores under the barrage of bullets and arrows. Somehow, today's battle felt more frenzied, more dire. Shrieks and howls of abominations fused with human shouts, all disappearing into the rustle of countless leathery wings. A dark expression appeared on Soul Reaper's face. Gripping her glaive, she said, "Hold, wait for the signal." At the moment, everything depended on Roan and his awakened. They had to lure the tyrant forward and bring it to the ground, so that the three elite ascended of the irregular company could sortie out, find it, and finish the creature off once and for all before it escaped. Seconds passed, then minutes, but the promised indication was not coming. Sonny felt his nerves reaching a breaking point when a swift shadow suddenly fell from the sky. It was not a brood beast, however. Instead, it was a young awakened woman wearing the white colors of her clan, her armor decorated with beautiful etchings of hawk feathers, and marred with blood. Sonny remembered seeing her several times in the sanctuary, back when Sky Tide had still ruled over the Chained Isles. The young woman landed gracelessly on the battlement and staggered, barely keeping her balance. Then, she observed around, took a step toward Master Jet and stumbled. Dale caught and supported her, his face grim. Soul Reaper frowned. "What happened to sending us a signal? Where's the tyrant?" The young woman gritted her teeth, and then said hoarsely, her voice full of ire, There's two of them." It took a few seconds for her words to register. Sonny cursed and observed at the dark mass of the swarm that obscured the sky. "Two tyrants? How does it make any sense?" Jet's face twitched. She stared at the young woman for a moment, then asked evenly, "So where are they?" The legacy leaned on Dale and turned slightly to face the devouring cloud. "The signal." As if answering her words, two radiant spheres of light suddenly appeared in the distance, tearing through the darkness. One deep within the swarm, across the killing field. The other, unexpectedly, was even further away, but in a different direction, to the west of the city, near the ocean. The devouring cloud had barely reached there. Her job done, the young woman from the white feather let out a sign and slumped, losing consciousness. Dale barked something, and one of his men, most likely the healer, took her off his hands. The three masters briefly glanced at each other. Master Jet uttered a swear that would have made Sonny blush if the situation was slightly less dire, and then smiled darkly. "I guess we are going to have to split up." She observed between the distant spheres of light, then sighed and moved her shoulders, as if to loosen the muscles. "I'll take the southern one. Sonny, Knight, you two go west and deal with the second tyrant. Get it done." Sonny blinked a couple of times, then took a step forward. "But," she raised a hand, stopping him. "That's an order, no time to waste." With that, Jet began summoning a memory. Before the whirlwind of white sparks even manifested into reality, Soul Reaper was already moving, leaping over the parapet of the battlement to disappear into the haze of falling snow below. Sonny gritted his teeth. When he turned around, there was a shimmering portal in the air in front of him, leading to the point on the western wall not too distant from where the sphere of light still burned in the air. Dale was already heading toward it, his helmet weaving itself from light. Sonny followed. Before stepping into the spatial rift, however, he sent a mental command to Saint. Not a few seconds after Soul Reaper landed on the ravaged ground beyond of the killing field, a dark rider leaped through the breach in the wall and followed. Chapter 1008, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 26. Stepping through the spatial rift experienced no different from taking a mundane step. It was only a little bit disorienting, the sudden change of the landscape, the direction of the wind, the subtle shift in the tone of the firing armaments. For Sonny, it was especially so, because he could also feel that the shadows around him were entirely different. However, there was no time to waste on being confused. Forcing himself to focus, he followed Dale to the edge of the wall and peered down. Far below, there was a stretch of land flooded by attacking abominations, with brood beasts swarming above them. And behind those, the edge of a tall cliff that descended toward the shore. The dark expanse of the ocean stretched for as far as the eye could see, moonlight dancing on its restless, black surface. The sphere of light was slowly growing dimmer, as it burned somewhere above and beyond the cliff. Dale spoke, his voice sounding slightly muffled by the helmet. "We will have to fight our way through." Sonny nodded. "I'll clear the way, you follow." The sin of solace was already manifesting itself into his hand, and shadows were wrapped around his body, filling him with resilience and strength. The marble shell was augmented as well. Sonny lingered for a moment. "What about when we reach the tyrant? We can't allow it to escape, and with Master Jet gone." The stalwart master shook his head. "I'll trap it and us within the barrier. Then either the tyrant dies or we do. No one will escape." Sonny had already seen one of Dale's barriers, the one that allowed things to pass from within but blocked everything coming from the outside. Today, he would see the second one, which functioned in reverse. More than that, he was going to be trapped inside that barrier with a damned fallen tyrant. If they wanted to be sure of the result, there was no better way. "Great, I'll be going then. Come down in a few seconds." Instead of summoning the dark wing, Sonny simply turned into a shadow, slid over the edge of the battlement, and swiftly glided down the surface of the wall. In a moment, he was already on the ground, emerging from the darkness with the jade giant whittling through the air. By the time Dale landed behind him, using some sort of rope memory, half a dozen abominations were already bleeding on the ground. The defenders on that section of the wall had already received orders to support their sortie. As well, shifting their fire to help the Ascended create a corridor through the mass of nightmare creature. Granted, they were spread too thin between the devouring cloud and the abominations attacking the wall in a desperate attempt to escape from the swarm, so the results were modest. At least Sonny did not have to worry about catching a tungsten round with his back. "Goddamn great." Sonny and Dale rushed forward, fighting their way through the tide of frenzied nightmare creatures. The stalwart master used his heater shield and heavy-flanged mace to crush and break the abominations, flinging their bodies out of the way. Sonny simply cut through them, rendering the hideous body with the jade blade of the sin of solace. However, there were just too many enemies to kill. Even if Dale's plate armor easily shrugged off blow after blow, and Sonny could simply ignore most of the attacks that got through his defenses, the weight of the horde threatened to push them back. More than that, they were constantly accosted by the brood beasts from above, making it much harder to remain alive. For now, they had not met a creature powerful enough to be a lethal threat, which was a testament to how incredibly durable both masters were. But it was only a matter of time. Sonny growled and then called upon the shadows. Instantly, dark hands rose from the ground, grabbing the abominations and either throwing them aside or outright tearing their bodies to pieces. Black chains whipped in the air, obliterating lunging brood beasts. "If you have a good memory or two, use them now." Dale bashed a leaping abomination with his shield, turning its body into bloody paste, and tore something off his belt. In the next moment, there was a blinding flash, and then a sound akin to the roar of an angry dragon shook the world. Sonny smelled the carnage before he witnessed it. In front of them, a morbid path of charred corpses cut through the horde. Dale pushed Sonny forward and lunged into the momentary rift in the mass of nightmare creatures. "That one has to accumulate charges for a long time. We won't be able to use it against the tyrant." Sonny snarled as he ran. "We need to find the damned bastard first. Don't hold back." A few minutes of frenzied slaughter later, battered but alive, they reached the edge of the cliff and plunged down. Sonny had turned into a shadow once again, while Dale utilized an enchanted rope with a vicious hook tied to its end. The hook had been ruthlessly thrust into the flesh of an especially massive nightmare creature just a second before. Down on the stone beach, there were much fewer abominations. Some of them had already been cleaned to the bone by the brood beasts, while others were alive and full of murderous fury. Some distance away, Sonny could see the tall walls of the port fortress and the shapes of gargantuan ships resting on the waves. As he looked around in search of their prey, something flew from the darkness, forcing him to jump aside. It turned out to be a massive chunk of bleeding flesh that had been the torso of a nightmare creature seemingly only moments ago. Looking at where the chunk of flesh came from, Sonny witnessed a chilling sight. Out there ahead of them, halfway to the dark water, a towering being besieged by a mob of abominations. 6 segmented legs, a tail with a long stinger, torn and broken leathery wings, and 3 terrifying circular maws swaying on the ends of long necks. As he watched, one of the monstrosity's maws shot down, biting into the body of a powerful nightmare creature. With a violent twist, the creature came undone, rivers of blood and viscera spilling onto the cold stones. At the same time, the other two maws shredded a couple more abominations, swallowing large chunks of them whole. The tail stinger shot forward with blinding speed, piercing another and pumping poison into its convulsing body. Sonny gazed at the macabre scene with dark resentment. Be careful of what you wish for, I guess. They had discovered the tyrant of the devouring cloud. Chapter 1009, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 27. As Sonny watched, the tyrant tore apart several more abominations, devouring their flesh with its 3 enormous maws. This creature, it was on par with the Lord of the Dead that Sonny had faced in the catacombs below the Dark City. Back then he was merely a sleeper. Now he was an ascended himself, and an abnormally powerful one at that. His loyal shadows were indisposed, but he was accompanied by Dale instead. There was no reason for this fight to be too hard. However, they had a big problem. The more nightmare creatures the tyrant killed and devoured, the more invigorated it seemed. The ghastly injuries on its wings were already healing, and very soon the monstrosity would be able to take flight again. Sonny could not allow that to happen. Glancing at Dale with a grave expression, he said, "It's now or never." Above them, a swarm of brood beasts separated from the dark mass of the devouring cloud, rushing down to protect their ruler. Dale nodded and silently lunged forward, closing in on the tyrant to trap the monstrosity, and the two of them with it, inside a barrier of shim. Ring energy, Sonny followed, cutting down several abominations that had tried to bar their passage. However, the towering monstrosity seemed to have sensed the advancing threat, or maybe grew tired of the relentless attacks by the other nightmare creatures. It suddenly jumped, soaring high into the air, its broken wings raising a powerful gale. The tyrant had not managed to stay in the air for long, at least not yet, but it succeeded in creating some distance between itself and the pursuers. Then, moving with stunning speed, it turned in the direction of the port fortress and ran. Sonny's eyes narrowed. Damnation! It only took him a split second to make a decision and shout, "I'll slow it down, catch up as fast as you can and set up the barrier." With that, he left Dale behind and turned into a swift shadow. Flying with terrible speed across the stone beach, Sonny pursued the tyrant. The monstrosity barreled forward like a speeding train, its 6 legs turning countless stones into rubble and dust. Its wings were healing more and more. Close enough from the port fortress to be seen from its walls, Sonny finally overtook the monstrosity and jumped out of the shadow right in front of it. The Sin of Solace flashed, cutting one of the creature's limbs, and it toppled heavily to the ground. He barely managed to dodge the massive body, but in the next moment the tyrant's stinger was already shooting through the air, aimed at his heart. Ugh! Sonny blocked the terrifying spiky spike with the flat of the jade giant, at the same time turning his body as heavy as he could. The impact pushed him back, his feet leaving 2 grooves in the stones. The monstrosity struggled to stand up, but a dozen jet-black hands rose from the ground, grabbing and pressing it down. 3 long necks of the tyrant twisted like snakes. 2 maws bit into the shadow hands, tearing them apart, while the third flew toward Sonny. Staring at the repulsive, fleshy circle full of razor-sharp fangs, he shuddered and realized that the thing could swallow him whole. Sonny shifted his weight and dashed aside, narrowly dodging the maw, then lashed out with the Sin of Solace. As a bloody wound appeared on the abomination's neck, a ear-splitting wail slammed into him like a hammer. The shadows he had manifested were all but gone, and the tyrant was nowhere near being immobilized. Sonny could waste more essence creating shadow implements, maybe even encase the monstrosity and himself in a large dome. But what he really needed to do was damage its wings. Sadly, the monstrosity was fiercely determined to protect them. As shortly as Sonny tried to get closer to the abomination's wings, its stinger, 3 maws, and 5 remaining legs all came after him. He scrambled to dodge the hurricane of attacks, dancing between them like a demented acrobat. Shards of stone and wet sand rose like a cloud into the air. Curse you! The tyrant's movements were growing more frenzied and chaotic. Its mind was being assaulted by the sinister whisper of the cursed sword. The effect of the charm was going to persist, too, driving the monstrosity utterly mad. Funnily enough, the same erratic behavior seemed to be repeating in the skies above them, where a large portion of the devouring swarm seemed to have lost a lot of its unnatural cohesion. They would only cease to be a threat to the city once both tyrants were dead, though. The massive abomination understood that there was something strange going on with its mind, as well. It tried to disengage and lowered itself to the ground, as if preparing to jump again. Only this time its wings might have been healed enough to allow the tyrant to fly. No. Before it could escape, however, a dome of shimmering energy suddenly appeared around them. The tyrant jumped, slammed into the roof of the dome, and plummeted back down. Heavily armored figure of Dale slammed into its body, a flanged mace falling down to crush another of the creature's legs. The three of them were now locked inside the barrier. The tyrant would not be able to escape anymore. However, the dome of energy was not particularly large. It barely encompassed the enormous body of the winged monstrosity and a few meters of the stone shore around it, leaving Sonny and Dale no room to maneuver. It was like being locked in a tiny cage with a very angry, starving tiger. If the tiger was the size of a small building, had 3 heads, and possessed the tail of a scorpion, and had also been driven into rabid insanity by a whispering jade sword. "Crap!" The tyrant wailed again, its screeching voice full of madness and fury. Then it rose from the ground, and all hell broke loose. Chapter 10:10 The Fall of Falcon Scott, 28. Trapped in the small bubble of the energy barrier, the tyrant turned into a murderous hurricane. Moving with speed that was surprising for such a large creature, it thrashed and spun, trying to rip the hateful humans apart. Sonny and Dale had managed to dodge or deflect the barrage of devastating attacks, for now, but avoiding being crushed by the sheer mass of the frenzied monstrosity was even harder. The barrier was just too small to move away, leaving them no choice but to try and straddle it. That had not been a good choice. Even on the tyrant's back, the 3 maws and the stinger could attack them freely. More than that, the abomination instantly rolled on the ground, throwing them off. Sonny barely avoided being buried under the mountain of flesh. Just a handful of seconds after Dale had erected the barrier, he felt the salty taste of blood on his tongue. Both ascended were battered and wounded. Of course, the tyrant was not unscathed either. 3 of its legs were gone, its body was covered with a multitude of deep cuts, and one of its necks was halfway to being severed. Better yet, the creature seemed to have surrendered to its most primal instincts, driven into madness by the sin of solace. The bestial rage of the tyrant was terrifying, but it would have been much more dangerous to fight the monstrosity if it had retained its inhuman intellect. A smart enemy was infinitely deadlier than a senseless one. Now all they had to do was put it down. Cut off its head. I'm trying. Dale's shield was wedged into one of the tyrant's necks, and as Sonny yelled, he hammered its rim with his mace, as if driving a nail into wood. The heater shield sliced through the flesh of the abominations like a blade, causing a river of black blood to spill onto the stones. Half deafened by the creature's shriek, Sonny manifested a wall of shadow to defend Dale from one of the remaining 2 maws. The wall broken under the monstrous assault, but by that time the Ascended had hammered his shield one last time, and one of the tyrant's heads flew off. Damn! After that, Sonny had to worry about himself. The wounded creature shifted, slamming him into the barrier with the looming bulk of its body. Bone weave and marble shell saved him from being turned into bloody paste, but he was trapped, crushed, and unable to breathe. What's worse, there was no escape. Well, for most people, Sonny simply dissipated into the shadow projected onto the creature's body by the shimmering barrier, and appeared on the other side of the abomination, his sword already falling to bite into its side. Just like that, the dire battle continued. Sonny and Dale were one mistake away from being greatly injured or killed at every moment, but neither of them had made that mistake yet. As time went on, their enemy grew more and more frenetic, but the 2 masters only grew more effective in their attempts to butcher it. They were learning how to better hurt it with every blow, dodge, and step. Dale's armor cracked, but in return, the tyrant's stinger was shattered by the heavy flanged mace. Sonny was now bleeding from a deep cut above his left eye, but in return, one of Tyrant's maws was missing half of its fangs. Using a momentary opening created by the monstrosity throwing all of its weight against the barrier, Sonny finally managed to position himself for an all-out attack. He dashed forward, turning his body light to create momentum, and slashed the sin of solace across the base of one of the creature's necks. The jade giant seemed to laugh as it sliced through the tough hide, steel muscles, and unbreakable bones of the tyrant, emerging from the other side of its neck in a fountain of blood. The second of the three maws fell to the ground. One more. Dale received an earth-shattering blow on his shield and slid back with a low grunt. His hand trembled a little. The barrier won't hold for much longer. We must hurry. Sonny did not need to be reminded. He already felt that the shadows surrounding them were changing. The shimmering energy was growing dimmer every time the tyrant slammed into it. By now, most of its shine was already gone. But the creature had lost most of its weapons as well. It was bleeding heavily, maimed and wounded, its speed gradually decreasing. Sonny knew not to let his guard down. These last moments were often the most deadly, both because human fighters tended to get overconfident when the victory neared, and because their enemies would often abandon all caution in one last desperate attempt to destroy the opposition and survive. Still, this had to end quickly. Risky. The thought flashed through his mind, but Sonny was already moving. Pushing himself forward, he deflected a glancing blow from the creature's tail and slammed into the tyrant like a cannonball. Thrown off balance, the monstrosity reeled and then threw itself into a fierce retaliatory attack. Sonny managed to dodge its legs, but not its maw. He simply slashed at it with the sin of solace, feeling the flesh part before the jade blade. At the same time, the creature left itself completely open to Dale. The stalwart master lunged forward, his mace suddenly igniting with a dangerous red glow the moment it connected with the base of the tyrant's last remaining neck. The flanged head of the mace exploded with ominous light, and something thundered. Sonny saw the shape of the abomination's neck melting in the furious red light as it was torn apart. Then, for a second, he could not think about anything anymore. Moments before it died, the tyrant managed to grab his shoulder with its maw and fling Sonny into the air. Feeling a pulse of tearing pain, he found himself flying backward away from the dying creature. His back connected with the weakened barrier and shattered it, the marble shell turning rigid from the impact. Sonny landed gracelessly a dozen meters away from the convulsing body of the tyrant, rolled for a few meters more, and came to a stop at the edge of the water. A pained groan escaped from his lips. That hurt. He slowly sat up and glanced at his shoulder. The leather pauldron of the puppeteer's shroud was pierced in several places, and there were deep scratches on his skin. The tyrant's fangs, however, had not cut deep. The lacerations were shallow. He took a shaky breath and looked up. High above, the devouring cloud seemed aimless and lost. Without malevolent purpose guiding the swarm of brood beasts, they were being slowly obliterated by the city defenses. Saint and Master Jet must have finished off their tyrant as well. Sonny glanced at Dale, who seemed rather battered but alive. "We've won." By all accounts, he was supposed to feel jubilation and relief. Even though the battle was not over, the irregulars had accomplished their task. Today, the First Army was going to celebrate a victory. However, Sonny did not feel relieved. Instead, he felt cold, very, very cold. And frightened. What the hell is this feeling? Struggling against a deep sense of unease, Sonny shivered and turned to the black waves, his hand reaching for the hilt of the sin of solace. Just as he did, the water parted and someone, appeared from below it. Sonny froze, staring with wide eyes. His face paled terribly. There was a man walking out of the ocean, water flowing from his armor. He was tall, with a powerful build. His hair was dark, and his bloodless face was empty, not a hint of emotion hiding in his hollow eyes. Instead, there was something different in them, something vast, alien, and terrifying. The man slowly appeared from the water and took a firm step towards Sonny, looming above him like a hollow wraith. The empty stare of his glassy eyes fell down. Sonny's hand shook. Stunned, he tried to crawl back and whispered in a faint, trembling voice. V. Vern. Chapter 10-11 The Fall of Falcon Scott, 29. For a moment or two, Sonny's mind was empty. He crawled back, looking up at the familiar figure towering above him. Vern, it was Vern, there was no mistake. Or something wearing Vern's corpse, at least. His shadow was much more vast and dreadful than a human's shadow was supposed to be. The hollow gaze of the dead master pursued Sonny, his face still and unmoving like a mask. Behind him, the dark waves stirred, and more figures rose from the water. Men, women, dozens of them, hundreds even. They marched forward like an army of the dead, silent and emotionless, their eyes drowning in darkness. All their shadows were wrong. The people of Low 49 that Sonny had left to die. He recognized all of them, staring at the undulating surface of the ocean in horror. The terror. Strangely, it was the contemptuous laugh of the cursed sword that shattered his paralysis. Look, lost from light, your sins have come to haunt you. Sonny shuddered, coming to his senses. What sins, you bastard? I did everything I could to save them. The insidious voice laughed again, then whispered, its hissing words falling like drops of poison. Weakness is also a sin, you pitiful worm. It is the greatest sin of them all. Sonny snarled, then rose to his feet and froze for a split second, thinking feverishly about the situation. After chasing the tyrant, he was now behind the city. There were tall cliffs between the ocean and the northern wall of Falcon Scott, so nothing could escape the shore without being torn to shreds by the defensive armaments. Granted, most of the First Army forces were currently concentrated on the southern side of the wall, fighting against the devouring cloud. The port fortress was nearby, though, and defended by its own garrison. Bloodwave and the Awakened of the House of Night were also there, protecting the anchored ships and overseeing the loading of the refugees. 1,000 enthralled corpses were not going to put a dent in the defenses of the port. As for the terror itself, just as that thought flashed through Sonny's mind, he saw something that made his blood run cold. There, behind the slowly advancing figures of the drowned residents of Low 49, the black water seethed and boiled, releasing even more thralls. Nightmare creatures, thousands of them, were rising from the waves, all moving with the same silent, harrowing dispassion. He took an involuntary step back, then steeled himself and raised the sin of solace. The terror's thralls could not be allowed to reach the port. Hundreds of thousands of refugees were currently there, with even more already on the ships. Thankfully, the elevator platforms leading to Falcon Scott were empty. The evacuation stopped briefly on account of the devouring cloud. The defenders of the metropolis had also spotted the new threat. Powerful beams of light fell from above, illuminating the quiet horde. An instant later, a hail of bullets was supposed to tear into it. But it didn't. The spotlights moved on, as if not noticing anything. Instead of an obliterating onslaught of heavy rounds, all that came were a few sporadic streams of rifle bullets. The armaments on the wall of the port fortress were silent, too. Sonny felt a chill run down his spine. The hex. He did not get a chance to finish the thought. Vern suddenly disappeared, moving with much more speed than he had been capable of as a human. Sonny shifted, trying to deflect the incoming attack, but his reaction was too slow. A devastating blow sent him flying backwards, the breath knocked out of him entirely. He crashed to the ground and rolled, feeling cold numbness spreading through his chest. Curse it! He had been mistaken to assess the enemy's power based on how powerful the thralls had been before falling prey to the terror. Whatever the creature had done to them, had made them into, was much more dangerous than their former selves. You are a neglectful fool, aren't you? Struggling to inhale, Sonny gritted his teeth. Indeed, he was. He had already known that the hexed residents were capable of showing unnatural strength. Why would the slaves be different? If anything, their change would be greater. One master, 100 or so awakened, close to 1,000 mundane soldiers, several hundreds of civilians, and thousands upon thousands of nightmare creatures, all controlled and changed by the terror. With everyone seemingly blind to their existence. The situation was not good. Feeling true fear for the first time in a long while, Sonny forced himself to rise once again and look at the hollow-eyed horde. No, not everyone. Although most of the defenders seemed to be ignoring the terror's thralls, some were still firing their rifles. That meant that the creature's hex was not absolute. With so many residents around, it could only do so much. There was a restriction to its power, which meant that it could be defeated. There was a sound of metal scraping against stone behind him. Looking back, Sonny saw Dale approaching, his buckler raised and dripping with blood. His heart skipped a beat. Dale, do you see them? The heavily armored master turned his head slightly, darkness nestled in the slit of his visor. His voice sounded a little muffled. "What are you talking about?" Sonny's heart fell, but then Dale continued. "How would I miss thousands of creatures crawling from the ocean? Of course, I see them. Question is, why are the wall armaments still silent?" More and more nightmare creatures emerged from the water, flooding the shore. Sonny found Vern and shivered, noticing that the dead master was staring at him as well. "It's the terror of Low 49. The wretched thing is messing with people's minds. We need to." The hollow horde suddenly stopped moving. Thousands of heads turned in unison, countless empty eyes all staring at a single point. "Sonny," he shivered. "I guess it recognized me as well." The horde rushed forward. Chapter 10:12, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 30. Across the city to the south, the majority of the First Army forces were fighting the devouring cloud. Even directionless, the gluttonous swarm still posed an existential threat to Falcon Scott. The sky was torn asunder by fire and explosions, countless brood beasts melting in that inferno as they threw themselves against the siege capital's defenses. Somewhere further south, far away, Sky Tide was once again engaged in a dreadful battle against the corrupted Titan, Winter Beast. And yet here, on the shore of the dark ocean, a new threat appeared, one that was perhaps no less dangerous than the devouring cloud. Worst of all, no one except for two masters and a handful of disparate soldiers seemed to be aware of it. Or so Sonny had thought. The instant the hollow horde surged forward, the port fortress finally came alive. Numerous turrets turned their barrels, unleashing an onslaught of bullets at the thralls of the terror of the depths. Bright beams of light once again shone on the shore, and several rail guns thundered, cutting rifts through the horde. Arrows and magical projectiles fell down like rain. The thralls had turned out to be too potent to be obliterated by the sudden assault, but they did slow down for a moment. Finally, some luck. Sonny prepared to launch himself into the mass of enemies, but Dale suddenly pulled him back. "What the hell are you doing?" The stalwart master glanced at him calmly, then shook his head. "There's no time for that. The real foe is the terror, not its puppets. You need to go, find Bloodwave, or someone from the House of Night at least. They need to find the creature and destroy it before it's too late." Sonny blinked. "What about you?" Dale turned to the advancing horde, lingered for a moment, and shrugged. "I'll stay and make sure that they do not breach the wall of the port." There were a lot of words left unsaid, but they both understood the implication. Dale was best at stationary defense, while Sonny was swift and elusive. Their roles were decided for them by that uncomplicated reality, and there was nothing to discuss. The heavily armored master took a step forward, raising his shield and mace. "Go, Sunless, don't linger." Sonny opened his mouth, then closed it without saying anything. Throwing one last glance at the figure of Vern, who was walking steadily through the hellish barrage of bullets without paying them any attention, he gritted his teeth and dove into the shadows. Behind him, the first of the thralls was already lunging at Dale, hollow eyes shining with the reflected moonlight. "Damn it, damn it, damn it." Swiftly gliding through the darkness, he soon reached the wall of the port fortress and scaled it, emerging from the shadows on the battlements. Here, a chaotic flurry of activity was boiling, soldiers and awakened feverishly sending rivers of bullets, arrows, and magic into the horde of thralls. On the other side of the wall, Sonny could see a large crowd of terrified refugees filling a large courtyard below. They had come here to board one of the ships and escape the doomed siege, but got stuck in the middle of the battle instead. Ignoring the grim sight, he ran across the battlement toward the citadel of the fortress. If he could not find what he sought there, he would proceed past the citadel toward the pier, and from there to the battleships, if need be. As Sonny ran, he looked around, hoping to see someone from the House of Night among the defenders. He got lucky sooner than he had expected. The wall of the port fortress had towers rising above it at set intervals, each serving as a bunker. As he passed through one of these bunkers, observing the complicated machinery of the rail gun housed within, he noticed a familiar figure standing near a targeting interface. Tall, handsome, with black hair that sometimes seemed inky blue. "Neve." Sonny dashed toward the Nightwalker, who looked up from the terminal with a surprised expression. "Sunless, what are you?" Sonny waved a hand, interrupting him. "Long story, are you free from the hex? Can you see the monsters?" He realized something, then looked around with a bit of confusion. Actually, never mind. How are all of you able to see them? Neve lingered for a moment. Nightwalkers like me have a high affinity to guidance and revelations. The ocean and its depths, too, so many of us were able to see through the hex. As for the rest of the garrison, they don't see anything. But they also don't need to, as long as someone provides them with the targeting data. Basically, they are shooting blindly in the direction where we point. Sonny froze for a moment, admiring the effective crudeness of that simple solution. Then his face darkened. On the wall outside the bunker, one of the soldiers suddenly lowered his rifle, remained motionless for a moment, then took a step forward and jumped over the parapet of the battlement, disappearing into the cold water below without a sound. No one seemed to notice his absence. "Where's Bloodwave?" Neve pointed north toward the pier. "Protecting the ships, why?" Sonny answered with urgency obvious in his voice. "This battle can't be won unless the source of the hex is destroyed. The terror of Low 49. We need to find and kill it. Staying on the defensive will only allow that fiend to propagate its influence throughout the city, killing countless people and growing its army. The House of Night and your saint are our best bet." The Nightwalker stared at him for a few moments. His tired face paled a little. "You want us to forsake the ships, dive into the ocean, and fight the terror in its territory?" Sonny simply nodded. "Exactly, and I'll dive with you too." Neve hesitated for a bit, then sighed. "Well, all right, follow me then. I'll take you to see my uncle." Sonny blinked a couple of times. "Wait, that's it. I thought I would have to persuade you." The Nightwalker gave him a strange look. "I was persuaded the instant you uttered this battle can't be won unless. That terror is one of the top targets anyway, so come, let's hunt the bastard down." Chapter 10-13 The Fall of Falcon Scott, 31. As Neve and Sonny made their way across the wall of the port fortress, the battle grew louder behind them. Sounds of screams rose into the air. Night sky and the battlements beneath them shuddered. Ignoring all of it, they rushed forward. As they ran, Neve yelled, "Have you ever fought in the water?" Sonny spared him a tense look, remembering the harrowing journey across the dark sea of the Forgotten Shore. The boat Nephis had built of demon bones did not survive till the end. "Once," the Nightwalker let out a nervous laugh. "How did it go?" Sonny gritted his teeth. "I'm alive, aren't I?" There was not much choice, anyway. Neve was probably the only ascended of the House of Night inside the fortress. The rest were protecting the battleships sailing across the strait. Bloodwave was going to need all the help he could get, so Sonny had to join the hunt for the dreadful terror. Plus, he wanted to. The abominable creature deserved to die, and especially so by his hand. Won't be easy, though. Sonny had a couple memories that would help him perform well underwater, but he lacked the experience of fighting in the depths of the ocean. Worse than that, shadow step and shadow manifestation would be nearly useless there. A shadow needed a solid surface to exist, and those were hard to find where he was going. Actually, Sonny was not sure how his aspect would function underwater. Much more distressing was the fact that he did not know a lot about the terror of Low 49 and what the abomination was truly capable of. The fact that it relied on mind attacks and manipulation suggested a lack of physical might, but even then, such things were highly relative when it came to corrupted creatures. Really, he was not even sure that the terror was of the corrupted rank. "What the hell am I doing here?" The Sin of Solace laughed, forcing him to grimace. It did not matter. Even disregarding the fact that he had a personal score to settle, the creature had to be destroyed to protect the city. "But what are you doing risking your life to protect that city? It's not like you, lost from light." Sonny did not really know how to answer, but he refused to let the voice of the sword distract him from the task at hand. They were already on the pier, moving swiftly to its end. Some distance away, two gargantuan battleships rested on the black waves. He looked around, not noticing the distinct figure of the enigmatic saint anywhere. "Where is Bloodwave? Is he aboard one of the ships?" Neve gave him a confused look as he took his midnight blue coat off. Beneath it was a black wetsuit, an armor memory already weaving itself from sparks of light. "What do you mean? He's in the water, of course, below the ships." Sonny blinked. "Oh, of course." He hesitated for a moment, then dismissed the puppeteer's shroud. Left wearing nothing but his underwear, Sonny shivered in the wind. His pale skin was painted black by the shadows wrapping around his body, and his lean muscles seemed like they had been cut from matte obsidian. He sighed, then summoned three memories. First, a large and beautiful white pearl appeared in his hand. Sonny lingered for a moment, then placed it on his tongue and closed his mouth. The essence pearl would allow him to breathe and see clearly underwater. Then a piece of an icy blue crystal inlaid in a frame of dull metal appeared, hung around his neck on a black string, the memory of ice. Using two charms at once would consume essence faster, but Sonny had to protect himself from the lethal cold of the winter ocean. It was only possible to augment one at a time with the underworld armament trait of the marble shell, so he chose the blue crystal. Lastly, a harness made of a fisherman's net wrapped around his torso, the nimble catch. With that, Sonny was more or less ready to dive into the water, at least physically. The only problem was that he needed both hands to swim, but that was easily remedied by fastening the sin of solace to the nimble catch. The harness was very handy in that regard. With the jade blade strapped safely behind his back, Sonny walked over to the very edge of the pier and glanced at Neve. The Nightwalker was already clad in a light armor that seemed to be made of black seaweed and nacre shell. A pale smile appeared on Neve's face. "Ready?" Sonny stared at the tumultuous dark waves beneath them and shook his head. Then he jumped. The ocean grasped him in a cold embrace a moment later. Sonny almost panicked, a deluge of unpleasant memories instantly surfacing in his mind, but then discovered that he could breathe normally despite being surrounded by water. That calmed him down a little. The essence pearl had a strange effect. Sonny could breathe through his nose as if he was standing on solid ground, and there seemed to be an invisible barrier preventing the salty water from flowing up his nostrils. Additionally, the active enchantment of the charm allowed him to see clearly through the dark expanse of the ocean, as if he was wearing a diving mask. He was also cold, but not terribly so. It seemed that the high elemental resistance of the marble shell, augmented by the shadows, was enough to protect him from freezing to death. Adding the memory of ice on top of that turned out to be overkill. Sonny dismissed the blue crystal, relieved to save some essence. Not too bad. A moment later, Neve plunged into the water beside him and swam nimbly forward and down. Sonny had learned how to swim during his wilderness survival lessons back at the academy, and practiced it a few times on the forgotten shore. And yet, one glance at the scion of the House of Night made him feel embarrassed. The Nightwalker moved through the water with great speed and ease, looking like some kind of graceful aquatic creature. It almost seemed as if he was more comfortable in the water than he had been on land. Maybe he was. Sighing inwardly, Sonny followed. His movements might not have been as natural and graceful as Neve's, but with the frightening strength of an ascended devil and the help of the nimble catch, he found himself more than capable of keeping up. They dove deeper into the dark water, soon reaching the ships. Sonny felt a tremendous shadow floating silently, below, a few moments before he saw it. There in the darkness, a monstrous killer whale was waiting, watching them with giant blue eyes. Chapter 10:14 The Fall of Falcon Scott, 32. 10:14 The Fall of Falcon Scott, 32. Sonny had seen Bloodwave in his bestial form once from afar, but up close, the Saint of Night was much more terrifying. The creature he had transformed into looked somewhat like a killer whale, its hide black and white, the lines of its body smooth and predatory. However, it was much larger than any mundane beast had any right to be. There was a patchwork of ugly scars covering its hide, and steel armor encasing its long fins, edges sharp like blades. Its enormous eyes glowed in the darkness of the ocean with blue light, full of willpower and intelligence. Even knowing that the giant killer whale was actually a human, Sonny couldn't help but feel tense in front of the great predator. Since the beginning of the siege of Falcon Scott, Bloodwave had rarely shown himself. He mostly remained underwater, protecting the anchored ships and fighting those nightmare creatures that would try to attack the city from the depths. Army Command did not dare leave the port fortress and the vulnerable vessels without a defender. And yet today, that was exactly what had to happen. While Sonny stared at the mighty Saint, Neve glided forward and then hovered in front of the killer whale's snout, keeping himself in place with barely noticeable movements of his arms and legs. The tall master looked tiny beside the giant creature. Huh. Sonny realized that he did not know how to communicate with others underwater. He couldn't really speak or even open his mouth unless he wanted to lose the essence pearl and suffocate. There was probably a system of signs one could learn, but he had not done that in advance. The world was silent. Not quite. Actually, the ocean was full of sounds. They were just strange and muffled, reverberating through his bones as if he was hearing them with his entire body. The noise of the battle above was like a low, all-encompassing, distant roar. Sonny knew that sound was supposed to propagate very far in the water, but had no tools to distinguish and interpret what he heard. Nevertheless, the Nightwalkers seemed to possess some method of sharing information. A few moments after Neve approached Bloodwave, the killer whale shifted slightly, staring into the depths of the ocean. His pupils narrowed. Then a strange thing happened. The eyes of the great predator remained clear and blue, but the water itself seemed suddenly tinted dark crimson around them. Sonny felt extremely uncomfortable, as if Bloodwave did not like what was happening at all. Then the sensation passed as swiftly as it had appeared, and the ocean was normal once again. Neve turned around and beckoned for him to come closer. Struggling against the instinctual fear of large predators, Sonny swam toward the monstrous killer whale. Once he got close, there was suddenly a familiar voice in his ears. "My uncle agrees, we have to kill the terror." Sonny stared at the Nightwalker silently. Neve tilted his head a little. "Oh, you can't speak. Well, there's nothing to discuss anyway. All the available information about the creature was already given to us by Tyrus of White Feather. We can only attack the terror and do our best. How is your resistance against mind attacks?" Theodem Sonny made a fist and raised his thumb. He doubted that any master had better mental defenses than him. Plus, he was already inoculated against the terror's hex. The Nightwalker nodded. "Good, taking our awakened into the depths would just mean giving the creature more puppets to control. The three of us will have to hunt alone. Once we discover the terror, Bloodwave will lead the charge, while our task will be to support him. Maybe we'll even survive, who knows? Are you ready?" Sonny shrugged, which was an awkward thing to do underwater. "Then follow me." Neve swam even closer to the great beast, gliding parallel to Bloodwave's back. Reaching the dorsal fin that stood tall like the mast of a ship, he grabbed onto a small depression in the armor encasing it, and gestured for Sonny to do the same. "Great, I'm going to ride a damned saint into the depths of a damned ocean." Cursing his fate, Sonny followed the Nightwalker's example and latched himself to the killer whale's fin like some sort of hitchhiker fish. He could feel a vast, powerful heartbeat somewhere below him, and a mighty presence that was beyond all mundane senses. Neve's voice resounded once again in his ears. "Don't let go, unless you feel like the pressure is too great for you to handle. I don't know how deep the terror hides and how deep you can dive. Sorry, Sunless. You'll have to learn how to traverse the abyss fast and on your own." Before Sonny could think of an answer, even though he could not relay it, Bloodwave suddenly moved. His great body lunged forward with stunning speed, and a powerful current almost threw Sonny off the fin. He grabbed tighter to the steel armor, feeling how strange it was to be able to breathe freely despite the rushing water. Neve stretched a hand to support him, but then brought it back, seeing that there was no need. This is. Riding a giant killer whale into the dark depths of the ocean was perhaps not the strangest journey Sonny had made, but it was definitely up there with the weirdest of them, especially considering that the whale was actually a saint of the great clan Knight. The whole situation would have been comically surreal if it wasn't so dreadful. A terrible enemy waited for them at the end of this journey. Bloodwave journeyed away from the shore, submerging deeper and deeper into the watery abyss. The world around them was ruthlessly cold and absolutely lightless, eerily similar to the sky below of the Chained Isles, but much more frightening. In fact, that was not the only similarity. The deeper they went, the more Sonny felt as if something was pressing down on him. It was as if a titanic slab of stone was weighing on his body, making it harder to move and breathe. The feeling was not dissimilar to the torturous force of the crushing, and thinking of that analogy made him very, very uneasy. The crushing was capable of killing even saints, after all. He tried to control his breathing. No mundane ocean can kill a saint, and in terms of sturdiness, I'm not that far from one. Down and down they went. Chapter 10-15 The Fall of Falcon Scott, 33. 10:15 The fall of Falcon Scott, 33. The deeper blood wave descended into the vast, boundless, dark abyss of the ocean, the more disturbed Sonny felt, and he had already been deeply uncomfortable before taking the plunge into the shallows. There was nothing but emptiness and oppressive darkness both above and below them, stretching endlessly into the unknown. Even though Sonny could see through the water, unlike how it had been in the impenetrable darkness of the cursed sea of the forgotten shore, he was still distressed. The depths of the ocean were not a place meant for humans. They were its opposite. Coming here voluntarily was nothing but pure madness. I might have misunderstood the night walkers. They are all lunatics. He shifted slightly and glanced at Neve, who was holding tightly to the fin of the monstrous killer whale. The currents battered them, and the pressure was slowly growing unbearable. The scion of the House of Night was not exactly calm, but his unease was caused by the prospect of fighting a corrupted terror, not the watery abyss itself. Strangely, Sonny's feelings were reversed. The terror of Low 49 was a harrowing foe indeed, but he had faced plenty of those. The ocean, on the other hand, was an alien, unfamiliar, and fundamentally hostile space. It was abysmal in the purest sense of the word. Grimacing, Sonny pulled himself closer to Bloodwave's fin and waited. He did not know what exact means the saint was using to track the hidden terror. There was some pattern to his movements, but Sonny wasn't sure what it was. Sometimes, it felt as though the great predator was choosing the direction at random, but one thing remained constant. They were always moving deeper into the darkness. Neve had not spoken to him again, but there was also no reason to. Sonny briefly considered summoning the extraordinary rock to relay his thoughts, but then discarded that idea. He had nothing useful to say, and making too much noise could attract unwanted attention. Who knew what horrors hid in the dark depths beside the terror? At some point, he felt a coughing fit rising from somewhere in his lungs and nearly panicked. The last thing Sonny wanted was to drown because of the residual trauma caused by brushing against a nightmare gate. He gritted his teeth and concentrated on suppressing the cough, forgetting even his fear of the ocean in the process. That was why he almost missed the moment when the terror finally revealed itself. Hidden in the depths of the lightless abyss, an eerily beautiful creature floated in the vast and silent darkness. Feeling a slight tremor run through the enormous body of the giant killer whale and hearing its booming heartbeat change pace, Sonny looked into the distance. He shivered. From a distance, the terror looked akin to a strange, ghostly flower, a lily, perhaps, or a white lotus. Its pallid petals flowed and danced slowly in the darkness, some stretching for hundreds of meters into the empty abyss, some swirling around the small nebulous shape hidden in their center. The sight of it was both breathtakingly beautiful and deeply terrifying. The wide ribbons of white looked both like the petals of a flower and like the long tentacles of an ethereal creature, too alien to be described with words. When they got closer, however, Sonny discovered that they were neither petals nor pale flesh. Instead, he thought that he was looking at long stretches of white, flowing cloth. He did not know if he was right or how it even made sense. And that was not what Sonny was preoccupied with at the moment, either. There were other shapes surrounding the ghostly white blossom, hundreds of them. Drowned bodies surrounded it like a morbid barrier, humans, nightmare creatures, and things he could not name. They floated silently around the terror, unmoving, their empty eyes staring blindly into the darkness. Some had cloth petals wrapped around them like a burial shroud. The eerie scene made him shudder. The otherworldly beauty of it all only made the visage more appalling. There was a powerful presence emanating from the mass of billowing white cloth, one of utter horror and malice. Sonny felt that presence overwhelm him, making it impossible to look away from the terror, but also unbearable to witness it. He felt mesmerized, frozen, and paralyzed. That feeling was broken by another presence, though. Suddenly, the darkness around them seemed to become tinted red, and he felt a deep fury rising from within him. Sonny recognized that fury as something that was not his own, but instead belonged to someone else. Bloodwave. The Saint of Night was incensed, and whatever fear they might have felt was washed away by the murderous rage of the great predator. It almost seemed as though the cloth petals trembled slightly. In the next moment, the hundreds of drowned creatures all came alive, their hollow eyes turning to stare at them. Sonny uttered a silent curse and freed the sin of solace from its makeshift scabbard with his free hand. "Here we go, then." He felt Bloodwave's body move, and then a furious roar spread through the water like a fearless battle cry. The force of it was almost physical in nature, moving through the dark abyss like a devastating shockwave. The monstrous killer whale surged forward, and with him the ocean itself came alive. Powerful currents assaulted the pallid flower, throwing its ghastly defenders away. The crimson hue of the water became more apparent, and wherever it spread, Bloodwave seemed to gain even more speed, even more might. At the same time, the cloth petals exploded with motion, unfurling like long limbs, grabbing the thralls and throwing them forward. By Sunny's side, Neve glanced at him and outstretched a hand, a bone harpoon appearing in it. The Nightwalker smiled, indigo lights dancing in his eyes. "It's time." With that, he pushed himself off the fin and shot forward with incredible speed. A moment later, Bloodwave crashed into the moving barrier of hollow-eyed thralls. Chapter 10:16 The Fall of Falcon Scott, 34. 10:16 The Fall of Falcon Scott, 34. The monstrous killer whale snapped its jaws, savaging several massive nightmare creatures at once. Clouds of blood and pulverized flesh escaped from his maw like a red tide. Powerful currents of crimson water swirled around his massive body, ripping even more abominations apart. A dozen thralls were destroyed when the great predator rammed through them at dreadful speed. Armored fins moved, slicing bodies like giant blades. A split second later, Bloodwave shot past the barrier of flesh, leaving devastation in his wake. He continued forward, heading for the eerie flower of white cloth that was the terror. Neve and Sunny were left behind, though. Their task was to deal with the thralls and prevent them from attacking the saint from behind. How the hell do I do this? Fighting underwater was not at all like fighting on land. At this depth, Sunny felt as though he was constantly being pressed down by an immeasurable weight, both from without and from within. His ascended physique and augmented strength were enough to deal with it, but he still felt a strain considerable enough to demand adjustment. It was a lot like fighting while under. The effect of the crushing. More importantly, though, there was nothing to support him here. Usually, a fighter's might came from being grounded. Without the ground under Sunny's feet, his blows would lack power. They would also push him away with the same force that had been exerted on the enemy, making battle flow and positioning a nightmare. So he saw two ways to fight effectively. One was to grapple the enemy and use their own body as support, bringing combat to an extremely close range. He would be greatly disadvantaged in such a scenario due to the length of his blade. The other was to use acceleration and maneuvering to turn each of his attacks into a deadly charge. Sunny had a sinking suspicion that he would have to utilize both approaches today. Ahead of him, Neve clashed with one of the thralls, his harpoon shot forward, piercing the creature's head. The Nightwalker pushed it through all the way, then let go of the shaft, grabbed it again near the head a moment later, and tore the spear free. Then Sunny had no more time to observe the Nightwalker, forced to concentrate on his own enemy. A vaguely familiar abomination that resembled a grotesque mannequin of flesh lunged at him, its hollow eyes full of darkness. A menacing bone scythe cut down, threatening to split Sunny apart. He was somewhat certain that his skin would withstand the edge, but there was no point in taking the risk. The Sin of Solace moved to intercept the strike, much slower than he was used to, but still viciously fast. The jade blade easily cut through the scythe, breaking it, and then continued forward to sever the flesh mannequin from shoulder to thigh. The spell whispered into his ear, its voice unaffected by the heavy mass of water. "You have slain a fallen monster. Your shadow." With no time to listen to it, Sunny suppressed his revulsion and used the bleeding remains of the abomination to launch himself sideways. A moment later, a chitinous body barreled through the spot he had been occupying. 5 more were already closing in on him from 5 different directions. Sunny took a deep breath. This is not too bad. The situation was dire, but not as hopeless as he had expected. The greatest threat, the terror itself, was currently preoccupied with Bloodwave. The thralls, meanwhile, were numerous and much more powerful than they had the right to be. However, there was one factor working against them. Most of the thralls were no more native to the dark abyss of the ocean than he was. Their movements were purposeful, but a little bit awkward. Their initial assault was dreadful, but mostly because many had been launched forward by the long pieces of white cloth that swirled around and trailed behind the terror, behaving like the tentacles of a giant monster. Now that their momentum was spent, the thralls were much slower and less maneuverable than Neve. And Sunny, too, thanks to the nimble catch. An awakened would have been torn to pieces in an instant, but the two masters found themselves at a certain advantage. More than that, Sunny realized that his aspect was not as useless underwater as he had thought. There were no shadows around him to manifest. But that was only because he could not compel living shadows to obey him. Of those, there were plenty. Shadows required a surface to exist, and each thrall's body was a surface. Each of the thralls possessed a shadow, which allowed Sunny to sense their movements even if he did not see them. It also allowed Sunny to use Shadow Step, as long as the abomination was large enough. As 5 thralls lunged at him, Sunny swam forward, dodged the claws of an especially large nightmare creature, and dove into its shadow, appearing on top of the chitinous monstrosity that had missed him a few moments earlier. The Sin of Solace plunged through the thick carapace, instantly killing the abomination. "You have slain a fallen beast. Your shadow..." Sunny almost grinned. So many fragments. He pushed himself off the convulsing carcass, narrowly escaping the cloud of blood, and looked up just in time to see Neve clashing with another thrall. The bone harpoon once again struck first, beheading the hollow-eyed creature. However, this time, the Nightwalker was a split second too late to dodge the incoming attack. Even though the thrall had lost its head, the creature's tail still flew forward, carried by momentum and inertia. The long, vicious spike at the end of the tail struck Neve square in the chest, easily piercing the nacreous shell armor and plunging deep into his body. Then it emerged from his back. Sunny's eyes widened. But then something strange happened. The Scion of the House of Night seemed to ignore the terrible wound. And in fact, there was no wound. Instead, it was as though Neve's body had turned into liquid. The spike pierced that liquid and then flew out of the master's side without leaving a trace. A second later, Neve turned solid once again, already. Adai attacking the next thrall. His movements were swift, graceful, and flowing. Sunny tore his gaze away and lashed out with the Sin of Solace to deflect a blow from a hollow-eyed thrall. Onita. Behind them, Bloodwave had finally reached the beautiful, harrowing white blossom. Chapter 1017, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 35. 1017, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 35. The monstrous killer whale cut through the crimson darkness, descending upon the ethereal blossom of flowing white cloth. His mouth opened, revealing a palisade of terrifying fangs. His blue eyes had turned deep red, glowing like spotlights and full of murderous intent. As the great predator approached, the pallid flower exploded with movement. The shorter petals swirled, creating a barrier of white cloth around the small, unclear shape hidden in their center. The longer ones, which had been drifting gracefully on the currents, suddenly contracted and shot forward like tentacles. Bloodwave roared. Powerful currents surrounding his body churned, surging forward to meet the petals. He dodged nimbly, continuing to move forward as his jaw closed on one of the white tentacles. There was no blood, no torn flesh, and no crushed bone. It was as though the petal was indeed nothing but white silk, and damaging it was like cutting a piece of lifeless cloth. Sunny did not see much of what happened after, because he had his own problems to worry about. There were just too many thralls around him, all powerful enough to pose a serious threat. Even with most of them assaulting the port fortress somewhere far away and above, the Terror's drowned guard was enough to kill him and Neve 10 times over if they were not careful enough. Damn it! Propelling himself forward through the dark water, Sunny collided with a hideous creature made of iron and bone. The Sin of Solace passed through the abomination's body, cleaving it apart. However, the next thrall was already upon him. 2 human hands wrapped around his throat, trying to rip it open with dreadful strength. Sunny's skin turned hard as stone and resisted the pale fingers, but he still found himself being strangled. Using shadow sense to perceive the shape of the enemy, Sunny slashed back with the jade sword, severing both of the arms. Tearing the cold hands off, he twisted and kicked back, pushing himself and the thrall away from each other. His adversary was hindered and maimed, but not eliminated. And more were already closing in. This is not going to work. He was doing well for now, but death was only one mistake away. Sonny relied on his superior speed and maneuverability to slay the thralls, which meant that the moment he was immobilized or stalled, the tables would be turned. He was not a stranger to fighting with everything on the line, but not in an environment as strange and unfamiliar as the depths of the ocean. It was far easier to make a fatal mistake in a place the rules of which he did not know. Sonny willed himself to swim forward, then hesitantly turned onto his back and looked in the direction where Neve was battling a throng of abominations. The Nightwalker moved with ease and graceful precision, navigating the dark waters like a creature born in and for the depths. He certainly knew the rules. An idea slowly formed in Sonny's mind. He adjusted his battle strategy in order to always keep Neve in his sight, earning a few shallow scrapes as a result. Sonny was a talented fighter, possessing combat intelligence on par with the best of the best. He had plenty of insight into the underlying laws of conflict, and much better than that, his mastery of shadow dance allowed him to read most of his opponents like an open book. And that was exactly what he had been doing throughout this battle, like most of the battles of the Antarctica campaign. There were too many thralls around to truly grasp all of their patterns, but their rudimentary battle styles were also crude and unsophisticated. Sensing the movements of their shadows for a few moments was enough to gain a shallow, but sufficient level of understanding. However, that approach might have been the wrong one today. So instead of trying to shadow his enemies, Sonny concentrated his will on trying to shadow his ally. Neve's battle style was much more complex, profound, and refined. In terms of scope and sophistication, it was up there with the most intricately designed combat arts Sonny had witnessed, as expected of a scion of a great clan. That style was not something that he could learn in mere seconds, or even several minutes. But even the few minor insights Sonny did gain were already enough to qualitatively change his performance. So that's how you do it. The lessons he learned from using shadow dance to study how the Nightwalker moved were not anything grand, but they were extremely valuable. What better teacher could there be than a man supposedly carrying the lineage of Storm God, the god of the depths? It was all about how his body related to the water and how the water related to his body, how to position himself to cut through it unimpeded, and how to use the mass of water for his advantage. Shadow dance, and the harsh training Sonny had put himself through to master its first steps, made both his mind and body extremely malleable and adaptable. That was why he was able to quickly put what he had just learned into practice. Changing minute details of how he moved, which muscles he strained, and the timing of sending targeted impulses of essence to reinforce them, Sonny was suddenly able to navigate the dark abyss much more freely. He felt more in control of his environment now, working with it instead of against it to achieve his goals. A massive nightmare creature lunged at him, its claws missing the target by a few centimeters, just as Sonny had planned. He cut into the abomination and at the same time circled around it, using the carcass to hide from the next enemy. A moment later, the second thrall was dead, too. Good. But then there was even more Sonny could do by fusing his unique abilities with what he had learned from Neve. Using the feather of truth to make himself lighter or heavier, he could float up or plummet deeper like a stone. Using Shadow Step, he could jump between the large abominations. He could even turn incorporeal and cling to their bodies as a shadow. If he used all of this smartly, the ocean would not be as inhospitable. In fact, it was even a little liberating. Being able to freely move in 3 dimensions instead of just 2 opened up all kinds of neat tricks he could pull. The only limit was his intellect, cunning, and imagination. Get ready, bastards. Brandishing the Sin of Solace, Sonny cut through the dark water to meet the attacking thralls. A pale smile appeared on his face. Chapter 10:18 The Fall of Falcon Scott, 36. 10:18 The Fall of Falcon Scott, 36. Sonny and Neve fought against the drowned guardians of the Terror, while Bloodwave assaulted the eerie flower of white cloth itself. From what Sonny could see, and he rarely got the chance to glance in that direction, embroiled in a furious and lethally dangerous battle of his own, the corrupted creature and the saint were at an impasse of sorts. The Terror did not seem to have a lot of physical power. His graceful petals possessed a harrowing strength, of course, but not enough to threaten the transcendent in his bestial form. Not all saint transformations were those of beasts, and out of the ones that were, not all possessed overwhelming physical might. But Bloodwave certainly did. The monstrous killer whale attacked again and again, and the pallid blossom avoided his teeth and fangs again and again. Its shorter petals danced, making the terror glide away, moving in irrational and mesmerizing patterns. The sight of it was eerily beautiful. Its longer petals, though some of them hundreds of meters long, slithered through the crimson darkness like white tentacles, battering the great predator and trying to wrap themselves around his enormous body. Nevertheless, Bloodwave did not seem hindered. A few of them were already torn apart, swathes of billowing white cloth drifting silently into the dark depths. Some distance away from the two clashing giants, Sunny and Neve were feverishly battling the legion of hollow-eyed thralls. The cold abyss was littered with blooming clouds of blood and sliced remnants that floated around them like a morbid veil. Almost 100 abominations had already been slain, but twice as many still remained. Curse it! The Nightwalker was a good partner in this battle, perhaps even the best Sunny could have hoped for, and yet he still missed his shadows. Granted, neither would have been of much help in the depths of the ocean. Stone Knights were not exactly the best divers, and neither were horses as far as he knew. Sunny, meanwhile, had grown somewhat confident about fighting underwater. He had managed to learn a few things by observing Neve, and understood how to deal with the unbearable pressure by borrowing from his experiences with the crushing. Everything was going well. Sunny decapitated another thrall, then spun, bringing the sin of Solace in front of him. A creature that had been hidden by a cloud of blood suddenly lunged forward, only to impale itself on the jade giant. He had sensed its shadow long before the abomination appeared in view. His lungs were burning, which was a concerning thing when one was deep, deep below the surface of the ocean. However, Sunny knew that it was just a sign of physical exertion. The Essence Pearl was still supplying him with a steady stream of air to breathe, and although he felt tired, that tiredness was nowhere near being debilitating. With every kill they made, the number of thralls attacking Sunny and Neve diminished. They had already survived the assault of the full 300, so fighting against the remaining two was much more manageable. And it would only grow more manageable soon. So why do I feel so uneasy? Sunny shivered, allowing himself to drift down for a brief moment. Indeed, despite the fact that they seemed to be prevailing, his heart was growing heavier with each kill. It did not make any logical sense, but nevertheless, Sunny's intuition seemed to be telling him that he was missing something. But what? There was not much time to think between the clashes with the abominable thralls, mostly because Sunny had to spend that time observing the dark waters around him and frantically calculating how and where to move in order to survive, as well as put himself in position for the next attack. And yet the longer the battle went on, the more it felt as though something was not right. What is it? He would have said that it was too easy, but it was not. Fighting hundreds of menacing thralls underwater was one of the hardest and most demanding battles he had the misfortune of going through in the southern quadrant. Sunny was not only pushing his limits, he had ventured well past them, going so far as to learn an entirely new dimension of combat. Even then, it was barely enough to keep him alive. Perhaps it was the fact that the terror of Low 49 had yet to launch a devastating mental assault on them, or pull some other diabolical trick. Not that it was not already doing more than enough. In fact, the powers that the pallid blossom wielded were truly harrowing. It was controlling thousands of thralls that laid siege to the port, spreading its hex through the garrison of the fortress, and the First Army soldiers manning the northern section of the wall, puppeteering hundreds of abominations that sought to kill Sunny and Neve, and fighting a powerful saint, all at the same time. It was just that Sunny had expected something more. The bitter defeat he had suffered at Low 49 left a mark on his heart. Although he did not want to admit it, the truth of the matter was that Sunny was afraid of the terror. Was that fear irrational? The marble shell gives me high protection against mental attacks. It is currently an ascended attribute, one rank below the terror, but it is also augmented by my shadows. Bloodwave and Neve. I don't know what tools they have to defend their minds, but anyone from a great clan has to have a great arsenal of memories at their disposal. Maybe the truth was just that simple. The three of them were too tough to be affected by the terror's greatest weapon. As he dispatched another thrall and briefly met Neve, the two of them grasping hands to propel each other in different directions. The sin of Solace sighed. Such a fool! Sonny grimaced, raising the jade giant to meet another enemy. He had grown accustomed to the cursed sword striking at all his deepest insecurities, the lack of education and intelligence, mostly emotional, being one of them. However, why had the sin of Solace spoken now? What was I thinking about? The three of them being highly resistant to the terror's most powerful means of attack. And before that, about how many things the creature was doing at the same time, from fighting Bloodwave to controlling the assault on the port fortress. He continued to slay one thrall after another, becoming more and more distracted by the feeling of impending doom. His intuition was almost screaming now. I don't get it, damn. Sonny tore through a group of abominations, gritting his teeth. Luckily, there were much fewer of them left, so he had some space to think. Because of that, a random thought found its way into his mind. I wonder how Dale is doing. Then he froze, which almost cost him an eye. Dale and the other defenders of Falcon Scott must have obliterated a lot of the thralls on the shore by now. And here in the depths of the ocean, Sonny and Neve had killed their share as well. Theodem and the Terror, which had been spread thin, controlling all of them, was freed from the burden of commanding the thralls. With each of its puppets the humans destroyed, the creature was gaining back the ability to concentrate all its powers into a single point. Suddenly chilled to the bone, Sonny turned around to see the battle between the Terror and the Saint. But he was a few moments too late. Chapter 1019 The Fall of Falcon Scott, 37. 1019 The Fall of Falcon Scott, 37. Some distance away, the ethereal flower suddenly swirled, its beautiful petals billowing outward like a current of white silk. Ghostly tentacles of flowing cloth shot toward the charging saint, too swift and insidious to dodge. As Sonny watched in fear, Bloodwave's head became enveloped by the silk, his glowing eyes disappearing from view. The body of the monstrous killer whale shuddered, moved weakly, and then grew strangely still. Gods! He saw something much more frightening as well. Two of the longer petals were already flying through the dark abyss, approaching Sonny and Neve. They were fast. Fast, inescapable. He had no time to dodge or even react. There were no thralls close enough to hide in their shadow and not enough time to try and swim away. All Sonny managed to do was slash forward with the sin of Solace. The jade blade met the white petal, cutting through the cloth. A small piece of it drifted away, but the petal was not slowed down at all. It seemed to unfurl into a vast expanse of billowing silk, surrounding Sonny from all sides. Then he was wrapped in the cold whiteness, encompassed and immobilized by it. The feeling of smooth satin brushing against his naked skin made Sonny shudder. Damna Tiond. Then the world grew still. The dark abyss of the ocean disappeared, replaced by an eternity of fluttering white cloth. His exhaustion and fear disappeared, too. His memory, foresight, awareness, intent, and resolve were gone. His mind was empty. Sonny vaguely remembered having thoughts, desires, and hopes, but those words seemed senseless now, their meaning unfathomable. In fact, the word he had used to describe himself, Sonny, was meaningless, too. What a strange one it was. Surrounded by billowing silk, he sensed movement. There were shadows moving around him. He was moving, too, being drawn closer to the largest one. With each passing moment, his sense of self was dissolving more and more. Soon, it would be gone completely. And then something new, something old, something darker, something, waiting, was going to take its place. He felt at peace with that. He felt empty. The emptiness was comforting. There was just one thing blemishing the peaceful white flawlessness of the empty satin world. A sinister, mocking voice. It whispered into his ear, gloating. Here we go, a pathetic end for a pathetic fool. Spurred by the hateful voice, his own voice, Sonny suddenly remembered. Lost from light. That was his name. That one memory unlocked all the rest like a key. What is going on? He struggled against the white cloth enveloping his body, but it was hopeless. The terrifying understanding flooded his mind, making him remember what had happened and what was happening. What was probably about to happen. Sonny's consciousness was strangely split. one part of it sensing the reality of being dragged through the mass of water by one of the terror's petals, the other still lost in the endless expanse of billowing silk. He could feel a boundless alien presence encroaching upon both, seeing through his eyes, thinking his thoughts, and hungrily wanting for more. Its progress was slow and labored, but inevitable. Sonny tried to fight against the harrowing invader, throwing all of his willpower into a fierce assault, but it simply shattered against the vast, ancient, malevolent enormity of it like glass. It's not good. His thoughts were slowing down. Suspecting that fighting the terror in the mindscape was a futile endeavor, Sonny tried to free himself from the physical bonds instead. However, his arms were pressed tightly against his body, and the white cloth refused to part before the blade of the sin of solace, like the flesh of other nightmare creatures usually did. He wasn't going to cut through it while only being able to move his wrist a tiny bit. Curse it! Sonny could vaguely sense the shadows of Neve and Bloodwave some distance away from him. It seemed that he was the only one trying to struggle against the terror's petals. Both were probably still mesmerized. Why was he not, then? The sin of solace and possessing a true name might have helped, but it could not have been the only reason. Bloodwave was the enigmatic saint's true name, as well, and yet the monstrous killer whale was motionless, silently drifting on the currents in the dreadful embrace of white silk. Which meant that this small degree of awareness was probably the result of Sonny's unreasonably high resistance to mental attacks. Even though he now shared his head with the terror, a part of his mind was still fighting against it. What good was it, though, since Sonny could neither free himself nor stop the creature from replacing his very self? As he was drawn closer and closer to the beautiful blossom of white silk, he could feel himself growing, insubstantial. With each moment, his thoughts became less his own. His eyes stared at the silken veil moving on their own, as if something else was looking through them. Finally, Sonny felt true horror. He had been scared before, but never like this, sensing something else take possession of his body while utterly helpless to resist the slow dissolution of his will. It was the realization of all his deepest, most guarded fears. And it was being done by the terror of Low 49, the hateful, abominable creature that had already defeated him once. Full of dark resentment, Sonny gritted his teeth and summoned two memories. That much he could still do, at least. One was a small lantern cut out of obsidian. The other was a fearsome mask of black, lacquered wood, with vicious fangs and three sharp, twisting horns. Weaver's mask, Sonny had not called upon it in a long time. It frightened him as well, almost as much as the terror. Trying not to think about what he was about to do, Sonny activated the single enchantment of the shadow lantern, commanding it to devour all light around it. There was no light to devour in the dark abyss, but that was not what he wanted. What he really wanted was for the divine memory to gobble up as much of his essence as it could. The shadow lantern burned through most of the essence Sonny had in the time it took the white tendril of silk to bring him to the pallid blossom. There was very little of it left, now. Sonny felt like his mind was almost gone. Struggling to wrestle control of his face from the terrifying presence, he forced himself to grin. He wanted that smile to be menacing, but all it ended up being was weak and scared. A pity. He sensed a vast shadow that was full of harrowing wrongness looming close, and thought, "You wanted to see through my eyes? Well then, look." With that, Sonny reached into Weaver's mask and activated its second enchantment. Where is my eye? Chapter 1020, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 38. 1020, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 38. Sonny had never even thought about using that deadly enchantment after the first time. Back then, moments before falling into the sky below, he had activated it out of sheer desperation. His gamble had paid off, but it almost cost him his life. Where is my eye? Allowed the wearer of the mask to gaze upon the tapestry of fate in all its harrowing glory. The endless, beautiful eternity of twisting threads transfixed all existence, stretching infinitely in every direction, as well as into the past, present, and future. It connected everyone and everything like an inconceivable, unknowable web. Weaver might have been capable of witnessing the great tapestry, but mere mortals like Sonny were not. A single moment of looking at fate had almost caused his mind to collapse. If his essence had not run out after that single moment, he would certainly have been killed, his head exploding in the most violent fashion. Luckily, he had gotten off easy by only experiencing unimaginable pain and pure agony, the memory of which still made him shudder. The terror was very welcome to try doing the same. As the last of Sonny's essence was disappearing, causing him to experience painful backlash, the inconceivable sight of the great tapestry of fate superimposed itself through and above the world. It was as stunning, breathtaking, and utterly overwhelming as he had remembered. However, funnily enough, Sonny saw the beautiful threads differently this time. To him, they seemed like nothing but chains now. Granted, he did not linger trying to look, only catching a small glimpse of the cosmic tapestry. Prepared for what was to come, Sonny used a little but rather devious trick. His consciousness was still split between reality and the illusion of the endless expanse of billowing white silk that the terror had created to mesmerize its prey. So, Sonny made himself blind to the actual world, concentrating entirely on the illusory realm of pure whiteness. That was why the terror, who had almost stolen his body and was now looking upon the world through his eyes, was the only one to gaze upon the harrowing infinity. Sonny felt the white silk enveloping him quiver, as if the pallid blossom was convulsing. Even though his head was full of splitting pain because of that one short glimpse of the strings of fate, his weak smile finally turned into a real grin. "Look well, wretch." A split second later, his essence ran dry and the deadly enchantment deactivated. The tapestry of fate disappeared, and Sonny suddenly found himself freed from the alien presence devouring his mind. Or rather, it was still there, but now stunned and writhing in pain. The physical binding of white silk that wrapped his body had come a little loose, as well. Not wasting a single moment, Sonny used that slack to thrust his hand forward. The tip of the sin of solace pierced the wall of the cloth prison and then moved upward, cutting a vertical rift in it. A second later, he sliced the white petal open and burst into the dark water, incredibly happy to be in the oppressive embrace of the dark ocean once again. Sonny hastily studied his surroundings, knowing that he did not have much time. Witnessing the tapestry of fate had not killed him as an awakened monster, so he doubted that it would kill a corrupted terror, if that was truly what the dreadful flower of silk was. In any case, the creature would most likely not stay stunned for too long. Currently, the pallid blossom seemed to be seizing, its petals contorting in grotesque convulsions. The graceful harmony of their eerily beautiful dance had been broken, replaced instead by chaotic and jittery movements devoid of any logic. The thralls appeared to be pained and disoriented too. Looking at the agony consuming the abominable creature, Sonny became even more convinced that fate was something that only gods were meant to see, or maybe no one at all. If even a corrupted abomination of great and terrible power was reduced to a convulsing mess, what hope did mere humans have of withstanding the sight of eternity? Shrugging off his own pain, Sonny glanced briefly at Neve and Bloodwave. They seemed to be showing signs of life, but had not even begun trying to free themselves yet. Chances were the terror would come to its senses before they ever could. He had to finish the battle himself. Gripping the hilt of the sin of solace, Sonny propelled himself forward. He fought against the weakness that had been left behind by draining all of his essence, pushing his body through the water as fast as he could. The nimble catch had turned into a useless piece of net, its active enchantment silent. Luckily, the enchantment of the essence pearl was a passive one, so he could still breathe. His muscles and his lungs were burning by the time he reached the white flower. It had only been a dozen seconds or so, but the convulsions of the billowing petals were already growing weaker. Feeling cold terror grasp his heart, Sonny gritted his teeth and dove into the mass of white silk. His goal was the small shape hidden in the center of the petals. Swimming between the dancing swathes of white cloth, Sonny could not shake the feeling that he would be caught again at any moment, that his mind would be devoured, and his will would be replaced by something alien and vile. Nevertheless, he pushed forward. After an eternity of fear, he finally reached the heart of the pallid blossom. And there he saw. Sonny froze for a moment. In front of him was a shape wrapped in white silk. He could see the vague contours of a human body, desiccated and short in stature. It was feminine and small, almost delicate. Pressed tightly against the wrappings, a hint of a face could be discerned. 2 hollow pits where eyes should have been, and a larger one of a mouth that seemed to be open in a silent, eternal scream. A cold understanding suddenly dawned on him. Looking at the expanse of white cloth extending from the wrapped body, he realized that what he had thought to be a flower was not a flower at all. It was simply a great burial shroud of white silk, its sleeves and draping drifting in the cold, dark water. Sonny lingered only for a split second, then grabbed onto the desiccated body, coming face to face with it, and drove his sword through its heart. A strange, sorrowful sensation overwhelmed him for a moment. Then the white cloth around Sonny suddenly exploded with frenetic motion and soon grew still. In the silence that followed, the spell whispered solemnly into his ear. "You have slain a corrupted terror." Chapter 10:21, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 39. 10:21, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 39. The voice of the spell resounded in the boundless darkness of the ocean, making Sonny shudder. "You have slain a corrupted terror, Sibyl of the fallen grace. Your shadow grows stronger." As the veiled body drifted down, wreathed in billowing white silk, one last whisper brushed against his ears. "You have received a memory." The terror was falling down, deeper and deeper into the cold abyss. Sonny spared one last glance at the pallid blossom of the great burial shroud, knowing that it would be consumed forever by the dark depths soon. Then he turned away and tiredly pushed himself in the opposite direction. Sonny was not in great shape. His mind was slowly recovering from the dreadful mental assault, but his head was in the throes of a splitting headache thanks to catching the smallest glimpse of the tapestry of fate. His body felt weak and feverish, still suffering from the backlash of draining all of his essence. There were the remnants of the trauma caused by touching a nightmare gate as well. Sonny felt like he was about to cough his lungs out. Holding it back was not an easy task. And yet, a hint of dark, somber glee still managed to overcome the cold numbness that encompassed his battered mind. "I did it. I killed that vile thing." In the end, he ended the terror with his own hands. The stain of their disastrous first meeting had not been erased, but his failure at Low 49 was, vindicated now, somewhat. Or rather, it would be if he managed to return to the surface alive. Which, looking at the dark expanse of the ocean around him, Sonny was not sure that he would be able to do. Curses! The terror, Sibyl of the fallen grace, was dead and drifting lifelessly into the lightless depths. However, its thralls had not perished with their master. They seemed directionless and sapped of power, but there were still almost 100 of them left. In his current state, and especially without the active enchantment of the nimble catch, Sonny did not count his chances against the creatures as high. A dark grimace contorted his pale face. "Essence, I need essence." Even knowing that it would not be enough, Sonny dismissed Weaver's mask and the shadow lantern. A tiny stream of essence fell into the arid desert of his drained soul and was instantly consumed by his body. The feeling of weakness diminished a little, but not nearly enough to change the situation. The thralls were already coming to their senses, their hollow eyes peering through the mass of dark water at Sonny, Bloodwave, and Neve. Some had begun moving in their direction, full of murderous intent. Bloodwave and Neve. Sonny glanced at his companions, hoping against all hope to see them up and about. Neve was still stunned, drifting listlessly on the currents. The saint, however... As Sonny watched, the monstrous killer whale flinched, then jerked his head sideways. The span of white cloth still wrapped around it slid off, revealing the great beast's glowing blue eyes. For a moment they seemed disoriented, but then sharp intelligence shone through the fog of confusion, obliterating it. An indignant growl escaped from Bloodwave's mouth as he gazed at the drowning remains of the terror and the approaching swarm of the liberated thralls. The saint lingered for a moment, then moved his giant body and shielded Sonny from the enemies with its bulky mass. The enormous jaws snapped, pulverizing the fastest of the approaching nightmare creatures. Then, the killer whale surged forward to meet the rest of them. In the next couple of minutes, a one-sided massacre took place in the dark depths. Sonny realized in the first few seconds that his participation wasn't required. Instead of getting in the way, he swam closer to Neve, grabbed him, and dragged both of them further away from the boiling battlefield. Sunless. The Nightwalker's voice sounded weak in his mind, but he was conscious, at least. Sonny nodded, then turned the two of them so that Neve could see his uncle obliterating the thralls. After a few seconds of silence, he heard the Nightwalker's voice again. "What about the terror?" Sonny thought for a moment, then dragged his finger across his throat. "Osgood." The two of them watched silently as Bloodwave tore the 100 abominations to shreds. Watching a saint in action was a sobering experience, to say the least. Sonny shuddered at the thought of having to battle someone like that directly. And yet, the terror of Low 49 had dealt with the fearsome Transcendent, only to end up being dealt with by Sonny. So, don't get a big head now. Sonny was all but certain that Mordred had already killed a saint. However, knowing how diabolical that fiend was, that clash might not have been a direct battle either. On the other hand, Sonny could easily imagine the Prince of Nothing doing exactly that and crushing a Transcendent in a straightforward fight, somehow, in order to terrify the rest of his enemies and break their wills. Would Sonny be able to do the same? T have no reason to find out. He had no desire to kill saints. If anything, Sonny wanted to have more of them around. The more, the merrier. The position of the First Army in eastern Antarctica was much better than here, in this godforsaken hell, and the Second Army was already on its way. However, the chain of nightmares was far from being over. Who knew what would happen in the coming months? It had taken Bloodwave no more than 2 minutes to annihilate the thralls. Sonny had thought that the saint would rest for a bit after having to fight a corrupted terror and its minions, but the great predator did not waste any time. Returning to where Sonny and Neve were floating, he studied the two masters with one of his giant glowing eyes, then shifted slightly. The tall fin that they had ridden into the depths was now right in front of them. Sonny helped Neve find a handhold, then tiredly clutched the steel armor himself. Time to go back. The pallid shape of the slain terror had long ago disappeared from view, devoured by the lightless depths. The mangled corpses of the thralls still drifted around them, slowly being carried away by the currents. Ignoring them, the giant killer whale bellowed and surged forward. This time he was moving up. Chapter 1022, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 40. 1022, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 40. On the way back, Sonny couldn't help but retreat inside himself. He did not know what was happening on the surface, whether the port fortress still stood, whether the devouring cloud had breached the walls of the city. The very idea of a world outside of the cold, dark, muted, oppressive abyss of the ocean seemed strange and distant. Chances were, he would have to fight again as soon as Bloodwave delivered them under the walls of Falcon Scott. However, Sonny was too tired, both physically and mentally, to care. He just wanted to forget about everything and rest, at least for a short while. Luckily, the killer whale seemed to be moving much slow. As they ascended from the depths. That most likely was done for the benefit of Sonny and Neve. Even though they were masters, they were still fundamentally humans. Neither would have died from the decompression sickness, but it could do a lot of damage to their already strained and battered bodies. Actually, Sonny was not sure if he was even susceptible to the bends, considering how strange and tenacious his blood was. However, he welcomed the short moment of respite. Somber and unchanging, the dark ocean remained the same as they retreated from its cold depths. The only difference Sonny could feel was the slow, gradual lessening of the pressure that weighed on him like a slab of stone. With each minute, his body seemed to become a little lighter, and breathing was a little easier. He closed his eyes, allowing the cold currents to carry him. Right, there was a memory I should, probably, study it before we return to the battlefield. Sonny was in no shape to fight, but he might have no choice but to join the battle soon. He had to use any advantage there. He summoned the runes and watched as they shimmered in the darkness, slowly forming into coherent shapes. Before turning his attention to the memories, he briefly checked the list of shadows. Both Saint and Nightmare seemed to be alive. Relieved, Sonny let out a mental sigh and looked up. A new set of runes appeared at the end of the list of his memories. Memory Shroud of Graceless Dusk. He lingered for a moment. That was the second memory in his arsenal, named after a burial garb. Was the spell trying to insinuate something? Too apathetic to care, Sonny shrugged and continued to read. Memory Rank Transcendent. Memory Tier VI. Memory Type Armor. He closed his eyes again for a moment. A transcendent memory of the 6th tier was the strongest he had ever received after slaying an enemy. Of course, it was. since Sybil of the Fallen Grace was the strongest enemy he had ever slain. There was the spawn of the vile, thieving bird as well, but Sonny did not really consider that victory a true, honestly earned kill. In any case, the Shroud of Graceless Dusk had to be an extremely potent memory. And it was an armor, too, something that he desperately lacked at the moment. Lucky. Somewhat encouraged, he opened his eyes and looked back at the runes. Memory description Sibyls were the heralds of the gods and conduits of divine grace. Many mysteries were known to them, and so were many truths. There was one being, though, who knew much more, the graceless caitiff, demon of dread. He knew every truth there was because he knew everyone's fear, even that of the gods. And so, seeking salvation from the end, the Sibyls abandoned the mortal realm and guided their people on a long and arduous journey. They led them far away, across the lands consumed by war, to the tomb of Ariel. There they found solace, safety, and shelter. In time, the voices of the gods grew silent one after another, leaving behind only a vast and dreadful silence. That was how the Sibyls embraced the estuary, and that was how they fell. Sonny frowned. That guy again. By now he was all but certain that the region of the dream realm where the chain of nightmares had originated, and the black pyramid hidden within, had something to do with Ariel, the demon of dread. Was the pyramid really his tomb, then? How would a demon die, and who would build him an opulent grave? And what did the great river that allegedly flowed back in time have to do with any of that? Its estuary was mentioned in the description of the stifled scream as a place where a dreadful secret had been hidden. Was this the same estuary? The Sibyls had been, apparently, some sort of oracles that received revelations from the gods. Once the gods died, those revelations obviously stopped. The timing didn't really make sense, though, because the tomb of Ariel had seemingly existed long before that. Mysterious. With a tired sigh, Sonny tried to ignore the myriad of questions and turned his attention to the enchantments of the graceless dusk. There were no less than 6 of them. Enchantments: blessing of mind, blessing of soul, blessing of spirit, blessing of flesh, sublime silk, blessing of dusk. Somewhat invigorated, he studied the descriptions. Blessing of mind enchantment description. This memory enhances one's mental acuity. Blessing of soul enchantment description. This memory enhances one's rate of passive soul essence replenishment. Blessing of spirit enchantment description. This memory enhances one's ability to endure and recover from mental fatigue. Blessing of flesh enchantment description. This memory enhances one's ability to endure and recover from physical fatigue. Sublime silk enchantment description. This memory is woven out of sublime, mystical silk. It is impervious and possesses a beautiful splendor. Blessing of dusk enchantment description. This memory carries the blessing of dusk. Last Sibyl. L of the estuary. The wearer can establish a mental connection with another being to hear their voice and thoughts or make their own be heard. Sonny blinked a couple of times and then apathetically dismissed the runes. Well, I'd say it's a jackpot. The Shroud of Graceful Dusk was an incredible memory, indeed. Its value was only increased by the fact that all but the last of its enchantments were passive, a rare case for memories of the higher ranks. The silk garment would enhance Sonny's thinking, passive essence regeneration, as well as make him tire less and recover from fatigue faster. He would also be able to communicate with other people, or maybe even creatures, telepathically, which was an incredibly valuable ability. If there was one thing about the graceless dusk that made Sonny feel a bit regretful, it was that it did not seem to be oriented toward battle, and instead gifted the wearer with great utility outside of it. That was not too strange, since there were a lot of armor-type memories like that. Still, a transcendent one, even if it was made of fabric instead of steel, would not be too shabby. And he was already thinking about how to use the blessing of dusk to cause savage mental shock to people. Sonny had plenty of harrowing experiences to share through a mental link. As he thought about that, the temperature of the ocean surrounding him subtly changed. Looking up, Sonny could see dim lights through the mass of water. They were approaching the surface. Chapter 1023, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 41. 1023, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 41. Sonny crawled onto the shore and lay on the cold stones of the pebble beach for a bit, breathing heavily. It was incredibly nice to lie on solid ground again, but at the same time, his body felt heavy and cumbersome. A part of it had to do with spending some time in the depths of the ocean, and a part of it was simply because he was still tired and low on essence. Curse it! He had enough sense left, at least, to let one shadow slide off his body and take a look around to make sure that there were no enemies in his immediate vicinity. There were none, at least not close by. There was only Neve, who seemed to be doing a little bit better than Sunny. The Nightwalker took a few deep breaths, then slowly sat up. We actually made it. Gods, I really did not expect to live through this one. He glanced at Sunny, receiving a vague gesture of confirmation. Sunny shared the feeling. Neve grasped his shoulder for a moment, then asked with a hint of morbid curiosity in his voice. How did you manage to kill that horror anyway? Such a devastating mental attack. Even Uncle failed to resist it. Sunny remained motionless for a few seconds, pushed himself off the ground with a tired groan, and glanced at the Scion of Night somberly. Spitting out the essence pearl, he then grimaced and said, I guess it was just fate. That fiend was fated to die by my hand, and so fate helped me kill it. Neve smiled weakly, then looked away. Never took you for a fatalist. That was when a third figure rose from the water. Bloodwave walked onto the shore, his eyes glinting with shades of deep blue and indigo. Drops of water were rolling down his smooth, ebony skin, contours of steel muscles clearly visible under it. The saint remained silent for a few moments, looking into the distance. Then he sighed and suddenly disappeared. A strong gale threw a scattering of pebbles into the air, making Sunny cover his face with his hand. What is that speed? He lowered his hand and looked in the direction where Bloodwave had dashed. Slowly, his face grew still. No. Neve's voice sounded defeated. The shore around them was empty. Here and there, a few dead nightmare creatures lay on the ground, their blood steaming in the cold. Snowflakes were dancing in the air as they fell from the empty sky. There were no brood beasts in sight, and the roar of the distant cannonade was much quieter than it had been when they left. All good signs. However, the illusion of peace was destroyed when one saw the port fortress that loomed some distance away. A large section of its wall was torn asunder and collapsed, and most of the lights that had illuminated the battlements were now dark. There was movement in the breach, silhouettes who looked like people walking between the rubble with unsteady steps. Beyond that, Sunny could see nothing else. Remembering the sight of the vast crowd of frightened refugees cowering in the courtyard, he felt his heart turn cold. The battle was over, at least. Otherwise, Bloodwave would have already been rampaging among the remaining abominations. The ships anchored near the fortress were intact as well. Whatever damage had been done to the port did not reach them. Sunny stood up with a stagger, then dismissed the essence pearl and the nimble ketch. Black threads surrounded his body, soon turning into the gray fabric of the puppeteer's shroud. Glancing at the crestfallen Nightwalker, he said evenly, "Let's go." The two of them slowly made their way to the fortress. As they approached, more details became visible. The bodies of the thralls littered the ground, mangled and torn apart. There were much more of them here than there had been protecting the Terror, thousands of them, all slain despite their dreadful power. It seemed that the defenders of the fort had not surrendered even a single meter of the approach without making the abominations pay a steep price. Sunny saw nightmare creatures of all kinds among the felled thralls, some of them large enough to make him shiver. There were human bodies among them, as well the former residents of L049, who had finally found their final resting place thousands of kilometers away from the distant research base. Perhaps they would have been glad to lay on solid ground again, as well, instead of floating endlessly in the lightless abyss of the ocean. When Sunny and Neve walked closer to the breached wall of the fortress, they saw the bodies of the First Army soldiers among the dead thralls, too. Mundane humans awakened. There were too many of them to count. Sunny felt a bitter feeling grasp his heart. This was a part of his victory as well. He had been proud, gleeful, and elated after killing the hateful, corrupted Terror, happy to receive a powerful memory. However, his victory was made possible because most of the creature's drowned guard had been drawn away by the defenders of the port. While Sunny was fighting the Sibyl in the depths of the ocean, these men and women were dying here on the shore to give him a fighting chance. That did not diminish his accomplishment. However, it did put it in perspective, cruelly so. Suddenly, Sonny remembered something Master Jet had told him once, years ago, while driving him to the gates of the academy. No one can survive in the dream realm alone. The waking world, it's no different from the dream realm these days, is it? Maybe it never had been. Passing between the soldiers that were walking among the bodies, recovering the dead humans and hopelessly searching for wounded survivors, Sonny climbed the rubble to enter the breach and looked at the courtyard of the fortress that was revealed behind it. The refugees were alive, pressed against the opposite wall of the yard and pale with terror. There was a light barricade built to shield them from any potential enemy, with soldiers vigilantly standing guard behind it. The battle seemed to have been the most fearsome just beyond the breach. An actual mountain of corpses was piled up where the defenders had made a desperate last stand, refusing to let the thralls reach the civilians. Sonny descended into the courtyard and looked around forlornly. He found Vern's body soon. The enthralled master was laying on his back, staring at the sky with empty, glassy eyes. His ribcage, shoulder, and skull were crushed by some devastating blunt weapon. He was finally and mercifully truly dead. Dale was laying nearby, too. Sonny almost failed to recognize the irregular captain without his bulky armor. The memories, of course, had disappeared after the owner's death, and because the body was terribly mangled. However, the insignia of an ascendant of the First Army could still be discerned on the bloodied sleeve of his bodysuit. Gritting his teeth, Sonny took a few steps forward and kneeled near the mangled body. He did not really know what to do. The wind was picking up, making him shiver. Sonny remained silent for a while and then said quietly, "You. Rest well now, Master Dale. You did well. Your nightmare is over." Chapter 1024, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 42. 1024, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 42. The second week of the siege was over. A few days ago, the devouring cloud had been eliminated. The terror of L049 had been slain on the same day as well. More people had been evacuated. More people were being evacuated still. The siege capital still stood, firmly in human hands and mostly unbroken. Sonny was in a familiar office in the underground government complex, the same one where he had met the rest of the irregular officers before the siege started. The office was much the same, with only the image projected on the false window changed. It was still showing the view of the city, only now there were fewer people on the streets. The blizzard was picking up again, too, so the visibility wasn't great. There was also one more vacant chair. There were currently only 3 people inside, Sonny, Jet, and Winter. The 3 of them were not enough for the large room, so it felt painfully empty. Winter's eyes were hidden behind her sunglasses. This was the first time Sonny saw her after the day of the battle with the devouring cloud. He hesitated for a while, then forced himself to say, "Dale, he was a good man." She turned her head slightly and stared at him for a while. Probably. Sonny could not really see where she was looking. Eventually, Winter sighed and briefly touched her forearm, where an edge of a tattoo could be seen peeking out from beneath the rolled sleeve of her bodysuit. "It's all right. I knew that the fool was going to get himself killed eventually. There were 6 of us at the start, you know." She grew quiet for a bit, then shook her head. "Back at the academy. Then there were only 2 of us left after the second nightmare, and now there's just me. I'll probably be dead soon, too. No regrets, though, as long as it's for a good cause." Her voice sounded as laid back as usual, but Sonny could sense a bit of strain in it. "I'm sorry." Winter smiled. "If you're really sorry, little devil, make sure to stay alive. You're too young and cute to die. Reaper, you too. I mean, you two try to stay alive, not that you're young and cute." Master Jet laughed. "Well, if you insist, I'll have to give it a try. Might be a bit problematic, though." They remained silent for a few moments, enjoying the relaxed atmosphere. All 3 had been fighting with very little rest in between combat shifts for the past few days, so this meeting was a bit of a reprieve, if nothing else. Soul Reaper sighed and glanced at her datapad. "I'll update you on the current state of things. Most of the information has been sent to your communicators, so take a look at it later. The important stuff is, the wall is still holding, but just barely. 3 breaches have turned into 5, as you must know. Army Command expects that we won't lose control of the defensive barrier unless something catastrophic happens, though." Winter raised a hand, interrupting her. What's the point of talking about it? Let's just get to the actual business. The priority targets? Hey, 2 out of 5 are dealt with. Sunny killed the terror while the brood mommy and brood daddy of the devouring cloud were done in by you, Sunny, and Mongrel. That's great news. What about the other 3, though? Master Jet lingered for a bit. Actually, that's why I called you in today. The Heart of Darkness seems to have disappeared, so we don't have to worry about it yet. Maybe that thing won't reach Falcon Scott before we retreat. Goliath, on the other hand, was supposed to show up yesterday. He has been moving very slowly recently, however, for whatever reason, so the time window changed. We should expect the big bastard to arrive tomorrow or the day after that. An uncomfortable silence settled in the underground office. Winter broke it by whistling. Speaking of something catastrophic happening, huh? Are you sure we can handle a Titan? Soul Reaper lingered for a while. Don't fret, Sunny and I will handle him. Saint Bloodwave agreed to come out of the water to assist too if we need him. He's not as powerful on land, but a transcendent is a transcendent. Overall, it seems like the situation is not entirely hopeless. The First Army has suffered heavy casualties in the past 2 weeks, true, but no more than Army Command expected. The evacuation is also only a little bit behind schedule. I'd say that as long as Tyrus continues to keep the winter beast at bay, we have a real chance of pulling this off. Sunny shifted in his seat. How is she doing anyway? Master Jet gave him a long look and thought before answering. Her voice was a bit wistful. Well, Skytide is doing fine. White Feather lost a lot of people during the battle with the devouring cloud, but her husband and immediate family survived. Roan will be out of commission for a couple more weeks, sadly. Coincidentally, the House of Night lost many awakened on the same day as well. The forces of the great clans here are diminished, but they still pack a bite. Their heavy hitters are all alive. Sunny let out a sigh of relief. He had been somewhat worried about St. Tyrus and Master Roan. It was good to hear that both of them were fine. Soul Reaper yawned, then put her datapad on the table and gave him a poignant look. Back to Goliath, though. How is that project of yours coming along? He stared at her for a moment or two. That depends. Have you gotten those memories I requested? Jet winced. No, there are a lot of sleepers that need to be armed, and a lot of memories being lost every shift with people carrying them dying before having a chance to transfer anything. I'll be able to receive a few in a couple of days, but we probably don't have that long. Sunny sighed, then gave her a bitter smile. That's fine. The project is all but finished. I have a few spare memories as an emergency replacement. It's just that I would have preferred not to waste them. Winter gave them both a curious look. Are you two talking in code? What project? What memories? You guys are not trying to buy a boat on the black market and sail into the sunset together, are you? Soul Reaper grinned. Just a little something Sunny has cooked up in that devious head of his to solve our Titan problem. I'll tell you if we have some free time today. She glanced the clock, the smile disappearing from her face. That said, you should go get to it, Sunny. Don't linger. Army Command has been known to make wrong estimations before. He nodded, then stood up and spared the 2 women one last glance. They were probably not going to see each other again until Goliath showed up, and maybe never again after. He remained silent for a moment, then smiled. We don't need to buy a boat on the black market, by the way. My Rhino is a fully amphibious vehicle, so it can take us over the strait no problem, as long as nothing swallows it on the way, of course. Anyway, if something happens, you are both invited, so. With that, he winked and hurriedly left the office. Once Sunny was outside, however, his smile disappeared and was replaced by an expression of focused concentration. This is it then, no more time to waste. Chapter 1025, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 43. 1025, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 43. Sunny followed the network of underground tunnels to reach the barracks, and then emerged from them near where the Rhino was parked. Breathing in the cold air, he spent a moment to enjoy the lack of desire to cough. The strange trauma he had received after touching the nightmare gate was all but gone now, and walked forward through the darkness. Snow was crunching under his feet. Weird, is this a good sign or a bad sign? The street illumination in the city often went awry because of the numerous gates outside and within the wall. Usually, the army technicians and civilian personnel would fix and replace the damaged components promptly, but this section was barely lit. No one seemed to have cleaned the snow in a while, either. Had the state of the city deteriorated to the point where no one bothered with these things anymore, or was it simply the result of so many people having already been evacuated? By now, only about a third of the initial 200 million remained trapped in Falcon Scott. Maybe the person assigned to maintain this small corner of the city was already safely across the strait, with no one to replace them. Perhaps it was both. Glancing at the dark sky, Sonny rubbed his face and walked toward the rhino. The last few days had been hectic. By all accounts, he should have been dead tired and on the verge of collapsing from sleep deprivation. However, Sonny felt fine. In fact, he felt rather great. His body was full of vigor and vitality, while his mind was fresh and focused. The reason, of course, was the shroud of graceless dusk. He glanced down, studying the transcendent memory. The graceless dusk looked like a simple tunic of fine, soft silk. He had expected it to be white, but to his surprise, the tunic turned out to be of a rich and beautiful black color, with intricate patterns embroidered along its collar, hem, and sleeve edges with silver thread. The hem reached just below his knees, while the sleeves ended at his elbows. The tunic was tied at the waist by an unadorned cord of black silk, and came with a pair of dainty shoes made of the same fabric, with a soft sole that was more suited for a well-tended garden than wilderness. Sonny enjoyed the fact that it allowed him to move around without making the slightest noise. The shoes only looked dainty, too. The black silk that the tunic and the shoes were made of was light and soft, but more durable than tempered steel. Sonny had tested how impervious it was, exactly, and was surprised to find out that the cruel sight could not pierce the thin fabric no matter how hard he tried. It did not burn, get wet, dissolve in acid, or suffer damage from any other elemental attacks he had at his disposal. Only the Sin of Solace managed to cut the black silk, and even then with a lot of trouble. Which was not to say that the graceless dusk could serve as a good suit of combat armor. The tunic itself left his forearms, shins, head, and neck exposed, while the soft shoes only covered his feet and ankles. Worse than that, neither were rigid. While the black silk was very hard to pierce, it did nothing to stop blunt attacks and concussive trauma. The marble shell could deal with that to some extent, but it was still not an ideal situation. However, Sonny did not really care. The graceless dusk did not make any noise and was extremely light, not constraining his movements at all. More importantly, the other benefits of the transcendent garment far outweigh its lackluster defense. The four blessings were a great boon, as well as the reason why he felt so invigorated despite the recent lack of rest and sleep. The blessing of flesh and the blessing of spirit made him tire much slower, both mentally and physically, while the time he needed to recover from fatigue was drastically cut. In the days after the battle with the devouring cloud, Sonny had only slept for a couple of hours at best, and yet he felt very refreshed and energized. The blessing of soul, meanwhile, boosted the rate at which his essence regenerated. That was an awfully pleasant and valuable benefit, especially here in Antarctica. Finally, there was the blessing of mind. That one was the strangest, but also the most powerful. The enchantment did not exactly make him smarter or more insightful, but it did make his mind more productive. It was as though there were several compartments within his head now, each capable of running a separate task concurrently, as long as it was not too demanding. That made simple calculations and analyzing clear information easier and faster. The effect was not new to Sonny, since he had been doing more or less the same thing for a long time in order to control his shadows. Lai was long used to perceiving and comprehending the world from several different viewpoints, which all but required him to sort of split his consciousness into several streams. However, after doing some research due to the graceless dusk, he had discovered that most people found such a task to be hard or even impossible. In any case, his already deviant ability to partition his mind and multitask was boosted even further by the blessing of mind. Needless to say, all of that was extremely useful when applied to weaving. With his mental capacity increased and his essence regenerating at a much faster rate, Sonny had finally been able to crack the case and turn the devil's needle into a memory. Ruthng, MRSONVN, YNTITL. He was not sure that he would have been able to achieve quite the same result without the boost provided by the four blessings. There was the fifth blessing, too. The blessing of dusk. This active enchantment was a very insidious one. It allowed Sunny to establish a telepathic connection with another person, or even several, to communicate with them through words and other, more crude means of sharing information such as emotions and vague images. Sadly, he could not simply read their minds, since the communications had to be intentional. That said, the recipients of the link were also unable to refuse it. If Sunny wanted, he could bombard them with the most gruesome and loud thoughts, causing something akin to a mental shock. Those with weaker minds were outright stunned, while those with resilience and discipline were at least bound to be disoriented. Of course, the first person Sunny had tried to communicate with telepathically was Saint. To his disappointment, the blessing of dusk did not work on her at all, probably due to the shadow's immunity to mind attacks. He still did not know what was going on in that beautiful onyx head of hers. And speaking of Saint. Entering the dark interior of the rhino, Sunny called the taciturn night forth. She stepped out of his shadow, the plume of her helmet brushing against the vehicle's roof. Suddenly, the massive APC seemed cramped and narrow. Looking up at his loyal devil, Sunny smiled. "Are you hungry? How about a late-night snack?" Chapter 1026, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 44. 1026, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 44. The graceful knight stared at him indifferently, not showing any reaction. The ruby jewels of her eyes glowed with menacing crimson flames, revealing no emotion. Sunny sighed. "Oh, come on, don't you understand what is happening? Just emote, please, it won't kill you, I think." Saint remained silent and as aloof as ever, causing his heart to ache. Cursing under his breath, Sunny looked away and summoned the runes. The shimmering symbols appeared in the air in front of him. Name Sunless. True name lost from light. Rank ascended. Class Devil. Shadow Cores 47. Shadow Fragments 2973 4000. Memories Silver Bell. Puppeteer's Shroud, Midnight Shard, Extraordinary Rock. Prowling Thorn, Endless Spring, Dark Wing, Moonlight Shard, Weaver's Mask, Broken Oath, Autumn Leaf, Cruel Sight, Covetous Coffer, Heavenly Burden, Memory of Fire, Memory of Ice, Strike of Thunder, Morgan's Warbow, Shadow Lantern, Bone Singer, Shadow Chair, Overpriced Saddle, Dying Wish, Sin of Solace, Bitter Cusp, Stifled Scream, Weaver's Needle, Essence Pearl. Nimble Catch, Shroud of Graceless Dusk, Siege Souvenir, Incessant Seeker. His shadow fragments were already closing in on 3,000. That was not the important part, though. Sunny studied the list of his memories with a pained expression, then looked down and concentrated on Saint's name. Shadow Onyx Saint. Shadow Fragments 196-200. He was so close. She was only 3.5 fragments away from saturating the counter. Sadly, there was no time to hunt for memories anymore. There was no time for Saint to slowly recover in his care in case she got wounded, either, which was why he had not sent her to defend the wall in the last couple of days. Sunny could have gone and begged for a few memories from people he knew, but there was no need. He had been prepared to fail to reach his goal on time. All it meant was that he had to sacrifice several memories of his own. The problem was that he cherished all of his memories. They were all useful in their own way. Some were integral to his battle prowess, some were a form of insurance for unexpected situations. The Dark Wing and the Heavenly Burden, for example, were far from stellar memories. However, he needed them in case there was no way to avoid an aerial fight. Other memories possessed useful accoutrements that he wanted to replicate one day. Some memories Sunny had outgrown, but was attached to them sentimentally. More than that, he hoped to pass them on to Rain should she become a sleeper. Really, there was only one useless memory in his arsenal, the Silver Bell. However, Sunny was reluctant to sacrifice it. That was the first memory he had ever obtained, and the first memory he had changed with sorcery. It was also a memento that reminded him of happier times. It's just a dormant memory of the second tier, too. Consuming it won't satiate Saint at all. Nevertheless, he had to sacrifice something. In the end, Sunny sighed bitterly and summoned 3 memories. A heavy kunai, a glistening gem made of polished red coral, and an arrow with green fletching appeared in front of him. The last one was the Incessant Seeker, an ascended arrow of the second tier he had received recently. It was as powerful as the Strike of Thunder, but possessed enchantments that guided it toward a single target and enhanced the damage dealt to that sole enemy. Which was a real boon. However, Sunny had many other ways to deal high damage to a single target. The second memory was the broken oath. As always, Sunny winced when its soul-eroding aura started slowly dissolving his own soul. LGHTNOVYLWRLD SOMSANBISRILIKIA It was a great charm that had served him well many times in the past, and synergized perfectly with Saint's immunity to soul attacks. Its power as an awakened memory of the first tier was not great, though. With the caliber of enemies Sunny was facing these days, it was like a drop in the ocean. Aside from that, Saint was mostly fighting alongside Nightmare now, and would hopefully be surrounded by more shadows in the future. The others did not possess the same immunity, which limited the usefulness of the red gem. The first memory Sunny summoned was the Prowling Thorn. He sighed again, looking at the kunai with regret. There was nothing wrong with the throwing dagger, and they had gone through a lot together, but it had outlived its usefulness. Sunny would have preferred to keep the Prowling Thorn simply for utility, but the situation demanded he let go of something. Sunny had already lost the Patient Avenger, and now he was going to lose 3 more perfectly fine memories. He felt as if his heart was bleeding. Waste, such a waste. He closed his eyes, and then handed the dagger, the gent, and the arrow to Saint without looking. Here, you eat these. Enjoy your meal. The graceful Onyx Knight silently took the memories and crushed them in her fists without pausing even for a moment. Hearing the dreadful sound, Sunny was stunned. She didn't even hesitate. Those were very precious, damn it. Opening his eyes, she saw 4 streams of radiant sparks being absorbed into the shadow's body. Then her eyes flashed with dark glee. The tune still T-tongue in the air, the counter showing. Shadow fragments 200-200. In the next moment, the shadow that existed where Saint's soul should have been suddenly rippled. The 4 dark embers in its depth shone with lightless radiance, and wisps of black flames rose from her armor. Sunny took a step back, mesmerized by the familiar scene. He had already seen it once, back when his taciturn knight ascended. In the next moment, Saint's figure was enveloped entirely by the black flames, making it impossible to see her. A powerful gust of wind blew through the interior of the rhino, both unbearable heat and chilling coldness assaulting Sunny at the satiny time. He blinked. Crap, maybe I should have done this in the Soul Sea. But there was nothing he could do now but wait. Nervous for his expensive APC, Sunny summoned a barrier of shadows to surround Saint. A minute passed in tense silence, then 2. Then something exploded within the barrier, shattering it easily and sending Sunny flying back. A wave of darkness rolled through the rhino, turning its interior into a mess and cracking its armored windows from within. The enormous vehicle shook and trembled, then grew still with a loud groan. Sunny scrambled back to his feet and stared at Saint, who was standing in the same spot, seemingly unchanged. However, the darkness dwelling within her was now much deeper and more frightening. Her onyx body was radiating a sense of vast, dreadful power, and the menacing crimson flames dancing in her ruby eyes were brighter. His shadow, now a transcendent devil, tilted her head slightly, looking at him with her usual indifference. But Sunny could feel a hint of emotion hidden behind it. Pride, satisfaction, gratitude. Slowly, a wide grin appeared on his face. Sunny brushed the graceless dusk, straightened, and looked at the menacing devil with a smile. Should I start calling you Saint now? Hut 10. Chapter 1027, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 45. 1027, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 45. His shadow was a transcendent now. Sunny found it hard to believe, even though he had been the one who made her transcendence possible. It was just that saints held a special place in human culture. They were the epitome of vast and unobtainable power. They were more demigods than people, enigmatic and awe-inspiring, so distant as to almost be ineffable. He was now a master himself, and on top of that, one of the strongest there was. But even still, a huge gap separated Sunny from someone like Sky Tide or Bloodwave, which he did not dare test. To think that a similar existence now served him, it was hard to comprehend. Saint's transcendence, without a doubt, marked a new chapter in Sunny's rise to power. Of course, it was unclear where the Onyx Knight was truly equal to the mighty saints of the human race. In terms of purely physical prowess, she was at least on par with them and most likely far superior. Her skill was outstanding, as was her talent and willpower. After all, Saint had always been outstanding. She often triumphed over adversaries that were much more powerful than her. But so were human transcendents. There was no such thing as an average saint. Each and every one of them were the absolute best of the human race, battle-hardened warriors of utmost talent, resolve, and ability, with thousands upon thousands of bloody fights under their belt. There was also one fundamental difference between humans and creatures such as his shadow. Humans possessed aspects, while creatures did not. Saint had just gained her powers, wielding elemental darkness to strengthen her body and her weapons. However, every human transcendent wielded a powerful aspect and was armed with several potent abilities, including the transformation. They were also all carriers of the nightmare spell. Simply put, Sunny did not know who would end up victorious if Saint fought a human transcendent. He had a feeling that, by herself, the Onyx Knight would lose. However, if she was augmented by his shadows, the result might be very different. Luckily, he had no intention of combating Saints anytime soon. Dismissing the shadow, Sunny sighed and spent some time cleaning up the mess her transcendence had made of the interior of the rhino. The APC was in a sorry state, but still functional. See, the day is only getting better and better. Or was it night? Here in Antarctica, it was always night, so sticking to the old notion of time was getting harder and harder. He made himself a late supper or an early breakfast and settled in the lounge area for a few minutes. After a while, his communicator made a familiar sound. It seemed that the siege capital's communication array had activated, as it usually did twice a day, sending packets of data to those with a bandwidth quota. Sunny looked at the new message with some relief. Rain was doing fine, it seemed. Her response was shorter than usual, but she was obviously not experiencing any symptoms of being infected by the spell. He had always been worried about his sister, and after observing so many mundanes being killed by the first nightmare here in Antarctica, and having killed many monstrous abominations their bodies had turned into, that worry only grew stronger. Sunny sighed. She's okay, she's safe. There is no reason for her to contract the spell to begin with, and even if she does, Serpent is with her. Sunny missed his serpentine shadow. It would have been tremendously useful during the Southern Quadrant campaign, considering how dire his need for essence had been from day one in this cold hell. Not to mention the versatile and powerful nature of Serpent's abilities. And yet Sunny had not regretted leaving it with Rain even once. Her safety took precedence, and he over my dead body. Well, obviously that's kind of a given. With that, Sunny forced a pale smile onto his face and picked up his communicator. Had many other ways to protect himself. If anything, experiencing the bitter hardships of the Antarctica campaign without the Serpent had given him an opportunity to learn how to manage his essence with utmost efficiency, as well as vastly improve his control over it. Thinking of his shadows, Sunny suddenly felt curious about their relationship to his class. Even though the sole Serpent was currently away, each of the shadows occupied one of his cores. Did it mean that he would only ever be able to control 7 of them at most? If that were the case, maybe the dismal rate at which he received echoes was not such a terrible thing. He might have been very upset if someone like Kurt, the awakened psychopath he had killed, in the waking world, prevented him from turning Nightmare into one of his shadows. That time, his dislike of the man and of the idea of owning human echoes had prevented Sunny from wasting fragments on the transformation, but he would have caved in if given a better opportunity. Or wait, would he have even been able to make Kurt into a shadow without losing Saint or Serpent? He was just an awakened monster back then, possessing only 2 shadow cores. I'm rambling. Sunny remained motionless for a few moments, staring into the distance. He was thinking about unnecessary things to distract himself from what was about to come. Goliath was approaching, the creature that had almost killed him once. The fallen Titan had already destroyed one siege capital, so there was a real chance that Falcon Scott would be destroyed by the abominable giant as well. Sunny and Jet were determined to slay the gargantuan creature of stone, but anything could happen. Even if their preparations worked, there was no telling what damage would be done to the city wall before the Titan perished, if he perished. This day might turn out to be the last day for many, many people, maybe even Sunny himself. He closed his eyes for a moment. Over my dead body, well, Obviously, that's kind of a given. With that, Sonny forced a pale smile onto his face and picked up his communicator. His response to Rain did not contain any of the grave worries that gnawed at him. Even though she was smart enough to read between the lines, Sonny made an effort to hide the ugly truth as well as he could. That was for his benefit, too. While writing messages to Rain, Sonny was almost able to believe in his own lies. Not knowing the truth was a solace. Chapter 1028, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 46. 1028, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 46. Sometime later, the members of his cohort approached the Rhino. Belle, Dorn, Samara, Kimmy, Luster. Walking inside, they froze for a moment, studying the upturned interior of the APC and the cracks in its armored windows with stunned expressions. After a while, Luster cleared his throat. Sir, what happened?" Sonny gave him a deadpan look. "I had a lady over, she transcended." The young man laughed nervously. "Ah, good one, sir." After that, he practically ran to the pilot's cabin to check on the internal systems of the Rhino. As Luster went through the diagnostics, he kept mumbling under his nose. "Gods, did he crash it into a Titan? This damage. Oh, my poor baby." Sonny shook his head and addressed the rest of his soldiers, speaking loudly enough for Luster to hear as well. "Prepare yourselves. Army Command is certain that Goliath will reach the city either today or tomorrow. In any case, we won't be leaving the wall until he does. This is going to be the big one, guys." His soldiers grew somber, their eyes full of calm determination. Sonny nodded. "Don't worry about the Titan himself. Colonel Jet and I will take care of the big bastard. However, Goliath is not going to show up alone. And judging by how Erebus Field fell, there is a big chance that the wall will be breached. I don't need to tell you how important it is to prevent the nightmare creatures from getting inside. However, if the situation becomes hopeless, be ready to retreat to the secondary line of defense within the city." He paused for a moment, looking at them with a serious expression. "Don't be stupid and die an unnecessary death. I need you alive. To fight tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, and the day after that. Dying might as well be considered desertion at this point. No one is allowed to die without my permission. Understood?" The members of his cohort grinned, then saluted. "Yes, sir." "Wouldn't think of it." "I'm scared of you way more than I'm scared of death, sir. I wouldn't dare." Sonny blinked a couple of times at that last one, then nodded. "That's great, let's go then." Soon the Rhino started and moved forward with some effort. They drove across Falcon Scott, where a lot of streets were now empty and a lot were unlit. Snow piled high in some areas, and in others, crowds of refugees were anxiously hurrying through the cold. Luster was stubbornly sticking to only the well-illuminated roads, for some reason, which made the progress a bit slow. The wall steadily grew closer and closer. Before they reached the secondary defense ring, however, Sonny suddenly ordered him to stop the APC. The young man looked back with a silent question. Sonny hesitated for a few moments, then said, "Wait for me here, I won't be long." With that, he left the Rhino and walked toward a familiar dormitory tower, which happened to be nearby. No one was cleaning the snow in front of its entrance this time. Sonny stood there for a minute or two, staring at the flimsy doors with a grim expression. Eventually, he sighed. "Even if the whole city is destroyed, this damned dormitory must remain standing. I'll make sure of it." With that, he turned around and stared. Ted walking away. When he did, however, he almost stumbled into someone approaching the dormitory. "Watch where you're going, Itty. Huh, Sonny." He sighed and looked up, noticing Bate and Professor Obel. They must have been returning from their own shifts, Bate at the volunteer center, the old man at the engineering wing of the government complex. The young woman blinked a couple of times, staring at him with surprise. Before Sonny could come up with something to say, she asked, "Aren't you cold?" He opened his mouth, then looked down at the thin silk tunic covering his body. Indeed, it did not look exactly like something a person should be wearing in the middle of winter. Sonny cleared his throat. "I'm not actually, elemental resistance, you know." Bate scoffed. "You're still a human, are you not? Put something warm on for spell's sake. I imagine fighting on the wall with a running nose is not a great idea. Ascended snot is still snot." He looked at her silently for a few moments, then suddenly laughed. Ah, yes, I am still a human, that's true. Thanks, I'll try to remember that. Professor Obel took a step forward, smiling. Were you on your way to visit us, Major Sunless? Come, come. There's no point in standing here in the cold. Sonny smiled, then lightly shook his head. No, I was actually on my way to start the shift on the wall. Army Command is expecting a big fight, so it's all hands on deck. Well, even more so than usual. In any case, make sure to remain inside and be careful in the next day or so. Things might get a little hectic. The old man nodded with a sigh. I see. Well, we won't keep you then. Please stay safe. He moved forward, but then paused and patted Sonny on the shoulder. Ah, maybe you'll stop by after your shift then. It's nothing much, but Bait received a bit of extra rations today. We are planning to cook up a feast for everyone who is still waiting for a ticket in our block. I will save you a portion. Sonny remained silent for one moment too long, then shrugged. Why not? It's a promise. He watched Professor Obel and Bait disappear inside, then slowly turned around and walked back toward the rhino. As he walked, the smile disappeared from his face, replaced by a dark, ruthless expression. Deep shadows nestled in his eyes. It's time to kill a Titan. What happened at Erebus Field could not be allowed to repeat itself. Goliath had to die, and Sonny was just the person to kill him. An eye for an eye, a death for a death. Sonny was a very petty and vindictive person, and the two of them, they had a score to settle. Chapter 1029, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 47. 1029, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 47. The winds were howling as they crashed into the colossal bulwark of the city wall. The soldiers of the First Army were shivering on the battlements, staring into the hazy mist of the blizzard with grim expressions. These were the lucky ones. The less fortunate were far below, on the ground, ready to defend the breaches with their lives. Because of the ugly rifts in the defensive barrier of the city, the logistics of the siege had become much harder. Today, it was especially so, since no one knew the direction from which the Titan was going to attack. Goliath could come from the south, marching across the ravaged landscape and shaking the earth with his every step. He could come from the north, emerging from below the dark waves to attack the port fortress first. For all Army Command knew, he could even crawl from under the ground. The scope of the Titan's abilities was still a mystery. That was why the defenders were dispersed along the whole perimeter of the wall, instead of congregating at one or several of its sections. However, Sonny and Jet, as well as their two cohorts of irregulars, had found themselves in a familiar spot, right above the main entrance of the siege capital, not too far away from the nightmare gate that had torn through the wall not too long ago. Sonny was sitting with his back against the alloy parapet, meditating. Soul Reaper was standing nearby, looking across the vast killing field, the landscape obscured by the veil of snow. Both were trying to ignore the whispers of the call. It was more than a bit annoying to have to deal with it on top of the sickening anxiety of waiting for the start of the battle. Sonny sighed, then looked up at Master Jet. His hair was getting in the way, so he brushed it aside. Before he could speak, she suddenly asked, "Why don't you cut it?" He coughed in embarrassment. "Oh, the thing is, mundane scissors and auto barbers stopped working on me. I should probably just use a sharp memory and cut it myself. Yeah, that's what I'll do one of these days." Jet looked away with a smile. "I know a guy back in NQSC. He's very in demand as one of the few awakened hairstylists around. There are many saints among his clientele, but if you want, I can get you a recommendation." Sonny laughed. "Sure, when we're back in NQSC." He remained silent for a few moments, then asked, "How sure are you that we'll be able to destroy Goliath?" Soul Reaper hesitated. "As long as you pull off your part of the plan, pretty sure. Bloodwave will step in if something goes wrong, too. It's a shame that Sky Tide is away fighting the Winter Beast again, but we should be all right without her." Sonny nodded. "I think so." However, Jet interrupted him by raising a hand. He grew quiet and raised an eyebrow. She looked into the darkness with a calm expression. "Listen." Sonny did so, hearing nothing but the wind and the stifled breaths of the thousands of soldiers surrounding them. Then, a muffled sound reached his ears from somewhere far away. Boom. And then, after a long and arduous pause, again. Boom. Sonny stood up, staring into the blizzard. Suddenly, he felt a chill creeping up his spine. He's coming. From a vast distance, the thunderous steps of the colossal giant were rolling over the world. Even though the soldiers could not see anything because of the raging snowstorm, the sound alone made them pale and grasped their weapons with trembling hands. Boom, boom, boom. Each one assaulted them, almost like a mental attack. Jet tried to contact Army Command, then cursed when the interference made it impossible. Calling out one of the messengers, she said tersely, "Inform the HQ that Goliath is approaching from the south. We need reinforcements here as soon as possible. Go." The pale-faced messenger saluted and disappeared from view, and then there was nothing for them to do but wait. By Sonny's side, the members of his cohort were preparing for battle. Everyone around was doing the same, and from the impenetrable white haze beyond the wall, the steps of the giant continued to boom, slowly growing louder, and closer, and much more frightening. Boom, and then, after a torturous span of silence, again. Boom. Sonny gritted his teeth, and on the battlement behind him, 4 shadows shivered. Hidden in the blizzard, Goliath was slowly approaching Falcon Scott. No one could see him, but the heavy steps of the Titan sounded like foreboding war drums. Soon, the ground started shaking with each of them. The tremors traveled through the alloy structure of the city wall, making it vibrate. Sonny felt his body growing stiff, as if paralyzed by the memory of being crushed and broken by the giant's foot. Humans could not really recall pain, but remembering the feeling of being hurt was very easy, especially if one was hurt terribly. He had almost died that day. He should have died if not for a couple of memories and a bit of luck. His body remembered being destroyed. Snarling, Sonny shook off the paralyzing fear and peered into the blizzard, hoping to see the hateful shape of the walking mountain. Instead, he just heard, boom, boom, damnation, boom, boom. Suddenly, the thunderous steps stopped. A moment later, a rift appeared in the wall of the blizzard, and for a few moments he could see far and wide. Sonny's eyes narrowed. Out there at the edge of the killing field, a giant creature stood in front of the mountains. Taller than the city wall by far, the Titan looked like a mountain himself. His vaguely humanoid body was broad and misshapen, made of uneven, weathered stone. He had 3 mighty arms and 1 enormous eye that stared at the soldiers of the First Army with an alien, cold, terrifying malice. The milky eye was completely white, having no iris and no pupil. Behind and around the Titan, a vast and dark sea of bodies was undulating as it flowed down from the slopes of the mountains. Nightmare creatures, a stunningly large horde of them, were following the fallen Titan. For a moment, the world seemed frozen. In that dreadful instant, Sonny forced himself to smile. All of it him coming to Antarctica, marching with the First Army across its cold expanse, surviving Low 49, clawing his way back north with a train of refugees. The long weeks of fighting at Falcon Scott had been for this moment. He looked at Goliath with murderous intensity. "Come here, bastard." In the next moment, as if answering his call, the giant stepped forward. Chapter 1030, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 48. 1030, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 48. As soon as Goliath took a step forward, and the wall vibrated under Sonny once again, he called upon Saint. By his side, Master Jet mounted the parapet of the battlement, clinging to it with one hand and ready to push herself away. In her other hand, the slender glaive weaved itself from snowflakes. The sea of nightmare creatures flowed forward, overtaking the marching colossus. The familiar thunder of discharging rail guns tore the snowstorm apart, and the turrets joined them a moment later, drowning the world in a roaring cacophony. A tall and graceful figure clad in onyx armor stepped onto the wall from the shadows. Instantly, her fearsome presence permeated the air, making soldiers turn around and crane their necks, staring at the menacing Black K. Night in fright, Saint's ruby eyes flashed with cold crimson flames. Someone yelled, "It's Mongrel. Mongrel is here. Thank the gods." Their calls rolled across the wall, and the soldiers that had been shaken by the terrible visage of the marching Titan regained some of their confidence. Even though Saint was dwarfed by the looming shapes of bulky MWPs, at that moment, she seemed much greater than the towering machines. "Show that ugly boulder who's in charge, Mongrel." As for Sonny, no one paid him much attention. Whatever fame he had earned among the fighters of the First Army paled in comparison to his flamboyant alter ego. After all, unlike him, Mongrel was a mysterious character. People were free to fill in the blanks using nothing but their imaginations, and the things they came up with were always much more fantastical than the truth. Well, at least the version of the truth about Sonny that he shared with the world. The actual truth was so outlandish that no one would probably believe it. Doesn't matter. Watching Goliath walk forward, Sonny summoned a very special memory, the one he had worked so hard to create, his payback gift to the stone giant. The siege souvenir. Suddenly, a very lengthy and sharp javelin appeared in Saint's hand. It was about 3 meters long, incredibly heavy, and entirely white. A sense of immense, wild, destructive power radiated from the white javelin, making even Sonny himself feel slightly uncomfortable. Of course, the javelin was the quill of the corrupted devil he had collected from an army warehouse a long time ago. The thing Sonny had spent most of his free time in Falcon Scott trying to enchant. The siege souvenir was now a transcendent memory, and a very special one at that. Several transcendent soul shards, as well as rivers of essence that formed numerous shadow strings, had gone into its creation. The difficulty Sonny had met was merely one of scope. Of all the enchantments he had learned, and 2355. Recreated before, that one was the vastest and most difficult. However, there was no alternative. The long javelin possessed only 2 enchantments. The first one was Death Dealer, which Sonny had copied from Morgan's warbow. Bestowing that one to the Devil's Needle had been hard, but also somewhat straightforward. The difficulty Sonny had met was merely one of scope. Of all the enchantments he had learned and recreated before, that one was the vastest and most difficult. However, there was no alternative. Death Dealer was the most destructive single-target enchantment in his arsenal, and so nothing else would have done. It was also extremely, dreadfully gluttonous in its consumption of essence. But not gluttonous enough as far as Sonny was concerned. That was where the second enchantment he had bestowed on the siege souvenir came in. That one had no name, because it was invented by him. Creating it was not technically hard, but required Sonny to teach himself an entirely new facet of weaving, as well as accomplish something he had never done before, not simply copy, but disassemble and heavily modify an existing enchantment. The enchantment that had served as the basis was the Unbroken of the Midnight Shard. It allowed the wielder access to a vast reservoir of power when at death's doorstep, as long as the wielder refused to surrender and kept fighting against overwhelming odds. Sonny was not interested in augmenting the javelin with additional power, nor was he interested in creating a limitation tied to how close someone was to death or their character. What he was interested in was the reservoir itself. After all, Death Dealer had to be powered by something. And so, Sonny had spent many, many arduous hours studying the weave of the Unbroken, trying to understand how it worked, what element of the tapestry of ethereal strings was responsible for which part of it, and how to isolate the effect he wanted to achieve, how to create a reservoir of power that could feed the siege souvenir from the inside. In the end, with the timely help of the graceless Dusk, he had succeeded in both of his undertakings. The white javelin was much, much longer and heavier than an arrow. In fact, calling it a javelin was somewhat misleading, since it was more akin to a projectile worthy of a siege engine. Nevertheless, it possessed the capacity to deliver the same devastating force as an arrow sent flying with the help of the Death Dealer, only at a much greater scale. A lot of power was needed to achieve that effect, much more power than anyone in Falcon Scott could have supplied in one go. That was why Sonny had enchanted the siege souvenir to possess an independent reservoir of essence and siphoned a sea of it into the javelin over the days. He had basically created an entirely new type of memory. Weak memories usually possessed passive enchantments that were powered by the ambient essence used to manifest the memory. Powerful memories usually possessed active enchantments that required the wielder to manipulate and spend their own essence in order to use them. The siege souvenir, meanwhile, possessed a dire enchantment that fed directly on the javelin's own essence. The result of his hard work was a tremendously powerful memory. It was so powerful, in fact, that only refined material harvested from a corrupted creature could withstand the dreadful enchantments. Anything less would have disintegrated under strain. Even then, the siege souvenir was bound to be a one-use memory. The quill of the corrupted devil was not going to survive the release of its own destructive power. There was one last hurdle to overcome to make use of it, though. Not just anyone could wield it. Even Sonny himself was not strong enough to make use of his creation in the intended way. That was why he had needed Saint to evolve. He needed a transcendent being to bring forth the siege souvenir's potential. And now he had one. Chapter 1031, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 49. 1031, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 49. Goliath walked forward, the world quaking under the weight of his steps. The sea of nightmare creatures was flowing past his titanic feet, and all around them the furious blizzard was slowly retreating, the winds dying down as pale starlight washed over the vast killing field. On the tall, broken wall of the city, thousands of turrets were roaring as they sent rivers of bullets into the attacking horde. The moonless night was torn apart by the glow of overheated barrels, the shine of swift tracer rounds, and the flashes of railgun rounds striking their targets in a conflagration of force, heat, and blinding light. A few of those heavy tungsten rounds had hit Goliath, only to disintegrate fruitlessly without leaving even a scratch on the stone hide of the menacing Titan. The soldiers of the First Army trembled as they joined the barrage, the mundane soldiers, the awakened, the towering war platforms, the few masters that were still alive after 2 weeks of the dreadful siege. On the ground near the breached sections of the wall, others were shivering as they craned their necks to stare at the approaching Titan. However, Sonny remained still. Closer, get closer. He was perhaps the only human in Falcon Scott who wanted the colossal giant to walk faster. The siege souvenir could only be used once, so he had only one shot to shatter Goliath's stone carapace. Standing indifferently by his side, Saint raised the long javelin and placed it on her shoulder. The four shadows moved, fusing with her onyx armor. It shone with black radiance, and the feeling of great power emanating from the graceful figure of the taciturn stone knight instantly became much vaster, much deeper, and much more terrifying. At the same, darkness flowed from Saint's gauntlet, slowly spreading across the length of the white javelin. Its whiteness was consumed, replaced by a lightless blackness. While the transcendent devil herself was augmented by the shadows, her weapon was now enhanced by the blade of darkness. There was the mantle of darkness as well, which made Saint stronger when surrounded by darkness and shadows. Sonny summoned the shadow lantern, allowing it to consume all surrounding light. Soon the three of them, Sonny, Saint, and Jet, were hidden from sight within a circle of deep shadow. Almost there, the fastest of the nightmare creatures, those that had survived the barrage, meaning the strongest and most vile of them, were already moments away from reaching the wall, separating into 4 wide rivers of flesh to attack the 4 breaches. Goliath, meanwhile, was a few steps away from crossing half of the killing field. Sonny looked directly at the hateful giant and prepared to give Saint the command. At that moment, however, something changed. The Titan's massive, malformed head turned slightly, and his sole eye stared back. Sonny shivered. There were thousands and thousands of humans on the wall, and all of them must have looked like mere ants to Goliath. However, somehow, it felt as though the Titan was gazing directly at him. The weight of that gaze was almost physical. No, it was much more dire than that. Sonny gritted his teeth, feeling a very bad premonition grasp his heart. What? Then the milky surface of the giant's eye quivered and slid away like an eyelid. Behind it, a second eye was revealed. Unlike the first one, which was white and had neither an iris nor a pupil, that one was of a furious red color, as if made of pure magma, and had 3 incandescent pupils floating in its depths, like windows into a scorching inferno. Suddenly, Sonny was enveloped by unbearable heat. He felt water streaming down on him and looked up to see the snow clouds melting in the skies above. Bizarrely, it was raining in the middle of the polar winter. Beneath him, the 70-meter-tall defensive wall of the city suddenly moved and groaned. Glancing over the parapet, Sonny saw with horror the impregnable alloy. It was melting, too. All around him, the mighty MWPs were collapsing into puddles of liquid metal, the pilots screaming as they burned alive. The barrels of the powerful turrets disappeared into streams of incandescent drops, and the mighty railguns grew silent. A few meters away, Samara screamed and flinched back from her rifle, a vicious burn marring her cheek. Across the entire southern section of the city wall, the great defensive barrier bent and deformed, moments away from collapsing entirely. Countless people plummeted to their deaths or were consumed by the immolating heat. All of it happened in an instant. Gods! Knowing that there was no time to waste, Sonny shuddered as he changed his command slightly and sent it to Saint. The Onyx Knight instantly moved. Taking a single step, she raised the javelin behind her. For a moment, Saint's entire body turned into a graceful arch, from the tip of her foot to her hip to her shoulder to her fist. Then her hand whipped forward, and the battlement under her shattered from immense pressure. Even her vambrace cracked, shards of onyx falling down like precious gems. At the last moment, the four shadows slid from her fingers and wrapped themselves around the siege souvenir. The long, immeasurably heavy javelin shot forward with the speed of lightning. Immediately, there was a deafening boom of sound barriers being pierced, and a powerful shockwave rolled across the battlement, throwing people off their feet. The artificial memory streaked across the black sky like a line of pure darkness, creating a whirlpool of hurricane winds in its wake. A split second later, it hit Goliath's right in the eye. There was a flash of light, and then a world-shaking thunderclap. And then the sound of shattering stone. The siege souvenir plunged right between the Titan's three pupils, disappearing into the red molten eye entirely. Then, it burst from the back of the giant's head in an explosion of broken stone. Your memory has been destroyed. As Sonny watched in stunned silence, vast cracks snaked through Goliath's head. The Colossus froze in a strange pose, its torso leaning slightly back. His eye was completely destroyed and his head. His head shattered and fell apart, giant slabs of stone plummeting down from a great height. The walking mountain swayed, twitched, and then slowly started to tilt. Everyone, both the humans and the nightmare creatures, froze, watching the Titan fall in utter shock. Sonny blinked. What just happened? As if responding, the spell whispered softly into his ear. You have slain a fallen Titan, minor shard of the stone Titan. Your shadow grows stronger. Chapter 1032, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 50. 1032, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 50. The colossal, headless body of Goliath tilted forward, and then started to fall. Because of its enormous size, it seemed as though the giant's corpse slowly floated through the air instead of crashing down in an obliterating avalanche of stone. However, hundreds of nightmare creatures below were already panicking as they tried to flee and escape being crushed to death. Sonny froze, momentarily stunned. What just happened? He had killed the damned bastard. How? That was not what was supposed to happen. Sonny had poured countless hours into creating the siege souvenir and making sure that Saint would transcend in time. However, he had never expected to slay the fallen Titan with one strike. A Titan was a Titan. They were not supposed to die so easily. The plan was for the javelin to shatter the stone carapace on the chest of the giant, creating a path toward his heart. Master Jet was supposed to enter the breach and destroy Goliath's soul cores from within, while Sonny and Saint would attack from the outside. Together, they were meant to slowly bring the giant down, and maybe even survive the process. When the Titan had revealed his incandescent eye and started melting the city wall, Sonny was forced to switch targets and command Saint to aim for the eye instead. He had never thought that Goliath would be killed by that single strike. Was that eye the Titan's Achilles' heel? Kim had not noticed a pronounced vulnerability after they encountered the giant on the coastal highway, though. Maybe her powers were not enough to see it. Or was the vulnerability only exposed when Goliath revealed his inner, hidden eye? In any case, the Titan was undoubtedly dead. Sonny had killed him. For a moment, a dark glee ignited in his heart. That's for Erebus Field, you foul bastard. And for me too, that is payback for almost killing me. But then his glee disappeared. By all accounts, Sonny should have felt exhilarated. He had killed a Titan after all. But instead of joy, he felt chills running down his spine. Suddenly tense, Sonny looked around. The armaments of the defensive barrier were all but destroyed, and the wall itself was damaged and deformed. A few sections had collapsed entirely, but most still stood. The defenders had suffered heavy losses, especially among the pilots burned to death with their MWPs. Many soldiers had lost their rifles, and the outer layers of their powered armor suits were severely damaged. However, there were still enough of them alive to continue the fight. Maybe. Luckily, most awakened had managed to dismiss their steel memories, saving them from being destroyed, and were now summoning them back. Everyone was still in utter shock, mesmerized by the sight of the slowly toppling Colossus. Something was wrong, though, very, very wrong. Goliath should not have died that easily or that fast. Master Jet, who had been hanging outside the wall, ready to push herself forward to follow the plan and attack the Titan, climbed back and looked at him, a rare expression of bewilderment written on her face. "Sonny, what the hell? How?" He did not answer, staring past her at the falling mountain. "I killed him, I did." Even before the body fell, wide cracks appeared all across it. Chunks of stone were splintering off and falling down. From the distance, it almost looked as if the giant was been diseased, his skin covered by sores and ulcers. And the cracks, behind some of them, instead of solid stone, there was nothing but darkness, as if parts of the Titan's body had been hollowed out long before the battle. Moments before the massive corpse crashed into the ground, Sonny's eyes widened. "Curse it!" In the next second, the colossal mass of stone collided against the earth, making the whole world shake. Enormous clouds of snow, dirt, and debris rose into the air, and countless nightmare creatures were crushed under the obliterating weight. A thunderous roar rolled over the killing field, and shards of stone shot outward like bullets, decimating even more abominations. One more section of the wall collapsed. However, that was not what Sonny was looking at. His gaze was locked on the massive corpse itself. When Goliath's body hit the ground, large portions of it cracked like the shell of a rotten egg, and from within, a tide of darkness flowed, eviscerating the few wounded nightmare creatures that still clung to life and stretching toward the broken city wall like black tentacles. The heart of darkness. The river of black beetles had mysteriously disappeared some days ago, and almost at the same time, Goliath's speed had decreased. The beetles liked to tunnel through mountains and devour mighty creatures from within. The fallen Titan had been like a walking mountain himself, and mighty beyond belief as well. Someone should have guessed that the giant might have been parasitized by the legion of the tiny, dreadful creatures, but no one had. It was so clear, in hindsight. Sonny himself had been too blinded by the threat of the Titan to consider such a possibility. His preconceived notions of what constituted power and his personal animosity against the stone giant resulted in a ruinous case of tunnel vision. Damn it! He glanced at the city defenses once again, realizing that almost everything that could have been used against vast swarms of tiny vermin had been destroyed by Goliath. The first army had been prepared to face one overwhelming enemy, not myriads of dangerous, but comparatively weak creatures. He looked at Jet, his lips trembling. "Bloodwave." She frowned. "What?" Sonny grabbed the Soul Reaper by the shoulders and barked. "Bloodwave, summon Bloodwave here. He's our best hope of stopping the Heart of Darkness." She hesitated for a short moment, then looked beyond the wall and hissed an explicit curse. Then, Jet took a step back and started summoning a memory that was supposed to give the fearsome saint a signal to abandon his duty of protecting the ships and join the battle. Sonny, meanwhile, was already moving, calling upon a few memories of his own. He had no idea how they would be able to handle both the vast horde of nightmare creatures that had come with Goliath and the tide of black beetles with the defensive barrier ruined and barely holding. The wall was severely damaged, and many of the soldiers had either died or were rendered helpless, their weapons destroyed. And yet they had no other choice but to fight and claw the victory out of fate's grasp somehow. There was simply nowhere to retreat. Chapter 1033, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 51. For a few moments, both Sonny and Jet stood motionless, staring at the tide of enemies advancing at the damaged wall. Their faces were grim. Eventually, Soul Reaper spoke in a dark tone. "This is bad, this is really bad." That was an understatement. Currently, Falcon Scott was facing two threats. The first one was the uncountable horde of nightmare creatures that had followed Goliath and was now flowing across the killing field like a dark tide. Some of them had already reached the deformed barrier and engaged the defenders of the breaches in a furious melee, some infiltrated. the city through the new fissures in the melted wall, and were now rampaging in the staging area. With the turrets destroyed and the mighty railguns heavily damaged, there was no way to slow down the advance of the horde. Even the MWPs were destroyed, and most of the soldiers had either lost their weapons or were seriously injured. The only ones who remained relatively unscathed were the awakened. There were around 700 of them on the southern section of the wall, and most were still able to fight. There were reinforcements coming from the other 3 sections of the wall, but it was going to take some time for them to arrive, time that they did not have. The second threat was the Heart of Darkness. 4 rivers of dark beetles were flowing toward the ravaged wall, reaching for it like giant black claws. Each individual beetle was capable of biting through powerful armor-type memories, metal, and flesh. Their only redeeming quality was that the tiny vermin were not too hard to crush, which was why Army Command had planned to rely heavily on the powerful defensive armaments in case the Dark Swarm showed up. With those armaments mostly destroyed, the danger posed by the Heart of Darkness had risen tremendously. There were several ascended with aspects suitable to face such an enemy, as well, but some of them had died in the past 2 weeks, while others were not on the southern section of the wall, since no one had expected the Heart of Darkness to attack that day. Damn it, gritting his teeth, Sonny looked at Jet. So, what do we do? At that time, a familiar flaming arrow, albeit much weaker than it had been Dorina the. At that time, a Tamiler naming arrow, albeit much weaker than it had been during the battle against the devouring cloud, flew into the mass of beetles from somewhere much further down the wall. Winter was still alive, at least. Master Jet let out an angry hiss. There is no choice but to retreat to the secondary defense perimeter and enact the following protocol. However, even that is impossible right now. If we don't want to lose the city, we need to push the horde back and give the men enough time to run. We also need to obliterate the damned bugs. Push back the horde? Sonny suddenly felt cold. There were so many holes in the city wall now that it was basically useless. That meant that the only way to stall the abominations was to sortie out and face the nightmare creatures on the killing field, blade against claw. Needless to say, that was nearly a suicide mission. Even if the defenders of Falcon Scott succeeded, their losses would be staggering. There was another option, of course. The Awakened could abandon the mundane soldiers and run. Logically speaking, leaving mundanes to die and preserving the arguably more valuable asset was a valid strategy. War was not a purely logical affair, though. The most reasonable strategy was not always the best strategy. Things like spirit, morale, and mutual trust had much greater weight than Sonny had once thought. 4. Any army without these intangible qualities would be doomed. As a colonel and an ascended, Master Jet was the senior officer on the southern section of the wall and the person in charge. The decision was hers, and Sonny did not envy her position one bit. She lingered for a few moments, then took a deep breath and shouted, her voice spreading far and wide due to the effects of a special memory. This is Soul Reaper Jet. All Awakened, assemble in cohorts and prepare to sortie. We must push the enemy back. All mundane personnel abandon the wall. I repeat, abandon the wall. I am ordering a full retreat to the secondary defense line. As soon as the echo of her voice disappeared into the cold night, Jet stepped toward a messenger that had lost his footing during the Titan's attack, grabbed the man by the collar, and pulled him to his feet with one powerful motion. The slightly disoriented soldier stared at her with a pale face. She looked at him somberly for a moment and then said quietly, "Inform Army Command to prepare the Rampart Protocol and be ready to activate it as soon as I give the command. If I die, they should act at their discretion." The frightened man nodded and disappeared, using his aspect ability to run at incredible speed. With that done, Jet glanced at Sonny. She remained silent for a moment, then smiled darkly. "Are you ready?" Sonny shook his head. "Not even a little bit." Soul Reaper laughed and turned to the killing field. Her smile disappeared like a phantom. "Well, tough. While the Awakened are fighting off the nightmare creatures, someone has to deal with the bugs. They absolutely cannot be allowed to enter the city. I'll stop the left. Swarm, send that awesome echo of yours to face the middle left one and go to the middle right yourself. Bloodwave will handle the last one. With some luck, the Ascended who were supposed to deal with them in the first place will arrive to reinforce us before every one dies, the couple of them who are still alive." Sonny looked at her with a dubious expression. How am I supposed to fight against countless thousands of tiny bugs? Master Jet sighed. You're resourceful, figure something out. And if you do, let me know. I'm asking myself the same question. With that, she turned away to give orders to her cohort. Sonny did the same. Belle, Dorn, Samara, Luster, and Kim were looking at him, their eyes uncertain. He forced out a smile. You all heard the boss. We are going to sortie with the rest, then push forward and block one of the beetle's swarms. I'll take point. Samara, you lost your rifle, so just blast any that get past me with essence. You'll be our secondary slayer. Luster, support Sam, Belle, Dorn, and Kimmy. You guys will protect Luster and Samara. Don't let the bugs bite through your armor. His soldiers looked at each other, then silently nodded. A few moments later, Soul Reaper's voice rolled across the battlements once again. Attack. Chapter 1034, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 52. Chapter 1034, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 52. The special chutes built into the wall had mostly been destroyed or damaged, so the Awakened had to use other means to sortie into the killing field. Some rappelled down, some summoned memories capable of slowing one's fall, some simply used the exposed framework of the Great Barrier to swiftly climb to the ground. The few surviving masters stationed on the southern wall went first to clear the landing. Saint mounted Nightmare, who leaped from one protruding sheet of deformed alloy to another, reaching the swarming abominations in mere seconds. Wielding the cruel sight, she quickly slaughtered the nearest enemies. Sonny was not far behind. He glided through the air using the dark wing, then dismissed it a couple dozen meters above the ground and plummeted down, landing among the nightmare creatures like a cannonball. The sin of solace danced, effortlessly slicing through flesh and bone. It took Sonny only a few seconds to carve out a small island of safety. The members of his cohort joined him, forming a beachhead. More Awakened followed behind them, grim determination shining in their eyes. Everyone knew that for many, if not most of them, this was going to be the last fight. Nevertheless, no one tried to flee or turn back. It is strange. Cutting down a lunging beast, Sonny glanced at the descending Awakened. Surely all of them valued their lives. Maybe if left alone, most would listen to their fear and their desire to survive and choose to save themselves instead. However, they had all been swept up in the moment and lost their reason. They were all individuals, but more than that, they were also parts of something much larger right now. A crowd, a mob, a collective had no fear of death because the destruction of one of its small parts did not mean the destruction of the whole. Maybe that was how these people suppressed their utterly natural and reasonable desire to live, knowing that even without them, the larger entity they belonged to would continue to exist. Was that what Professor Obel had meant when he said that humanity needed a bit of stupidity to survive? In any case, the feeling was alien to Sonny. He had spent most of his life being refused and rejected by the collective, so naturally, he valued himself more. There was really nothing more valuable than himself, and things he personally held dear. And yet, here he was, charging into the horde of nightmare creatures with the rest of the Awakened of the First Army. Of course, his situation was vastly different. Sonny was pretty sure of his ability to at least escape alive, no matter what happened. But he was still taking a great risk for no apparent reason. Was it stubbornness? Was it pride? Was it spite and unwillingness to admit defeat? Or had he actually become infatuated by the same sense of collective responsibility as these selfless people? He truly did not know. However, the word selfless seemed rather vile and frightening to Sonny. After all, his self was all he had. Without it, what was the point of staying alive? Gritting his teeth, Sonny brandished the sin of solace and pushed forward, cutting through one abomination after another like a ruthless, eerily graceful butcher. At some point, his three shadows joined him, wrapping themselves around his body, the fourth one he had sent to help Nightmare. Sonny was surrounded by a fine haze of blood, but whenever drops of it fell on his black tunic, they rolled off the soft silk without leaving the slightest trace. The graceless dusk remained immaculately pristine. He left the hundreds of Awakened behind and advanced into the horde, leading his cohort toward the river of black beetles. Luckily, it was not very hard to reach, because the dark river was flowing forward to meet them as well. Before the irregulars clashed with the claw of the heart of darkness, though Bloodwave finally arrived at the battlefield. The mighty Saint landed like a falling star, causing the earth to split and a shockwave to spread outward in all directions. Away from water, most of his powers would be of no use. But a transcendent was still a transcendent. Wearing dark gray armor sewn of sharkskin and wielding two curved swords, Bloodwave instantly turned into a whirlwind of steel, moving with such speed and force as to resemble an annihilating blur. Countless nightmare creatures disappeared into it, and the blurry twister instantly turned red from the mass of blood. More than that, the champion of the House of Night was perfectly aware of his vulnerability on land. For that reason, his soul arsenal included many powerful memories to account for that weakness, among other things. As soon as Bloodwave appeared, 3 echoes manifested by his side. One was a monstrous crab the size of a house, one resembled a towering golem of wet clay, and the last one was ethereal and elusive, like a creature made of fog. Sunny's eyes glinted when he realized that the creature shrouded in fog was actually transcendent itself. It would have been powerless underwater, but here under the walls of Falcon Scott, the echo could exert truly devastating power. A small shadow fell from the sky, and a familiar black bird landed on Bloodwave's shoulder, cawing something into his ear. A moment later, the saint and his echoes changed direction, heading for one of the 4 rivers of darkness. Maybe we can actually pull this off. Throwing all unnecessary thoughts out of his head, Sunny concentrated on carving a path toward the tide of beetles. Somewhere behind him, hundreds of awakened were desperately pushing against the horde of frenzied abominations, killing and dying without holding anything back. An ear-splitting groan of tearing metal thundered as another section of the wall collapsed, unable to withstand its own weight after suffering severe damage to its inner structure. He paid it no attention. How am I supposed to fight against the damned bugs? The sin of Solace could cut through dozens with each swipe, but there were countless thousands of them. Trying to kill the entire swarm with a sword was no different from trying to cut the sea. He had a couple of tools capable of mass destruction, shadow manifestation, the strike of thunder. He could also control the swarm somewhat with the dying wish. Best of all, the beetles would have to try very, very hard to bite through the marble shell. Sunny was not too worried about his defense. It was the offense that posed an issue. I guess I'll just have to manage somehow. A few moments later, the mass of nightmare creatures around them then consumed by bloodlust. It seemed that the heart of darkness cared diminished, and those who did lunge at the cohort looked more panicked not about whom it devoured, humans or abominations. And there, behind these last few monsters, the tide of darkness was rushing towards Sunny once again. Chapter 1035, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 53. 1035, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 53. As the river of darkness surged forward to devour Sunny, the small lantern of black stone hanging on his belt opened, and a tide of shadows rose from within it to meet the swarm of beetles. He held nothing back, unleashing every wild shadow he had tamed, from mundane and shallow ones to those that were ancient, vast, and unfathomably deep. The night itself seemed to move as well. It moved to answer the call of the Master of Shadows. 2 dark tides met with a deafening thunder, and thousands of beetles were instantly broken, crushed, and ground into black dust. Some shadows were vanquished, too, and yet even more persisted. Permeated by Sunny's essence, they were as deadly and resilient as an ascended weapon would be. With no sun and no moon to illuminate the skies, there was nothing but dim starlight and a few distant flames to chase away the darkness. The whole world was shrouded in shadows, and so Sunny had an almost infinite well of them to call upon. The only limitation was his essence. However, the number of beetles was even more limitless. Despite thousands of them being destroyed in the initial confrontation, it was no more than a drop in the ocean. Already, even more were surging forward, crashing into the wall of shadows and tunneling into it with their sharp mandibles. Gritting his teeth, Sunny poured more essence out, strengthening the wall and turning it into a tall dam. Almost instantly, cracks appeared on its surface, and a moment later, the river of dark beetles overflowed, spilling over the top of the dam and spreading wide to encompass it from the sides. Funneled by the dying wish, all of them rushed toward a single point, Sunny himself. Die. He launched himself forward, moving with enough speed to leave afterimages behind. The sin of Solace lashed out, slicing through 24 beetles with a single strike. Almost at the same, a radiant orb of charged essence shot past NNY and violently exploded in the surging mass of darkness. Samara had joined the fight. using her aspect ability directly instead of channeling it through the tungsten rounds of a rifle. Together, they managed to slow the beetles down a little. Sunny turned into a whirlwind of annihilating jade, delivering half a dozen swift attacks in an instant. However, even though cutting through the small creatures was not too hard, the effectiveness of these attacks was low. Almost instantly, he switched to using the flat of the jade blade to crush them. With his strength, each blow sent a concussive wave through the mass of dreadful pests, damaging and breaking their tough little bodies. His mind was split, one part commanding his body, the other controlling the manifested shadows to hold back the dark river. And yet it was not enough. Damnation! No matter how fast Sunny moved and how many blows he delivered, the number of beetles was down as many small creatures as he could. Kim, with her rapier and buckler, was the least suited for 1513. This battle, but she did her best to lessen the pressure on the two formidable warriors. Simply overwhelming. Already many had flowed past him, some tried to turn around to attack from behind, but the pressure of the thousands more pushing forward brought them away, forcing Belle, Dorn, and Kim engage the creatures in melee. Out of the three, Dorn was able to destroy the most with his aspect abilities and the heavy sledgehammer. Belle used himself as bait, phasing from place to place, and using his sword to cut down as many small creatures as he could. Kim, with her rapier and buckler, was the least suited for this battle, but she did her best to lessen the pressure on the two formidable warriors. Behind them, Samara continued to charge small beads of alloy with essence and flicking them into the mass of beetles, each streaking through the air like a bullet and exploding into a wave of destructive force. Once her supply of alloy beads and needles was exhausted, she would have to use the crudest form of attack and simply toss out projectiles formed of unrestrained, wild essence. They were holding for now, but the tide of dark beetles was growing more and more overbearing with each moment. Their number endlessly swelled, and the dam of shadows was being continuously destroyed and rebuilt, consuming Sunny's essence like a gluttonous beast. Some distance away to his right, Bloodwave and his echoes had engaged another tentacle of the Heart of Darkness. To his left, Saint and Nightmare were holding back the third, and further still, behind them, Jet and her cohort were fighting the fourth. This isn't working, this is not enough. Sunny knew that, if nothing changed, he and his soldiers would be devoured by the appalling vermin. Already, many of the dark beetles had gotten past his defenses and bitten into his skin. Their sharp mandibles only left shallow scratches on it, which almost immediately healed, but still. The memory of one of these vile creatures crawling inside his rib cage made him shudder. It was only a matter of time before several bites would turn into a dozen, then 100, then 1,000. Would the marble shell be able to withstand countless thousands of mandibles plunging into it? Even if it did, it was only his skin that was so resilient. Once he was buried under a cold, slithering carpet of darkness, the beetles crawling into his mouth, into his nostrils, into his ears, into his eyes. Would he be devoured from within? The Sin of Solace laughed. Wouldn't that be a sight to behold? Ah, yes, yes, it would. I can't wait. Uttering a silent curse, Sunny tried to pay the whispers of the jade sword no attention, and concentrated on eviscerating as many of the beetles as he could. I need to think of something. He could always use Shadow Step to escape. Not quite. The last time a few beetles were pulled along with him as he stepped through the shadows, most likely because the small creatures were not, in fact, alive. Not alive. A bizarre idea suddenly appeared in his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Even if it worked, he would only be buying himself a few seconds of respite at most. What Sunny really needed was to enhance his offensive ability, to find a way to destroy much more beetles every moment. However, he was only human. There was only so much that his small body, no matter how strong, could do. No, his best hope was shadow manifestation. He was already using it to hold the river back and grind many beetles into dust. But that was not enough. Was there anything else he could do? Summoning a dozen shadow hands to crush and obliterate the beetles would work for a bit, but it would also burn his reserves of essence with terrible speed. Those hands would not be able to strike with as much strength as he himself could, as well. Damn it, if Serpent was here, I could have ordered it to assume the form of a Maz. Sive monster and crush thousands of the damned vermin with each step. Consumed by revulsion and fear at the thought of being eaten from the inside, driven to his limits, and desperate to find a way to defeat the river of darkness. At that feverish moment, Sonny suddenly felt something click in his head. Scraps and pieces of previously accumulated experiences connected together, forming a tentative hint of a revelation. The revelation was strange, unclear, and dubious. That should not be possible, right? However, he really could not see why not. Sonny sensed the endless ocean of formless shadows around him, all malleable and ready to answer his call. If Soul Serpent was not here to assume the shape of a dreadful monster, why not try to turn into one himself? 1 chapter today, 3 tomorrow. Guiltythree. Chapter 1036, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 54. 1036, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 54. The formless ability allowed Soul Serpent to assume the shape of any shadow contained within its master's soul, as long as it was the shadow of a creature that was of the same or lower class and rank. Once transformed, Serpent would not only look like the creature, but also inherit its traits and abilities. Sonny, however, was not the Serpent. While he trained his mind and body to possess some facets of the formlessness of shadows, he was still a human. Even if he used Shadow Step to turn incorporeal, he would not be able to make use of the same mystical ability. He could, however, command the shadows and manifest them into tangible forms. What did it mean? Slowly drowning in the tide of black beetles and feeling their sharp mandibles scrape against his skin, Sonny continued to fight and think. His thoughts were desperate and feverish, but at the same time his mind was strangely calm. His first uses of shadow manifestation had been very simple, nothing more than shapeless shadows turned tangible and pushed into motion. The only form they had was the one caused by the motion itself, and so they looked like dark tentacles. Later, Sonny trained for a long time to be able to effortlessly manipulate the shadows into more structured shapes. Chains, blades, walls, and a few more. With those, he had made several incredible achievements, building a bridge over a vast chasm, stopping the advance of a mighty titan, were not things a master was supposed to be capable of doing. However, his crowning achievement in the use of shadow manifestation was the shadow hands. Although not as powerful, durable, and numerous as the dark chains Sonny could create, they were vastly more complex and intricately structured. A hand had to have a rigid frame, flexible joints, dozens degrees of freedom, and many more aspects that few people ever stopped to consider. Controlling one was also much more complicated. Currently, Sonny could skillfully implement two types of shadow hands. The cruder and larger ones acted as an independent fighting force during battles, while the much more agile ones, scaled to the size of his body, were used to give him an extra pair of hands for complicated tasks. So, if he could already create hands and arms, what was to stop him from shaping shadows into a full creature? Sonny growled as he was pushed back by the river of darkness, wide cracks appearing on the dam he had created. Behind him, Belle, Dorn, and Kim were barely holding on against the ever-increasing number of the vile beetles. Just at that moment, Dorn was a split second too slow to bring his sledgehammer down, and one of the small creatures landed on his armor. The enchanted metal instantly split, but before the beetle could burrow under the giant man's skin, Kim's rapier flashed and pierced the beetle. The sharp blade wounded Dorn as well, but receiving a shallow cut was infinitely better than having a murderous little creature tear through his insides. Sonny gritted his teeth, striking down with the sin of solace. What was to stop him? The answer was very simple: complexity. Even shaping a functioning hand was already incomparably hard. He had spent a lot of time teaching himself how to shape shadows into hands on the fly. Creating an actual moving construct in the form of a creature would have been 100, if not 1,000 times harder. Plus, such a creature would not be very deadly, since in the end, it would just be a more complicated ascended weapon. There was something that could solve both of these problems in Sonny's possession, though. His knowledge of shadow dance. Shadow dance allowed him to observe a person or a creature and learn the very essence of their style and physicality, then shadow it. How they moved, how they thought, how they felt, how soul essence flowed through their body. Of course, none of that would be possible if he did not first understand the structure of the body itself. If Sonny knew how a body was shaped and worked on an instinctual level, the task of forcing shadows into that form would be much easier. Additionally, he did not have to make that form act independently. to translate his own power through it instead of relying solely on the strength of the shadows themselves. He could build it around himself like a shell. He could wrap it around his body like his own shadows wrapped around it. It's like a suit of exoskeleton armor in the shape of a nightmare creature. A shell of shadows, with me powering it instead of the other way around. If he succeeded, he would be able to assume the shape of a nightmare creature, just like Soul Serpent could. Of course, there would be a vast difference. Unlike his shadow, Sunny would not inherit the creature's attributes and abilities, but the physical form itself was already enough. He took a deep breath, almost swallowing one of the beetles. A savage expression appeared on Sunny's face, and he flinched back, narrowly avoiding the lunging pest. Would he really be able to pull this off? There's only one way to find out. To attempt something like that, though, Sunny needed two things. First, he had to choose a suitable form and one that was exceedingly familiar to him. The better he knew the shape of a creature, the higher his chances of success would be. And even though he had shadowed many abominations over the years, there were very few that Sunny was confident in recreating. Secondly, he needed some time, with nothing to distract him from the task. Even if it was just a few seconds, attempting something that crazy for the first time could not be done in the middle of a furious melee. Sunny could come up with some monster to try turning into, but several seconds of peace were much harder to come by. Unless... Soon, a large alloy chest appeared in front of Sunny, large enough for him to comfortably lie on. 1515. It was the covetous coffer. The bizarre idea that he had thought of some time ago suddenly popped back into his mind. He crushed 100 beetles with an obliterating strike of the flat of his jade sword, then continued to rain one attack after another on the inexhaustible river of vermin, summoning a new memory at the same time. Soon, a large alloy chest appeared in front of Sunny, large enough for him to comfortably lie on. It was the covetous coffer. Sunny commanded the memory to open its lid, then pushed it on the side and swiftly hid behind it. He also called back the deepest and most ancient shadows unleashed from the shadow lantern, hoping to shape them into a monstrous form. The coffer was a storage memory, and by now its capacity was rather large. After months spent in Antarctica, that space was mostly empty. All kinds of things could be stored inside the alloy chest, with two restrictions. The things could not be too big, and they could not be alive. The black beetles, though, were not alive. Sunny did not know what they were, but since the creatures could travel with him through Shadow Step, which suffered from a similar limitation, there was a good reason to believe that the coffer would be able to swallow them as well. And it did. Positioned between the tide of black beetles and Sunny, who wore the dying wish, the alloy chest was like a bottomless abyss. A river of the vile creatures flowed into it, hoping to tear through the bottom of the coffer and get to the human hiding behind it. However, all of them simply disappeared into the spatial storage space instead. A second passed, and then another, with countless thousands of beetles entering the dark chasm of the coffer's maw and never appearing again. After one more second, though, the storage space started to overflow. The lid of the chest instantly snapped shut, and then the memory dissipated into a whirlwind of white sparks. The river of beetles surged forward to devour the human. What rose from the veil of sparks, however, was not a human at all. Instead, it was a fearsome creature that towered at almost 3 meters in height, with onyx black skin and a bestial demonic face. Its mouth was full of sharp fangs, and 4 long horns crowned its head, protruding from dark, coarse hair. The creature had 4 hands that ended with sharp claws and a long, twisting tail. Its eyes were entirely black, with no irises and 2 vertical, furious pupils. A terrifying growl escaped from its mouth. Success. Of course, Sunny had chosen the shape of a creature he was most familiar with. The Shadow-Spawn Devil. Chapter 1037, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 55. 1037, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 55. Sunny had spent many long months in the body of the nameless Shadow Spawn. From the bloody floor of the Red Colosseum to the burning streets of the Ivory City, he had fought countless battles with the awakened the creature's 4-clawed hands. However, he had never experienced being the Shadow Devil as an Ascended. Possessing the power of a master and augmented by shadows, he exploded with truly terrifying might. At 3 meters of height, Sunny Ha. D suddenly turned into a vicious herald of destruction. He lunged into the mass of dark beetles, eviscerating hundreds of them in a split second. He was holding a sword in each of his 4 hands. 2 of them were the Sin of Solace and the Midnight Shard, and 2 were shaped from shadows. Each moved with staggering speed, weaving a translucent sphere of devastation in the river of darkness. Fighting with 4 swords was perhaps not the best idea against most opponents. However, Sonny did not need a lot of control and agility to deal with the beetles. All he needed was speed. More speed, more attacks, no matter how crude. With 4 swords and longer reach, the rate at which he destroyed the vile creatures increased tremendously. He cut and crushed them with his 4 swords, stomped them with his clawed feet. Even his tail was swiping through the swarm, obliterating many beetles. For a few moments, the river of darkness seemed to slow its advance. Sonny used those moments to slaughter even more, alleviating the pressure on his cohort and allowing Samara to renew her bombardment of charged essence. The strangest thing about it was how comfortable he felt. Even while shaping the shadows into the form of the Shadow Devil, Sonny had no idea of how easy or hard it would be to control that shell. As it turned out, it felt almost indistinguishable from the real thing. All he needed to do was summon the memories of the second nightmare into his mind and bring them to life with the help of Shadow Dance. Like shadowing a memory of a creature instead of the creature itself. Of course, the demands were high. He needed to know the shape of the shadow shell in startling detail. Sonny suspected that he would not have been able to turn himself into many other creatures, if any at all. However, his knowledge of the shadow spawn was nothing short of instinctual. Instead of controlling the construct consciously, he simply allowed himself to become it. The other demand was essence. Sustaining the shadow shell burned through it with dire speed. His reserves were not exhausted yet, but he knew he wouldn't be able to keep being the shadow spawn for long. He had to do a lot of other things as well, like power his memories and manifest more and more shadows to repair the tall dam. The situation had improved, but they were still on a timer. If nothing changed soon, the result would be disastrous. Don't think about it right now, just kill as many as you can, the damned. Beetles have to have a breakpoint too. Everything turned into pure chaos. Sonny felt as though his physical power was almost uncontrollable now. He pushed and pushed himself, expecting to hit a limit, but that limit never came. His speed, his strength, his force, all of it had vastly increased, to the point where his thoughts were starting to fall behind his movements. Countless thousands of beetles were destroyed. Faced with a hurricane of swords, claws, horns, and fangs, the river actually recoiled, giving up several meters of frozen soil. Sonny thrust one of the shadow swords forward and let go of it at some point. Instead, arcs of electricity appeared on his palm, and then formed into an arrow that seemed to be made of lightning. Sonny stabbed it into the mass of beetles, causing an incinerating chain reaction to destroy numerous creatures. He was hurt by the devastating current of electricity, as well, but due to the elemental resistance of the marble shell and the augmentation of the shadows, the damage was superficial and almost tolerable. There was no time to think, only to fight. Somehow, miraculously, Sonny was holding the swarm of the black beetles back. The dying wish was pulling them toward him like a magnet, but instead of washing the towering shadow devil away like a dark tide, they were being constantly ground to dust, cut to pieces, and incinerated by lightning as soon as they entered within his reach. Those that flowed past Sonny were dealt with by the members of his cohort. Samara was causing one explosion after another to bloom amid the swarm, while Luster fed her a steady flow of essence. Both were nearing their limit, but they had not reached it yet. The same was true for Belle, Dorn, and Kim. Sonny couldn't see Saint and Nightmare, but from the glimpses of how little progress the second swarm had made, he knew that they were doing their part as well. The third swarm the Bloodwave was supposed to deal with seemed the most damaged. The 3 echoes were holding it back, but the fearsome Saint himself was nowhere to be seen. He was probably hidden somewhere within the river of darkness, fighting furiously. Since the echoes had not dissipated, he had to be alive at least. The only one Sonny knew nothing of. Out were Soul Reaper and her cohort since they were too far away. Still, he believed that Master Jet would not go down easily. Keep fighting, keep fighting. Sonny could feel his shadow shell slow. WLY coming undone. After long minutes of rampaging within the dark river of vermin, it had sustained a lot of damage. He tried to repair the wound delivered to the towering shadow devil by summoning and manifesting more shadows, but many beetles were already crawling within. Their mandibles scraped against the silk of the graceless dusk or his skin from time to time, fruitlessly for now. His every muscle was burning from strain, and his mind was becoming clouded from fatigue. It took a lot to keep the shadow shell intact and moving. He had to let the dam crumble a couple of minutes ago already because the pressure of it all was just too demanding. Nevertheless, Sonny kept fighting. In fact, the more tired and fatigued he became, the fiercer his rampage grew, and the louder the sin of solace laughed, whispering ugly truths into his ears. You'll never give up. Leave your soldiers to die and save yourself. Come on, it's so easy. Just turn into a shadow and slip away. No one will know, no one will tell. Everyone will just die. How irritating. Sonny tossed the strike of thunder into the surging mass of beetles once again, enduring the piercing pain of being electrocuted by its lightning, and felt one of his two shadow hands crumble down. It's not good. He prepared to summon a new shadow to reshape it, but then something changed. A strange ripple went through the river of darkness, and it suddenly lost cohesion. The purposeful tide of black beetles grew discordant and shapeless, many of them simply growing still. Some continued to throw themselves at Sonny, while others scurried away. Nestled within the battered shadow shell, he blinked. What just happened? Chapter 1038 The Fall of Falcon Scott 56. 1038 The Fall of Falcon Scott 56. Tired, so tired. Sonny smashed through the nearest beetles and jumped back, sliding a few dozens of meters across the ground as his claws left deep grooves in the frozen soil to slow him down. In front of him, the river of darkness was falling apart. The dark beetles, who had been acting like a single organism before, were now aimless and sluggish. Some grew lethargic or started burrowing into the ground, while others were wandering away. A few hundred were still pursuing him. With a thought, Sonny deactivated the dying wish and watched the small creatures dash away in fear. The swarm ceased its purposeful advance and instead flowed outward, losing the shape of a giant tentacle of darkness. It was as though a tank of water had been broken, water spilling to the sides. Utterly, chillingly exhausted, Sonny panted heavily inside the shadow shell. There were several beetles still crawling within it, stubbornly trying to bite through his skin. However, even their vicious bites had grown less determined. The breaking point, did they reach it? His tired mind wanted nothing more than to release the manifested shadows and let the shadow devil form crumble into nothingness, but he forced himself to remain vigilant. Looking left and right, Sonny saw that the two neighboring swarms were in a similar condition. This was good news, but also bad. Now that the Heart of Darkness was acting directionless, its deterrence seemed to have lost most of its power. The horde of nightmare creatures, which had been scared away by the dark beetles, was already starting to tentatively move closer to the group of humans. Crap. Sonny closed his eyes for a moment, then turned around and took a few steps toward the members of his cohort, who were similarly spent and battered. His soldiers, however, recoiled away from him. He looked down in confusion for a moment. Oh. With that, Sonny finally let the shadows comprising the shadow spawn return to their natural form and flow back into the intricately engraved lantern hanging on the black silken cord tied around his waist. The towering four-armed devil suddenly crumbled into a cloud of darkness, and a pale young man in a beautiful black tunic stepped out of it with a stagger. Arg! Sonny fell to his knees, then raised his fist and angrily struck the ground several times, crushing the scurrying beetles. See, Captain, is that why you? He glanced at Kim, who was staring at him with wide eyes. Of course it's me, who else would it be? And it's Major now, damn it. He slowly stood up and summoned the endless spring, taking several large gulps of cold, refreshing water. Perhaps dismissing the shadow shell outside the city wall was not the wisest decision, but he felt that he would not be able to sustain it much longer. At least that way, he would have a tiny bit of essence left, for whatever it was that would happen next. The wall. Sonny looked back, finally witnessing the full scope of the damage done to the defensive barrier. The southern span of the wall was terribly deformed and broken, with many sections laying in giant piles of broken, melted alloy, much more of them than when he had left it, somewhere. Beside it, hidden by the sea of abominations, The awakened of the First Army was still holding the horde back. He wondered how many of them were still alive. What is going on? Why did the heart of darkness suddenly stopped beating? Where the hell are? Shaken, he looked to his left, where Saint and Nightmare and Soul Reaper's cohort had fought. His shadows were already approaching, both littered with wounds. Neither had perished, but they did sustain a lot of damage. Even Saint, who was transcendent and thus much more durable than Sunny, had suffered dreadfully while battling the swarm of black beetles. Maybe because the small creatures were especially proficient at gnawing through stone. The mantle of darkness was slow to repair the damage, as well, almost as if Saint's internal source of true darkness was as exhausted as Sunny's reservoir of essence. Her wounds were healing, nevertheless, just not at all as fast as he would have wanted. There was one more figure making its way toward him, as well. Sunny felt extremely relieved when he recognized Jet. Soul Reaper did not look good. Her armor seemed to have been destroyed at some point during the battle, and now she wore only the uniform bodysuit, its smart fabric wet and heavy with blood. Her face was ashen. In a few heartbeats, all three arrived. In the same span of time, the nightmare creatures started to draw closer, madness and hunger burning in their eyes. Sunny was the first one to speak. "Master Jet, what happened? Why did the bugs suddenly?" She staggered, forcing him to support her. Sunny and the members of his cohort looked at the leader of the irregulars with concern. Jet took a few raspy breaths, then said in a hoarse voice, "I'm all right, it was Bloodway. He fought his way to the center of the swarm and killed the thing in charge." Sunny blinked. "What, how, and what exactly did he kill?" She shook her head. "I don't know." It was only then that Sunny realized that Soul Reaper was alone. He hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Your cohort?" Jet gritted her teeth. "Dead." Then she pushed herself off of him and straightened. "The Ascended that were supposed to reinforce us are also dead. They couldn't fight their way through the horde. And speaking of the horde, we need to get the hell out of here fast. We need to reach the secondary defense line really, really soon. Otherwise, Army Command is probably going to blow us all up." Sunny froze for a moment. The Rampart Protocol. The First Army, of course, had all kinds of contingencies. There were a few set in place in case the city wall fell, too, from relatively tame to really drastic. The Rampart Protocol was the most drastic of them all. There were tunnels dug below the killing field, and under the span of abandoned streets between the city wall and the secondary defense line, as well. All of them were choke-full of powerful explosives, most of them created with the use of spell tech. All those explosives were set up to go up in flames together, turning everything outside the secondary barrier into a vast, scorching inferno. That measure was only supposed to be implemented after every soldier had safely retreated into the safety zone, and most of them already had. Army Command would probably wait for Sunny, Jet, and especially Bloodwave to return before pulling the trigger. But the situation was extremely chaotic and communications were down. There was just no telling for sure. Damnation! Sunny glanced to his right and saw a battered Echo. The other two must have been destroyed. And a fearsome figure in sharkskin armor emerged from the mass of dark beetles and dashed toward them. Some distance behind the pair, a mass of abominations were already lunging forward. He looked back at Jet and grinned. "Then what the hell are we waiting for? Run." Chapter 1039, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 57. 1039, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 57. Bloodwave reached them just a moment later. The mighty Saint looked spent. Sunny shivered when he noticed that his armor was torn and there were ugly injuries covering his body. Out of the three Echoes, only the monstrous crab remained. The other two had either been destroyed or dismissed to save them from perishing. Even the transcendent Echo is gone? Gods, what could have destroyed one of those and severely injured a saint? The heart of darkness. Just what kind of creature was it? He felt a bit of dread and a bit of curiosity. However, now was not the time to ask questions. Their small party had to hurry and fight their way back through the boundless horde of nightmare creatures. 5 awakened, 2 masters, 1 saint, as well as 2 powerful shadows and an Echo. They were an exceedingly formidable group. Granted, all of them were wounded, tired, and low on essence. Still, cutting through the horde while keeping everyone alive would not pose a problem. In theory. Bloodwave studied the rest for a moment, then sent his echo forward and growled, his voice husky, low, and domineering. "Move." Saint spared the mighty Saint an indifferent glance, then mounted Nightmare and sent the dark destrier into a gallop, the spearhead of the cruel sight igniting with the incandescent white glow in her hand, a shield made of pure darkness weighing on the other. They moved ahead of the party, cutting into the horde as a fierce vanguard. Soul Reaper was just behind, accompanied by the members of Sunny's cohort. Bloodwave and his echo flanked the awakened, protecting them from the frenzied nightmare creatures. Sunny himself took up the rear position, dragging his tired body along and preventing the abominations from attacking the backs of his soldiers. In a cacophony of chilling howls, they dove into the mass of abominations. Blood, severed flesh, and fragments of broken bone instantly filled the air. Damn it, damn it, damn it. No one in the group was weak, and some of them were truly powerful. However, the horde that Goliath had brought to the walls of Falcon Scott was simply too vast. Countless nightmare creatures were throwing themselves at the exhausted humans in a rabid frenzy, every moment, from every direction. Slowing down meant being buried under a mountain of monstrous bodies and torn apart. Their only chance was to cut through the mass of abominations faster than the abominations could pile up on them. Sunny continued to fight with his teeth gritted. The rearguard position was the most awkward, because he had to move backwards at considerable speed while slaughtering the mass of nightmare creatures pursuing the party. By now, they were deep inside the horde, and the abominations were surrounding them on all sides. With how sharp and swift the Sin of Solace was, no creature could resist its blade. Sunny was managing somehow for now, but his battered body was hurting all over. Even though the marble shell had yet to succumb to an attack, the few blows he failed to dodge or deflect still delivered some damage. It was only his skin that was as hard as stone, after all, not his entire body. A sufficiently powerful strike would send a concussive shock through his insides, potentially causing internal organs to rupture. That hadn't happened yet, but being hit still hurt. What the hell? It just never ends, does it? Today, he had killed a titan and faced a creature that might have been even more wicked. Despite it all, the hard part was not over. The fact that everything around him could blow at any moment, plunging the whole place into an inferno of immolating flame, both mundane and magical, did not make Sunny feel any better either. Slowly, the ruined walls of the siege capital drew closer. Bloodwave's echo was almost destroyed, causing the Saint to dismiss it. Master Jet took its place with a resigned expression, her wounds starting to bleed again. The somber glaive was nowhere to be seen, but a slender Naginata appeared in Soul Reaper's hands instead. Using it, she cleared the right flank of the formation with several vicious strikes. The pressure on Sunny was also increasing. By now, he was forced to support himself with shadow manifestation from time to time. His already pitiful reserve of essence was diminishing even further with each use. And yet they continued to cut through the horde unimpeded, the ground sleek with blood under their feet. After what felt like 1,000 years of slaughter, the party finally reached the melted ruin of the city wall. In front of it, the awakened force in charge of the southern section was holding back the ocean of nightmare creatures. What was left of it, at least. A grim expression settled on Sunny's face when he realized that of the initial 700, perhaps only 200 remained. Reuniting with the line of awakened soldiers gave them a moment of respite, and gave the desperate soldiers a much-needed morale boost. Soul Reaper, Mongrel, and Devil, all three were famous champions of the First Army, and although few soldiers knew what Saint Bloodwave looked like, the Transcendent of the House of Night had a presence that made it impossible to mistake him for an ordinary person. Seeing them return alive from the sortie, the awakened regained some of their spirit. No one was out of the woods yet, though. There was a large distance separating the wall from the secondary defense perimeter that had been established deep within the city. That whole abandoned area was set up to go up in flames, as well. Sunny looked through one of the numerous breaches in the deformed wall, noticing that the staging area on the other side of it had already been evacuated. The mundane soldiers had retreated, taking the logistics personnel, medical officers, technicians, engineers, and all other non-combatants with them. The vast resources stored inside the staging area were all left behind. Tall crates of MWP munitions, carcasses of slain nightmare creatures, loader robots, and so on. a wealth of supplies, ch of it highly flammable or outright explosive, was going to be blown up once the Rampart Protocol was initiated, too. Usually, Sonny would have been pained to see all these riches go to waste, but right now, he did not care. Usually, Sonny would have been pained to see all these riches go to waste, but right now, he did not care. All he cared about was not being near when they did. Chapter 1040, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 58. 1040, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 58. Right, now we just have to get to the secondary defense line. Once we're within the city instead of on a plane, evading the abominations should be much easier, so the last stretch of the way won't be as hard. Sonny glanced at his companions, evaluating their state. Everyone was exhausted, dirty, and covered in blood, both their own and that of nightmare creatures, but alive. The only problem now was to somehow extricate themselves, and the 200 surviving awakened, from the attacking horde. At that moment, as if to answer his thoughts, Bloodwave turned to look at the mass of abominations. Then, the enigmatic saint glanced at Master Jet. "Take your soldiers and go, Soul Reaper. I will hold the beasts back for a bit. Tell your commanders to activate the explosives as soon as you're past the defense line." Sonny stared at him in shock, feeling that these words sounded a bit like a farewell. "Use you." Bloodwave gave him a strange look. "Ah, I think you might have misunderstood, Sunless. I'm not trying to sacrifice myself. It's just that an explosion like that won't harm a transcendent too much. The awakened, however, or even someone like you, better not risk it." Sonny slowly nodded. Indeed, corrupted nightmare creatures could survive a nuclear explosion without too much trouble, some fallen as well. Rampart Protocol was not going to kill a transcendent like Bloodwave or even seriously inconvenience him. Master Jet nodded. "We'll be going, then." The saint nodded, then took a deep breath and started summoning several memories. Sonny did not know what exactly the memories were, but judging by the fact that Bloodwave had promised to hold back the horde, the whole horde, all by himself, the abominations were in for a nasty surprise. Jet looked at him, then said quietly, "Once we start running, don't stop until you're safely behind the army fortifications. I'll stay back a little, to make sure that everyone who is still alive gets safely out of the blast zone before Army Command begins the party. Expect to enjoy fireworks as soon as we see each other again." Sonny forced out a pale smile. "It's going to be terribly loud, isn't it? Damn my poor ears." With that, he spared her one last glance and turned to his cohort. "Come on, go." Almost as soon as they dashed toward the nearest breach in the wall, Master Jet's voice boomed once again, spreading across the whole length of the battlefield. "A retreat." The surviving awakened of the First Army did not make her ask twice. Delivering one last attack, they used their remaining strength to momentarily push the enemy back, then turned around and ran. To call it a retreat was a bit of a stretch. There was no order or strategy to it, just a desperate wish to survive. The defense line instantly collapsed, and the soldiers dove into the ruins of the city wall, their backs to the enemy. The only saving grace of the whole thing was Bloodwave, who somehow managed to fulfill his promise and stall the enormous horde of nightmare creatures all by himself, at least for a few moments. What happened outside the wall next, Sonny did not know. He thought that he heard the roar of a rushing tide of water, but at that point, there was no time to turn around. Sonny and his cohort flashed through the abandoned staging area and escaped into the empty streets beyond. Here, everything was shrouded in darkness. Many buildings had collapsed, creating a complicated labyrinth of snow and broken concrete. Others still stood, but were charred black by the flames. Some streets were strangely untouched and eerily empty, and of course, there were functioning roads that the First Army had maintained to deliver people and supplies to the wall. Sonny led his people to one of these roads. Luckily, all of them could see in the dark thanks to Kim, so the lack of illumination was not a problem. Their running speed was not much lower than that of a moving PTV, but nevertheless, he felt a pang of regret for a moment. "I'm going to lose the Rhino." His reliable APC was currently parked in a different section of the staging area, near where they had started their shift. Sadly, the battle had taken them far away from the main gate of the city, so there was no time to search for the mighty vehicle. Once this whole place blew up, the Rhino would undoubtedly be destroyed as well. Damn it, damn it. Gritting his teeth, Sonny continued to run. He had to lead his people to safety. That took priority over everything else. Currently, I were slightly ahead of the rest of the retreating awakened. The span of the southern section was very long, so no one else was in view. Right now, all that mattered was speed, and each soldier was making their own path to the secondary defense line. Sonny suspected that most would try to reach the maintained roads, but on this one there was no one but the battered cohort of irregulars. Burned and collapsed buildings flew past them one after another. They ran through the darkness, moving as fast as they could, their stamina long spent and their lungs burning. The dark, empty streets, something about them filled Sonny with a feeling of eerie unease. It took him a couple of minutes to realize why the surroundings felt so strange. It was too quiet. After more than 2 weeks of the siege, Sonny had grown accustomed to always hearing the wall armaments roaring somewhere in the distance. But those armaments had grown silent now, destroyed by the fiery gaze of Goliath. At least across the whole southern section of the defensive barrier, not a single turret was firing. For some reason, the silence filled him with dread. Almost there, just a few more minutes. Sonny spread his shadow sense outward, just to make sure that there were no dangers around. He even sent 2 of his shadows to scour the path ahead, to be safe, and ordered Saint and Nightmare to stay alert. But there was nothing there, just abandoned buildings and snow-covered ruins. Sonny did not see anything that could pose a threat to the cohort. His shadow did not see anything either. Neither did Nightmare and Saint. The only one to notice it was Luster, who just happened to turn his head in the direction the attack came from by pure luck. His eyes widened. It was a split second later that Sonny sensed it, a swift shadow flying toward the cohort, even though there was nothing there to cast it. But it was already too late for him to react. In the next moment, Luster suddenly lunged forward and pushed Kim aside, throwing her to the ground. Something flashed through the cold air, and it was instantly filled with hot blood. Chapter 1041, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 59. 1041, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 59. Something broke the dark surface of the shadows and flew into the cold air, moving fast enough to look like a black blur. Before anyone could react, Kim was falling down, and so was Luster, who had pushed her aside at the last moment. There was blood in the air, a startled expression on his face, and something was very wrong with the way he was falling. The black blur did not stop. A sharp blade instantly flashed toward Dorn, who had a startled expression on his face. The giant man only had enough time to slightly turn his torso. The blade missed his heart, slicing through armor and leaving a deep wound on his chest. The blade continued forward without pause, a split second away from piercing Bell's head. Instead, it simply passed through it. The swordsman could not possibly dodge, but he just barely managed to activate his aspect ability and phase through the strike, leaving Samara utterly open. Everything happened too fast. Before Kim even hit the ground, the enemy's blade was already mere centimeters away from slashing across her throat. However, a jade sword suddenly appeared in its way, blocking the lightning-fast attack. What the... Sonny, who had thrown himself in the path of the enemy, was tossed back by the ferocious force of the impact. The attacker, whoever it was so strong that his hands grew slightly numb. He collapsed on the scorched road and rolled, instantly jumping back to his feet. Kim landed on the ground. Luster did too. Both of his legs were cleanly severed at the knee, and blood was pouring out of terrible wounds. Sonny's eyes widened. But he had no time to think about it. The members of the cohort were too slow to defend themselves, and the ambush was not yet over. The creature, a dark silhouette moving with dire speed, had been thrown back as well. Sonny only had enough time to notice a humanoid shape clad in black armor and instantly lunged forward. He had regained his balance a split second faster than the attacker, so the bastard had no way to avoid being pierced by the sin of solace. And yet that was exactly what happened. Before the jade sword could strike the creature down, it simply dissipated into the shadows. What? Sonny was stupefied for a short moment. It's shadow step. Which meant... He spun but was a moment too late. The creature was already behind him, the black blade falling from above. Sonny gritted his teeth, then blocked the strike with his forearm. The marble shell turned as hard as stone. and split open, broken by the vicious strength of the blow. The blade only managed to deliver a relatively minor wound, though most of its power spent to shatter the shell. Before Sonny could counterattack, the enemy had blinked out of existence once again. Not good. The creature appeared some distance away, aiming to finish off Kim. At that point, however, Saint was already there. The taciturn knight had leapt from Nightmare's back and flashed across the road, deflecting the black blade with her shield. Inconceivably, the onyx shield actually cracked, and the shadow staggered back. The creature did not waste any time and lunged toward Kim, but then a black chain suddenly wrapped around its throat. A dozen meters away, Sonny grasped the shadow chain and jerked it back with all his strength. The enemy was thrown back, flying through the air and crashing on the road a few meters behind him. The creature slid back, then stopped, kneeling in the middle of the road. It remained motionless for a moment, and then slowly stood up, glancing at Sonny with cold, killing intent. Subjected to the hate-filled gaze, Sonny turned grim. The creature was about 2 meters tall, with plates of jet-black bone covering its body like a full suit of armor. Even its face was hidden behind black bone, which formed a menacing closed helmet. 2 inhuman dark eyes burned with resentment and hatred through the cracks. The lower part of the helmet was split by a jagged line, and when it parted, a maw full of sharp fangs was revealed, opened in a mocking grin. Sonny, who was standing between the cohort and the abomination, grimaced and lowered his gaze a little. In one of its hand, the creature was holding a curved sword that seemed to have been crudely carved from a long black tusk, its edge terribly sharp and harder than steel. Just as he had thought, the abomination was missing 2 fingers on the other. Sonny's side lingered for a moment, and that said tiredly, "I had a feeling that you would show up." The scary stories about a murderous shadow that people in Falcon Scott had been telling each other turned out to be more than just stories, in the end. It seemed that the little scavenger had grown once again. Curse it! Of course, the wretched goblin would choose this exact moment to attack. Why wouldn't he? Sonny was tired, beaten, and very low on essence. The First Army was in full retreat, and none of his allies could intervene on his behalf. If Sonny was planning an ambush, that would have been exactly how he'd do it. Well, not quite. He would not have failed to kill most of his marks during the first assault. Not letting the scavenger out of his sight, Sonny briefly glanced at his soldiers. Luster seemed to be in shock, weakly trying to sit up. Kim was by his side, hastily applying a tourniquet. Belle, Samara, and Dorn were shielding them with their bodies, their faces grim and tense. The latter was bleeding from a deep wound on his chest. Saint and Nightmare were waiting for his command, ready to attack. Bad, bad, this is very bad. Sonny had already taken a glance at the scavenger's soul, finding out that the damned waif had somehow managed to become a corrupted devil. The goblin! Well, the bastard was more of an ogre now. Must have devoured a lot of nightmare creatures to become that strong. He must have devoured a lot of people, as well, considering how disturbingly human-like the scavenger now looked. There must have been a lot of bodies left in the ruins of Erebus Field, and more victims still here in Falcon Scott. Much worse, it seemed that swallowing a piece of Sonny's flesh allowed the creature to inherit some of his powers. Powers related to shadows. Dealing with an enemy like that would have been hard even if the cohort was in peak shape, but now, it was going to be a problem. Not a big problem, of course. However, one thing made the situation truly dire. The whole section of the city around them, the road, the buildings, the ruins, was about to be destroyed by a titanic explosion. Chapter 1042, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 60. 1042, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 60. For a few moments, no one moved. Sonny was considering how to deal with the scavenger, while the scavenger was probably considering how to deal with Sonny, now that the ambush had partially failed. Or maybe the damn thing was simply enjoying seeing him squirm. Who could tell what was happening in that abominable head? 100 thoughts flew through Sonny's mind. No matter how he looked at it, the situation did not look good. He had no doubt that he and his 2 shadows were more than enough to kill the scavenger. After all, plenty of corrupted abominations had fallen by his hand. But would they be able to kill him fast enough? The wretched creature was strong and extremely slippery. Fighting someone who could teleport all over the place was a real nightmare. Belatedly, Sonny felt pity for all the poor bastards whom he had killed in the past. They must have all died full of frustration. Serves them right. Once Army Command set off the explosives below the city, Saint would probably be able to survive the conflagration, just like Bloodwave had said he would. Nightmare and Sonny had a chance. To escape unscathed, too, if they managed to find a shadow deep enough to protect them. His soldiers, however, would not. They were not saints or even ascended. Neither did they possess aspects capable of saving them from the destruction, not to mention that Luster was gravely injured and losing a lot of blood. As an awakened, he would not bleed out immediately, but getting him to a medic, or better yet an actual healer, was an urgent priority. The problem was that Sonny was not confident in his ability to protect the cohort if they chose to retreat. Once again, an enemy who could step through shadows was simply too mobile and unpredictable. Guarding a bunch of vulnerable targets from a corrupted devil who could appear at any moment from any side was a tall task. Damn it, damn it. Not only did the bastard get a chunk of my flesh, he even became an utter menace because of it. They could not remain and fight, and they could not retreat. Did the bastard actually know that everything around them was about to blow up? Or had he just been lucky to catch Sonny at the worst possible moment? If he had, that was some luck. The scavenger tilted his head a little, as though challenging Sonny to come and get him. The tip of his curved saber lowered slightly, ready to lash out. Sonny glared at him for a moment, then cursed silently and threw an order over his shoulder, his tone calm and steady. Kim, take Luster, climb onto my horse and get the hell out of here. Get him help. The rest, retreat on foot. Saint will protect you. Luster, who had been staring at his missing legs with a confused expression, looked up at the sound of his voice and asked shakily, What about you, Captain?" Sonny grinned. "I'll keep our friend here company. Don't worry. I did not survive Goliath and the Heart of Darkness to die to this little wretch today. Go." Kim was already dragging the young man toward Nightmare, her face pale and full of desperate determination. The scavenger spared them a glance, then stared back at Sonny. His mouth opened, and a hoarse, grating voice suddenly came out of it. "Die today, little wretch." Then an ugly, gasping sound assaulted Sonny's ears. The bastard was actually laughing. Sonny frowned. He couldn't care less if the abomination wished to mock him, but nevertheless, his heart suddenly turned cold. Nightmare creatures capable of speech were extremely rare, and all of them were extremely terrifying. He could attest to that fact himself. Sonny had already been uneasy, but now his caution doubled. The scavenger was dangerous. The little wretch had been abnormal from the very start. He was gaining power too fast, growing too explosively. Of course, Antarctica was a perfect place for a creature like that to gorge on the corpses of powerful monsters, but still. Sonny's intuition was telling him that fighting the abomination alone would be a dire, dreadful mistake. But he had no better choice. He sighed with resignation. "I guess my luck is just complete, utter crap today." All that remained was Sonny, the scavenger, and the shadows. 1009. Goliath, the Heart of Darkness, fighting his way back through the boundless nightmare creatures, and now this. Sonny was hurt, tired, and miserable. So much so, in fact, that he was getting a bit angry. Fine, let's do this, you rotten piece of trash." There was a perfectly fine nightmare creature here to vent his anger. Sonny had already failed to kill the scavenger twice. Today, fate generously gave him a chance to finish the job, and he was not going to let it slip from his hands. The scavenger was strangely unreasonable in his hate-fueled pursuit, following Sonny all the way from Low 49 across the hellscape of the Antarctic Center. Well, Sonny could be an unreasonable person himself. In fact, he was very tired of being reasonable all the time. Enough is enough. A dark, slightly mad light ignited in his eyes. Behind him, Kim pushed Luster onto Nightmare's back, then jumped up herself. The black steed instantly shot forward, moving across the empty road with incredible speed. Belle, Dorn, and Samara followed, protected by Saint. All that remained was Sonny, the scavenger, and the shadows. And tons of explosives somewhere beneath their feet. The menacing black abomination moved, trying to dissipate into the shadows, but before it could, the shadows around it suddenly surged, shooting forward like sharp spikes. The spikes shattered against the creature's bone armor, but they did slow him down for a split second. And that was all that Sonny needed. Emerging from the darkness in front of the scavenger, he kicked him in the chest. With a deafening boom, the creature was sent flying back, but managed to land on his feet. The black tusk whistled, tearing through the air, and collided against the white jade of the Sin of Solace. Sonny felt his hand tremble from the force of the blow, and smiled. Good, good, don't you die too easily. Chapter 1043, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 61. 1043, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 61. On the doomed streets of a snow-covered city, surrounded by ruins of collapsed buildings and remnants of devastating battles, a young man with alabaster skin and onyx hair was fighting a wraith made of darkness and hatred. One wore a simple tunic of beautiful black silk, the other was clad in menacing black armor. Both moved through the ruins like a pair of swift shadows. Damn it, break! Sonny shuddered as he deflected a vicious strike of the mysterious black tusk, felt the impact send a painful jolt through his entire body, and guided the enemy's blade to the side. At the same time, he took a step forward and slammed his elbow into the scavenger's chest. The creature was pushed back, releasing the Sin of Solace from the bind. The cursed sword instantly flashed forward, slashing across the abomination's side. The defense, counterattack, and follow-up had been executed flawlessly, flowing into each other like the nimble steps of a graceful dance. Despite being light and swift, they also carried tremendous power and annihilating intent. And yet the white jade slid fruitlessly off the black bone armor, barely leaving a scratch on it. What the hell are you made of, bastard? The scavenger was just too damn overbearing. At times, fighting him was fighting like water. When the Sin of Solace lashed out at the cracks in the bone armor, the scavenger would turn into a shadow, allowing the jade blade to harmlessly pass through. Other times, fighting him was like fighting against an indestructible mountain. The plates of black bone seemed utterly impervious, and the creature's blows carried with them crushing weight. Even compared to the corrupted creatures Sonny had faced, the scavenger was abnormally powerful. He was so strong that it did not even make sense. The Sin of Solace had come from the remnant of the Jade Queen, an astonishingly dreadful corrupted tyrant, and had an enchantment that bestowed it with unparalleled sharpness as well. What kind of indestructible creature had the vengeful goblin devoured to be able to resist its edge? It seemed as though there were peerless geniuses even among the nightmare creatures, and the pathetic, tiny imp Sonny had failed to kill many months ago just so happened to be one of those. Just my luck. Gritting his teeth, Sonny braced himself and received another blow of the black tusk. Another bloodless wound appeared on his body. None of them were deep enough to be dangerous, but the damage was slowly mounting. Worst of all, he was completely suppressed. There were countless ways for Sonny to kill the hateful fiend. For example, if the sharpness of the Sin of Solace itself was not enough, he could augment the power of the jade blade manifold with his shadows. He could manifest wild shadows as well, forming chains, swords, or tentacles to attack and entangle the scavenger. He could use Shadow Step to keep up with the damned ogre. But he was prevented from doing any of these things. Sonny could not afford to augment his sword because he needed the shadows to match the corrupted devil's speed and strength, and even then, the scavenger was faster and stronger. He could not wantonly use shadow manifestation because his reserves of essence were nearly empty. The same went for Shadow Step, or any other trick he could come up with on the spot. The bastard had known just when to attack. He had only shown himself when Sonny was at his weakest, and now, Sonny was forced to defend himself against a nightmare creature of a superior rank while being robbed of most of his powers. Even those that remained were countered, because the scavenger possessed the same ones. Sonny could not really blame the abomination for setting such a wicked trap, though, because it had been precisely how he himself had slayed many powerful adversaries. Doesn't matter, I'll still kill you. You're going to die no matter what. Sonny's eye burned with cold fury as he released the hilt of the Sin of Solace, switching to a one-hand grip. The great giant was the same length as a longsword would have been, but incredibly light and swift. Although it could not hack and slash with the same ferocious power as the scavenger's black blade, it was far more nimble and versatile. Sonny seamlessly switched to a more agile and reserved battle style, summoning the cruel sight into his free hand in the form of a short sword. The silver sword's ghost blade enchantment allowed it to strike down incorporeal targets. And so, The scavenger was in for an unpleasant surprise the next time he chose to turn into a shadow. If there was one advantage Sonny had, it was his skill and experience. The scavenger was tremendously powerful, cunning, and possessed a truly vicious, murderous will. He had devoured a great number of mighty creatures and grown with explosive speed. The bastard was supremely devious and surprisingly intelligent. Enough to survive and even thrive in the hellish meat grinder of the chain of nightmares. But he was still an abomination, and a young one at that. His attacks were smart and powerful, but also clumsy and crude, just like the makeshift saber he was using, which had obviously been fashioned from some dreadful monstrosity's tusk. For now, the scavenger was able to suppress Sonny simply because of his timing and vastly superior physical might. But he was not nearly as experienced of a killer. As for spite and viciousness, both had them in spades. Die. As soon as the cruel sight manifested itself, Sonny blocked the black tusk with the jade sword and then struck with the silver one, aiming at the elbow of the abomination's right arm. No matter how tough an armor was, it had to be weaker at the joints to allow for enough flexibility. And indeed, there was a gap between two bone plates there. In truth, Sonny was not sure if the cruel sight could cut even the weaker parts of the scavenger. However, the creature did not know that. Just as expected, the vicious fiend chose not to risk it. The shadow powers he possessed were, strangely, both superior and inferior to Sonny's. As of yet, the abomination had only shown the ability to use a form of shadow step. That ability, however, was more insidious than the original, allowing the creature to not only teleport and turn incorporeal, but even selectively turn only parts of himself into shadow. And so, the body of the scavenger remained perfectly material, continuing to pressure Sonny with dreadful strength, while the middle of his right arm became ghostly and incorporeal. The cruel sight passed through the abomination's elbow without meeting any resistance, never even touching his flesh. However, the scavenger suddenly staggered and let out a pained hiss, causing a vicious grin to appear on Sonny's face. The silver blade might not have cut the creature's flesh, but it did cut his shadow, which was the same as cutting someone's soul. The damaged span of the fiend's arm instantly turned back to flesh and bone, but the damage was already done. Using the momentary lapse in the scavenger's awareness, Sonny lunged forward and tangled with him, pushing them both to the ground. Fighting a slippery shadow was really a nightmare. He had far less essence to spare, giving the hateful fiend a vital advantage. Unlike Sonny, the scavenger could use shadow step as much as he wanted, avoiding attacks and launching his own from unexpected directions. The abomination could even escape if he wished. However, it would not be able to do anything if Sonny was clutching it with his own two hands. As the two hit the ground, he growled and grasped the scavenger's throat, constricting it with enough force to shatter armored alloy. Sonny's eyes were shining with dark, malicious joy. If he could not break the bastard's armor, he would just strangle him. Most nightmare creatures still had to breathe, after all. Even if the scavenger didn't, a broken neck was bound to solve something. It was strangely fitting, actually. Sonny had killed his first abomination by strangling it with a chain. And now he was going to squeeze the life out of this corrupted devil, too. Chapter 1044, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 62. 1044, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 62. Die, die, die. Sonny kept trying to strangle the scavenger in a strange reversal of their previous encounter. His face was contorted into a bestial snarl, and his eyes were burning with indescribable bloodlust. The scavenger, however, was not easily killed. At first, he seemed to have panicked and tried to throw Sonny off himself, but after realizing that getting rid of the small human was all but impossible, the abomination calmed down, stared at him with seething hatred, and tried to stab him in the back with the black tusk. The tip of the crude saber bit into the silk of the graceless dusk and failed to pierce it. Sonny laughed with savage joy. "Try harder, bastard." The scavenger obliged. Dropping the tusk, he grabbed Sonny by the collar, and instead of trying to push him away, instead pulled him down. The two of them were suddenly face to face. Crap! The jagged line splitting the abomination's helmet opened, and countless sharp fangs instantly sank into Sonny's cheek. Oueg! Realizing that he was moments from having his face bitten off, Sonny let go of the fiend's neck and delivered a vicious punch into his solar plexus. Then, he grabbed the creature's jaws, pushed them open by a few millimeters and staggered back. The scavenger once again let out a hoarse, hateful laugh, his teeth painted by Sonny's blood. Sonny landed awkwardly on his backside and grabbed his cheek. The right side of his face was all torn, but at least he did not lose an eye. Sadly, he already knew that the scavenger's teeth were poisoned. "You horrid wretch!" Grabbing the sin of solace, Sonny lunged forward to strike down the fiend before he stood up. How? Ever the creature simply turned into a shadow instead, trying to flee and then launch a surprise attack from a random direction. Not so fast. Without ever slowing down, Sonny dove into the shadows, too. In the dark realm of shadows, the shapeless form that was the scavenger was swiftly flying away, and the shapeless form that Sonny pursued. All of the abandoned area was shrouded in darkness, so they could travel as far as they wanted, unimpeded. The scavenger, as a shadow creature of the corrupted rank here, he was vast and dreadful, much more so than Sonny. And yet, Sonny held an absolute advantage. He had fought as a shadow before a couple of times and was all but helpless each time. But Sonny had been a mere child of shadows then. Now he was their master. He had gained plenty of insight into shaping shadows thanks to shadow control, shadow manifestation, and especially his recent breakthrough, which he decided to name Shadow Shell. And since he was currently a shadow, too. Closing in on the fleeing scavenger, Sonny willed his shapeless body to change. Instantly, it came to possess 4 long, powerful arms. Then sharp claws grew out of his fingers. Knowing that he didn't have a lot of essence left, and thus wouldn't be able to remain a shadow for long, Sonny did not waste any time and tore into the formless abomination. Instantly, it was as though a soundless wail of pain spread through the dark space. The scavenger seemed both surprised and aggrieved by the fact that Sonny was able to hurt him in this realm, which he must have considered absolutely safe before. Frightened, he tried to fight back, launching powerful but awkward attacks of his own. A familiar, sickening pain of having his soul damaged permeated Sonny's senses. He had sustained some damage, too, but not nearly as much as the damned goblin. Partially because the creature's blows were rudimentary and crude, and partially because his soul was protected by the marble shell. The scavenger realized that his struggles were not having any effect, too. Escaping Sonny's cruel claws, he instantly escaped the shadows and emerged into the world above. They rolled through the ruins, exchanging a series of blows. Sonny received several more wounds, but the hateful fiend. His armor was still as impenetrable as ever. "Curse you, what do I have to do for you to finally die, damn it?" Infuriated, Sonny grabbed the towering ogre and smashed through the wall of a building, using the creature's body as a ram. Of course, that was not going to be of any use. A corrupted devil could crash through a mountain and still walk away without anything more than a couple bruises. Behind the wall, there was a slope of charred rubble. They fell down, ending up in a shallow pit. At some point, Sonny had lost his swords, and the creature had lost its black saber. The two of them stared at each other for a moment, both full of murderous rage. Then, however, the scavenger's gaze changed slightly. Sonny's face changed, too. That was because he felt a slight tremor spreading through the ground beneath them. His eyes widened. Hell! The scavenger, despite all his sharp intelligence, was really too naive. The explosion was not going to 909. Harm a corrupted devil. However, the creature did not know that. He had only gained full sentience in front of him. The battered fiend suddenly recoiled, trying to escape into the shadows once again. This time, he was going to simply blink away instead of traveling through the dark realm. But Sonny had other plans. "Where do you think you're going?" Grabbing the abomination by the shin, he dragged him back, and then pressed the bastard into the ground. A series of painful blows rained on Sonny's already cut and injured body, but he just held the ogre tighter. "What are you afraid to die? Let's die together." The scavenger, despite all his sharp intelligence, was really too naive. The explosion was not going to harm a corrupted devil. However, the creature did not know that. He had only gained full sentience a few short months ago, after all. Sonny laughed, then used all but a few drops of his remaining essence to call upon the shadows. They surged forth, encasing the two of them in a sphere. Then more shadows rose, creating a second layer around the black egg, and then the third. Sonny could have tried to escape the blast by turning incorporeal. However, there had to be a shadow for him to remain in that state. Once this whole area blew to smithereens, everything would be flooded with light. The shadows would be banished, and he would be thrown back into the material world. So he created this egg, trapping the two of them inside. Maybe it was even sturdy enough to resist. Wretch, one way or the other, you're going to die today. He continued to hold the scavenger and pummel him with his free hand, feeling the skin on his knuckles splitting despite being reinforced by the marble shell. The bone R. More of the abomination, nevertheless, refused to crack. The scavenger fought back desperately, too. They were surrounded by darkness, the world outside hidden by the walls of the black sphere. That was why Sonny did not see the Rampart Protocol coming into effect to obliterate a vast swath of the city, the remains of the wall, and the killing field beyond. However, he did feel it. Chapter 1045, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 63. In the tunnels under the abandoned section of the city, and the vast killing field beyond the devastated wall, countless explosives simultaneously received a signal to detonate. To prevent the interference of the nearby gates from influencing the execution of the Scorched Earth Protocol, all of them were connected into a labyrinthine network by simple but reliable wires. Even though the signal traveled through the wires with astronomical speed, there was still a slight delay between the detonation of those explosives that were nearest to the ramparts of the secondary defense line and those furthest away from them. At first, from afar, it looked as though a ripple had spread through the ground, moving outward. It rolled through the ruined streets of the city, with countless fountains of dust shooting up between the rubble. Some of the buildings that had withstood the furious fighting started to collapse, some seemed to have burst apart. The vanguard of the horde of nightmare creatures had already entered the city, racing through these streets. They met the ripple first and were thrown to the ground. Then the ripple reached the towering wall, destroying even more of its sections. The mass of alloy was only starting to fall, surrounded by the deafening groan of tearing metal, by the time the ripple moved past the mountainous corpse of the slain Titan in the field beyond and exhausted itself. Now, the whole horde had been encompassed by the destruction zone. All of it took no more than a couple of seconds. For a moment, everything was still. And then the ground started to fall. A vast swath of earth many kilometers across slowly started to cave in, as if forming a giant crater. Now that it was completely untethered, none of the buildings survived. All of them toppled and fell apart, devoured by the gargantuan landslide. The remains of the city wall were utterly destroyed, too. However, the true devastation was yet to come. As the inconceivable mass of soil sank down, it seemed to have reached a point of strange equilibrium, and then suddenly exploded upward in a furious conflagration. It was as though a giant bubble swelled from under it, and then burst open, unleashing a titanic pillar of flame into the cold winter sky. For a moment, the night turned as bright as day. Then the roaring thunder of the explosion washed over the world, making the skies themselves shake. A billowing cloud of dust and debris rose high into the air, obscuring the ocean of flames bursting from under the ground. A second terrifying blast resounded when the munition depots spread across the staging area below the wall detonated under the assault of heat concussive force. This chapter upload first at Novel USB. Please support my site. And pressure. The horde of nightmare creatures was consumed by the obliterating havoc. The weakest of them were instantly killed, while the stronger ones were severely wounded and burned. Only the strongest ones managed to survive the initial conflagration unscathed. In less than a minute, a gigantic area was utterly devastated, turning into an incandescent pit of fire, molten rock, and liquefied metal. The furious sight of it all, up until the world had become obscured by dust, was both awe-inspiring and horrifying. The soldiers standing on the ramparts had long fallen down and covered their ears, but even then they could feel the terrible destruction through the violent tremors of the earth. Sonny, however, had first-row seats to the cataclysmic detonation. After all, he was stuck in the middle of it. Die, bastard. Trapped inside the sphere of shadows, he held the scavenger down while pummeling him with his fist. Each of his blows would have been powerful enough to utterly wreck an armored APC like the Rhino, but the black bone armor of the Shadow Fiend simply refused to break. The longer it endured, the more furious he became. Just die, damn it. The sphere of darkness around them suddenly shuddered, briefly rising, then plummeting down. A violent tremor ran through its walls, and up suddenly became down. It seemed that the shadow egg was rolling and being thrown around. Sonny, who had been on top of the fiercely resisting scavenger, found himself falling for a brief second. He hit the roof of the sphere, and a moment later, the hateful ogre came crashing down as well, landing on Shadow Egg was flipped upside down once again a split second later. And 8:16. Then again, and then again, and then again. Him, a massive fist connected with the side of Sonny's head, making him see stars. Curse it. However, the abomination could not press his advantage, because the Shadow Egg was flipped upside down once again a split second later. And then again, and then again, and then again. The two of them were being tossed inside the sphere, ricocheting off its walls like rubber balls. Sonny almost instantly gave up on trying to comprehend where the up and down were, and simply concentrated on holding on to the scavenger. As soon as he let go, the creature would be able to slip away through Shadow's step. But as long as he did not let go, he could continue to try and kill the wretch. Die! Just as he was going to deliver another punch, a sharp pain pierced his shoulder. The dazed scavenger had finally given up on trying to free himself from the mad human, and also on trying to meet him blow for blow. Instead, he instinctively retreated to what he knew best. Tearing things apart with his teeth. "Arg, let go of me, you rotten piece of trash." Sonny had already had some poison coursing through his veins, but now there was more. Before he could do anything, however, the world suddenly shook, and a vicious shockwave traveled through the sphere. It felt as though all his organs had changed places. But the next shudder was indescribably more violent. Sonny thought that he had blacked out for a moment, but maybe he didn't. He growled and used both of his hands to grab the scavenger, afraid to lose the grip. With no free hand to continue hitting the creature, he then proceeded to headbutt the bastard with all his strength. 8:17. Finally, Sonny felt something crack under his assault. However, it might have been his own nose. It was hard to tell. The world was shaking, burning, and consisted of pain. Having gone completely berserk, Sonny paid it no attention and continued to use everything at his disposal to break the damned scavenger, while the scavenger continued to bite and rip his flesh apart with sharp fangs. The creature's armor would not break, but neither would the human's body. In fact, his skin was harder than the hide of most abominations the fiend had devoured in the past, while his bones were 10 times tougher than that. What kind of ridiculous human was that? The air inside the sphere was permeated by unbearable heat, and it seemed as though its walls were starting to glow a dull red. Then, a crack appeared on the black surface. Consumed by boundless bloodlust, the two continued to fight. Chapter 1046, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 64. Chapter 1046, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 64. At some point, Sonny had to admit that he was not going to break the scavenger's armor, but he still continued to deliver a barrage of vicious blows to the hateful creature. He refused to believe that the fiend was as tough on the inside. No matter how hard the shell was, enough force was bound to turn everything protected by it into bloody mush. He suffered from the same weakness himself, after all. But no matter how much he struck the damned ogre, the scavenger did not seem too bothered by it. "Got him it." Desperate and enraged, Sonny grabbed the creature's jaw with one hand and used the other to constrict the abomination's arm. Then he opened his mouth and bit into the scavenger's flesh himself. Maybe Sonny was lucky, or maybe the bone armor in that spot had actually been weakened by his previous strikes. Regardless, he finally felt something give, and then tasted a despicably foul taste on his tongue. It was the scavenger's blood. Sonny had never tasted anything sweeter in his entire life. Feeling the creature shudder and frantically try to push him away, he pressed his teeth deeper with wicked glee, and then tore a chunk of flesh away. Sonny spat it out and grinned, then instantly regretted it when a massive fist flashed forward and hit him in the face with horrid strength. Ugh! Sonny was thrown back, and at the same time, the black sphere finally broke. All 3 layers of protective shadows had been thoroughly damaged, and now reached their limit. A net of cracks spread through the egg, and then it collapsed into numerous shards, exposing both Sonny and the scavenger to terrible heat and blinding light. Crap! The world shuddered one last time. The world was hot. but at least it finally stopped spinning. Sonny found himself staring into a glowing orange fog. The fog was pretty and smelled of fire. "I think I'm on fire." He raised his head and noticed flames licking his legs. Luckily, his elemental resistance was high enough to resist them. The graceless dusk, too, was not affected by them at all. The black silk was pleasantly cool. Right. The orange fog was just dust illuminated by a sea of flames. Sonny was laying on the ground, surrounded by rubble and debris. Some of it was incandescent, and there were puddles of melted metal here and there. It looked like a scene from a fiery hell. He was hurting all over, and breathing was strange. Why hard, but he was alive. With a groan, Sonny slowly sat up and then stood up with a stagger. He did not feel well. He was dreadfully exhausted, heavily wounded, and poisoned on top of that. As for the scavenger, Sonny looked around and gritted his teeth. Don't tell me that the bastard escaped again. He allowed his shadow sense to spread outward, then smiled. Limping away, he circled a pile of burning debris and stopped near the edge of a deep impression in the ground. The impression was about 3 meters deep and had almost vertical slopes. On its bottom, the scavenger was trapped under a giant piece of broken alloy. The creature seemed to be slightly dazed, but otherwise unscathed. In fact, the abomination was already trying to lift the alloy, which was groaning under the strain. He couldn't escape into the shadows, because everything around them was brightly illuminated by the flames and the glowing fog. There was no shadow large enough for the fiend to dive into. For the moment, the creature was defenseless. The problem was that Sonny had no strength left to fight. Even when he had been able to, all his efforts failed to break through the scavenger's impregnable armor. All he managed to do was make the creature bleed a little by biting it. And he had only a few drops of essence left. Soon, the damned wretch was going to free himself and flee, or maybe even attack Sonny, who was barely able to stand, and finish him off. Sonny was in a real stalemate. He rubbed his face, stared at the struggling scavenger for a few long moments, and then used the last drops of his essence to summon a get free. With the power of a corrupted devil, getting rid of a piece of 820. Alloy, no matter how heavy, should not have been a problem, but the memory. The creature glanced at Sonny with hatred, then redoubled his efforts to get free. With the power of a corrupted devil, getting rid of a piece of alloy, no matter how heavy, should not have been a problem. But the scavenger was dazed and tired, too. On top of that, he was severely weakened by having his soul ripped by Sonny's claws. It was going to take him a dozen or so seconds to escape, at least. The fiend appeared to relax a little, though, when he noticed that the memory his enemy summoned was not a sword or a bow. Instead, it was a seemingly inconspicuous alloy chest. Sonny sighed, then smiled coldly. "Here, bastard, eat this." With that, he opened the lid of the covetous coffer and kicked it, throwing the chest on its side. A flood of small, black beetles poured into the deep pit from the bottomless black square of the coffer's maw. They landed on the scavenger, instantly biting into the bone armor. Where Sonny's weapons failed, the sharp mandibles of the dark vermin were similarly ineffective. However, there were countless thousands of them, and not all of the abomination's towering body was covered by armor. There were cracks. There were gaps. There were ways to get inside. The fiend frantically tried to escape, but it was already too late. His figure became covered by a crawling carpet of beetles, and then he was buried under their mass entirely. More and more vermin poured from the covetous coffer until the pit was filled almost to the brim. No trace of the scavenger remained under the seething mass of tiny creatures. Sonny took a step back and then drew in a deep breath. Then he let out a strange, shaky laugh. "I did it." 821. Sonny's laugh turned louder. "What is it with me and shadow creatures? Every time I fight one, I'm driven to the very edge of madness, and then a little bit past that." As he was laughing, the spell suddenly whispered into his ear. "You have slain a corrupted devil." He was so startled that he even missed the later half. "What?" "Your shadow grows stronger." Instantly, Sonny felt a flood of shadow fragments pour into his soul. Tens, or even hundreds of times more than what he was supposed to receive for killing a corrupted devil. As his eyes widened, the spell spoke once more. "You have received an echo." Chapter 1047, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 65. The battle was over. It was over for the irregulars, at least. The fresh soldiers pulled from the other sections of the wall were still fighting on the ramparts of the secondary defense line, but with the Heart of Darkness and Goliath destroyed, and the boundless horde of nightmare creatures decimated by the titanic explosion, the siege was reduced to the usual stream of chaotic, relatively small-scale skirmishes. The spine of the assault had been broken. Falcon Scott had faced the most dreadful battle yet and endured. For the most part, the southern area of the city was entirely destroyed, replaced by a gargantuan crater. The buildings were gone, and a long span of the Great Wall was gone, too. Even most of the killing field beyond was erased from existence, with only the towering stone corpse of the slain Titan remaining intact. It just lay on the slope of the crater like a mountain-sized pile of rubble, filling the hearts of the soldiers who saw it with dark glee. With the collapse of the wall, defending the city had become much harder. However, the crater formed a natural barrier of its own. Even though the secondary ramparts were not nearly as tall or formidable, they still gave the First Army a chance to resist the attacks of nightmare creatures. More than that, 4 out of the 5 direst threats to the siege capital were now eradicated. The Devouring Cloud, the Terror of Low 49, the Heart of Darkness, and Goliath. Despite the terrible price the First Army had to pay, they were dead. Now only the most powerful of the horrors remained, the corrupted Titan, Winter Beast. But it was being contained by Sky Tide of the White Feather clan, so. For the first time since the start of the siege, the people of Falcon Scott felt hopeful. They were shaken and terrified, too, but with countless millions of refugees already evacuated, and so many powerful abominations slain, it was no longer impossible to imagine the end of this bloody affair. Falcon Scott only had to hold for a handful more days. The ghostly flames of the aurora burned above the ravaged city, and the moon had hidden itself in the cold darkness of the night sky. Sonny was sitting in the familiar conference room of the government complex. Rather, he was sprawled on the chair, staring at the ceiling with a detached expression. His skin had healed, turning into a surreal painting of black bruises, but the internal damage remained. Even with his incredible healing speed, he still felt terribly hurt. That was because he had been. The scavenger had done a number on him, especially near the end of their murderous clash. Nevertheless, the hateful fiend was dead and Sonny was not. He had even received an echo and a great number of shadow fragments. Unexpectedly, the spell had chosen to count the black beetles, who were not living beings, as a weapon of his. Therefore, after the appalling creatures had devoured the scavenger, it rewarded Sonny for the kill. He was currently looking at the runes with dull eyes. What to do, what to do? 2 strings of shimmering symbols were at the center of his attention. Shadow fragments 3857-4000. And Echo's Ravenous Fiend. The scavenger, Ravenous Fiend, had been a weird abomination. He had obviously assumed some qualities of a shadow creature, but not all of them. Otherwise, the bastards would have turned into a shadow instead of an echo. Or maybe the issue was that the scavenger's soul was corrupted, and thus unsuited to directly become a shadow. In any case, as a result, Sonny had received almost 800 shadow fragments for killing the abomination, as well as a transcendent echo. The Ravenous Fiend had been a top-tier nightmare creature, a peerless genius of vile abominations, so turning him into a shadow was an easy decision. Having 2 transcendent shadows would be a tremendous boost to Sonny's power, too. However, there were 2 problems. The first one was the echo itself. When Sonny summoned it in the Soul Sea, he had expected to see a towering ogre clad in unbreakable bone armor. But what appeared instead was a pitiful, tiny gremlin. The Ravenous Fiend was no fiend at all. It was an imp at best. The imp was still a transcendent devil, but weak beyond belief. His true power lay in a rather insane ability to grow stronger and acquire new traits by devouring various creatures or things. He also possessed a few very surprising and potent attributes. If Sonny carefully chose a rich diet for the little bastard, in time, the imp could potentially grow stupidly powerful, even more powerful than he had been after devouring random trash across the Antarctic center. But that would only be in the future, and right now, transforming the echo into a shadow would cost him no less than 300 shadow fragments. 300 fragments was not a terribly large amount, except he was on the verge of becoming a tyrant now. Dismissing the runes, Sonny sighed. Later, now is not a good time. It was indeed not a good time. in more than one sense. Suddenly reminded of something, Sonny somberly looked around. There were only two people in the conference room, himself and Master Jet. Winter's seat was empty. That was because Winter was dead. She had died while holding back the horde of nightmare creature, when the section of the wall under her cohort collapsed. A great number of people had died that day. Thousands of mundane soldiers had perished, and of the 700 awakened, only about 200 survived. Winter and her irregulars had been wiped out, too. Even Soul Reaper's own cohort had been destroyed, leaving her the sole survivor. Sonny stared at the empty seat, feeling a dull pain in his heart. Winter? The two of them had not known each other for long, but there was a bond between them. He liked the brash master a lot, and now she was gone, just like that, and he had not even gotten a chance to say goodbye. All of them were gone. Randall, Jesse, Davis, Dale, and now Winter, too. He could still vividly remember their first meeting, when the first irregular company was officially established. A few months later, there were just Sonny and Master Jet left. Of the 42 awakened irregulars, only 4 remained: Belle, Dorn, Samara, and Kim. Luster was alive, too, but for him, the war was most likely over. Damn it all. Sonny studied the empty room, a strange, dark, burning emotion rising in his chest. What is the damn point? What is the point of it all? Soul Reaper and he were supposed to be having a strategy meeting right now, but there was nothing really for them to discuss. After some time spent in silence, Jet suddenly shook her head and stood up, accidentally sending her chair flying into the wall. She stared at it in confusion, then cursed. We're just wasting time here. Go rest, Sonny. You deserve a break. Gods, we all do. With that, Jet picked up the chair, placed it near the conference table, and walked out without saying a word. Sonny was left alone in the empty room. He remained motionless for a while, then sighed and stood up. Less than a week left now. We'll all be able to rest soon. Chapter 1048, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 66. Sonny left the underground complex, breathed in the cold winter air, and limped toward the nearby army hospital. The walk was not too long, so he reached it within 10 minutes. Belle, Dorn, and Samara were in front of the building, and so was Abomination. The Echo was laying on the ground, shielding them from the wind with its massive body. The Hound had not participated in the recent battle, because it would have been destroyed too quickly by the Black Beetles. It had been very helpful to the cohort in the past 2 weeks, though. It was strange. In the past, Abomination had mostly ignored Quentin's Echo, Blackie, who used to follow the larger beast around. But now that Blackie was gone, the monstrous Hound always looked a bit forlorn. Sparing the Echo a sad glance, Sonny approached his soldiers. Major Gods, you look awful. Belle grinned, hiding hints of anguish that had taken root in his eyes. Sonny forced out a smile as well. You should have seen the other guy. Ah, but you can't. I killed the other guy. That produced a few chuckles. Sonny scoffed too. Anyway, take me to Luster. He's awake, right? They nodded. Dorn and Samara remained outside, while Belle guided him into the hospital. He woke up an hour or so ago. I think he's in good spirits, considering. That might be because of painkillers, though. They walked through the white corridors, which were all crowded with hospital beds. An uncountable number of maimed and injured soldiers lay on them, some awake, some mercifully unconscious. The air was filled with the sickening smell of blood, burned flesh, misery, and despair. Doctors, nurses, and a few awakened healers were hurriedly tending to the wounded, the bags under their eyes blacker than the bruises covering Sonny's body. The sight of it was indescribably grim. Sonny kept his face cool, projecting the image of an intrepid ascended. On the inside, however, at least they'll survive. Modern medicine was very potent, and that was without even considering the awakened wielding healing aspects. If a soldier was delivered from the battlefield alive, there was very little chance of them dying. The only problem was the cost, but the First Army spared no expense, at least in that regard. As an awakened of somewhat exalted status, Luster was placed in a small room of his own. As they approached it, Sonny heard the young man's voice. Kimmy, stop it. I lost my legs, not my hands. I am perfectly capable of feeding myself. When they entered, they saw a peculiar scene. Luster was laid on a bed, his stumps wrapped in regenerative bandage, while Kim was trying to push a spoonful of synth-paste porridge into his mouth. The young woman's usually timid face was determined and extremely focused. Kim froze, then turned and gave Sunny an unexpectedly fierce look. 801. Sir, that fool refuses to eat. Noticing Sunny, Luster grinned. Cap, Major, thank the gods, please save me. Kim froze, then turned and gave Sunny an unexpectedly fierce look. Sir, that fool refuses to eat. Sunny stared at them for a couple of moments and smiled. Do you want me to feed you, Luster? Because you know I can. The young man paled a little, then hurriedly grabbed the spoon and swallowed the porridge in one go. No need to exert yourself, sir. Sunny walked closer, summoned his chair, and sat down near the bed. Then he tried to say something, only to find out that no words came to his mind. Eventually, he awkwardly asked, How are you doing? Luster stared at him for a bit, then suddenly grinned and wiggled his stumps. Don't worry about me, sir. I'm doing fine. Really, I did tell you how my whole right arm was bitten off once, right? This is only a tiny bit worse. Hell, if I lose my left arm as well one day, I'll be able to brag about losing all my limbs to protect humanity. Girls can't resist a hero, you know. Sunny blinked. I guess he really is all right. He sighed. Well, don't worry too much. There are not a lot of great healers here in Falcon Scott, and all of them are terribly busy. Once you get to Eastern Antarctica, and from there back to NQSC, though the government will pull out all the stops, you'll be as good as new in no time. Despite his intention to comfort the young man, Luster's smile suddenly dimmed. Looking away, he remained silent for a few seconds, then said quietly, Ah, yes, certainly, sir, once I'm back in NQSC. Sunny frowned a little. Throw these stupid thoughts out of your head. You did more than enough. Very few people deserve to go home more than you. So enjoy the cruise and then make sure to get better and relax during an extended vacation. That's an order. He paused, then added seriously. Plus, the rhino blew up. What the hell do I need you for now? Keeping you would probably just be a waste of perfectly fine provisions. Hearing that, Luster laughed. Ah, I see, when you put it that way. He sighed. It's not that I think that I don't deserve an early dispensation, sir. It's just that. The young man briefly glanced at Kim, then grew silent. He did not want to leave his comrades behind. Sunny could understand that, but there was no other way. Restoring 2 legs to a person was not impossible if sufficiently powerful healers were involved, but it took time, and a long period of recovery would still follow. By the time Luster was in good enough shape to fight again, the Antarctica campaign would be over. He shook his head. The way I see it, your lucky charm finally worked. If it wasn't for you, Kim would be dead. Dorn too, probably, and maybe even Bell and Samara. You did well, Luster. You served through the hardest part of the whole campaign. Things will calm down after the Second Army arrives, so cheer up. Luster looked at him, then slowly nodded. That thing, you killed it right, sir. What rank and class it was? Sunny shrugged. Yes, I killed it all right. It was a corrupted devil, and a very scary one at that. The young man leaned tiredly on the backrest of the hospital bed and smiled. A corrupted devil. Good, that's good. There's no shame then. I survived an attack of a corrupted devil. Wow, I'm pretty awesome, don't you think, Kim? She scooped another spoonful of porridge, brought it to his mouth, and sighed. Yeah, you are pretty awesome. Now eat the damn sludge before I get angry. Sunny watched them silently for a couple more minutes, then found an excuse and left. He found Bell a few rooms over, where dozens of sleeping pods were installed in a large hall. The swordsman was standing near a particular one, staring somberly at its closed lid. Inside, Quentin's body slept peacefully, not quite dead, but also not quite alive. The healer had neither died nor turned hollow yet. Considering the circumstances, that probably meant that he had fought his way to a seed and entered a nightmare. 802. Conquering a second nightmare alone. His chances were exceedingly low, but not entirely non-existent. Sunny stopped near Bell and looked at the sleeping pod, too. After a while, the swordsman suddenly said, his voice uncharacteristically sober. Major, do you remember how I joked that Luster would be the first one to die? Sunny spared him a surprised glance. Sure, I do. Bell remained silent for a long time, then awkwardly scratched the back of his head. I was thinking, technically, I can still win that bet, right? With that, the swordsman glanced at him and grinned. Sonny scowled. I guess, but who allowed you guys to bet without my permission? Unacceptable. I want in on the bet. Chapter 1049, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 67. After leaving the hospital and sending his soldiers to the barracks, Sonny remained on the street, watching the snow dance in the stark beams of electric light. He had to rest, too. After a while, Sonny sighed awkwardly. Right, I'm homeless now. He had been staying in the Rhino, but now the APC was gone. That fact actually made Sonny feel very sad. The trusty vehicle had accompanied the irregulars to the edge of the Antarctic Center and back, surviving countless battles. He had grown attached to it, so losing the vehicle was a bit of a blow. It felt like the end of something. Shaking his head, Sonny started walking. He could get himself a room in the barracks, of course. The First Army had suffered severe losses, so there was plenty of space. But it was exactly for that reason that he didn't want to. Being surrounded by bereaved soldiers would do his already foul mood no good. I can't stand the thought of having them look at me right now. Respect, admiration. Hope, that was what he saw in the eyes of the soldiers when they looked at him. They all had an expectation of him, and carrying those expectations was tiresome. To hell with it. Sonny simply wandered aimlessly for a while, trying not to think about anything in particular. In the end, he found himself standing in front of a familiar dormitory tower. He hesitated for a bit, then entered and descended to one of the underground levels. The dormitory seemed much emptier than before. There had been 3 families living in the same apartment as Professor Obel and Bate, but now he could only sense 2 shadows inside. Sonny stared at the flimsy door for a few moments, then knocked on it. A few seconds later it opened, revealing Professor Obel. The old man looked like he always did, having not changed even a little. Why would he? The previous day was a dreadfully eventful one for Sonny, but for the professor it was just like all the others. The old man looked at him with concern. Major Sunless, oh my, what happened? Even though most of Sonny's body was hidden by the black silk of the graceless dusk, he still looked rather rough. There were ugly bruises covering his usually pristine skin, and his eyes were tired and dim. He forced out a smile. Oh, don't worry, I'm fine. It was just a very tough battle. Everyone in Falcon Scott knew that the previous assault was a terrible one. After all, a large part of the defensive wall, as well as a vast stretch of the city itself, were now replaced by a giant crater. Even people hidden underground felt the titanic explosion. There were rumors, too. Army Command itself publicized the death of Goliath, hoping to improve morale among the refugees. Professor Obel nodded. Yes, we heard all about it. Thank the gods you survived. Sonny lingered for a moment, then said, you mentioned setting aside some food for me the last time we met. To tell you the truth, I am kind of starving. The old man laughed. Sure, come in, Bate, Major Sunless is here. The young woman emerged from one of the rooms and looked at him with a hint of relief. She froze for a moment, then turned away and cleared her throat. Oh, it's you, good, I'll go heat up the leftovers. They settled in the kitchen, and soon, Sonny was presented with several plates of simple but delicious food. Professor Obel had not been joking when he said that he would cook up a feast. The ingredients Bate had procured were indeed rare for the besieged city, and made for a splendid dish. It was definitely better than what would have been available to Sonny in the barracks. Sonny ate and chatted idly with the 2 of them. As he did, some of the tension pressing down on his heart strangely dissipated, but most of it still remained. At some point, Professor Obel suddenly smiled. It totally slipped my mind. We were placed in the queue, finally. Both Bate and I will be leaving the day after tomorrow. We've already received the tickets. I imagine you will follow soon, too, Major. Sonny smiled as well. Finally, some good news. He nodded and took a sip of fragrant tea. I imagine we will be the last ones to ship out, a couple of days after you. 3 weeks are coming to an end, after all. Even though there were some delays, the Army mostly managed to stick to the schedule. Somehow. So the next time we see each other will probably be in East Antarctica unless they send you to the northern quadrant right away. He glanced at Bate, hesitated for a moment, then said awkwardly, Oh, by the way, my APC blew up, so. I kind of have nowhere to stay. Is it all right if I crash here today? Professor Obel chuckled. Of course, most of the people in the dormitory had already been evacuated. There are 3 empty bedrooms in our apartment alone. You can take anyone you want. Bate hid a smile and nodded. Sure, you can stay if you want. Sonny smiled back and took another sip of tea. After that, he remained silent for a while, distracted. Noticing his strange mood, the old man asked, "Is something weighing on your mind, young man?" Sonny flinched a little, then shrugged. "No, nothing in particular, just the usual stuff. I just feel listless, I guess." He lingered for a few moments, then suddenly asked, "Have I ever told you why I came to Antarctica, Professor?" The old man and Bate glanced at each other, then shook their heads. A wistful expression appeared on Sonny's face. "It's stupid, really. Someone told me that I was lacking. So I thought that maybe I would be able to find whatever it is that I lack here in the southern quadrant." He grew quiet, prompting the old man to ask with a hint of curiosity. "So did you end up finding what you were looking for?" Sonny hesitated, then laughed. "I am honestly not sure. It is hard to find something that you don't know how to recognize. Maybe I found something, maybe I didn't. Actually, maybe I even lost something instead. I guess time will tell." He finished his tea and Dee looked at the two of them with a smile. "I did find some other precious things, though. I mean, this dish. It's a real treasure. You ought to teach me the recipe. I always dreamed of owning a shop, you know, but after meeting you, Professor, I am starting to think that opening a restaurant might be a better idea." Chapter 1050, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 68. After an eventful night, Sonny left the dormitory in a much improved mood. The air outside was frigid with bone-chilling cold, but it actually felt pleasant against his bruises. Sonny headed in the direction of the barracks, whistling a simple tune under his nose. As he walked, one of his shadows flew toward the distant ramparts to check if everything was all right there. Apart from the fact that soldiers were miserable because of the heinous cold, even more so than usual, the situation seemed to be under control. Disparate groups of nightmare creatures were throwing themselves against the ramparts, some larger than the others, but it was nothing that the army could not handle. Everything seems fine for now. Sonny was still hurting all over, but at least he was capable of walking without a limp now. The barracks were a considerable distance away, but there was no rush. He enjoyed this rare moment of peace a great deal, studying the city as he traversed it. Falcon Scott was much emptier now. Miraculously, the First Army had actually managed to evacuate most of the 200 million refugees. Now less than 2/10 of that number remained, not nearly enough to make the city feel crowded. Even though countless people fought and sacrificed to make it happen, Sonny couldn't help but feel that this emptiness was the direct result of his actions. It was nice to see his labor bear fruit. Among the ancient heroes Nephis sometimes liked to talk about, there was one named Heracles, who had apparently accomplished 12 labors. Sonny wondered what that guy would think about defending this damn city. Well, from the descriptions, Heracles seemed like no more than an awakened with a moderately powerful physical aspect. Maybe a rather average ascended. He would probably think that Falcon Scott was a hellish nightmare and die in the first few days of the siege. As Sonny walked, a swift shadow fell from the sky and a black crow suddenly landed on his shoulder. The crow stared at him for a moment and then cawed. "Sonny, Sonny." Sonny spared him a somber glance. "What?" The echo waved its wings. "Come, come." Then it jumped off his shoulder and disappeared in the direction of the government complex. Sonny frowned, then quietly cursed and dove into the shadows. It seemed that his good mood was not meant to last. He glided forward with incredible speed, reaching the complex in no time at all. Emerging from the darkness near the guarded gates, he waited a few seconds for the security officers to confirm his identity, a useless formality, considering that pretty much everyone knew what he looked like by now, and entered the building. Quickly finding his way underground, Sonny hurried to the conference room where the irregulars usually gathered. As he was approaching, however, there was suddenly a loud bang, and the walls shook a little, dust falling from the ceiling. "What the—" Uneasy, he entered the room and saw Master Jet standing with her back to him. The wall in front of her was deformed, a net of cracks running through the armored alloy from the point where her fist had collided with it. Soul Reaper remained motionless for a moment, then turned to him. Her usually calm face was contorted by an expression of dark, boiling anger. As soon as Sunny saw it, his heart skipped a beat. He had never seen Master Jet lose control of herself in that way. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes for a moment, then said, "Sunny, you are here. Good." He glanced at the destroyed wall, then at her. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Sunny steeled himself and asked, "What happened?" Jet let out a long sigh. When she spoke, her voice was cold and glum. "It's Tyrus. She finally lost a fight." The two of them headed to the headquarters of the White Feather clan without wasting any time. While the elevator was taking them to the ground level of the government complex, Sunny tried to keep his voice even as he asked, "What do you mean lost a fight? Is she alive?" Jet gritted her teeth. "I don't know. I've been notified that something went wrong just half an hour ago. Roan sent me a message personally right before you came, but he didn't go into detail." Sunny's face fell. If Jet's only source of information was Master Roan, that meant that Army Command had chosen to keep it a secret for now. And if Army Command was keeping secrets from someone like Soul Reaper, things couldn't be good. As they emerged from the underground complex and hurried to the White Feather compound, Sunny shivered again and noticed that it had gotten even colder outside. Before, he had not paid the cold any attention, but now the fall in temperature seemed foreboding. Curse it all." The guards of the compound seemed to have received instructions, and almost immediately after Sunny and Jet arrived, a familiar young woman appeared to guide them inside. He briefly felt glad to see that she had survived the battle with Devouring Cloud, but then his thoughts turned grim and tumultuous once again. Sunny was shaken. He couldn't help but think about St. Tyrus, silently wishing for her to be alive. At the same time, he had to think about what her fall would mean for the evacuation. This chap upload first at Novel USB. Please support my site. With no one to stop the winter beast, what would happen to the city? The two worries competed against each other, pressing down on his heart with terrible weight. Finally, they reached an isolated room in the depths of the compound. The young awakened spared the door an anguished look, then stepped aside, gesturing for them to come in. Inside, they saw an empty hall with some medical equipment and a lonely operating table standing in its center. The table and the floor around it were marred with blood. On it, St. Tyrus was laying, her eyes closed. Sunny let out a relieved sign when he saw that her chest was slowly rising and falling. Sky Tide was still breathing. She was still alive. However, she looked like a corpse. Her whole body was covered in blood and blemished by severe frostbite. Tyrus was unconscious, breathing shallowly. Her face was terribly pale and her lips looked blue. And that was, without a doubt, only after the healers of the White Feather clan had tended to her. Sunny could not imagine how the fearsome saint had looked before. Roan was standing above her, not looking much better. He had been severely injured while luring the Devouring Cloud toward the city. Even now, the charismatic master was yet to recover from his wounds. One of his arms hung limply in a sling, and his usually lively face was dark and lifeless. When Sunny and Jet entered, Roan slowly looked away from his wife and gave them a dull glance. Soul Reaper gritted her teeth. "Roan, what the hell happened?" He stared at them for a few moments, then turned back to St. Tyrus. "Isn't it obvious? She lost. Actually, it's a miracle that she was able to hold back that monster for so long. It's also a miracle that she survived." He remained silent for a while, then added evenly, "You are asking the wrong question, though." Master Jet's icy blue eyes widened slightly. She hesitated, then asked coldly, "What the hell is going to happen then?" Roan lowered his head. Then he straightened his back and looked at them once more. "I think you know." His eyes were bleak and tired. "The winter beast is coming, and there's no one to stop it. It's over. Maybe tomorrow or the day after that, anyone who still remains in this city will die. I'm sorry, Soul Reaper. There's nothing else we clan can do." Chapter 1051, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 69. Chapter 1051, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 69. After battling the harrowing corrupted Titan for 3 long months, St. Tyrus of the White Feather clan had finally been defeated. Even though she had miraculously managed to survive, with Sky Tide incapacitated, there was no one left to stop the winter beast from advancing on the city. The Titan was already moving closer to the largest, and only siege capital left standing in the region. The temperature was falling, and the winds were picking up, heralding the descent of a terrible blizzard. Inevitably, a series of disastrous events was bound to happen. The first of these events, and the catalyst that sparked the chain reaction, was the withdrawal of the White Feather clan from the Antarctic Center. They had been sent here to support the first evacuation army on behalf of the great clan Valor, but were not part of it. Naturally, their first priority was to preserve their saint's life. Even if the awakened of White Feather had decided to stay, for whatever reason, Army Command would have insisted that they retreat in haste. The life of an allied transcendent was too precious of a resource for the government, too. As the clan's compound turned into a hub of frenetic activity, with everyone hastily preparing for departure, Sunny and Jet were left to their own devices. After their conversation with Roan ended, they found themselves all but ignored by the hurrying members of the clan. No one even remembered to shoo the two ascended away. They were not in a hurry to leave either, mostly because neither of them really knew what to do. The situation had changed too fast and too dreadfully. Sunny felt lost and resigned, and although Jet was trying to hide it, he could see that she was shaken as well. The two of them found a place out of the way and just stood there for a while, silent. Eventually, Sunny said, "Roan is wrong, it's not all over. Even without Tyrus we sent. He'll have a transcendent, me, Bloodwave. We should be able to give the Winter Beast a fight. We already killed one Titan, so why can't we kill another?" Jet somberly shook her head. There's an abyssal gap between a fallen Titan and a corrupted one in terms of power. Tyrus was not able to fight the Winter Beast because she was a transcendent. She was able to fight it because she was a transcendent whose aspect countered the creature's powers, and an astonishingly steadfast one at that. Even then, you don't really understand it, do you? Sunny frowned. I guess not. What is it exactly that I don't understand? Soul Reaper let out a grave sigh. Sunny, there's currently around 30 million people left in Falcon Scott, as well as 20,000 soldiers. There are also 1,000 or so awakened veterans. However, all of them combined wouldn't be able to do anything against a corrupted Titan. Even if there were 10 times more, the result would be the same. Yet, Tyrus alone held the creature back for 3 months. What does that mean? He stared at her silently for a while, then turned away with a dark expression on his face. It means that one saint is worth more than 30 million people, 20,000 soldiers, and 1,000 awakened. A corner of Jet's mouth twisted slightly. Smart. Sunny shook his head. What are you getting at, though? The hint of a smile disappeared from Soul Reaper's face. She lingered for a few moments, then said, I'm trying to tell you that there are no Yumi in Bloodwave. Bloodwave is going to leave with the White Feather clan. Do you think they are going to let Tyrus travel across the strait unprotected? She is unconscious and vulnerable. What happens if something attacks the ship? Neither Army Command nor Valor would allow that to happen. So the House of Night will do their best to protect the most valuable asset, which means that Bloodwave won't be here when the Winter Beast arrives. Sunny gritted his teeth, trying to suppress the blinding fury that threatened to consume his mind. This is such crap. Jet's face twitched, but she calmly shook her head. No, it's simply resource management. Sunny stared at her with bewilderment for a few moments, then suddenly laughed. So what, this is it? It really is all over. What about the rest of the poor fools who are still stuck in this city? Soul Reaper remained silent for a while. Then she said evenly, Well, there are 30 million people left here, with the current speed of evacuation. If the Winter Beast comes tomorrow, 20 million will die. If it comes the day after tomorrow, 10 million will die, theoretically. Of course, in reality, things are not going to go that smoothly. Sunny gave her a dark look. How so? Jet sighed. Something like that. It won't remain a secret for long. As soon as the rumors spread, this whole city will go crazy. Evacuation queue? Forget about it. People will be storming the port and jumping off the cliffs. It's going to be pandemonium. Sunny opened his mouth, startled by her callousness. However, it only lasted a moment. He was just as jaded after all. If he had used his brain for a moment instead of allowing himself to be rattled, he would have come to the same conclusions. He cursed. So what are we supposed to do? The two of us, I mean. I refuse to believe that there's no way to slow down the Winter Beast. Come on, we just need to hold it off for a couple of days. Soul Reaper gave him a long look. After a while, she said, "Sonny, you might survive the descent of the winter beast. Maybe I can survive it too. My cohort is gone, though, while yours is not. And your soldiers, they will definitely die. Ascended like us have no business facing a corrupted titan. As for awakened, they don't stand a chance. So if I were you, I would make sure that they get on a ship as fast as possible. Everything else comes later." He smiled bitterly. "That's it, you're a damn colonel. Can't you do something?" Jet simply shook her head. "Once the news breaks, my rank won't have any meaning anymore. Who cares about hierarchy in the face of annihilation? Sonny, this is going to be an every man for himself situation very soon. We are all going to have to make some choices. The best we can do is make sure that we don't regret them later. So, keep that in mind and do your best. That's all the advice I can give." She sighed, then briefly glanced at the star insignia on her shoulder and walked away. Before she left, however, Sonny shouted, "Oh yeah, so are you going to get on a ship yourself?" Soul Reaper paused. She remained silent for a few moments, then said without turning back, "I sort of hate ships, to be honest. It is really a pity." And then she left. Sonny found himself alone, staring at the empty space where Master Jet had been a few seconds ago. Shaking his head, he scoffed and turned away. What a coincidence. I sort of hate ships, too. Chapter 1052, The Fall of Fa. Elcon Scott, 70. Chapter 1052, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 70. The first thing Sonny did was go find Belle, Dorn, and Samara. However, none of them had returned from the dream realm yet. All three were peacefully asleep in their pods, not knowing that back in the waking world, Falcon Scott was not on the verge of destruction. For now, all he could do was wait. Not wishing to waste time, Sonny tried to go through the official channels to make sure that his cohort was not going to be left out of the evacuation plans. At that point, however, things had already started going out of control, just as Master Jet had predicted. The government complex was in a state of frenzy. The information regarding the withdrawal of the White Feather clan and the impending doom approaching the city was supposed to be kept strictly secret. But with people responsible for withholding it realizing that they themselves would most likely be left behind, there was no way for the truth to remain hidden. The news spread through the city like wildfire. With it came panic. Sonny spent some time fruitlessly trying to get the logistics officers, or anyone at all, to issue an order for his cohort to evacuate, but no one knew what to do, or even if they had authority to do anything. Worse still, as soon as St. Tyrus had been defeated, the influence the winter beast was exerting on the region seemed to have doubled in strength. Now, even the robust communication array of the siege capital was having trouble connecting the local branch of Army Command to central headquarters. Even if there was a leader who could bring order to this complicated situation, they were simply too far away. In the end, all he could get from the administrative personnel was a vague promise of a priority placement while boarding the leaving ships. They did not seem to know quite what it meant themselves, but the underlying message was clear. If he could get a spot on one of the evacuation vessels, no one was going to stop him. In fact, this was true for all the surviving soldiers of the First Army. If they wanted to leave, they could. Who was going to stop them? After all, the soldiers were armed, while the refugees were not. In the ruthless mathematics of war, their lives were also more valuable. In short, the situation had deteriorated to the point of turning into complete lawlessness. The government officers were simply unable to control it anymore. Every man for himself. Sonny was slightly stunned by how quickly the city had descended into chaos. All it took was a few hours. There were some exceptions, of course. For example, someone high up in the chain of command managed to enforce the evacuation of the wounded from the army hospital. However, no one knew how effective exactly the execution of that order would be, or how quickly the evacuation would happen. Sonny was reluctant to leave Luster's fate to chance, though. He returned to the barracks, which had turned hectic and feverish in his absence. Finally, his soldiers woke up, emerging from their sleeping pods with confused expressions on their faces. Not only was the building full of noise, but their leader was also waiting for them with a grim expression on his face. Sparing the three awakened a single glance, Sonny said, "Let's go get Luster and Kimmy. I'll explain what is happening on the way." They made their way to the hospital. Outside, the cold was slowly turning unbearable, but despite that, crowds of frightened people were flowing through the streets. some aimless and lost, some full of frantic determination. The situation inside the hospital was even worse. Unlike the rest of the people in the city, the medical officers had received direct orders to transfer all the patients to the port fortress and await immediate evacuation. However, the orders were vague and hastily compiled, lacking a lot of important details and instructions. Aside from that, moving severely injured soldiers was not as easy as transporting healthy people. Some required special care, some could not be moved at all, unless an awakened healer got personally involved. Rattled, Sonny finally understood what the word pandemonium meant. Cutting through the chaos, he and his soldiers reached Luster's room. After a short conversation with a panicked nurse, they received verbal permission to take him away and barged inside. Neither Luster nor Kimmy seemed surprised to see them. In fact, Kim had already prepared the wounded awakened for departure. He was dressed, freshly bandaged, and holding a pack full of necessary medical supplies and healing agents. The young man had also received a very generous dose of painkillers. Seeing Sonny, he smiled stupidly. "Cap, Major where are we going?" Sonny looked at Kim and gave her a nod. "Eastern Antarctica, we just need to find you a boat." The young woman silently took the medicine pack from Luster, hung it across her chest, then forced him to climb on her back. Considering that she was much smaller than the young man, the two of them looked rather comical. But of course, as an awakened, Kim was more than strong enough to carry a person. Before they left, Samara suddenly spoke, her usually calm face turning slightly pale. "Captain, what about Quentin? We can't. Just leave him here." Sonny looked at her for a moment, then somberly shook his head. "We have to, it doesn't matter anyway. He is in the nightmare by now. If he survives, the spell will create an ascended body for him. If not, taking him with us won't make any difference." The five of them grew solemn, then reluctantly followed him out. Luster was mumbling something under his nose, but the rest were deathly silent. On the street, Sonny looked around, then approached a random military vehicle and used his bare hand to tear through the armored alloy, destroying the locking mechanism of its door. With how many soldiers had perished during the siege, there was a surplus of machinery in the city. No one was going to miss one PTV. It was just that he had no time to request proper access. Luckily, Army transports did not have a complicated startup sequence. All he had to do was override the controls with his military ID, then access the internal computer and assign the vehicle to the first irregular company. After that, the PTV recognized Sonny as its valid driver. "Damn, I never even got close to stealing a PTV when I lived in the outskirts, and now I'm swiping one as an ascended. What kind of logic is that?" Darkly amused, he sent the vehicle barreling forward and maneuvered it through the crowded streets at high speed. "Hold on tight. We need to make a stop first before going to the port." Soon, he reached the dormitory tower where Professor Obel and Bate were living. Sonny stopped the vehicle and dissipated into the shadows without wasting any time. A few seconds later, he was standing in front of a familiar door. Sonny knocked on it several times, praying that they were both home. Luckily, they were. Walking inside, Sonny quickly looked around the apartment, then turned to Professor Obel and Bate. From their expressions, he understood that they already knew what was happening. Bate's eyes were wide and shaken. "Sonny, is it true?" He nodded, then said steadily, "Get your things, we need to leave as soon as possible." The young woman seemed startled. Leave to where?" Sonny spared her a quick glance. "To the port, of course. You need to get on a ship." She took a small step back. But our tickets are not due until..." Taking a step forward, Sonny took her by the shoulders and looked her in the eyes. "Forget about the tickets. You are leaving today. Now go, there's no time to waste." Neither Bate nor Professor Obel had a lot of things to gather, so they were out of the apartment in less than 15 minutes. The old man remained quiet throughout all that time, only speaking when spoken to. His eyes were calm but burdened. Diving from the chilling cold into the warm interior of the PTV, Sonny checked to see if everyone had settled and drove off. Two beams of light cut through the darkness as the vehicle sped through the snow-covered streets. Once again, they were heading north, this time toward the port fortress of the doomed siege capital. Chapter 1053, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 71. Getting close to the port turned out to be complicated. There were too many people and too many vehicles heading the same way. At some point, driving forward became simply impossible. The road was utterly jammed, which was a truly strange scene. Back in NQSC, PTVs were somewhat of a rare sight, but Falcon Scott was brimming with military transports of all kinds. Understanding that their vehicle was truly stuck, Sonny grimaced and told everyone to get out. As they did, a litany of sounds assaulted their ears: the rumbling hum of engines, the ear-piercing wail of electric horns, the anxious shouts of countless people. All of it fused into a cacophonous cloud of noise. Around them, a vast crowd of people was flowing through the congested road, the vehicles waiting hopelessly for a chance to move forward. There were men, women, and children, some carrying bags and backpacks containing their belongings, some empty-handed. A driver of a massive transport was standing on the side of the cabin, screaming furiously for everyone to get out of his way and that he had orders to reach the port. His yells were useless, of course. Even if the crowd of people parted, there was another vehicle right in front of the transport, and another one after that, and another one after that, all similarly stuck. The people moving toward the port on foot were acting senselessly as well. It was not like they had a chance of getting on a ship simply by reaching the fortress. Most of them had simply panicked and lost all reason. Some had not even wanted to go, but were swept up by the crowd. In any case, the mob presented a serious obstacle to Sonny. Luckill. Why, his uniform had turned out to be good enough of a deterrent. Where he walked, a small bubble of empty space magically appeared, allowing his group to advance forward with sufficient speed. Even in this state, the people were able to recognize a master. Some moved aside out of respect and reverence, some out of fear. This is, damn. Sonny had considered himself an experienced person, and not without reason. From the starless void of the forgotten shore to the frozen hellscape of Antarctica, he had seen and lived through a lot of things, both incredible and terrifying. However, he had never experienced anything on the scale of what was currently happening in Falcon Scott. Even the destruction of the Ivory City did not quite come close. By the time the cohort reached the northern section of the wall, he was in a grim and sober mood. Here, there was another massive gate, its wings currently retracted into the framework of the barrier. Beyond it was a vast span of concrete that led directly to the edge of the tall cliffs. Usually, there would be several organized lines of refugees waiting for their turn to use the elevators, and a lot of loader robots carrying cargo to and from the fortress. Now, however, the whole space was covered by a sea of people, all frantic to get closer to the edge and get a chance to descend to the coast. Someone was still operating the elevators, but the personnel of the transfer station had clearly given up on trying to control the mob. People were pressed tightly against the alloy barriers that were meant to prevent them from falling down, and some were even trying to climb over them. Nothing but a deadly fall awaited them on the other side, but the climbers seemed completely crazed. Sonny stared at the startling scene for a few moments, then looked away. He felt a chill that had nothing to do with the unbearable cold of the polar winter run down his spine. A human mob was a frightening thing. It was even more frightening because everything had been fine just half a day ago. In such a short time, the whole city seemed to have gone mad. What are these fools hoping to accomplish? Sonny flinched. What was he hoping to accomplish? Gritting his teeth, he pushed forward through the crowd. His uniform and aura of authority cleared a path, and when that was not enough, he simply pushed people away with Sonny's strength. It was not at all hard. Remaining gentle enough not to crush anyone was much harder. His soldiers followed. After experiencing the horrors of the nightmare spell and the tempering of countless battles, they all managed to remain composed. Bate and Professor Obel, however, looked deeply rattled. Still, they followed, too. After some time, Sonny finally reached the entrance to one of the elevators. Currently, it was closed since the platform had not yet arrived. The refugees moved slightly aside to give the awakened some breathing room. However, he could still hear their voices. Look, a master. You there, officer, what the hell is happening? Please take me with you. Curse you. He kept looking forward, ignoring the yells. Some people tried to ingratiate themselves with Sonny, some cursed him out and demanded explanations. Some stupidly became overjoyed, as if the appearance of an ascended was going to solve everything. At least it's not as cold. With so many bodies around, the oppressive cold had retreated a little. Eventually, a massive platform arrived from the bottom of the cliffs, and the barrier retracted into the ground. Sonny led his group forward, taking a place near the opposite side of it. From there, he could see the ocean and the port fortress below. There was only one gargantuan ship currently anchored near it, with several large ferries coursing between the vessel and the pier to bring people aboard. The port itself was as crowded as the transfer station, and so was the pier. The situation inside seemed even more chaotic than here. After around 2,000 people and several large transport vehicles entered the platform, the barrier rose once again, and the elevator plummeted down. It seemed to be moving at a greater speed than usual, causing several passengers to yelp in fear. However, the platform safely reached the bottom of the cliffs in less than a minute. There was a walled road leading from the elevators to the port. Half of it was designated for pedestrian traffic, half for the vehicles. That road was congested as well, but further away. Sonny noticed soldiers standing watch above it, carrying out their duty with lost expressions on their faces. Luckily, no nightmare creatures had chosen today to attack the city from the coast. "Let's go." Glancing at Kim, who was still carrying Luster, he continued toward the port. It took some time to reach it as well. The closer they got to the pier, the more frantic the atmosphere became. Some of the people here arrived after the terrible news of Sky Tide's defeat had spread, but some had been even earlier, happily waiting to be brought away to eastern Antarctica as per the government queue. Now, their chances of getting a spot on the ship were suddenly uncertain. But we were scheduled to be relocated today. Look, we have tickets." "Get the hell out of my way." "Sir, please just let me through." "When is the next ship arriving? When is?" The port officers were desperately trying to create some semblance of order, but it was useless. Still, only so many people could get aboard, so there were soldiers standing guard at the entrance to the pier, and a barrier of alloy mesh that slid up and down, letting groups of refugees proceed further from time to time. Every time the barrier retracted, the crowd grew agitated and tried to push forward, only to be thrown back by the heavy gazes of the guards. Sonny hesitated. What now? Chapter 1054, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 72. He looked around, studying the barrier and the crowded pier that could be seen through the mesh. Then, suddenly, Sonny heard a familiar voice. "Move back, damn it, don't push. If you have a spot in the queue, present an ID. If you are a member of the First Army, come that way. Get a hold of yourself and behave like people." He looked around and saw a tall, handsome man with indigo eyes and hair that seemed somewhere between black and blue standing in front of the barrier, struggling to hold back the panicked crowd. Sonny raised an eyebrow. Pushing closer to the man, he called out, "Neve, what the hell are you doing here?" The man, it was indeed Master Neve of the House of Night, blinked a couple of times, then looked in his direction with a confused expression. "Sonny, gods, it's you, what are? Doesn't matter, I'm now in charge of boarding, I guess." Sonny led his group to the barrier, stopping right in front of the Night Walker. Neve gestured for a nearby awakened to assume his position and took a step to the side. He gave Sonny a somber look. "That ship over there is where I'm assigned to. We are going to leave once we're at capacity. Actually, we are already over capacity, but a few more people can still be squeezed in, so." Sonny frowned. "What about Bloodwave?" The Nightwalker sighed. "He led the other ship away a few hours ago with Saint Tyrus aboard. There will be more ships tomorrow and more the day after that, if the winter beast does not arrive sooner. But Uncle won't be coming back. He'll guard the strait until the relocation is over. And then we will resume evacuating people over the ocean to the northern quadrant." Sonny nodded. "Figures. Listen." Neve spoke first, interrupting him. "Do you need to get on the ship?" Sonny grew quiet, suddenly ashamed for no reason. Strangely, he felt thankful to the Nightwalker for not forcing him to say it aloud. After a few moments of awkward silence, Sonny shook his head. "Not me, I just need to place a tether inside." Ascended could simply retreat into the dream realm whenever they wished. Even if their tether remained in the Antarctic center, a saint would then be able to bring them back to the waking world, to a safer region. Granted, there were no saints on the Ivory Island, so Sonny was a bit more inconvenienced in that regard. Of course, leaving the waking world was not an instantaneous process. It required some time and absolute concentration, so doing it in the middle of a battle was usually impossible. Any ascended that remained in the city would have to travel to the dream realm before the winter beast arrived, or risk annihilation with the rest of the mundane people. Still, taking up a spot on a ship would be a waste, and Sonny had long decided to stay and try to stall the Titan anyway. He looked at Neve. "I don't need one, but my people." Sonny glanced at Bate, Professor Obel, and the members of his cohort. Neve looked at them, too. His face fell. The Nightwalker hesitated for a few moments, then said quietly, "Sonny, I have 3 spots reserved as a member of the crew. I will give you those. Beyond that, however, I can get the rest of your cohort on board, too. Members of the First Army have a priority right to be evacuated, but those additional spots, they will come at the expense of civilians with officially issued tickets. So, it's your decision." He paused and then added apologetically, "Sorry, but you have to make it quick. This is going to be the last batch we let in tonight." As though to echo his words, the mesh barrier suddenly slid into the ground with a metallic screech. The soldiers started checking the IDs and letting people pass through one by one. Sonny froze for a moment, his face grew still. So, his heart grew heavy. So this is what it came to. 3 spots, or having to displace civilians who had a spot in the queue. His soldiers had all heard what Neve said. Sonny turned around looking at them. Kim, Luster, Dorn, Samara, Bell, Bate, Professor Obel. What was he supposed to do? Curse it all. As Sonny stood, the faces of his soldiers, Bell, Dorn, and Samara briefly glanced at each other. Then the giant man looked at Sonny and slightly shook his head. There were no words spoken, and yet for a moment Sonny felt as though his heart was pierced by a sharp blade. He lowered his head, then looked at Professor Obel. The old man met his gaze, and the two of them remained motionless for several seconds, as if having a silent conversation. Finally, Sonny looked at the mob of frightened refugees crowding behind the line of the barrier, all desperate to be saved. He sighed. "How terrible! Why the hell did I want to be an officer? Gods! No amount of the damned contribution points was worth it." Then Sonny straightened his back and said confidently, "Bate, Professor Obel, you go in first." Bate gave him a startled glance, but the old man gently pushed her forward. They moved past Neve, the young woman crossing the line first. However, as soon as she did, Professor Obel silently took a step back. At the same time, Sonny pushed Kim and Luster. His push, though, was not too gentle. The two stumbled past Neve, ending up on the other side of the line, too. They were one of the last people to be let through. A moment later, the barrier rose with a screech, and a wall of alloy mesh cut off the pier from the rest of the port. Sonny, Professor Obel, Samara, Dorn, and Bell remained on one side. Kim, Luster, and Bate were on the other. The young woman turned around, confused. When she saw the old man behind the fence, her eyes widened. "Professor, why are you?" Professor Obel smiled. "It's all right, Bate. We already had that conversation, remember? Stop being stubborn and forgive this old man. Ah, my old bones really can't endure another journey." She grabbed the mesh, frantic. No, you can't. How could you?" He sighed. "I only have a few more years left to live at best. Bate, I might have accomplished a lot in this life, but it's coming to an end." The old man chuckled. "You will accomplish even more, given time. What, do you think I was already brilliant at your age? Gods, no, I barely knew how to tie my shoes. Letting someone young take my place is a privilege of mine, especially someone like you or awakened Kim over there." Bate stared at him for a few long moments, her eyes glistening. Then she turned to Sonny. Sonny, what about?" He scoffed. "I'll be fine. It's like you don't know me. There's not a single selfless bone in my body, so you don't really have to worry about my safety." At that point, Kim finally spoke. "Captain." Sonny glanced at her and frowned. "You keep Luster and Bate safe. Who knows what will happen? Go board the ship and get the hell out of here, Kim. That's an order." He remained silent for a moment, and then added, "Also, it's Major, damn it." And that was that. Soon, Kim, Luster, and Bate boarded a ferry and were taken to the towering vessel. Sonny and the rest remained in the doomed siege capital, in Falcon Scott. The air was getting colder and colder. Chapter 1055, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 73. After things were settled, Sonny did not really know what to do. Professor Obel wanted to go back to the dormitory for now, so Sonny asked Belle, Dorn, and Samara to take the old man there. After that, they were supposed to return to the barracks. Left alone, Sonny remained motionless for a few minutes, then used Shadow Step to sneak aboard Neve's ship. Placing a tether there did not take him much time. After the invisible mark was created, he used the same method to return to the port fortress. It was already night. Of course, night and day were absolutely the same during the long winter here in Antarctica. Still, it meant that the winter beast would arrive in around 12 hours at the earliest and in no more than 40 at the latest. Sonny slowly made his way back to the elevators. No one was moving in the opposite direction of the port, so he did not have to force his way through the crowd. He just walked slowly, moving aside to let vehicles pass from time to time. The elevators were going up entirely empty as well. His lonesome figure startled the crowd of people waiting for the platform to arrive at the upper transfer station. Sonny spared them a heavy glance, then sighed and dissipated into the shadow. He had no desire to travel through the mob again. To waste as little essence as possible, he simply glided through the darkness and appeared some distance away, in the shadow of the city wall. Then, he used a lift to reach the battlements and finally escaped the panicked sea of people. From here, he could see the vast expanse of the city. Falcon Scott was bathed in darkness and suffused with stark artificial light. Snowflakes danced in the frigid air, and above it all, the ghostly aurora swirled like a celestial river of ghostly flames. Countless stars shone coldly high above. Sonny looked at the dreamlike scene for a few moments, then sighed. How come it looks so, Typhel? On the other side of the wall was the ocean. He could see the port below, the overflowing mass of people within it, and the lone battleship towering above the dark waters. Sonny walked along the length of the wall, keeping his eye on the vessel. There were soldiers standing watch on the wall. Strangely enough, none of them seemed in a hurry to leave their posts. In fact, he could feel a strange mood permeating the air. The crowd of refugees below was almost frenzied, but here on the battlements, the members of the First Army were almost tranquil. It was not the resigned tranquility of desperation, either just unvarnished calmness of people who had been through hell and did not fear the end. Soon he heard one of the soldiers say, "Look, it's moving." Sonny could see it as well. The battleship was finally departing. The titanic chain rattled as it rose, soon revealing a massive anchor. Then, slowly, the giant vessel started to move, distancing itself from the port. Its departure caused the people packed into the fortress to cry out, the litany of their voices flying on the wind to reach his ears. A raspy female voice responded to the soldier. "Poor guys, I feel bad for them, it's too damn cold." The first, male voice sounded again after a moment of silence. "Yeah, I hope someone in the port will have enough sense to hand out food, blankets, and something hot to drink. Speaking of something to drink, give that thing here." Sonny frowned. Wait, don't those voices sound familiar? He looked at the pair of talkative soldiers. One of them was a man in the uniform of the First Army. The other was an awakened woman wearing a beautiful enchanted robe. The two of them were passing a flask of something fragrant between each other while idly observing the departure of the battleship. Sonny tilted his head, surprised. They were Sergeant Gier and Lieutenant Karen, two officers who had been under his command during the hellish march to Falcon Scott. He had not seen them after reaching the siege capital. Sonny hesitated for a moment, then said, "Hey, you." Karen flinched and grabbed the parapet of the battlement with both hands. To be stupidly tough, though. I thought I heard him too. Weird. Sonny sighed. Her face paled a little. Gier, I think I drank too much. I just heard the devil calling out to me." The mundane soldier scoffed. "Ain't no way you are drunker than me. Aren't you awake and supposed to be stupidly tough, though? I thought I heard him too. Weird." Sonny sighed. "That's because I'm standing right behind you." Both of them slowly turned around and stared at him for a few moments. Then, sincere smiles suddenly appeared on their faces. "Captain, sir, you're here too." He rolled his eyes, then came closer and leaned on the parapet beside them. "Yes, I'm here too." After the caravan reached the city, the soldiers and awakened he had led were absorbed back into the First Army and sent to reinforce the garrison. He had met a few here and there during the siege, but largely, Sonny had no idea what had happened to them. It was strange to see Jeer and Karen again. He studied them for a bit, then asked, "The two of you did not board the ship." Sergeant Jeer hesitated, then shrugged relaxedly. No, it just feels weird to leave all these people behind and run away. Actually, pretty much no one I know went and took a spot for themselves. Most of us First Army grunts are staying." He took a sip from the flask and chuckled. "It's like we all made a weird suicide pact." Karen pulled the flask out of his hand and smiled. "It's all right, though. Actually, I feel like I was supposed to die in Erebus Field. That would have been sad." She took a big gulp and sighed with pleasure. "Because everyone there died. But here, we already made sure that 170 million people escaped. By tomorrow, it's going to be 180. That's a lot of people. That's a job well done, if you ask me. And if we manage to hold out for a day or two more, then that's going to be even better." Jeer nodded. "That is the reason why we were sent here in the first place, isn't it? To make sure that these people escape. So saving ourselves at their expense just feels weird, that's all." Sonny studied them for a few moments, remaining silent. Then he sighed. "I guess I feel the same way. Plus, I really hate losing as well." Karen and Jeer looked at him with complicated expressions. "Sir, you're staying too." Sonny smiled slightly. "Yeah, but don't get me wrong. I am not planning on dying heroically. Unlike some people, I haven't given up on giving that beast a good fight." The two soldiers were quiet for a bit. Then Jeer suddenly laughed. "Good, that's good. Hell, now that I know that you're going to be with us too, sir, I am starting to feel that maybe there's still a chance. We already killed one Titan, didn't we? What's one more?" Karen lingered for a moment, then offered the flask to Sonny. N.D. patted the mundane soldier on the shoulder. "Sure, Jeer, sure, it's just a corrupted Titan. Let's kill it. Why not?" Sonny received the flask and took a sip of something bitter, flavorful, and absolutely searing. He grimaced and coughed, feeling his eyes turn wet with tears. Gods, what the hell are they drinking? After a while, when he regained his ability to speak again, Sonny wiped his eyes and passed the flask to Karen. Feeling a pleasant warmth spread through his body, he said, "Yeah, you're right, it's just a corrupted Titan." Chapter 1056, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 74. It was already morning by the time Sonny made his way to the dormitory tower where Professor Obel was staying. The cold had gotten even more oppressive, and the wind was like a sharp knife that cut ruthlessly against his skin. It was rather strange. Soon after the news of the winter beast's inevitable attack spread through the city, the whole population seemed to have gone marl. Fear, panic, and desperation were like a wildfire that spread through the siege capital, throwing it into utter chaos. For a while, it was as though Falcon Scott had turned into a wounded, frenzied beast. But now, a strange calmness permeated the snow-covered streets. Even near the port, the mob had become meek and docile. A few more ships arrived, and a few more millions of people were taken away. The rest either surrendered themselves to fate or gave up completely. As soon as they let go of hope, their fear disappeared. Their panic subsided, too. Sonny walked through the city. He saw different people coping with the merciless reality of the situation in different ways. Some seemed numb and lethargic. Some seemed serene and at peace. Everyone found solace in their own way. He even saw groups of people climb to the roofs of the highest buildings, carrying chairs, portable heaters, and food. They were going to watch the arrival of the Titan and meet their ends together. Others were trying to get as deep underground as they could. A siege capital like Falcon Scott had plenty of durable subterranean shelters. However, if anyone thought that they could hide from the approaching doom there, they were sorely mistaken. No amount of frozen soil and layers of mundane defenses were going to stop a corrupted Titan. There had been shelters in Erebus Field, too, but no one who had entered them survived. And Goliath was in no way a match for the winter beast. As for Sonny himself, he had not given up yet. He still had some will to fight left in him. He had spent these hours trying to come up with a way to, if not defeat the abominable horror, then at least tie down and stall it. Sadly, Sonny saw no way to win, no matter how hard he looked. The enemy was just too strong, and his bag of tricks was all but empty. There was no time to prepare anything, and even if there were, he was not sure that he would have been able to pull another miracle out of thin air. Killing Goliath was already an astonishing feat. In the past, before the transcendence of the first saints, it had taken all of clan valor decades to slay a fallen titan. But Sonny destroyed the dreadful stone colossus in a single second. If he had been a couple seconds slower, the city would have probably already been destroyed. That was how terrifying titans were. The further one walked on the road of ascendance, or corruption, the greater the distance between individual steps. There was a vast chasm between a terror and a titan, and an even more boundless abyss between a fallen and a corrupted one. Sonny had not come up with a single good idea. His own strength was insufficient, and there was no one stronger around to borrow it from. Is it really hopeless? Despite it all, he was reluctant to accept that fact, and yet a shadow of doubt was weighing on his heart. As Sonny was approaching the dormitory tower, his thoughts wandered to Jeer and Karen. His mood turned dark as he remembered all the people he had brought to Falcon Scott, and how much effort had gone into preserving their lives. Where were they now? The nameless sleeper, the kid who had called him uncle once, the brave soldier who had lost his arm to the devouring cloud. Had they been evacuated? Or were they still out there somewhere within the doomed city? Most of the 200 million people had already been evacuated, so the chances of that weren't high. Standing in front of the entrance to the dormitory, he looked at the piles of snow on both sides of it. The man who had been so happy to give him a sandwich, was he and his wife safe? And countless others. With a deep sigh, Sonny entered the tower and made his way to Professor Obel's apartment. The old man met him with a calm smile. "Master Sunless, come in, come in." By now there was no one inside the apartment except for the old man. The two of them remained silent for a while. Eventually, Professor Obel sighed. "I wanted to thank you. Some time ago I made a request you to not choose to save my life over someone else's. Back then, you didn't agree. I am glad that you changed your mind." Sonny looked at the old man with a bleak expression. He remembered that conversation. Back then, he had foolishly proclaimed that he would not have to choose, because he would simply save everyone he decided to save. Technically, Sonny had kept that promise. The convoy had made it to Falcon Scott, and although there were some casualties, he never ended up having to put Professor Obel's life over that of other people. Who could have known that their woes would only grow more calamitous after reaching the distant siege capital? Sonny pursed his lips, and then said in an even tone, "I am not going to lie, Professor. I am unhappy with your decision. After all the effort I've put into keeping you alive, you still chose to stay. It makes me feel as though all those struggles of mine were meaningless." They had not been, of course. Tens of thousands of people, and maybe even millions, were alive because of what Sonny had done. But millions of people were faceless. To him, Professor Obel had long become somewhat of a personification of all the mundane humans the First Army was meant to save him and bait. The old man smiled wistfully. "I knew that you would feel that way. People who are as principled as you, young man, are a rare breed. They can't help but feel responsible for the entire world. However, the world is too vast, Major Sunless. You can't defeat it all by yourself, and you shouldn't be forced to either." Sonny looked at him with surprise. "Now that is very amusing." He couldn't help but snort. "Principled me, Professor? You are deeply mistaken. I have no principles to speak of. I am just stubborn, spiteful, and a little bit mad. That's all there is to me." The old man laughed. "If you say so, young man. Anyway, you must be really busy. I won't keep you. However, I do have one last favor to ask. Would you mind escorting me to the communication array? My work schedule is technically suspended, but a bunch of us old engineers decided to gather there. Who knows, maybe we'll even manage to restore function to the whole thing. In any case, it will be an extremely interesting problem to solve. I already have a few ideas." Sonny stared at him for a few moments, then silently nodded. Together, they left the dormitory tower and ventured through the streets of Falcon Scott, chatting idly as they did. Time seemed to slow down a little. Nevertheless, they eventually reached the base of the communication array complex, where a dozen or so old men and women were standing waiting for the latecomers to arrive. Some of them waved to Professor Obel, calling out to him with boisterous voices. The old man waved in response, then turned to Sonny and smiled. We're here, thank you very much, young man, for everything. Sonny felt as though a lump was stuck in his throat. He lingered for a few moments, then forced out a few words. Don't mention it, and thank you too, Professor. Please stay safe. Professor Obel patted him on the shoulder. You must survive, Major. Don't hesitate to save yourself when the time comes. Farewell. With that, he smiled one last time, then turned away and headed to the other old engineers. They welcomed him with friendly greetings. Sonny remained motionless for a while, then turned away too. Damnation! Grilling his teeth, he shivered in the cold and started walking. The shadow weighing on his heart had become heavier. Chapter 1057, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 75. He found his soldiers calmly preparing for the nearing, and most likely their last, battle. Sonny had chosen the members of his cohort based on their mental resilience, but even still, he was surprised and slightly disturbed by how nonchalant all three seemed. Samara had lost her rifle, but was now in possession of Kim's carbine. She was sitting on an alloy crate, silently charging one bullet after another with essence. Bell was sharpening his sword with a vague smile on his face. Memories did not need to be sharpened, but the swordsman had a habit of doing so anyway. Dorn had been wounded by the scavenger. The deep cut on his chest had already been dealt with by an awakened healer, but he was yet to fully recover. The giant man was moving his shoulder through a set of stretching exercises, wincing front time to time. His sledgehammer was nearby, its handle leaning against the wall. When Sonny entered, the three awakened glanced his way and saluted. "What's the news, sir?" He shook his head. "No news yet. If we're lucky, the bastard will show up tomorrow. If we're not, it will be here today." Sonny remained silent for a few moments, then added, "In any case, we will have to deal with the blizzard first. Keep those charms I gave you summoned. Protection against cold is going to play a big role when the winter beast comes." Sonny possessed the memory of ice, but he had also created lesser versions of the Undead charm for each of his soldiers. Those memories were not as potent, but also required much less essence to sustain the enchantments. They nodded, summoning the artificial charms. Looking at his soldiers, Sonny couldn't help but feel a hint of fear. He had only known these people for a few months, but they had gone through a lifetime of struggles together. Even if he wasn't responsible for their lives, he would still have been fiercely reluctant to see them die. Bell, Dorn, Samara, they were admirable warriors each. More importantly, they were his people. Sonny sighed. You just had to go and stay, huh? He had been fully prepared to have Neve load the whole cohort on the ship, but the three awakened silently refused. Staying in Falcon Scott was their choice. Bell looked at him and grinned. Sure, sir, that's our job. Samara simply nodded, choosing not to say anything in her usual manner. Dorn chuckled. We did, but aren't you here too, Major? Sonny winced. Of course it wasn't the same. He was an ascended and one ridiculously hard to kill on top of that. His soldiers, however, were merely awakened. They were not nearly as resilient. Yes, I am. Bell put his sword away, the smile slowly disappearing from his face. The swordsman remained silent for a few moments, looking at him with an uncharacteristically serious expression. A heavy atmosphere settled in the barracks room. Eventually, he said, There is something I wanted to ask you, though, sir. You don't have to answer, of course. Sonny frowned. What is it? Bell hesitated for a bit, then asked thoughtfully. There are rumors going around that you're dating Mongrel, but Mongrel, she is your echo. What's that all about? Sonny stared at him, speechless. What the hell are you on about, Feel? I'm not dating anyone. The swordsman suddenly threw his head back and exploded with laughter. I see. Dorn gave him a disapproving look and let out an exasperated sigh. That guy. Sonny shook his head, suddenly feeling an urge to laugh, too. He's crazier than me, gods. If you're done, Bell, let's discuss strategy. Sometime later, Sonny walked outside to get some fresh air. The air was much cleaner in Antarctica, after all. It would be a waste to remain inside all the time, even despite the cold. As Sonny stared at the distant sky, he suddenly noticed a black bird looking at him from a nearby roof. Then he heard the sound of approaching footsteps. Sonny, there you are. Master Jet appeared front behind a corner and walked over to him, then stopped. her icy blue eyes full of coldness that was even more chilling than the polar night. He looked at her, then smiled. "Here I am." She sighed. "I sent all the information we have about the winter beast to your communicator. Did you read it?" He nodded. Sadly, there was little known about the Titan and its abilities. Even though St. Tyrus had spent months suppressing the creature, most of their drawn-out battle had not been a direct one. The winter beast had shown an eerie ability to control cold, snow, and wind. Since Sky Tide commanded the winds as well, their battlefield had been the sky above the Antarctic center itself. It was precisely because the Titan's most dreadful power had been continuously countered by St. Tyrus that no one knew its true extent. It had to be tremendous, though, considering that the mere presence of the creature was distorting communications across the entire region. All Sunny and Jet could do was make educated guesses. She hesitated. "Good, then." After that, both fell silent. Sunny looked at Soul Reaper, remembering the past. She was the first person he had met after surviving the first nightmare. Back then, Jet looked like an unreachable goddess to him. Seeing her cold beauty, he had been stunned. Luckily, she promptly slapped some sense back into him. After that, Master Jet was always in the background of his life, arguably saving it on more than one occasion with her advice and slightly jaded wisdom. And now they were equals. It was funny. The two of them had only met a few years ago, but Sunny felt as though he had known Let all his life. Maybe because those years felt like several lifetimes. He sighed, then suddenly asked, "Master Jet, I've always wanted to ask, why did you really join the government? Considering your abilities and character, the legacy clans probably showered you with offers, and incredible ones at that. Well, you must have received a special strategic asset designation as well." They had briefly talked about it in the past, but Sunny always felt that he did not know the full truth. Soul Reaper looked at him with a surprised expression. "What? Where did this come from?" He chuckled. "Just curious, that's all." Jet remained silent for a bit, then scoffed. "Well, all right, but you are really overestimating me. A special strategic asset. I wasn't even designated as a simple strategic asset. Sure, my aspect was a dangerous and unique on. But other than that, I was completely unremarkable. I was foolish, timid, and unsure of myself, too. It was only later, much later, after being beaten by life over and over again, that I got rid of some of my foolishness and bloomed into this awesome and incomparably majestic figure you see in front of yourself today." Satisfied, Sunny smiled. "I guess." After a few moments of silence, he asked, "Do you regret it, though, the path that you took?" She looked away, a thoughtful expression appearing on her face. Master Jet pondered his question for a bit, then shrugged. Her voice was calm. "Ours is a bitter life, Sunny. From the outskirts of NQSC to here, it has often been bitter and only rarely sweet. A life like that, it would be a waste to make it taste more bitter still with regret. So no, I might be unsatisfied with many things, but I would never waste my time on regret." Jet looked at him and raised a brow. "Why are you feeling regretful about something?" Sunny laughed. "Honestly, right now, I am regretting pretty much every single decision I've made in my life." She stared at him blankly, then rolled her eyes. "Well, get over it. We have a Titan to fight." And so they did. The temperature continued to plunge, and the winds grew more and more frenzied, howling through the streets of the siege capital like hungry wolves. Faster than everyone had hoped, only a few short hours later, the winter beast had reached Falcon Scott. Chapter 1058, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 76. The remains of the field army sent to the Antarctic Center gathered into a formation after marching across the giant crater. The hill, like stone corpse of the fallen Titan Goliath, the pit created by the enormous explosion, and the city with millions of defenseless humans sheltering inside, were now behind them. In front of them were a vast field of snow and the towering peaks of the mountains. There were around 20,000 mundane soldiers, some of them piloting the mighty war platforms, and 1,000 or so awakened gathered in front of the crater. Just like Jir had said, very few members of the First Army had used the priority right to be evacuated ahead of civilians. Most had remained, and were now preparing to face a dreadful foe. The winter beast. The plan of the battle was rather simple. The creature's physical body was rumored to be hidden at the heart of the blizzard, protected by hurricane winds and murderous cold. To prevent it from reaching the siege capital, the army was going to advance into the snowstorm and confront the Titan. Neither mundane soldiers nor the awakened had any hope of actually damaging a corrupted nightmare creature. Luckily, an abomination that mostly relied on unnatural powers to kill its prey could not be too formidable in a physical confrontation. The few masters who still remained with the army had a good chance of wounding or even slaying it, if they could get close enough. The role of the soldiers and the awakened was to bury the Titan under their bodies and distract it, hopefully giving the ascended an opportunity to strike. No one knew if the plan had even a theoretical chance of working, but it was their best chance. Aside from Sunny and Jet, there were two more masters who had both survived the previous weeks of the siege and chosen to stay and fight. The four of them were spread across the formation, each commanding one of the 4 brigades. Nightmare was still slumbering because of the wounds he had received during the previous battle, but Saint, maybe due to the mantle of darkness, had already recovered. However, Sunny did not summon her yet. He wanted to keep his strongest weapon at hand in case things went wrong. If the army was unsuccessful in their desperate gamble to breach the wall of the blizzard, he would send one of his shadows ahead, to allow the taciturn knight to emerge from it near the Titan and engage the abomination in battle. That was his last resort. Even still, Sunny did not know if Saint would be able to do anything. That was the main problem. None of them knew anything for sure. The winter beast was just too unknown and mysterious. Chances were, every single one of them would die long before catching a glimpse of the Titan's true body. Curse that fiend! Sunny was standing in front of the brigade of grim-faced soldiers who were now under his nominal command. The members of his cohort were right behind him, and behind them were the rest of the awakened. The mundane soldiers were at the back of the column, comprising most of it. All of them were looking ahead, struggling against the cruel winds. In front of them, a cloud of snow was descending from the mountains, slowly blotting out the sky. It was like a swirling white wall was slowly erasing the world. With each second, the winds were growing stronger, and the terrible cold was becoming more unbearable. The blizzard was coming. Sunny sighed, then looked over his shoulder. Get ready. Without Kim, the members of High's cohort lost the ability to borrow his sight. Each of them had summoned a luminous memory, and so had the rest of the awakened in the brigade. The mundane soldiers, too, were equipped with various light-producing devices. Beams of powerful spotlights shot into the darkness from the shoulders of the towering MWPs. The brigade appeared like a river of light in the middle of a sea of darkness. The harrowing snowstorm was getting closer and closer. Advance. Sunny took the first step forward, and the soldiers followed. The war platforms prepared their flamethrowers. Since the Titan's most fearsome weapon was cold today, these armaments were more valuable for their ability to create heat, not for their destructive potential. On both sides of the brigade, 2 more rivers of light flowed forward, one commanded by Soul Reaper Jet, one by an ascended that Sunny had met a few times, but did not really know. A few moments later, the snow was upon them. Sunny shivered, feeling a merciless chill permeate his body. Even with his elemental resistance and the help of the memory of ice, he was shocked by how ferocious the cold was. He could only imagine how terrible it was for the rest of the soldiers. It had never been the same the previous times Sunny encountered the wandering blizzard. Now that St. Tyrus was not suppressing the winter beast, it had fully unleashed its power, causing the world itself to become its tool. This snowstorm was not an aftereffect of the Titan's presence on the landmass, either. It was directly created by the frozen horror. In fact, the snowstorm itself was the horror. It was as much a part of the winter beast as the physical body hidden in the heart of the blizzard was. In that regard, the corrupted Titan was much closer to the dark sea of the Forgotten Shore than it was to a simpler creature like Goliath. For a moment, Sunny wondered if there was something secretly hidden at the heart of the cursed sea, as well. Flamethrowers. The MWPs walking at the sides of the column extended their arms, sending long streams of fire crisscrossing above the formation. It was as though a flaming cage was created around the brigade. For a few moments, the cold receded slightly. The billowing clouds of snow were instantly melted, and drops of water rained down on the shivering humans. For as long as the war platforms had fuel to keep the flames burning, the army still had a chance to reach the depths of the unnatural snowstorm. However, they had not burned for long. Chapter 1059, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 77. 1059, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 77. It was all a gamble. A dire, dangerous, deadly gamble. The soldiers of the First Army were betting their lives against the winter beast without even knowing if they would be able to reach it, let alone hurt it. They might have made that gamble out of desperation, but they had also made it out of necessity. All of them had received a chance to leave, and all of them turned it down. Some had done it due to their sense of duty, or camaraderie, or misguided bravery. Some had simply grown numb to the horrors of the war. As for Sonny himself, he was not really sure what had led him here. He had come to this broken land in search of power, but that desirous quest seemed so childish now. Antarctica had put a lot of things in perspective, however. This shift of perspective only made things less clear instead of revealing the truth. All he knew was that he felt fiercely reluctant to leave the job unfinished, and that he did not want to fail the soldiers who had entrusted him with their lives. Sonny had never wanted to be in charge of anyone, but now that he was, their hopes and desires weighed on him like chains. Strangely, though, he did not want to refuse that burden. He felt quite protective of it. Maybe that was what Master Jet had meant when she said that no one was free in this world. Regardless of the reason, Sonny felt a frantic hope burning in his chest as he marched into the blizzard. Come on, we can do it. Behind him, the column of shivering soldiers stubbornly moved forward inside a cage of flames. The infantrymen were all encased in suits of powered armor, which were all hermetic and insulated, capable of withstanding the most hazardous environments. The awakened were all much tougher, and many of them possessed protective memories on top of that. And yet they were all suffering from the terrifying cold. It was just too insidious, finding a way to pass through all forms of defense. Even Sonny felt miserable because of the snowstorm. Much worse, the cold was getting worse and worse the deeper into the blizzard they walked. They had to find the true body of the winter beast soon. That cold, there's something wrong about it. It doesn't feel like a natural force. Even his thoughts felt slow and frigid. But there was no way back for them now. All that Sonny could do was march forward and endure, hoping that he and his soldiers would be able to reach the heart of the blizzard. The fire produced by the MWPs helped alleviate the cold to a certain extent. But then, slowly, the heat of the furious flames started to feel less and less substantial. The flamethrowers were still spouting long streams of burning fuel, but it was as though the fire itself had been robbed of its warmth. How could fire be cold? Sonny did not know, but he felt as though the flames now contained no heat whatsoever. They were like predators that had lost all their teeth. Curse it! He glanced back, seeing a few of the mundane soldiers staggering as they walked, then gritted his teeth and continued to move forward. The snowstorm could not be too vast. They had to be getting closer to its center. All they had to do was endure a little longer. Suppressing a hint of fear, Sonny sent his shadows to scout ahead. As soon as his body lost their support, the cold assaulted it with renewed strength. He cursed quietly and concentrated on resisting the furious blows of the hurricane winds. Behind him, the awakened and the mundane soldiers were shielding their faces and leaning forward to withstand the force of the storm. Even the towering war platforms were struggling to keep their balance. They had great mass, but also a much larger surface for the wind to attack. The pilots controlled their lumbering machines with intricate skill, keeping them upright and moving forward. The shadows flew into the storm. Even though it was almost impossible to see through the raging snow, they had other ways to perceive the world. Sonny hoped that at least one of them would be able to discover the true body of the winter beast. After all, searching for it was not hard. All he had to do was follow to where the cold was most dreadful. The closer one got to the heart of the blizzard, the more terrible the unnatural cold would become. And indeed, his shadows were able to discover the right direction soon. They all failed to reach the eye of the storm, though. Sonny felt a little shaken when he realized that, further into the blizzard, even the shadows started suffering from the merciless cold. It made no sense, since shadows were incorporeal beings, but it was nevertheless true. Once they flew sufficiently deep into the snowstorm, the power of the winter beast seemed to transcend logic and reason. It was capable of freezing even those things that should have been incapable of being frozen. How can it? To his horror, Sonny realized that the frigid slowness of his thoughts was also not just in his imagination. If the corrupted Titan was capable of affecting shadows with its powers, why wouldn't it be able to affect minds? Nothing within the winter beast's snowy domain could avoid being pervaded by its power. Recalling the shadows, Sonny shuddered and continued to walk in the direction they had discovered. Every step he took felt heavier than the last. Behind him, a soldier fell to the ground. Others tried to help the soldier stand up, but it was of no use. The man was not moving. His comrades had no choice but to abandon their futile attempts. The column flowed past the motionless figure, and soon it was swallowed by the haze of the blizzard, disappearing from view. Not long after that, someone else dropped down. Sonny felt dread settle in his heart. No, we need to keep going. I refuse to give up. I refuse to believe that the abomination's power cannot be broken. He continued to walk with an ugly expression on his face, leaning low to resist the shattering wind. Soon more people fell into the snow. Sonny could feel their shadows turn lifeless in the distance. Every death cut him like a knife. It was only the mundane soldiers at first. Then one of the MWPs staggered and froze, depowering. A moment later, a powerful squall crashed into it, making the towering machine sway and collapse. Eventually, even the weakest of the awakened started dying. And then the strongest of them. Engrossed by grim fearlessness and dogged determination, the brigade continued to struggle forward. The other brigades were advancing into the blizzard by its side, too. However, their rate of progress was becoming slower and slower. The closer they got to the heart of the snowstorm, the more murderous the cold became, the stronger the winds grew, and the harder it was to make even a single step forward. It felt as though an irresistible force was pushing Sonny back, and at the same time trying to sap him of his very life, battering his body with blades of wind and ice. Damn it. At first, a soldier or two would fall every minute. Then, a new body would fall into the embrace of the snow almost every second. Sonny felt a vast, maddening anguish, and a deep, biting reluctance. And fear, not for himself, but for the mission. But then he became scared for himself, too. At some point, Sonny realized that because of the diabolical cold that permeated his mind, he could no longer feel his dream real. Anchor. It still existed there somewhere, but it was as though the mystical connection was distorted by a hazy wall of snow. Sonny could not sense the anchor and could not reach for it. He had nowhere to run, just like the rest of his soldiers. Are we going to lose just like that? The thought filled him with indescribable anger and grief. He could tell that they were getting closer to the heart of the blizzard. They were not too far away now. But the snowstorm had become just too calamitous. Sonny had lost count of how many soldiers he had lost. In fact, his senses, even the shadow sense, were slowly failing him. He could not see too far, and he could not perceive too far. The world had narrowed down to a hazy sphere of a dozen meters, while everything else was obscured by snow. In that sphere, there were only a few awakened. As far as he knew, everyone else might have already succumbed to the ruthless cold. Gods, it can't be like this. It can't be, damn it. In his heart, Sonny would have been able to accept if they had reached the true body of the winter beast, but failed to defeat it. But the idea of being wiped out without even making it to the eye of the storm was enough to drive him insane. Damn it all. And with each second, still, the cold was growing more harrowing. 1550. But in the end, that was exactly what happened. Eventually, still surrounded by the wall of howling snow, Sonny realized that he could hardly make even a single step forward. He had lost sight of the brigade and did not know if any of his soldiers were still alive. There were only 3 awakened beside him, Belle, Dorn, and Samara. And with each second, still, the cold was growing more harrowing. He closed his eyes. Admit it. Sonny hesitated, staring into the blizzard. Admit it, you lost. He shivered. You fool, what else did you expect would happen? It was almost as if the sin of solace was talking to him. But no, those were only his own thoughts. He had not even summoned the jade sword yet. His own thoughts were much more damning. Sonny let out a soft sigh, then turned around and looked at his soldiers. The members of his cohort were standing close to each other, bits of ice covering their hair. Their luminous memories had grown dim and weak, and their lips were blue. Their eyes, however, were much more calm than his own. Sonny studied their faces for a few moments, trying to come up with a solid thought. Eventually, he simply whispered, "I'm sorry." Bell smiled with the corner of his mouth, then slightly shook his head. That action alone seemed to take something out of him, and the swordsman swayed slightly. Samara reached out to support him, and he placed a hand on her shoulder, gripping it tightly. Dorn struggled a little and turned to face them. He gave his fellow awakened a warm nod, then kept looking at them without saying anything. Maybe he couldn't. Sonny remained motionless, watching. He watched them slowly grow still. And then he watched as the spark of life was gradually extinguished inside them. Samara was first, and then Dorn. Bell was the last to go. Only when their shadows had turned lifeless and empty did Sonny allow himself to dissipate into the darkness, escaping the murderous cold. In the embrace of the shadows, the power of the winter beast was not nearly as overwhelming. It could still reach here somehow, but in a weakened state. Sonny howled with sorrow and fury as he flew deeper into the blizzard. Even if everything was lost, he still wanted to try and reach the wretched abomination. He wanted to hurt, break, and kill it. But he failed. Even if the cold was not as terrifying in the shadows, it was still there. And the closer Sonny got to the heart of the blizzard, the more annihilating the cold became. He still persisted forward, feeling his very soul freeze and start to grow still, dying for a time. He almost made it. Eventually, though, Sonny had to turn back. He ran away. He ran away and hid himself, waiting for the snowstorm to pass. He survived. Chapter 1060, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 78. 1060, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 78. The winter beast came. And then it left. The last citadel of humanity in the Antarctic center, Falcon Scott, had fallen to the chain of nightmares. The harrowing blizzard had swept through it, freezing the whole city solid and killing everyone inside. Sonny had heard that a long time ago, during the dark times, or maybe even before that, the whole of Antarctica was covered by ice. It had been a land of perpetual winter, cold, and snow. After the corrupted Titan wiped out the last human settlement and retreated back into the mountains, as if satisfied to be the sole sovereign of the region, the landscape looked just like that, again. The city was drowning in snow. The buildings emerged from it, encased in ice. Below the cliffs, a large swath of the ocean was frozen as well. A gargantuan battleship was stuck in the ice, still anchor. The people aboard it all dead. Everyone was dead. Except for Sonny. His soldiers were dead. Millions of civilians were dead. Professor Obel was dead, too. But he was alive and not even wounded. Sonny had remained in the shadows for a long time, only emerging from them after his essence almost ran dry. And now he was digging a grave. The earth itself was frozen solid, so his task was not an easy one. He had to summon the Sin of Solace and use the beautiful jade blade to dig. Sonny was standing in a shallow pit, deepening it. His movements were fast and purposeful. Angry tears were streaming down his face, turning into ice before falling to the ground. He was not alone, either. A vague shape that looked a lot like him was sitting on the edge of the pit, staring at him somberly. It had his voice, too. "Look at you go." Sonny gritted his teeth, ignoring the Sin of Solace. The cursed sword remained silent for a while, observing him. Eventually it asked, "So did you find it, conviction, or whatever it was you've been searching for?" Sonny spared the vague shape a glance, then continued digging. No, I didn't find crap." He wiped his face with an elbow. "Actually, that's not true. I did find something. I found out that I was right all along." Sonny plunged the sword into the frozen soil and laughed. "Faith, calling, conviction, all those lofty words. It's all rubbish. It's all meaningless. People like Anvil of Valor and Kai Song have conviction, and that conviction helps them achieve greatness. Well, where are they? What good did it do? Where the hell were they, huh?" He lowered the sword and stared at the vague shape with fury in his eyes. "Those great people go around playing with their great conviction, while little people like us suffer and lose our little lives. But what's wrong with having small dreams? All I ever wanted was to live a good life and keep people I care about safe. What's wrong about that? Why do I have to have a great goal and soaring ambition to be allowed to exist? Sonny remained motionless for a moment, then returned to digging. I'll tell you why. It's because those bastards made it so. That's the world they have built. They can pursue their convictions and trample on millions in the process because there's no one to hold them responsible. They can have their little wars while ignoring the death toll, no matter how much people die. Hate it. I hate it. Suddenly he stopped and then let out a small laugh. Effie, she was wrong. Well, I can't blame her. She doesn't know Nephis as well as I do. From the outside, it might really look like Neph draws power from conviction. And she does too, but the truth is so much simpler. I mean, she told me herself. Back on the Forgotten Shore, years ago, Sonny had asked Nephis why she wanted to destroy the spell, and her answer was very simple indeed. Because I hate it. Because she hated it. She was going to destroy the spell because she wanted to, and she wanted to destroy the spell because she hated it. That was all. Sonny laughed again, then shook his head. Fool, I'm such a fool. The vague shape sitting on the edge of the grave grinned. Well, at least we agree on something. Sonny continued to dig, thinking back on the past months. He had not found conviction, but in a sense he also did. I don't need it. I know what I value and I know what I want. It might not be much, but it's enough. I am who I am, and who I am is enough. It's plenty. He looked at the vague shape and made it disappear with a thought. Then Sonny climbed out of the grave and looked at it. There were 3 graves beside that one. They all stared at Sonny like monuments to his failure. Slowly, he turned to the 4 corpses that lay on the ground a small distance away from the graves. After the winter beast left, he had returned to collect the bodies of Belle, Dorn, and Samara. Guide him to the academy. She had been there when he returned from the Forgotten Shore in 1552. And then, not too far away, he had found the body of Master Jet as well. Master Jet, Sonny couldn't quite comprehend the fact that she was dead. She had always been there for him. She had been the first person to meet him after the first nightmare and the one to guide him to the academy. She had been there when he returned from the Forgotten Shore and from the Kingdom of Hope, too. She had even helped him purchase his home. Soul Reaper had been his mentor, comrade, and friend. For him, she was synonymous with competence and power, and perseverance. If a girl from the outskirts could rise so high, then why couldn't he? And now she was dead. Sonny couldn't believe it, but there was no denying it. Her lifeless body was right there in front of him, unmoving and still. Her beautiful blue eyes were now glassy and hollow. Her lips were never going to curve into a smile again. Soul Reaper Jet was gone. Sonny's heart was empty. Right. He remained motionless for a while, then walked over to Belle and carried him to the first grave. Then silently he repeated the same process with Samara and Dorn. Master Jet was the last, but he couldn't bring himself to approach her body for a long time. Eventually, though, it had to be done. Feeling as though he was dead himself, Sonny approached Jet's corpse, then leaned down to grab it. The corpse stared at him with glassy eyes and said hoarsely, "Kindly unhand me." Sonny sighed. "Don't worry, Master Jet. I'm going to bury you well. There are no nightmare creatures around yet, but they will come eventually. You wouldn't want to be eaten, would you? I surely don't." The corpse remained silent for a few moments. "Have you lost your mind, Sonny? Put me the hell down." He nodded. Yes, I did lose my mind a little. That's true." The corpse of Soul Reaper Jet continued to stare at him. "I should probably close her eyes. Do you need me to slap you again? Snap out of it, damn it." A small frown appeared on Sonny's face. Then he suddenly dropped the corpse and flinched back, falling on his butt. "Wah, what, Master Jet, you're alive." The corpse remained motionless on the ground. After a short pause, it said in a dull, hoarse, corpsely voice, "No, I am dead." Sonny stared at it, dumbfounded. Suddenly, the corpse let out a grating, hissing sound. It was trying to laugh. "I've been dead this whole time. It's my flaw, you are dead. But as long as I keep killing things and absorbing their essence, I can at least maintain a semblance of life. If I don't, I'll be truly destroyed." She struggled to turn her head and looked at him with dead, glassy eyes. "That was the real reason I joined the government all those years ago. I knew that I'd always have things to kill if I did. Now, Sonny, damn it, can you help me sit up?" He slowly rose to his feet. took a few shaky steps forward, and pulled her up to a sitting position. Then he blinked a couple of times and said, "So that was why you told me that it's impossible for you to die in Antarctica, because you were never alive to begin with." Soul Reaper struggled for a few moments, and then took a labored breath, the first one since he had found her in the snowfield outside the city. Yes, it was a figure of speech. Both of them remained quiet for a while, not knowing what to say. Then Jet suddenly turned her head. Her eyes glistened a little. "Sonny, look there." He turned around, not knowing what she wanted him to see. Nothing seemed to have changed. The graves, the snow, the frozen buildings of the destroyed city were all the same. However, far away, a thin line of pale lilac appeared above the horizon, breaking the rain of cold darkness. Soul Reaper tried to smile, but failed. The sun is rising. The night, it's over. End of Volume 5, Dread Night. The long night is over, and so is Volume 5 of Shadow Slave. I hope that you enjoyed this cold, dark adventure. As for me, I surely had a blast writing it. I'll take a day off and return with the first chapters of Volume 6 the day after tomorrow. Thank you and have a great day. Guiltythree. Chapter 1061, Dire Strait. Sonny, come here. I'll only kill you a little. Get the hell away from me, you demented zombie. Sonny took a few steps back, easily avoiding the grasp of the shambling corpse of Master Jet. Fortunately, she was not too fast. In fact, she could barely crawl. Her nails powerlessly scratched against the alloy, and Soul Reaper let out a hoarse, disappointed hiss. Damn it. Sonny shook his head. Despite Jet's weakened state, avoiding her clutches was a tiresome task, mostly because there was nowhere really for him to run. Currently, the two of them were trapped on an alloy raft that was drifting slowly across the strait between the Antarctic center and the vast landmass to the east. When Jet lost control of herself, all Sonny could do was endlessly circle the raft and wait for her to come to her senses. Come here, Sonny, I won't bite. He gave her a dark look, then picked up his chair, walked over to the other end of their improvised vessel, and calmly sat down. The length of the raft was no more than 10 meters, but for Soul Reaper, that was a vast distance right now. She stared at him for a while, then gave up and rolled on her back with a curse, looking at the sky with a resigned expression. When Jet remained still, she really looked like a corpse, and technically she was, but at least in this cold, she was not a rotting corpse. One had to count their blessings. Unlike the souls of all awakened, hers was not able to generate essence on its own. Worse than that, her soul core was shattered and constantly leaked what little essence she had left. Once the essence completely ran out, Soul Reaper would truly and forever perish. The only way for her to survive was to continuously kill living beings and absorb their soul essence. That was actually Jet's sleeper ability. Her awakened ability allowed her to bypass all forms of physical defense and strike directly at the souls of her enemies, which was where her fearsome nickname, Soul Reaper, had come from. Her ascended ability was to slowly absorb shards of broken soul cores from those she had killed to build up and strengthen her own, both in terms of size and capacity. It also removed the natural limit of essence infusion that the flesh of most living beings had, allowing Jet to oversaturate her body with essence and achieve truly superb levels of strength, speed, and resilience. Hers was a supreme aspect. Sadly, right now, Jet had no essence to spare on strengthening her body. She barely had enough to keep it from collapsing entirely, and even that last reserve was slowly running out. Things had not gone well for them after the destruction of Falcon Scott. Even after the winter beast retreated into the depths of the Antarctic center, its dire influence remained. Neither Sonny nor Jet had been able to access their dream realm anchors, which meant that they could not escape from the waking world. Eventually, the two of them had been left with only one choice: to try and brave the strait. Actually, there was no need for them to even reach East Antarctica. All they had to do was sail far enough into the ocean to leave the area of influence of the corrupted Titan, which would allow both to return to the dream realm. That would still be dangerous, but not as dangerous as remaining in the winter beast's frozen realm. There were no ships coming, and no seaworthy vessels left intact in Falcon Scott. In the end, Sonny had been forced to improvise. The alloy raft they were currently drifting on was not just a random sheet of light alloy. It was actually the covetous coffer. That memory of his possessed an enchantment called Mendacious Coffer, which allowed it to mimic the forms of inanimate objects. Additionally, the size and intricacy of the simulacrum were dependent on Sonny's shadow core capacity. By now, he was very close to becoming an ascended tyrant, so obviously that capacity was much greater than when he had first acquired the coffer. So Sonny had turned it into a raft. It was much larger than the alloy chest the coffer usually looked like, at the expense of the complexity. Even better, the locomotive chiffonier enchantment allowed the raft to propel itself forward at a modest speed. Most importantly, though, the covetous coffer was an ascended memory of the fourth tier, and as such, it was tremendously more durable than even the strongest alloy would have been, if something attacked them from below, which had already happened a few times. The raft was not going to be destroyed unless the attacking nightmare creature happened to be truly terrifying. Sonny and Jet had ventured into the strait on top of the covetous coffer, hoping to leave the winter beast's area of influence in about a day. And they had. Sadly, their situation did not really improve after that. As it turned out, there were numerous nightmare gates hidden below the cold waters of the ocean here. Perhaps there were too many, or perhaps their luck had just been truly atrocious. But even now, a week later, Sonny and Jet had yet to encounter a place where the call of nightmare would not instantly whisk them away if they tried to leave for the dream realm. At this point, it would be easier for them to actually reach East Antarctica. They had made it 2/3 of the way already. The mighty battleships of the government fleet were able to make the trip in a day or two, but the covetous coffer was much slower, so it was going to take them a few more days to make landfall. Sonny did not feel too much pressure. Saint was standing guard with Morgan's warbow in her hands, warding off most of the sea creatures. Sonny and Saint were capable of dealing with almost every normal threat. If something they could not deal with were to attack from the depths, he could use a combination of memories to take flight. If they were attacked in the skies, he could dive deep into the ocean. The only problem he had was that Jet would periodically lose her mind and half-heartedly try to kill him. Sitting in his luxurious chair, Sonny threw a look at Soul Reaper's unmoving corpse and sighed. Damnation. Chapter 1062, Gone Fishing. Sonny was not too worried about being able to reach East Antarctica. Unless something truly harrowing rose from the depths of the ocean to devour them, he was certain of his ability to either kill or escape it. However, he was worried about Jet. A week ago, she had been weak, but not nearly as weak as she was now. Her mental state was also getting worse. He knew that Soul Reaper had been intentionally starving her body of essence in order to conserve as much of it as possible, but still. Sonny did not know how much longer she would last. Right now, she was not even able to afford summoning a memory. Every drop of essence counted, and there was very little of it left in her shattered soul core. Which presented a problem. Saint W. As capable of killing most nightmare creatures that attacked them with her bow, and Sonny was not far behind her in terms of lethality. However, Jet was in no condition to kill anything. But despite that, as he considered his options, the corpse stirred, then started laboriously crawling in his direction again, demented lights burning in its glassy blue eyes. Come here, come here. Sonny stared at her with distaste, then shook his head and stood up. His shadow sense spread outward, encompassing as much of the world as he could perceive. He remained motionless for a while, allowing the corpse to draw dangerously close. Jet's hollow eyes glinted. Got you. Before she could grab his shin, however, Sonny sighed and dove off the edge of the raft, disappearing under the cold water. The graceless dusk dissipated into dancing threads of black silk. Jet seemed startled by his disappearance. She fruitlessly clawed at the surface of the raft a couple of times, then grew still. He's gone. A hoarse sigh escaped from her bluish lips. She didn't inhale after that. By now, even breathing was a chore. She didn't really need to anyway. The corpse remained motionless for a long time. Eventually, a black bird landed on the raft, hopped over to the corpse, and stared at it curiously. A few moments later, the crow tried to peck one of the glassy eyes out. Jet blinked. You stop that, crow, crow, or I'm going to make you into a soup. The bird hurriedly jumped away, seemingly nervous. Soup, soup. Its voice sounded indignant. Soul Reaper looked at the bird silently, then rasped. Did you find land? The crow spread its wings and waved them a couple of times. Land, land. The corpse tried to smile, which looked quite disturbing. Even Saint spared it an indifferent glance. How far is it? The bird ruffled its feathers and made another hop back. Far, far. Jet gritted her teeth. I know that it's far, you stupid bird. How far? The echo simply stared at her in confusion. After a couple of seconds, it cawed proudly. How? Soul Reaper hissed, then hit her head against the alloy surface of the raft a couple of times. Got him it. After that small outburst, she didn't say anything else, remaining still and unmoving. The raft swayed gently on the waves. Below the raft, hundreds of small metallic feet were furiously paddling the cold water. On top of it, a living statue, a talking corpse, and a small black bird were silently waiting. Some time later, the water behind the raft suddenly boiled, and a young man with silky black hair and alabaster skin emerged from it, dragging something in a stranglehold. A terrifying creature with long tentacles that were as wide as a man's thigh was struggling furiously, trying to free itself. Its spongy flesh was awash with inky black blood. Stop fighting, you bastard. Sonny gritted his teeth and ignored a tentacle that was wrapped around his neck, exerting enough pressure on it to crush an armored vehicle. Using one hand, he swam toward the raft, climbed aboard, and dragged the nightmare creature with him. Saint silently moved to the opposite side of the coffer, so that the weight of the abomination did not make it capsize. The crow flew up and landed on her shoulder, staring at the monstrous creature with apprehension. Sonny pressed the abomination down and barked. Stay still. He was rather angry. Yes, he and Saint were enough to slay most of the nightmare creatures that would attack them, either from underwater or from the sky. However, capturing one alive, that was a whole different level of trouble. Jet, get in here. Soul Reaper slowly gathered her limbs and then sluggishly tried to stand up. After a few tries, she succeeded and stood there for a moment, swaying. Sonny summoned the cruel sight and tossed it to her, using his knee to press the abomination into the alloy. Soul Reaper caught the spear and used its shaft to help herself stay upright. He held the nightmare creature down and cursed. Hurry the hell up, that thing is really strong. Not to mention that it had more limbs than he did. Immobilizing it was a miserable task. Jet shambled over, then spun the somber spear and thrust it into the center of the mass of furiously dancing tentacles, using the whole weight of her body to give the strike some force. The silver blade pierced the flesh of the abomination and disappeared inside, causing a river of black blood to flow onto the alloy surface of the raft. The corpse of Soul Reaper lost balance and fell flat into the puddle of blood. She remained laying there, not paying the convulsing tentacles any attention. Slowly, an eerie smile of satisfaction appeared on the dead body's blood-stained face. Ah, that feels better. Sonny let go of the slain creature and sent it back into the water with a furious kick. Saint moved back to the middle of the raft, balancing it with her prodigious weight. The crow slid off her shoulder and landed at the edge of the pool of black blood. It stared at it for a moment and then cawed excitedly. A soup. Chapter 1063, Lively Corpse. Sonny summoned the graceless dusk back and remained motionless for a while, looking at the dark expanse of the ocean. The sunrise in Antarctica was a long affair. By now, the sky was on the precipice of falling into a long period of twilight, but the cold waters still seemed black. After a month or two of dawn, it would be day for about 4 months, followed by a couple of months of dusk. There would be much fewer shadows around for close to half a year, which meant that Sonny was going to have a much harder time fighting. Many of his advantages would disappear. Provided that the forces of humanity would even be able to last that long, of course. There was a good chance that they wouldn't, but there was also a good chance that they would. The situation in East Antarctica was much better than it had been in the Antarctic Center. In fact, it was more or less exactly what the government had hoped for. After the tumultuous first phase of the operation, all the population had been relocated to a number of siege capitals. The soldiers had hunkered down, and people were being slowly carried across the ocean to the other quadrants. That process would last until the end of the year, at least. There were 3 field armies of the 1st Evacuation Army currently operating in East Antarctica, which was exactly 3 times more than the single one that had been sent to the Antarctic Center. There were also 2 saints there, one of the government's own and the emissary of the great clan Song. Once Saint Tyrus recovered from her wounds, there would be 3. The Second Army was on its way as well. They would be making landfall in just a few days, and once that happened, the human forces on the continent would be incredibly bolstered. The Second Army was supposed to be composed of twice as many mundane soldiers, awakened, and masters as the First Army had been. Close to 5,000 awakened had died in the Antarctic center. But by the end of August, there would be 60,000 of them defending East Antarctica. Best of all, there was no winter beast to suppress all forms of long-range communications there, allowing the army to operate as the well-oiled machine it was supposed to be. That had to be enough to withstand the onslaught of the chain of nightmares for 5 more months. By then, most of the population would hopefully be evacuated. And if not, there was the winter solstice. With how rampantly the spell had been spreading in the southern quadrant, the number of awakened was bound to double, or even triple after the solstice. All the sleepers created by the chain of nightmares would receive the chance to come into their full power. So, although the forces arrayed against the evacuation effort would continue to grow more dire as time went on, the forces of humanity would swiftly increase, too. There was a chance. However, Sonny knew that there was one unpredictable part of the equation that could ruin everything. The great clans. Nephis had told him that the southern campaign was a perfect battlefield for them to wage their war. And so, there was a large possibility that song and valor would clash in East Antarctica, complicating the already dreadful situation. There was no sense or reason in their insane feud, at least none that Sonny and Neph could see. And yet, the threat posed by the War of Great Clans was very real. As Sonny looked at the ocean, his eyes glinted with cold, wrathful light. Those bastards! He had not even noticed when his hands turned into fists. Penny for your thoughts. Sonny turned slightly and looked at Jet. She had sat up and was now wiping the nightmare creature's blood off her face, looking slightly less corpsely, but only slightly. She was still a far cry from the fearsome Soul Reaper he knew. Sonny lingered for a moment, then said evenly, "Just thinking about the future." Jet studied him for a bit. "Really? Because you look like you're about to dive back into the water, this time to butcher a few abominations just for fun." She sighed, then said wistfully, "Why did you throw that one off the raft anyway? We didn't even retrieve the soul shards." Sonny scoffed. "What do we need soul shards for? You can't use them, and neither can I." That thing, meanwhile, was flooding the whole place with its rotten blood. We don't even have a rag to wipe it off. Indeed, soul shards were useless for both of them. Sonny needed shadow fragments, which could only be received by slaying enemies of equal or higher rank, while Soul Reaper could only replenish her essence and strengthen her core by killing living things. In the outside world, a single soul shard was worth a hefty sum of credits, but here on the raft, Sonny would have given 100 of them just for a mop. Well, maybe not 100. Sonny sighed, then returned to his chair and sat down. He was growing hungry, too. Jet stood up, shakily walked out of the puddle of blood and lowered herself to the alloy surface of the raft. Her eyes had regained a hint of their usual iciness. She remained silent for a bit, then said hoarsely, "You've been in a dismal mood this whole time." Sonny looked at her with amusement. Not only was he amused by the fact that she had apparently had enough presence of mind to pay attention to his moods, with all that crawling around and trying to kill him, but the statement itself was more than a little redundant. How else was he supposed to feel after what had happened in Falcon Scott? Millions of people had died, the members of his cohort had died, and even before that, the first irregular company had been all but wiped out. Considering everything, Sonny thought that he had handled himself pretty well in the past week. He smiled darkly. "Yeah, and why do you think that is?" Jet sighed, then looked away. "Does it matter what I think? I understand. Believe me, I do. In fact, I might just understand it better than you. But Sonny, do you want me to be honest?" He stared at her silently, then shrugged. "I guess." Usually, statements like this were followed by something unpleasant. She looked at the dark waves and shook her head. "I think that you have maybe forgotten who you are and where you came from. I'm only saying it because I went through the same thing many years ago. When I left the outskirts, I was tempted to forget the truth of things, too. And I did, for a little while. But the world has a way of reminding you what it really is and what you should expect from it. Sonny, don't grow soft. You, of all people, should know better." Sonny looked at her, his face unmoving. After a few moments, he shook his head. We are not in the outskirts anymore, and we are not the same people anymore. A pale grin slowly appeared on Soul Reaper's lips. That is true, too. She lied down and stared at the sky, silent. After a while, though, Jet said, maybe you are right. Maybe people like us have to change, too. Inflexible things are the most brittle, after all. But look around. With how things are going, the whole world just might end up like the outskirts soon. What are we supposed to do then? Sonny laughed. I'm the last person you should be asking for advice. What are we supposed to do? I have no idea. I don't even know what we are supposed to do tomorrow, let alone in the vague future. Let's just keep things simple. Today, we need to survive. Tomorrow, too, after that. We'll see. It would already be nice if we get the privilege of having a choice in the matter. Jet turned her head and looked at him seriously. Then she said in a solemn tone, I can't survive, though. I'm already dead. They stared at each other silently for a few moments, then both laughed. The raft continued to drift on the cold waves. From time to time, Saint would raise her bow and send a black arrow into the dark water. Every time she did, the spell would whisper into Sonny's ear, announcing a kill. Other times, he would have to dive into the ocean himself and help her deal with the attacking abominations. Shadow fragments slowly trickled into his soul. The next day, Sonny procured another nightmare creature for Jet to kill, and the day after that, one more. On the third day, her crow returned from its scouting trip much sooner than usual, announcing that it had seen land. Not long after that, they saw a dark line on the horizon. On the fourth day, the raft finally reached the inhospitable shore, and the two of them set foot on solid ground again. East Antarctica welcomed them with cold winds, dim twilight, and the familiar call of the whispering nightmare gates. Chapter 1064, East Antarctica. East Antarctica was many times larger than the Antarctic Center, both in terms of territory and population. Its landscape was also much more varied, with vast plains, long mountain chains, and numerous lakes that ranged from relatively small to those that were as large as seas. Somewhere out there, in that cold expanse, 21 siege capitals were currently enduring the onslaught of nightmare creatures. Each of them was comparable to Falcon Scott in size, and there were close to 900 million people protected by their walls. Sonny was looking into the distance, feeling a bit uncomfortable. In front of him was a vast plain that stretched all the way to the horizon, covered in snow. It was littered by giant boulders that stood like solemn monuments to the ancient past and cut by countless deep canyons. Here and there, hordes of abominations could be seen, flowing across the plain like dark rivers. After months spent in the mountainous Antarctic Center, it was strange to be able to see that far. The world was broad and shrouded in dim twilight, looking quite surreal. Sonny felt exposed. What a bleak sight. It was still better than the poisoned wilderness of the other continents. He could freely breathe here, at least. There were also much fewer scars left by the destructive wars of the dark times here, although there were some. He could see the skeletal remains of massive war machines and the ruins of destroyed towns far in the distance, all covered with snow. With a sigh, Sonny turned around. Behind him was a slope leading to the ocean shore. Jet had just finished climbing the slope and stopped near him, breathing heavily. She still looked like a dead woman walking, but at least she was breathing again. That alone made her less unnerving. Soul Reaper remained silent for a few moments, then cursed quietly. There are still gates near us. Indeed, the call was still too strong for them to escape into the dream realm. She studied the plane before looking at him. Do you have a working communicator? Sonny shifted awkwardly, then gestured to the graceless dusk. This is a transcendent armor, you know. It has many wonderful enchantments. Sadly, one thing it doesn't have is pockets. I used to carry a few useful items inside a spatial storage memory, but those were all destroyed by the Heart of Darkness. So no, I don't have a communicator on me. Indeed, the covetous coffer was more or less empty now. Sonny had spent most of his supplies during the escape to Falcon Scott, and what little remained was then obliterated by the dark beetles. The only thing they had not been able to destroy were the spools of diamond thread from the ebony tower. Jet sighed. Pity, mine was frozen solid. We can't even contact Army Command then. Sonny watched the distant hordes of nightmare creatures for a while. Well, then we just have to keep moving deeper inland until we find a safe spot to use our anchors." Soul Reaper grimaced, which looked quite frightening considering her current state. She lingered for a few seconds, then shook her head. "Moving inland? It won't be easy. This place is in a much better state than the Antarctic Center was, but that's just inside the siege capitals. Out here in the wilderness, the nightmare creatures still reign unopposed. You know better than anyone how hard it is to traverse an environment like this." Sunny smiled darkly. "Luckily, we don't need to travel for 3,000 kilometers, and there are no civilians slowing us down. Hell, there's not even a murderous sea to flood the entire world every night. Come on. It's going to be like a picnic." He called, and a moment later, a Stygian black steed rose from the shadows. Nightmare snorted, ominous red flames burning in his eyes. The stallion's adamantine horns glinted dully in the bleak twilight of the early dawn. Sunny summoned the overpriced saddle and went about strapping it on the black courser. As he did, Jet looked at him with dead eyes. After a while, she suddenly said, "By the way, I never asked, but how the hell did you end up being mongrel? That doesn't make any sense." She paused and then shook her head. "Actually, scratch that. In retrospect, it makes too much sense. We even met once when that gate manifested in NQSC. Ah, I feel embarrassed now." Sunny coughed. "I just wanted to train peacefully in the dreamscape. Who knew people would make such a ruckus about me learning a few battle styles? This whole thing went out of control really fast. Believe it or not, I actually wanted to use the mongrel persona to stay under the radar. That plan? Yeah, it failed spectacularly." Jet laughed, her voice sounding hoarse and disturbing. "Stay under the radar? You call challenging Morgan of Valor staying under the radar?" He winced. "Well, I might have gotten a little greedy, once or twice. But hey, at least I got a very good bow out of it. It's still my best ranged memory. Those Valor Forgemasters really know what they're doing, huh?" Soul Reaper shook her head. "You're not too bad yourself, Sonny. I still can't believe that you can craft memories. Do you know how rare aspects that allow Awakened to create memories are? There are very few such Awakened outside of Valor, and even those usually only work for the powerful legacy clans." Sonny remained silent for a few moments. By that point, there was nothing really preventing him from sharing his insights into sorcery with Jet. They had already learned a lot of each other's secrets, so one more wasn't going to make a difference. But it would be a long conversation. If he explained that his ability to create and modify memories had not come from his aspect, but rather from an attribute, he would have to explain what blood weave was, which in turn would require him to explain much more. He didn't feel like it. The knowledge would not help Soul Reaper anyway, or anyone else for that matter. As far as Sunny knew, his ability to see and interact with spellweave was unique. Instead, Sunny glanced at Jet and asked, "What's so special about that Morgan anyway? How strong is she?" Soul Reaper sighed. "Understand that there are masters, and then there are masters, Sonny. Legacies are trained from childhood to be monstrous fighters, and that's just those. From lesser clans, those from the great clans, well, you can imagine. Morgan is not just any member of Clan Valor either. She is their princess. You should know by now who her father is." Sonny's face darkened. He finished dealing with the saddle and crossed his arms. "What about you, then? Are you stronger than Morgan?" Jet stared at him with her hollow, dead eyes. A corner of her mouth twitched upward. "Me maybe, probably not. If we had to fight, I would most likely lose. Not because I am weaker, just because Morgan has the vast resources of valor behind her. Memories, echoes, soul shards. You can't imagine how much power the great clans have hoarded over the decades. People like us don't have the same foundation, so I wouldn't want to fight one of their heirs if there's an option not to. That goes for your friend Song Sation as well." He scoffed. "It's a bit of a stretch to call us friends, and I think you are selling yourself short. I fought a couple of masters from Valor, you know. They're not that tough." Soul Reaper grinned. "Oh, really? How come you ended up stuck in the waking world for half a year then?" Sunny stared at her for a moment. "Good point." With that, he jumped into the saddle, looked at Jet from above, and offered her a hand. "Come on, climb up." She hesitated, prompting Sunny to raise an eyebrow. What's wrong?" Jet cleared her throat. "What do you mean, what's wrong? I don't know how to ride a horse. Why would I know how to ride a horse? I've never ridden one. I've never even seen one before your echo." Sunny blinked a couple of times, then suddenly laughed. That laugh surprised him, because he had not thought himself capable of laughing after Falcon Scott. "Gods, you don't need to ride anything. I'll control the horse, you just sit in front of me and don't fall off. I'm sure you can handle that much at least." Jet sighed, then grabbed his hand and jumped up. Nightmare exhaled loudly through his nostrils, confused as to why a corpse was sitting on top of him. Shadow God was also the god of death, though, so the shadow steed must have been accustomed to such things happening. Or not, in any case, he would have to deal with it. Jet looked down nervously. "Sonny, how fast is your horse exactly?" He smirked. "Pretty fast." With that, Sonny sent Nightmare forward. Soul Reaper would have yelped, but she was still having trouble breathing, so all she produced was a stifled hiss. The nightmarish steed carried a dead woman and a divine shadow as it raced across the snow-covered plain, moving deeper into the cold expanse of a doomed continent. Chapter 10:65 Reaper. Nightmare was flying across the twilight plain, ignoring all obstacles. He cut through the snow, maneuvered between giant boulders, crested hills, and jumped across deep canyons, his steel hooves sending sparks flying from the weathered stone. The dark destrier was swift like a shadow, moving with innate grace and incredible speed. Sonny was sitting in the saddle, holding Jet. She was basically in his embrace. In the past, being so close to her would have made his blood boil, but right now, he did not feel anything. Not just because Soul Reaper was cold and lifeless like a corpse, but also because his heart was just as cold and just as lifeless. He did not feel much of anything right now, except for deep, dark rancor. There was no time to either. Sonny might have joked about how this journey would be akin to a picnic, but in truth, their situation was still dire. East Antarctica was teeming with nightmare creatures, and he was not conceited enough to think himself capable of slaughtering entire hordes of them. Sonny knew that he was strong, but he also knew the limitations of his strength. He had just been taught a bitter lesson on that topic by the winter beast, after all. Right now, his best friends were caution and speed. His shadows were scouting ahead, searching for nightmare creatures that lay in wait. Some he would avoid, some he would escape from by relying on how swift Nightmare was. Steering clear of the migrating hordes was not too hard, but the smaller swarms and solitary abominations were a challenge. Still, Sonny had not been forced to summon Saint yet, let alone enter battle himself. They traversed a good distance, then hid in a deep ravine, waiting for a large horde to move away. After the river of monsters was gone, Nightmare dashed forward once again. Rinse and repeat. Finding a safe spot to enter the dream realm was proving to be more difficult than he had thought. There were places where the pull of the call was not strong enough to disrupt their anchors, but all of them were crawling with the nightmare creatures. Slaying the abominations was not out of the question, but Sonny felt reluctant to create a lot of noise. Who knew what else would be attracted by the sounds of a battle? And so, further and further they went. Eventually, he had to admit that solving their problem was not going to be a fast affair. As such, Sonny had to change his tactics. He had not eaten in a long time, and Jet was losing essence. They had to hunt. Sonny spent some time finding a swarm of nightmare creatures that was sufficiently small and isolated. After that, he commanded Saint to put an arrow into each abomination and slow them down with the burden of peace enchantment of the black bow. Then Sonny set Soul Reaper on the beasts and watched from the shadows as she butchered them. Jet was still weak and low on essence. However, the creatures were merely awakened and weighed down by the soul arrows on top of that. He was there to interfere should something go wrong as well. Sonny was confident that his dead companion would be able to handle the swarm. And indeed, she did. To conserve her essence, Jet shunned summoning any memories and attacked the abominations with her bare hands. However, as Sonny quickly found out, Soul Reaper was a terror to behold even while weakened and unarmed. When she struck the abominations, her hands simply passed through their flesh, directly shattering the soul cores. But more than that, Jet was already dead. Her body could still be damaged, and she would perish if it was entirely destroyed. But she was also not plagued by many of the weaknesses that most living beings shared. She could not bleed to death, but could ignore wounds that would cripple or kill any human. Jet was able to dismiss even the most severe internal injuries, continuing to fight without ever slowing down. Even if her lungs were crushed and her heart was pierced, she would simply continue to kill. Not even crushing Soul Reaper's skull would stop her. As long as she absorbed enough essence, her dead body would eventually heal, or rather, restore itself. Faced with such an unstoppable monster, even Sunny would feel a hint of dread. Good thing we're on the same side. In the end, it did not take long for Jet to slaughter the small swarm of awakened abominations. She killed them with her bare hands, regaining a little strength with each kill. Throughout all of this, her face remained unnervingly calm, like that of someone focused on a boring chore. Then, a disturbing little smile appeared on it. Sunny was forced to remember his first conversation with teacher Julius. Back then, the old man had called Jet a murderous savage and a psychopathic killer. Sunny used to think that people were prejudiced against Jet because of her background, but now, knowing what he knew, he could see how strangers could have come to the conclusion that Soul Reaper enjoyed killing simply for the sake of killing. Very few people knew that she needed to constantly absorb essence to survive, after all. And who wouldn't be unsettled after witnessing something like this? When the last of the nightmare creatures fell to the ground, Jet straightened and closed her eyes for a moment, exhaling with satisfaction. She looked like a fiend that had just crawled from the depths of hell awash in blood, body riddled with ghastly wounds and eerily beautiful despite all that. Shaking his head, Sunny emerged from the shadows and went about dressing down some of the abominations to collect meat. At the same time, Saint started salvaging soul shards. Jet remained motionless for a while, then looked at him. There was some vitality now in her eyes. She smiled and said, "What are we doing now?" Sunny looked at her somberly. "Now go wash yourself. You might be dead, but I'm not. I can still smell things." Chapter 1066, Faithful Imitation. Some time later, they were hidden in a small cave at the bottom of a deep canyon, sitting in front of a fire. A piece of monster meat was roasting on it, filling the cave with a delicious smell. Sunny was a bit sullen, because it had taken all his knowledge of wilderness survival to make the small fire. Snowy reaches of Antarctica were not exactly the best place to search for fuel. He had almost been forced to use the divine flames of the cruel sight to cook, which would inevitably result in an atrociously burned dinner for him. Currently, Sunny was passing time by trying to play a simple melody on a flute made of emerald bone. Kai would have probably become ill if exposed to his musical talent, but Jet didn't seem to mind. She stared at the fire, flames reflecting in her icy blue eyes. After a while, she suddenly said, "I can smell things too, you know, when I am sufficiently full of essence. My aspect might only give me a semblance of life, but it's a faithful imitation." Sunny lowered the emerald flute and looked at her gloomily. "What I'm hearing is that you want to rob me of some of this meat, right?" Jet lingered for a moment, then grinned. "Right, that was exactly what I meant. I am hungry too." He sighed, then hung more meat above the fire. "Should have just said so. Gods, what is up with me always ending up with gluttonous women? It just never ends." Sunny turned the meat over. After a while, following a whim, he asked, "How did you end up with such a wicked flaw anyway? I thought mine was bad. But if I survived the first nightmare only to be killed by the spell during the assessment, I would have been pretty upset." He really did not understand how it would work. Jet laid down, staring at the stone roof of the cave. She sighed, then shrugged slightly. "No, it wasn't during the assessment. Actually, I did not survive the first nightmare. I was young and weak and frightened, and so I died." Soul Reaper turned her head and looked at him across the fire. "But I didn't remain completely dead. I crawled out of the grave somehow and finished the trial. I guess the role I played in the nightmare, or maybe my innate attribute, created the possibility of something like that happening. It had to be an infinitely small possibility, though, because the spell seemed rather impressed with the result. Otherwise, it wouldn't have given me a supreme aspect." Sunny did not answer, considering what he heard. It made sense. He had also made something nearly impossible happen during the first nightmare. If he had not been sent into the body of a temple slave, Shadow God would not have responded to his unintentional call. And if he did not have the fated attribute, he would have never unwittingly climbed on that altar, most likely. Many things had come together to create the possibility. He had been the one to grasp it, though. Anyone else would have failed. Sunny looked at Jet silently, thinking about her flaw. What would happen if he gave her Weaver's mask? Would she come back to life? In his heart, he knew the answer. After learning about Weaver, the spell, and the vicissitudes of fate, Sunny developed an intuition about these things. Jet would indeed come back to life. but her soul would remain shattered. And like all living beings with broken souls, she would instantly die, this time forever. Her cruel flaw, mockingly, was the only thing that allowed her to exist. What about his own flaw? Sonny tried to imagine the life he would have had if not for the inability to lie. Would it have been easier? Would it have been harder? He would not have become enslaved, that was for sure. But he also would have never got close to other people, choosing to lie and manipulate them instead of trusting them, out of fear of being rejected and betrayed. And for that reason, he would have probably died a long time ago, or at least turned into something ugly and twisted. Was that the lesson he was supposed to learn? Weaver, you hypocrite, weren't you yourself the master of lies? Sonny shook his head and concentrated on not burning the meat. These philosophical questions were a waste of time. He would still choose to get rid of his flaw in an instant if he could. Jet sighed, breaking the silence. Actually, learning my flaw was not the hardest part. The hardest part was surviving the time between the nightmare and the solstice. As you can imagine, it's not easy for a sleeper to find things to kill before entering the dream realm. I ended up having to ask for help, and asking for help ended up costing me a lot. Sonny shifted slightly. Who did you ask? She chuckled. Who do you think? Just like you, I've been invited to the academy after becoming a sleeper. And just like you, I've been asked for the details of my aspect. On a voluntary basis, of course. But what would an ignorant kid from the outskirts know? I told them everything, and from that moment they had a wonderful leash to keep me on. Jet remained silent for a few moments. That is fine, though. Even without it, I would have chosen the same. I'm happy with how things turned out, still. She grew quiet and then added wistfully, it would have been nice to have had more of a choice. Sonny did not speak for a while. Eventually, he said, yeah, I would have been nice. With that, he judged that the meat was ready and took it off the fire. Here, your dinner is ready. They concentrated on the food, content to be safe for the moment, with something tasty to eat. Sonny could vividly remember the times when eating anything, let alone actual meat, had been a cause for celebration. Jet could, too. Those times were gone, and no matter how complicated and hard their lives had become. Sitting in a damp cave located in the depths of a dying continent, Sonny stared at the fire and thought, I guess it's an improvement. Chapter 1067 with your shield. Soon, Sonny and Jet continued their journey. The landscape of East Antarctica remained the same, and so did the dangers they faced. The two of them traveled across the desolate plain, sometimes avoiding the nightmare creatures, sometimes engaging in short and furious battles. Sonny felt a little bit numb and was glad to have a task to focus on. With all his attention concentrated on keeping them alive, he had no time for unnecessary thoughts, which suited him just fine. Jet, meanwhile, was slowly recovering her powers. The more abominations she killed, the less like a corpse she looked. At some point, she allowed herself to summon a few memories, and was now wearing a light suit of armor that was made of black, lusterless leather. Now that she wielded a weapon, her lethality had soared, too. For Sonny, it was fascinating to watch Jet slowly come back to life. Her eyes were once again the familiar icy blue, her movements becoming as swift, murderous, and purposeful as they had been before. This was the fearsome soul reaper he knew. She might not have reached her peak condition yet, but she did not resemble a shambling corpse anymore either. Most interesting of all, her lifeless shadow had regained its vitality. By now, he would have never suspected that the person in front of him was not actually alive. A few days passed, and then a few more. 2 whole weeks had passed since the destruction of Falcon Scott. They had spent half of that time crossing the strait and half traversing the snowy plain. The plain was as inhospitable and vast as ever. Sonny made Nightmare stop, waiting for his shadows to assess the size of a distant horde of nightmare creatures. These past few days, there had been more and more abominations around, all moving in the same direction. Weaving between them was growing harder. Somewhat bored, he shifted in the saddle and asked, Hey, do you think the government considers us dead? Jet, who was sitting in front of him, turned her head and gave him an amused look. Sonny sighed, no pun intended. He knew that his friends had to be aware that he was fine. Nephis could see his runes, after all, and she would have informed the rest. However, being pronounced dead by the government was a bothersome affair. His merchant license would have been revoked, for example, which would put Aiko and the brilliant Emporium in a tight spot. His home could be auctioned off, too. Jet chuckled. I don't think so. They have ways to know such things, the diviners, for example. We were probably marked as missing in action, if anyone even had time to do the paperwork. Sonny wanted to continue the conversation, but then fell silent, a slight frown appearing on his face. Soul Reaper raised an eyebrow. What is it? He shook his head. SHH, listen. At that moment, the wind carried over the sound of distant thunder. It sounded like a rainstorm was raging somewhere far away, but Sonny had spent too much time with the army not to recognize it. The two of them exchanged a meaningful glance. Jet smiled. Railguns. Indeed, the thunderous sound could only be produced by the massive armaments. Commanding Nightmare to turn, Sonny sent his steed in the direction where the thunder had come from. The black stallion flew across the desolate plain, eventually cresting a tall hill. In front of them was a vast lake. In the dim twilight, its surface seemed restless and gray. The shield of ice covering the lake had long been broken, with many gargantuan carcasses floating in the cold water like dark islands. LGHTNRVYLWRLD-SOM. Smaller nightmare creatures were swarming around them, greedily devouring the flesh of the fallen giants. On the other side of the lake, tall alloy walls rose from the shore, with thousands of armaments unleashing a devastating barrage of tungsten rounds on the encroaching mass of abominations. Sonny could even discern the small shapes of soldiers and awakened on the battlements. A long sigh escaped from his lips, a siege capital. Summoning the sin of solace, Sonny closed his eyes for a moment. Then he sent Nightmare galloping down the hill. The black steed rushed toward the lake, surrounded by a tide of moving shadows. Returning from the dead had turned out to be much more chaotic than Sonny expected, and fighting through the horde of nightmare creatures to reach the siege capital was not the most tumultuous part. He was actually accustomed to things like that. The reactions of the people inside the stronghold were much more intense. At first, the commander of the city defenses seemed polite, but unfriendly. After all, the sudden appearance of two ascended outside the walls during a fierce battle had put a lot of pressure on him. Fields of fire had to be rearranged, a safe corridor created. Perhaps his soldiers would even have to sortie to protect the unexpected guests. However, the latter measure had not been needed. Sonny fought his own way to the wall and then scaled it himself. And when the master in charge learned that the two ascended had come from the Antarctic Center, his demeanor completely changed. Falcon Scott, B-But. The man stared at them with wide eyes for a moment. Then, something akin to joyous pride ignited in them. Sonny did not really know what the master was feeling so proud about, but at least the unfriendliness immediately disappeared. Gods, great, this is great, I need to inform the... No, wait, are you guys wounded? Do you need medical attention? Crap, what am I saying? Wait, Antarctic Center. Then you are Soul Reaper Jet, ascend. Dead Jet, ma'am, of course you would make it. The news about the annihilation of the Antarctic Center Field Army must have already spread through the quadrant, so the sudden appearance of two ascended survivors had an explosive effect. The soldiers, who had been depressed and despondent about the fate of their comrades, were all suddenly full of joy and ardor. It was as though their own siblings had returned alive from beyond the grave. Sonny had not experienced being stared at so intently, even when masquerading as mongrel. The two of them were promptly brought to the local government headquarters and showered with attention, especially Jet. From what Sonny could understand, the government saint stationed in East Antarctica was coming to the siege capital to welcome her back personally. Sonny was soon going to meet the saint, too. After a short debriefing, during which the government agents could not stop staring at him, he could finally exhale and relax a little. That was strangely exhausting. Sonny spoke to Jet, agreeing to meet the next morning, and then spent a little time in the living quarters assigned to him. He enjoyed a warm shower, a scrumptious meal, and some peace and quiet. Peace and quiet. It felt so strange to not have to fight for his life and the lives of millions of other people without a reprieve. He wondered how long that peace would last. Eventually, Sonny placed a tether inside his room and quietly slipped out of the waking world. He went to visit the Ivory Tower. Chapter 1068 Changed Man. On a beautiful island of ancient trees and emerald grass, a lone figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. It was a young man with alabaster skin, wearing a simple tunic of fine black silk. He remained motionless for a few moments, then walked to the edge of the island and froze there, looking down. If not for the wind playing with the young man's black hair, he would have looked like an exquisite statue. The Ivory Island had changed a bit in the past few months. The Great Pagoda itself was the same, of course, but the comely wooden buildings created by the fire keepers now resembled a small, peaceful village that blended harmoniously into the landscape. The ancient trees of the grove now had fruit hanging from their branches, each looking ripe and delicious. The white bones of the ancient dragon were still bathed in sunlight, and a graceful ship was still swaying on the placid surface of the clear lake. There was one big change that startled Sonny a lot, though, pulling him out of his reverie. What the hell? Looking down, he did not see the familiar abyssal darkness of the sky below. Instead, he saw a mosaic of flying islands, all connected by colossal chains, slowly floating by. The Ivory Island was moving. Although the movement was very slow, it had already left the empty expanse of the tier behind, and was now drifting through the clouds toward the southern border of the chained isles. Sonny blinked a couple of times. Since when can this thing move? He lingered for a while, studying the landscape below, then walked along the edge of the Ivory Island. It seemed that many things had changed while he was in Antarctica. Soon, Sonny reached the waters of the clear lake, which glinted and shone with the reflected sunlight. There was a stone bench near the shore, and a familiar figure sitting on it with a fishing rod in her hand. Tall, attractive, brimming with vitality, Effie was relaxing in the sun and watching the lake. Sonny walked closer and remained silent for a while. Eventually, he said, "There's actually fish in that lake." Effie shrugged lazily. "Who knows, that's what I'm trying to find out. Hopefully, I developed a taste for fish and sea monsters after being stuck on a ship for an entire month." Then she suddenly froze and slowly turned around. Effie's hazel eyes shone with glee. "Sonny, it's you." He smirked. "Who else would it? Arg, gods, put me down, you savage idiot." The huntress had instantly swept him into a crushing hug, and considering their difference in height, Sonny felt his feet leaving the ground. "Elle," his voice was full of righteous indignation, "I said. Gods, don't you have any modesty? Let go of me." Effie exploded with laughter and put him down. And it was a good thing, too. Sonny was this close to using the feather of truth to turn himself as heavy as a huge chunk of marble. He only hesitated because that might have had no effect on her. "When did you arrive? No, wait, where the hell are you? Neph told us that you are alive, but the news from the Antarctic Center. Doofus, are you really all right? What happened?" Sonny gave her a resigned look, then shook his head. "Just now, East Antarctica, I guess. As for what happened." He sighed. "Let me think for a moment. I went through 6,000 kilometers of abomination-infested mountains, received a couple of medals, traversed an endless tunnel full of elemental darkness, got killed by. A Titan, killed that Titan back, led a convoy of tens of thousands of refugees to safety, rode a saint into the depths of the ocean to fight a corrupted terror, killed that terror, got blown up, then killed some more nightmare creatures, then lost to a different Titan, crossed the strait on a raft, rode a horse all the way to the nearest siege capital. That pretty much covers it, I guess. Oh, I also learned how to play the flute. A little." Sonny paused, then looked at Effie nonchalantly. "And what's new with you?" She stared at him for a moment, then grinned, wrapped her arm around his shoulder, and pulled him toward the tower. "I see, so the usual. Don't think that you're getting out of really telling us what happened, though. We've been worried sick, you know. Kai almost had a heart attack right before we disembarked in East Antarctica when the news of what happened in Falcon Scott reached us. Even Princess seemed a bit shaken. I swear to the dead gods, I almost saw her having a facial expression. Come, let's find the rest of the guys." Sonny estimated his chances of struggling free of Effie's hold as moderate, but then just relaxed and allowed himself to be led toward the ivory tower. That was why he had come here, after all, to speak with the other members of the cohort. He needed to share a lot of practical knowledge with Kai and Effie, as well as speak with Nephis and Cassie about the great clans. But more than that, he simply wanted to see them. There was a lot of darkness and confusion in his heart, but his friends, his cohort, despite all the complicated matters between them, they were like a small island of stability in the chaotic, unpredictable, deadly world they were all living in. He had missed them all, even though perhaps he shouldn't have. The 4 months Sonny had spent in Antarctica changed a lot of things, making some seem unimportant and some more significant than they used to be. He shook his head. "Fine, fine, I'm coming. Can you let me go now?" Sunny sighed. At least she did not joke about the graceless dusk. At that moment, Effie gave him a mischievous look. Doofus, I couldn't help but notice. What a nice dress you have. He gritted his teeth. Tunic, it's a tunic. A transcendent armor-type memory which is not a dress but a tunic. Are you blind or what? Chapter 1069, Secrets of the Island. The great hall of the ivory tower made Sunny shiver, just like the last time he had seen it. It was bathed in bright sunlight that poured through tall and narrow windows. A circle of chains lay in the middle of the hall that was the gateway. There was no one here, but Effie pulled Sunny to a staircase that led to the underground level of the tower. Its roots were deep, seemingly reaching into the very heart of the island. That stairwell spiraled along the outer wall of the pagoda, and there was a tapestry of beautiful carvings on the ivory stone. The carvings told the stories of the golden age of the Kingdom of Hope, long before it had been destroyed by the Lord of Light. Wait, I don't think there was a way down before. Was it hidden? Confused, Sunny silently followed Effie. Eventually, the two of them reached a vast circular chamber at the bottom of the stairwell. Sunny had never been here before, but expected it to be similar to the lowest level of the Ebony Tower. And indeed, it was. However, it was also entirely different. The duplicate tower created by Nether was full of darkness, and there was a ghastly mountain of discarded mannequins occupying the center of its underground level. This chamber, however, was suffused with light. There was a vast and inconceivably complicated runic circle carved into the floor of the chamber, and within it. Sunny stared, not even noticing the two people studying the circle. His body shivered slightly. Who is that? Floating in the air at the center of the chamber was a rough, radiant crystal. It was larger than Sunny, and gave him a feeling of sublime, awesome, indescribable power. The crystal was like a miniature sun, flooding the underground hall with soft light. Reality itself seemed to ripple and shine around it. It was like nothing Sunny had ever seen. A familiar voice answered, pulling him out of his astonishment. Yes, from what we can tell, this is a divine soul shard. Sunny slowly turned his head and looked at Cassie, who was sitting in front of the runic circle, surrounded by notebooks, etchings, and writing implements. LGHTNOVLSAVCOM. She was wearing simple jeans and a white t-shirt, her pale gold hair gathered in a messy knot bun. Sunny lingered for a moment, not knowing what to say. A divines. At that moment, however, a different voice interrupted him. Sunny. He looked up, only now noticing Kai, who was hovering high above the runic circle, near the tall ceiling of the chamber. The archer was already descending, and with considerable speed at that. Oh no! Before Sunny could react, he was subjected to another. Hug. God, Sunny, you had us all worried. He gently struggled out of Kai's embrace, and met his friend's blinding smile with a pale one of his own. Ah, sorry, I guess I'm just a worrisome person. I only died once in the past couple of months, though, so you needn't have worried. Then Sunny looked past the startled archer, stared at the radiant crystal, and took a deep breath. Anyone wants to explain to me what is going on? Cassie stood upside and massaged her knees. Then she gave him a soft smile. I am glad that you are back too, Sunny. With that, she took a few steps back and gestured to the floor of the circular chamber. Take a look at that. He looked down, only now paying attention to the runic circle carved into the white stone. The weave of runes was vast, complicated, and possessed a disturbing familiarity. Sunny frowned. What is that sickening feeling? Then he mentally scaled the runes up many times their size and tilted his head a little. The runes were very similar in style and shape to those of the Red Colosseum. Just looking at them reminded him of the harrowing months he had spent in the cage below the arena. Hope sorcery, Cassie nodded. Indeed, we continued to explore the tower after you left, and eventually unlocked the path to this chamber. Our reaction was more or less the same as yours. Cassie shook her head. The Ivory Island holds more secrets than we thought. Well, Nephis will probably be able to explain it better. In any case, we quickly realized that these runes resembled the ones you had encountered in the ancient theater, so the Fire Keepers went on an expedition to the western edges of the Chained Isles. The Red Colosseum has long turned into a ruin and was teeming with all kinds of dreadful nightmare creatures. It took some effort to eradicate them and clear the floor of the arena. A ruin, good. Kai nodded. Effie and I couldn't participate because we were tied up settling into our roles in the Second Army. However, since Cassie returned, I've been helping her study the runic circle from time to time. A high vantage point helps see it in its entirety, and so on. We've made a little progress, even. Mostly because Cassie had spent a lot of time with Noctis and learned many things, especially about that flying ship of his. She nodded. Yes, in fact, I suspect that the enchantments of the ship were derived from some of Desire's creations. There are many similarities. So, after months of study and comparisons, we managed to decipher a tiny portion of the circle. It is not much, but it did allow us to access one of the island's hidden functions. Sunny just stared at her silently for a few moments. Then he said, "Is that why the island is moving?" Cassie nodded with a small smile. Indeed, we are now able to move the Ivory Island, albeit very slowly. He hesitated for a bit, then shook his head. Am I the only one who is freaked out by a damned divine soul shard? It's divine. Where did Hope get a divine soul shard? Effie glanced at the radiant crystal and shrugged. There were only 6 gods, but there were plenty of creatures of the divine rank, the former mistress of this tower included. Sometimes they fought side by side, sometimes they fought against each other. Well, of course they did. Considering how terrifying this demon of desire was, is it so surprising that she had a divine soul shard or two? In fact, I am kind of disappointed that we didn't find way more incredible treasures in her basement. Makes sense, though. The damned dragon must have cleaned it all out ages ago. She glanced up, in the direction where the bones of Severax were wrapped around the great pagoda. Kai's face darkened a little. He sighed. Why are we talking about this stuff anyway? Sonny is finally back. He has to be sick of military rations. Let's go, guys. I bet dinner is almost ready. Sonny gave him a long look. Mind if I stay and drool at that shard a bit longer? I mean, it's a divine soul shard. Can you imagine how much that thing costs? Kai shook his head and said, his voice full of resoluteness. No, you can't. I am going to feed you and don't even think about resisting. Sonny looked at the radiant crystal one last time and sighed. Well, all right, I guess I can go for a bite. Chapter 1070, Dysfunctional Citadel. As they went back up the stairs, Sonny couldn't help but think about what he had seen in the stone chamber at the root of the great pagoda. The circle of runes, the sublime crystal hovering in the middle of it, that had to be the core of Hope's tower as well as of the whole island, the very heart of the citadel. But what was its purpose? An easy conclusion would be that the divine soul shard was the energy source that powered the enchantments keeping the Ivory Island afloat. But that did not make any sense. The runes had been carved by the demon of desire herself, which meant that the enchantments had been created before her kingdom was destroyed. Back then, it had been simply a prospering land. There had been no islands, let alone flying ones. Come to think of it, Sunny was not entirely clear on how the Kingdom of Hope had become the Chained Isles. Had she suspended the remnants of her shattered kingdom above the devouring flames herself, in order to preserve at least some of it, or had it been arranged by Sun God? There were other questions, too. If the divine soul shard was the heart of the citadel, was it powering the gateway? But the gateway was only created recently, after the Seed of Nightmare had been conquered. The spell made it appear, not hope. Had the spell created entirely new enchantments, or built upon the existing ones? Cassie had said that there were other functions of the citadel she had yet to master. What were they, exactly? Now that Sonny started thinking about it, he realized that he didn't really know much about citadels. That word just used to describe a human stronghold built around a gateway in the dream realm. He had visited 2, the Sanctuary of Noctis and the Ivory Tower. No, actually 3, the Crimson Spire would have become a citadel too, if it had not been destroyed. Was there perhaps more to the citadels than he had known? Did all of them have hidden functions? Sonny glanced at Cassie, who was tracing the stone wall with her fingers as she ascended the stairs. I actually learned a bit about Hope's runic sorcery back in the nightmare. If you want, we can compare notes later. Cassie turned her head and smiled with some excitement. Really, that would be very helpful. Sonny sighed. Of course, it would be. Neither of them had any hope of truly learning runic sorcery, or Hope's magic, as Noctis had called it, in their lifetime. However, learning how to decipher and use already existing enchantments was not out of the question. After all, a person could swing a sword without knowing how to forge it. Runic sorcery was different from weaving, but perhaps just as ingenious. In the primordial era of the dream realm, mortals had only known one type of sorcery, the sorcery of names. They were capable of invoking the true names of things to wield great power, but speaking those names aloud was often an impossible task. Hope, however, had invented the concept of writing and gifted it to humans. With the knowledge of writing, humans learned how to transcribe true names and did not need to speak them aloud anymore. More than that, the names could be bound to material objects through writing, thus granting the invocations permanence, and could also be shaped into songs and phrases. However, it was still all based on the knowledge of true names. Without knowing the meaning of the name, transcribing it would have no effect. And there was no way for either Sunny or Cassie to learn that in less than a few centuries. They were both mortals, after all. So all they could do was use runic enchantments left behind by someone far more powerful and knowledgeable. Sunny shook his head slightly, wondering what secrets the ivory tower truly held. They made their way back to the first level and then went higher. In the past, the fire keepers had made their home on the upper levels of the ivory tower, but now it was empty. The awakened following Nephis and Cassie had moved to the wooden village outside. The second level, the third level, the fourth, finally, they arrived at the fifth, second-to-last level of the pagoda. It was separated into many halls and chambers, some of which had been recently refurbished to serve various purposes. It all resembled the interior of a beautiful, but rather bare-bones manor. A mouth-watering aroma was coming from a half-open door at the end of one of the corridors. Effie hurried toward it with gleaming eyes. Behind the door was a brightly lit hall that was made into a kitchen. Sunny noticed that someone had put a lot of effort into either building cooking appliances or bringing them here from the waking world. The latter could only be done by a master, of course. Although most advanced technology did not work in the dream realm, similar to how it failed in the vicinity of Nightmare Gates, more primitive devices functioned perfectly well. There were expensive, but much more convenient spell-tech solutions, too. So while you couldn't really have something like an electric stove or a refrigerator here, you could have a wood stove or an icebox, as well as analogs that worked on essence. Sunny also noticed several large crates of cooking ingredients, beverages, and snacks, which had obviously been delivered from the waking world by the members of the cohort. He did not pay that much attention, though, because there was someone standing in front of the stove, stirring the source of the delicious aroma, a generous amount of fried rice that was being cooked in a bowl-shaped frying pan. Tall, slender, with beautiful silver hair, and wearing white apron, wait, an apron. Sunny blinked a couple of times. Hearing their steps, Nephis looked over her shoulder and called out, "It's almost ready." Then she suddenly tensed and slowly turned around. Neph's face remained as calm as ever, but there was a hint of agitation in her striking gray eyes. Sunny." He remained silent for a moment, then looked past her. "Sure, you better turn around, though. Don't burn our dinner." Chapter 1071, Familiar Role. Nephis stared at Sunny for a couple moments, then briefly glanced at her apron and quietly cleared her throat. "Right." She turned around and got back to stirring the rice. A couple seconds later, she added without looking back, "You'll have to wait for a couple more minutes. And welcome back, Sunny. Did you make it out of the Antarctic Center all right?" Sunny wondered how much Changing Star knew about the situation in the southern quadrant as he followed Cassie, Effie, and Kai to sit behind a dining table. Settling on a wooden chair, which was far inferior to his own shadow chair, he sighed. "I wouldn't call it all right, but yes, I made it out. I'm already inside a siege capital in East Antarctica." Neff's shoulder moved slightly. "Oh, that's good." Effie grabbed a few cans of something sugary and refreshing, then pushed one towards Sunny. "Kai and I spent a whole month in transit, aboard those giant ships. We were in the first batch of the Second Army to arrive, so we've been in East Antarctica for about a week. Gods, I thought the ocean was bad, but Antarctica. I have never seen that many nightmare creatures in my life, not even here in the dream realm. It's like the two worlds switched places." Kai nodded somberly. "Indeed, even though there are secure evacuation corridors between the inland siege capitals and the harbor strongholds, we had to fight a couple battles just to reach our designated sector. Luckily, there were no casualties. The Second Army was twice the size of the First Army, so it was going to take 2 trips for the naval convoys to bring all of it to the southern quadrant. Both Effie and Kai were in the first wave of reinforcements, which was why they had made landfall around the time Sonny himself reached East Antarctica. Sonny looked at them, wondering. East Antarctica was a large place, and it was not a given that their paths would cross until the end of the operation. He really hoped that they would, though. Effie shook her head. "Enough about us. What happened to you? You look a bit different, Sonny." He did indeed look slightly different because of the marble shell. However, Sonny knew that that was not what Effie meant. He sighed and took a sip from the can she had given him. "Well, as you know, I was assigned to the 1st Irregular Company. In the first month after our contingent of the Army made it to the Antarctic Center, things were more or less fine. The Field Army split into 7 divisions, with 1 remaining in the city of Falcon Scott, while 6 others moved south to establish 6 more siege capitals." Sonny paused. "I was assigned to the southernmost siege capital, and then went on a mission to retrieve a VIP from a remote research station. That was when everything went from bad to worse. The chain of nightmares had gone into overdrive, and 3 whole titans spawned in the Antarctic Center, including an especially troublesome corrupted one." It took a lot to keep his voice from shaking at the mention of the winter beast. The others looked at him intently, and Sonny sighed. "I ended up stuck in that research station for about a month, waiting to be evacuated by a battleship. However, the ship never arrived, and everyone in the settlement was eventually eviscerated by a powerful terror. My people and I were the only ones to survive. We were in a bit of a predicament, though, because by that point, reaching the nearest siege capital was more easily said than done." He leaned back, remembering Low 49 and the start of the calamitous march north. His face darkened. "And then we learned that the nearest siege capital had actually already been destroyed. So I had to go to the second nearest one, picking up a few refugees in the process. That was when I got trapped in that weird tunnel. Thanks for helping me out, by the way." He forced out a smile, looking at Nephis and Cassie. Cassie shook her head. "Of course, we were quite surprised. The way you delivered the message, very original to say the least. And very you. Hopefully the little kernel of insight I gleaned was of some help." Sonny chuckled. "It helped. I still don't know what that thing in the tunnel was, but we managed to escape from it for a time. Sadly, the second nearest siege capital also ended up being destroyed, and so I had to lead the train of refugees all the way back to Falcon Scott. That was a hell of a journey, but what happened next was even worse. We held the last siege capital for close to 3 weeks, and in that time about 90% of civilians were evacuated to East Antarctica." After saying that, he remained silent for a while. Eventually, Sonny grimaced. "The remaining 10%, though, all died, as did millions of people in the other destroyed siege capitals. St. Tyrus, you know her, had been holding back the corrupted Titan I mentioned. Once she was defeated, the Titan swept in and killed everyone. The whole field army was wiped out. I am hard to kill, so I survived. Well, and here I am." A somber silence settled in the brightly lit hall. Nephis and Cassie did not speak, probably not knowing what to say, and neither did Effie and Kai. The latter two were especially grim because they were now in Antarctica, too. So many people had died, and what had happened to Sonny could very easily happen to the 2 of them as well. Eventually, Kai sighed. "I'm so sorry, Sonny. You've been through a lot." Sonny closed his eyes for a moment. The heart-wrenching memories of the Antarctic Center clawed at his heart, making him want to surrender to a dark and boundless emotion. With a smile, he shook his head. "We've all been through a lot. On the Forgotten Shore and in our second nightmares, we've been through hell after hell. But it did really feel different this time. Maybe because I was responsible for other people, and maybe because it was happening right here on Earth, not in some distant place." With that, Sonny glanced at Effie and Kai, then said, trying to cheer them up, "You don't have to worry too much, though. Now that the operation is in its second phase, things will calm down a little. East Antarctica is in a much better spot than the Antarctic Center. There are more soldiers, more awakened, more saints, and much fewer obstacles in the way. Sure, it's going to be a tough campaign, and unexpected variables are bound to emerge, but I feel like the worst part is over. With some luck, we will all manage." He smiled, then secretly threw a glance at Nephis. She was now a part of one of those unexpected variables. Would Neph have something to say to him? As if feeling his gaze, Changing Star turned around and walked their way, soon placing plates of fragrant rice and vegetables in front of each member of the cohort. Her apron had disappeared at some point in the past few minutes. Sitting down, Nephis pushed the plate with the biggest portion towards Sunny, which caused Effie to stare at her indignantly. Neph coughed. What, eat everyone before it gets cold? They turned their attention to the food, and for a while, Sunny felt delightfully at peace. It was so strange. He had gone through so much and had changed so much, but now that he was back with his friends, it was so easy to slide into a familiar role, to smile and laugh as if he was the same old Sunny. It felt natural, even if a small, hidden corner of his heart remained dark and cold, untouched by the peaceful warmth of their reunion. Still, it wasn't a bad feeling. Allowing himself to relax, Sunny concentrated on the food. It had been a long time since he got to eat something Nephis had cooked. The fried rice with vegetables was, indeed, much better than military rations. It was delicious. Chapter 1072, Brief Levity. The small dinner was very enjoyable for Sunny. In fact, after being under crushing pressure for pretty much the entire past 4 months, this sudden moment of levity made him feel like he was on the verge of melting into a puddle of jelly. It was as though the outer edges of his being had been turned into a harsh, rigid shell by the immense strain of the disastrous war, and now that the shell suddenly disappeared, he could not quite remember how to keep himself together without it. Still, he managed. The 5 of them ate and chatted relaxedly, sharing small details about their lives in recent months. Sunny especially had a lot to say. All of them were experienced combatants, but he now possessed precious knowledge of the intricacies of the type of war Effie and Kai would soon be exposed to. The southern campaign was different from the usual tribulations Awakened faced in the dream realm. The terrain was different, the climate was different. Even the cycle of day and night was different. More importantly, the forces arranged against them were different, as were the forces on their side. In Antarctica, Ascended and Awakened had the support of mundane soldiers and modern technology. Sunny had learned a tremendous amount of lessons about how to bring the two together, in no small part, because he had commanded a mixed force of Awakened and Mundanes in conditions so desperate that anything less than perfect cohesion would have meant certain death. Unlike him, who had been a part of a small and exceedingly elite unit, both Kai and Effie were placed in command of large detachments consisting of rank-and-file soldiers. To them, this practical knowledge was more valuable than gold. Small things like using fire resistance enchantments to increase the tactical flexibility of MWP flamethrowers, efficiently triaging mundane soldiers that had been infected by the spell, managing the ammo consume. Tian of the vehicle turrets in relation to the essence consumption of the Awakened, and 1,000 more things like this could only be learned through experience, or being taught by someone with such experience. Of course, his friends were bright people and immensely talented warriors. In time, they would have reached the same conclusions, but that time could very well cost many lives. That was why Sunny was in a hurry to share his hard-won expertise. The only problem was that actually going over everything was bound to take way more time than they had. So, at some point, he simply used the Blessing of Dusk enchantment of the Graceless Dusk to establish a mental connection and share his insights in a more direct fashion. Needless to say, his sudden ability to transmit thoughts telepathically startled his friends greatly. Effie flinched, almost falling from her chair, and looked at him with wide eyes. What the hell, Sunny? You're in my head." Sunny paused, suddenly realizing that he should have probably warned them before establishing the connection. He chuckled awkwardly. "Oh, sorry, I should have explained first. One of the enchantments of my tunic. It's a tunic, you troglodyte. Allows me to establish a mental link with other living beings. Don't worry, though, I can't read your thoughts, and in your case, Effie, I wouldn't even want to. Gods, I shudder just imagining what is going on in that depraved head of yours. In any case, you have to willingly transmit a thought for me to receive it. Imagine it as thinking out loud." She hesitated for a few moments, then instantly sent over a mental image that made Sunny spit out his drink and glare at her with murder in his eyes. Effie grinned, then waved a hand. All right, I get it. What a great enchantment." With the help of the Blessing of Dusk, the conversation flowed much faster. Eventually, though, both Kai and Effie had to leave. They had just arrived at their assigned siege capital, after all, so there was a lot for them to do. In fact, days like this, when all five could freely gather in the dream realm together, were bound to be rare until the Antarctica operation was over. Cassie excused herself, too, returning to the root chamber of the tower to continue studying the runic circle. Sunny and Nephis were left alone in the sunlit hall. He hesitated. Throughout the dinner, Sunny had avoided speaking about the matters that gnawed on him, the war between the great clans and their plans for Antarctica. In fact, he felt reluctant to start that conversation even now. However, he had already learned the unpleasant lesson of what happened when he postponed important conversations until the last possible moment. Sunny's relaxed expression slowly changed to one of grim sharpness. Looking at Nephis, he leaned back a little and asked, "You told me before that valor and song would most likely turn the southern quadrant into their private battlefield. How sure are you of it now, after 4 months?" Neph lingered for a while, her beautiful gray eyes clear and calm. Then she said, "I am pretty sure. In fact, it has already been set in stone." Sunny let out a resentful sigh. "Damn them." He gritted his teeth, staring into the distance with a harsh expression. Suddenly, the shadows in the corners of the hall seemed much darker. "This is insanity." Sunny shook his head, feeling a strong desire to break something. "This is pure madness, Neph. I've been told that the great clans have long given up on the waking world. Standing aside and watching the lives of hundreds of millions of people be destroyed is already unforgivable. But coming to mess things up even further is just beyond all reason. I just don't understand." Changing Star looked at him evenly. Then a strange, joyless smile slowly appeared on her face. "I can help you with that." Sunny frowned. "What exactly do you mean?" Nephis sighed, then looked away. "You've done a lot in the past 4 months, Sunny. Cassie and I might not have gone through as much as you have, but we haven't been idle either. We've managed to discover a few things, although not as many as I would have liked. After all, it has only been a few months. They don't trust me much yet." She paused for a moment. This war between valor and song has always seemed a little strange. And now, I think I know why. A lot of things still remain unclear, but we did solve the most important mystery. Changing Star looked at him and said, "The true reason why the great clans are at war. Do you want me to tell you? That will certainly help you understand." Chapter 1073, The Fourth Step. 1073, The Fourth Step. Sunny remained silent for a while, looking at Nephis with a somber expression. Eventually, a dark smile appeared on his face. "Pray tell." Neph sighed, then stood up and started gathering the dirty plates. Her movements were calm and unhurried, as if they had not been discussing matters that could very well decide the fate of the whole world. "Help me do the dishes." Sunny blinked, amused by the mundane banality of her request. He lingered for a moment, then shook his head and went about giving Changing Star a hand. As they cleaned the plates in the cold water produced by either a memory or the ivory tower itself, she started talking. "I've known for a long time that the great clans, especially Song and Valor, were opposed to each other, despite being outwardly unified. The symptoms of the approaching war were quite apparent if one knew where to look. However, the reasons for this animosity have always eluded me. Kai Song and Anvil had been comrades once after all. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter. My father was their comrade, too." Sunny hesitated for a moment. "Do they really need a reason, though? Power is already reason enough. Both have an unimaginable amount of it, but in my experience, those who possess great power are the ones most greedy for more." Nephis slowly shook her head. "Maybe, but they are not fools. This war of theirs is too ill-timed, too destructive. The great clans stand to lose more from it than they would gain. There are other powers to consider, too, the House of Night, for example. Even the government or Asterion, wherever he might be. If both Song and Valor are weakened by the clash, the lesser threats might very well swoop in to finish off the victor." She paused for a bit. "So I suspected there had to be something else at play. And as it turns out, there is, although I only learned of it recently. I still don't know why the hostility between the two great clans has suddenly escalated so much now, of all the times it could have. Now seems like a terrible time to go to war, however. I think I do know the true source of their conflict." Sunny glanced at her, consumed by tense anticipation. It felt as though he was about to learn a great secret, one that would finally let him see the full picture clearly, or at least show him the way to the truth. Very few people in the world could have uncovered this mystery, but Changing Star herself had infiltrated one of the great clans while Cassie was helping her. And now he was going to benefit from their effort. Sunny remained silent, waiting. Nephis calmly wiped the last plate, put it on the drying rack, and turned to him. White sparks ignited in her eyes. It has to do with the sovereigns and their domains. He raised an eyebrow. Domains, I've heard a few people use that word. However, I still don't know what it means. Nephis nodded, then headed toward the stairs to the sixth, highest level of the tower. Come, if you want. Sunny gave her a dark look, then followed. As they ascended the stairs, Neph spoke. To people who know about the existence of the sovereigns, domains are synonymous with their rule. So one might say that they belong to a domain, meaning that they serve one of the supremes. However, there is a deeper secret here. As I found out, domains are not just an abstract concept. In fact, they are very real. A domain is an extension of a sovereign's aspect. Sunny stared at her silently. He had suspected as much. Hilt never had any proof. More than that, he had no idea what that statement actually implied. So it is an ability, like the transformation ability that the saints possess. One that affects an area, perhaps. Neph frowned. Not exactly. Once a transcendent becomes a supreme, they do unlock another ability, one that is tremendously powerful at that. You might call it a supreme, ultimate, or pinnacle ability, I guess. But a domain is something separate from the supreme ability. It is another innate function of the aspect, just like controlling soul essence or accessing the soul sea is a natural progression of one's ability to express their power. She lingered for a moment. Within their domain, a sovereign's is nearly invincible. Mind you, I don't know everything about it just yet. I've just gleaned bits and pieces of information where I could. The point is, each step of the path of ascension, as well as of the path of corruption, has its own meaning. The first path is the ascent toward divinity, while the second is the descent into profanity. They reached the sixth level, which, just like the first, only encompassed one spacious hall. This one was smaller than the great chamber where Hope had once been chained, and suffused with bright sunlight. It was empty and Spartan, with only a few pieces of wooden furniture and a bed occupying small section of the vast stone floor, the white curtains of the bed's canopy billowing in the wind. Apparently, this was where Nephis herself lived. She led Sunny to one of the 4 large balconies and stopped there, looking at the breathtaking vista of the boundless blue sky. The clouds were rolling past the ivory island like a swirling, radiant sea. Those who are dormant can awaken. After that, some rise above the mundane and take the first step toward the divine, becoming ascended. Others descend into the abyss of corruption and become fallen. That is the meaning of the second step, rise or fall. The essence of the third step is transformation. Ascended truly transcend their mundane origin, becoming transcendent. Fallen become corrupted by the dark abyss and are thus called corrupted. Sunny looked at her and frowned. Awakening, ascension, transformation. What about the fourth step, then? What about the great and the supreme? Nephis met his gaze, her cold gray eyes shining with the reflected sunlight. The essence of the fourth step is authority. I guess a god has to be a god of something, or someone. At the fourth step, the sovereigns start to coalesce their domains, and that, I think, is much more important than all other forms of power they possess. I think only the domain can pave the way for a supreme to take the next step on the path of ascension and become sacred. Chapter 1074, Authority. Sunny looked down at the rolling sea of clouds. He was considering Neph's words. Some of what she said was common knowledge. People had long theorized that there was a profound meaning to the way the spell named different ranks. Ascended were called ascended because they had risen above their human nature. Transcendent were called transcendent because they had broken past it, assuming some traits of the divine. The Supremes, then, took another step toward godhood, and that step seemed to be tied to authority. It made sense, really. Because that progression was similar to how nightmare creatures grew in class, the tyrants were all about rule and authority, too. However, there was something in what Nephis had told him that caught Sunny's attention. He glanced at her and asked, "Did you say start to coalesce their domains?" That word meant much more than one would think. If there was a start, there also had to be an end. Much more importantly, it hinted that a domain was not something that Supremes simply gained. There was a process to it. Neff smiled. Indeed, you caught on to the very heart of the issue. The domains are not set in stone. As all other forms of power, they can change and be changed. Simply put, a domain can grow. In fact, I suspect that it must grow for a supreme to realize his or her potential. And therefore, a domain can also be diminished. Sonny's eyes gleamed. He was starting to understand. I see now. Of course, it makes so much sense. He looked at her intently, the shadows around him growing darker. And how exactly do domains grow? Changing Star lingered for a moment, then turned to look at the sky. Well, it is hard to say. All domains are unique after all, just like all aspects are unique. However, there are some common things that all of them most likely share. So, I would say that there are two ways. One is the natural way. That was how the ancient people of the dream realm spread their authority and built their domains. Sonny slowly nodded. People like Noctis and Otto of the Nine had also been awakened. However, he knew very little about how they reached higher ranks of power. There had been no nightmares in the ancient past, nor had there been the spell. The spell? Nephis noticed the look of realization on his face and nodded. Yes, the spell provides training wheels for the awakened of the lower ranks, creating a harrowing but swift and streamlined road for them to reach greater power. There are so many tools it gives us that we take for granted. So why wouldn't it provide assistance to the sovereigns as well? The spell has created a straightforward way for the Supremes to expand their domains. She took a step back and placed her hand on the ivory wall of the great pagoda. Do you get it yet? Sonny stared silent. A few moments later, he said in a low voice. The citadels. Neff smiled. Correct, no matter what authority you wield, it can only spread through two mediums, I think. Territory or people. The citadels naturally encompass both. We knew all along that the spell creates the gateways, which serve as the heart and purpose for the existence of the citadels. However, as it turns out, there is more to it, much more. She lingered for a few moments, then frowned. I am not too sure about the true scope of what functions the citadels hide. What I do know, however, is that saints already have the ability to bind them. We have not found out what this binding entails exactly, but I think it is safe to say that if a saint serves a sovereign and takes control of a citadel, the sovereign's domain expands. Changing Star hesitated. It also seems that not all citadels are created equal. There are some that are very special and much more desirable, like Bastion or Ravenheart, or this island. It is not a coincidence that each of the great clans had fought to conquer one of the locations marked on the map you found in the Ebony Tower. Sonny looked at her sharply, considering the implications. Bastion, Ravenheart, the Ivory Tower. From what he knew, each of these places had served as the stronghold of one of the demons. The House of Night was in possession of the fourth one. The fifth was located in the utterly lethal Hollow Mountains, which Clan Valor had nevertheless put a lot of effort into exploring, disregarding the danger. And the sixth one, the last one, considering that Weaver did not seem to have possessed a stronghold, the sixth one, was the Black Pyramid far to the cast, the pyramid that seemed to be somehow tied to the chain of nightmares. Sonny took a deep breath. So what exactly are you trying to say? Nephis shook her head. Isn't it obvious? Both Anvil of Valor and Kai Song need to expand their spheres of influence to perfect their domains. However, there are only so many human citadels to go around. Which means that, too, domains, or at least these particular two domains, can't coexist. For one to be perfected, it has to swallow the other. She grew quiet for a moment, and then said somberly, that is the true reason for the war between their clans. Sonny looked away, an ugly grimace contorting his face. A sense of dark, Vikot's anger was smoldering in his heart. Neff sighed. Antarctica will be the first major battlefield of this war, but it won't be the last. Most of it will trap her in the dream realm after both sides deliver their strikes. But the first act is also the most important. If one of the clans manages to gain momentum in the southern quadrant, their advantage might very well snowball into an unstoppable avalanche. So their clash in Antarctica will be extremely fierce and bloody. In fact, Anvil is sending his own daughter there. Morgan will lead Valor forces in the southern quadrant. That alone shows how serious his intentions are. Changing Star studied the clear skies, then turned to Sonny and said, her voice even. So, now do you understand? Chapter 1075, Know the Enemy. 1075 Know the enemy. Sonny remained silent for a while, responding only when the pressure of the flaw started to turn into scaring. Pain. Yeah, I think I understand. Many things became clearer now. Finally, he knew more about the sovereigns and the power they wielded. Awakened masters and saints. All of them were bestowed with great strength, but that strength was of a personal kind. Supremes were, without doubt, even more fearsome warriors, however. Their true advantage lay in their authority. He was not too certain about what exactly a domain did. Even Nephis did not know the details, after all, but understood the concept. A domain was a physical manifestation of a sovereign's aspect, a territory where their rule was supreme. And that manifestation, while representing their personal strength, relied on external factors to exist and grow. Authority, influence, power over someone and not just yourself. All of these things were conveniently intertwined in the form of citadels which the spell created. Citadels. Sonny looked down as if trying to pierce the ivory tower with his gaze. Then he sighed. There were still a lot of unanswered questions. On the surface, the intention of the sovereign seemed obvious. Well, with the exception of Asterion, who was the most mysterious of the three. They had established their domains in the unique citadels that had once belonged to the demons, and then slowly expanded their rule, uplifting loyal ascended to sainthood, and eliminating those transcendent who refused to swear fealty to them, thus failing to become the vessels of their domains. The only two exceptions were the House of Night, and to a much lesser extent, the government. Both were convenient to have around and fulfilled a necessary function. The seat of power of the great clan Night, on top of that, was located in the deadly waters of the Stormsea. Launching an invasion into their territory was a dire task. But what about Professor Obel's theory? Indeed, something did not add up. If Anvil of Valor and Kai Song were so obsessed with perfecting their domains, then why were they suppressing the emergence of saints? Guiltythree SVS M. The more transcendence there were, the more human citadels there would be in the dream realm, and the more territory they would be able to conquer. Come to think of it, if they really had no choice but to wage war on each other, then why had they waited for 2 decades to start it? Why were they only attempting the conquest now? Why had they waited for the chain of nightmares to descend upon the southern quadrant? Sonny frowned, then glanced at Nephis. I feel like we are still missing a key piece of information. This timing, it's just too strange. And hateful. Of course, there was a possibility that all of it was just a coincidence. Maybe Kai Song simply decided to use the power imbalance that the death of Saint Cormac and Mordred's ascension had created. But Sonny felt like there was more to this war than they thought. Neph leaned on the parapet of the sunlit balcony and sighed. We certainly do. The sovereigns have many secrets, and I won't claim to know all of them, but does it really matter what they are hiding? The truth remains the same. Sonny scoffed. She was right. Nephis was determined to destroy the sovereigns because they were suppressing humanity in its conquest of the spell, and more importantly, stood in her way. She did not care what motivated the Supremes, and neither did Sonny. He hated them all the same. Valor and Song deserved each other as far as he was concerned, but Antarctica was about to be swept up in their treasonous strife, and that he could not allow to happen. Look at you go. Do you even hear yourself? Who are you to defy the great clans? Do you imagine yourself to be someone capable of stopping them? You're definitely not. Sure, you have some power, but in the grand scheme of things, you're just a bug. A single master, no matter how strong, is only capable enough to be an expendable pawn. Sonny gritted his teeth. It was true. No matter how incensed he was, there was nothing he could do. The best Sonny could hope to achieve was to minimize the damage that the clash of the great clans was bound to do to the evacuation effort. A little. That only made him angrier. Well, then that's exactly what I am going to do. I will prepare, learn their weaknesses, and try to suppress the fallout of their despicable acts as much as I can. Luckily, Sonny knew just the right person to provide him with information. Knowing what the opponent was planning came first. He remained silent for a few moments, then glanced at Neph. So what exactly is going to happen? What will be their first move? She smiled wistfully. In a few months, the great clans will announce that they are sending reinforcements to the southern quadrant. Both Song and Valor will dispatch a strong force to Antarctica, but not too strong. LGHTNOVLSAVS OM. A couple more saints, a dozen or two masters, and a few hundred awakened. Officially, their mission will be to support the evacuation army in fighting the nightmare creatures. In reality, however, they are being sent there to fight each other. Sonny scowled, slightly confused. How, though? By now, most of the human forces on the continent are concentrated in the siege capitals, with very little reason to venture outside. Are these saints and their forces going to just go and attack the cities? Nephis shook her head. No, at least I think they won't. Not unless there is a very good reason to. In truth, they won't be staying behind the walls of the siege capitals most of the time because they have a secondary goal as well. One that requires going outside and attacking the nightmare creatures. He tilted his head a little. And what goal might that be? Changing Star simply looked at him, and a moment later, Sonny's eyes widened slightly. The Pyramid. Chapter 1076, Know Yourself. Nephis nodded. Song and Valor are going to be in a race to conquer it. They will search for nightmare gates that can be used to establish a beachhead in the unexplored region of the Dream Realm where the Black Pyramid is located. Once they find a comparatively safe fort, they will use the call to transport their saints, masters, and awaken there, establishing temporary outposts. She paused, looked at him, and continued. These outposts will be used to launch expeditions toward the pyramid. The end goal is to find a relatively safe place in close proximity to it, build a true fortress there, and then use that fortress as the staging ground for the conquest of the tomb. Changing Star lingered for a moment. It might be easier to think of it in terms of the Forgotten Shore. Each gate is connected to a seed of nightmare somewhere in the region. Some seeds might be in the depths of the Crimson Labyrinth, and everyone who follows the call to the area around them will be drowned by the Dark Sea. Some seeds, however, might be located on higher ground. Those who enter the Dream Realm near these seeds will be able to survive, and then slowly make their way through the labyrinth. L-G-H-T-N-O-V-Y-L-C-A-V-E. The end goal is to find a place like the Dark City, build a fortress akin to the Bright Castle, and then use it to conquer the Crimson Spire. What an apt metaphor. Sonny couldn't help but smile darkly. They might find out that this task is much harder than they imagine it to be. In theory, such a plan seemed solid. Each of the hundreds, if not thousands of nightmare gates in East Antarctica was connected to a seed of nightmare in the region surrounding the tomb of Ariel. By relying on the call, these gates could be used to enter the Dream Realm somewhere near the corresponding seed. Then, by pinpointing a suitably safe area and the gate connected to it, the great clans could transport their forces into the Dream Realm without risking instant annihilation. These forces would then explore and tee their way toward the Black Pyramid. The region could contain several citadels. Even by conquering one, Song or Valor would be able to establish a safe and stable corridor to ferry fighters and supplies over. If there were no citadels except for the tomb of Ariel itself, though, the saints would have to play the role of ferrymen. But the mysterious desert was utterly lethal. It was much worse than even the Forgotten Shore. And the forces of the great clans would not only have to fight against the endless flood of nightmare creatures populating it, they would also have to fight against each other. Sonny couldn't help but shiver. Nephis, meanwhile, simply nodded. The task will be a hellish one indeed, but these are the great clans, Sonny. No matter how you and I might feel about them, their fearsome reputation is not unearned. Both Valor and Song represent the absolute pinnacle of human achievement in warfare. If they can't do it, no one can. He remained silent for a while, thinking. The real goal of the great clans was to kill each other, while their secondary goal was to conquer the tomb of Ariel. One naturally led to the other. He now knew that the siege capitals in Antarctica would remain mostly untouched by their war, at least, unless something unexpected happened. However, both clans would be feverishly seeking suitable gates in East Antarctica, without doubt ambushing and slaughtering each other in the process. Army patrols and the infrastructure of the evacuation corridors could very well become collateral damage in their clashes, not to mention that they were bound to send the nightmare creatures into a frenzy, and maybe even lead the abominations back to the cities. There would be some violence within the siege capitals as well, or at least bloody clandestine operations. All three of the saints currently present in East Antarctica belong to the warring factions after all. If the servants of Kai Song had an opportunity to deal with Saint Tyrus in Falcon Scott, they would have taken it, without a doubt the consequences for the civilians sheltered. In the city be damned. Bastards. In any case, Sonny had some idea about how things would progress in the coming months now. This was already enough for him to start thinking. Eventually, he glanced at Nephis and hesitated for a few moments. There was one question that was still gnawing at him. Sonny sighed. And where will you be while all of this is happening? Nephis looked at him. White sparks danced in her eyes, and then she suddenly smiled. Where do you think? Of course, I will be accompanying Morgan, sister dearest, to Antarctica. Cassie, the fire keepers, and I, all of us are going there with her. LGHTNOVYLCAVE. I've told you that valor does not trust me much yet. What better way to earn trust and merit than on the battlefield? He stared at her silently for a while. I guess there is none, so we are going to meet in the southern quadrant. Changing Star shrugged. If you wish, or you can stay out of this mess entirely. You have made it very clear that you don't want to have anything to do with the great clans and their war, so it's up to you if and how much you get involved. Sonny smiled darkly. Up to me, huh? Yeah, no, that ship has sailed. He really could hide in some remote siege capital, use his service record and exalted status to get himself a cushy assignment, and spend the rest of the campaign relaxing. As much anyone could relax in Antarctica. However, was he willing to? Did he want to? Not really. If I do not go to hell, who else will go? Sonny had once told the Sin of Solace that the great clans were free to act with impunity because there was no one around to hold them responsible. He did not wish to teach anyone lessons in responsibility, but he did want to teach those bastards a lesson in humility. The harsher and more painful the lesson, the better. I'll make them pay. If I go to hell, I'll drag them with me. Sonny looked at the boundless blue sky, then turned to Nephis and smiled. See you in Antarctica, then. Chapter 1077, Midnight Sun. Summer had come to Antarctica. The winds still brought with them a piercing chill, but it was warm enough for the snow to thaw under direct sunlight. Gurgling streams of water turned East Antarctica into a land of countless brooks and numerous lakes, which all glistened in the sun or drowned in the shadows of the tall mountains. The sun itself was distant and cold, but it never disappeared from the blue expanse of the sky. Just like there had been no end to the night, now there was no end to the day. The twilight of the long dawn had gradually turned into daylight, and now that October was in full swing, the whole continent was suffused with bright radiance, and would be for the next 5 months. The situation on the continent, however, was far from light. It was grim and dire, as if Antarctica had submerged deeper into an endless cycle of dreadful nightmares. The chain of nightmares was escalating with each day, and the evacuation army was forced to take more and more desperate measures to withstand it. The remains of a once thriving city were buried under thawing snow, with the skeletal remains of tall buildings rising above it like dark cliffs. This settlement had not been chosen to become a siege capital, and so it was abandoned at the start of the campaign. Now, it was nothing but a desolate ruin. From time to time, that ruin would turn into a battleground, sustaining even more damage. Currently, a furious battle was coming to an end on the streets of the abandoned city. A patrol of soldiers had been chased here by a swarm of nightmare creatures and forced to stand their ground. The humans had fought violently and almost defeated the attacking abominations. But sadly, the sounds of the combat awoke a fiend that had been slumbering in the ruins. The creature had torn a bloody path through the remaining abominations, and then slaughtered the soldiers. Now only one of them remained alive. Lieutenant Catfiend was struggling desperately with the controls of her MWP. But it was of no use. The mighty machine had been damaged too severely and toppled, its vestibular systems going completely offline. She could have brought it back up relying on nothing but her piloting skills, but most of the limb hydraulics were destroyed, and the frame itself was bent and torn, large sections of the alloy armor already missing. Even the coolant pathways were breached, turning the pilot's cabin into a scorching inferno. The paint she used to decorate its walls with drawings was blistering and melting. Anti-Catfiend herself felt as if she was going to melt, too. But of course she wouldn't. The abomination that had slaughtered her squad was currently on top of the MWP, clawing at the war machine with its powerful limbs. The armor was parting before the terrifying claws like paper. Each strike sent a concussive shockwave through the frame, tossing Catfiend up and down in the tight confines of her safety harness. The creature was going to kill her long before the heat had a chance to. Curse it. There was just no way for her to fight against a fallen demon, and that was what the creature was, most likely. At least the awakened leader of the patrol had called it that before being killed by the fiend. But even knowing how hopeless the situation was, Catfiend stubbornly controlled the only functioning arm of the MWP, bending it at the elbow to press the 7 barrels of the kinetic machine gun installed on the forearm of the war platform to the abomination's side. The barrels spun, unleashing a flood of heavy tungsten rounds into the demon's impenetrable hide. In just a second, the machine gun spat close to 200 armor-piercing bullets. However, all of them simply ricocheted off the harrowing creature's skin, not even bruising it. The fiend was pushed slightly to the side, then glanced at the firing weapon with its mad, burning eyes. In the next moment, the abomination's claws struck, ripping through the MWP's arm and severing it entirely. The next blow finally breached the cockpit, destroying the screens and letting Catfiend see the fiend with her own 2 eyes. She gritted her teeth. At least there's some cool air now. She knew that she was about to die. But she didn't. The battle had caused plumes of thick smoke to rise above the ruins, obscuring the sun and submerging the battlefield in deep darkness. At that moment, the darkness suddenly surged moved forward. Catfiend blinked, thinking that she was seeing things. 2 giant hands suddenly rose from the ground, grabbing the fallen demon by the shoulders. The hands had matte, inky black skin, slender wrists, and long, dexterous fingers that ended with sharp claws. These claws cut through the abomination's indestructible skin with ease. Then the dark hands pulled and ripped the fiend apart. Half of its monstrous body landed to the left of the fallen MWP, the other half to the right. A river of blood and viscera splashed, falling into the turned-up dirt. Just like that, the terrifying creature had been slaughtered. What? Catfiend suddenly felt cold. The fallen demon was a harrowing monster. So what kind of otherworldly horror would be capable of killing it with such ease? As she stared, a figure emerged from the darkness, landing softly on the torn frame of the MWP. It was a young man with porcelain skin and black hair, his eyes glistening like dark gemstones. Despite the biting cold and the nightmarish surroundings, he wore no armor and wielded no weapons. His slender body was covered only by a light tunic of black silk. When the young man appeared, the darkness enveloping the destroyed city suddenly seemed to become deeper, darker, and more frightening. The sight of him was in such stark contrast with the ravaged, war-torn ruin that he seemed more like an apparition than a living bane. Gee, Catfiend gulped. The young man lingered for a moment, and then looked at her calmly. Are you all right, soldier? Oh gods, he speaks. It took her a few seconds to digest what the eerie stranger had just said. What? He leaned forward and grabbed the jagged edges of the breach in the cockpit's armor, easily pulling the alloy apart to widen the gap. I said, are you all right? Catfiend lingered for a moment. Why yes. The stranger nodded. Good, I'm Ascended Sunless of the Special Reconnaissance Unit. You can call me Master Sunless or Major Sunless. Let's get you out of this thing. Chapter 1078, Army Scout. Sunny helped the pilot climb out of the ravaged MWP, then looked around somberly. The ruin of the city was covered by the signs of a fierce battle. Sadly, he had been too late to arrive. Most of the soldiers were already dead. Damn it! He had noticed the commotion in the ruins by chance, while making his way through the wilderness to accomplish a different mission. If not for the habit of sending his shadows in a wide circle around him, Sunny would have never even known that a squad of human soldiers had been trapped here. He used Shadow Step to arrive as swiftly as he could, but ended up saving only one. With a sigh, Sunny helped the young woman climb down from the wreck of the MWP, summoned the Endless Spring, and handed it to her. Here, drink some water. The pilot kept staring at him strangely, but he was long used to such stares. He gave her some time, then took the glass bottle back and asked, making sure to keep his voice neutral. I am sorry about your comrades. But how did you guys end up in this sector? Did you not receive the message that it was designated as a black zone by Army Command? The young woman grimaced. We did, sir, but by then it was already too late. We were on a routine patrol along the 17th evacuation corridor when we came under attack from a swarm of nightmare creatures. We beat them back and pursued. Sadly, a few minutes later, a gate opened right behind us. We were quickly surrounded and had to run for our lives. We ran all the way to this city and... She sighed. Sunny awkwardly patted the pilot on the shoulder. I know a thing or two about bad luck, Lieutenant. It can get anyone. You did your best." Internally, he was shaking his head. "Corridor 17. That place just attracts trouble, doesn't it?" Corridor 17 connected one of the largest siege capitals in the region to the coastal fortress. Maintaining it was of vital importance to the evacuation effort, but recently, it had become harder and harder to keep the area clean. Sunny himself was on a mission to scout out a potential threat to that corridor. After reaching East Antarctica, he had basically received carte blanche to choose any assignment he wanted out of those suitable for an Ascended, of course. In the end, Sunny refused another command assignment and requested to be sent to the Special Reconnaissance Unit. The SRU was responsible for prowling the abomination-infested wilderness in search of targets that could pose a serious threat to the siege capitals, keeping tabs on their movements, and even attempting to lure them away from the cities from time to time. Powerful tyrants, terrors, and even titans. Those were the creatures that Army Command had them observe and track. Needless to say, the task was extremely dangerous and often lethal. The SRU consisted exclusively of powerful masters, and each of them either had an aspect uniquely suitable for such work or was an absolute elite. As for Sunny, he was both. The assignment suited him fine, despite the tremendous danger, partially because it granted him a lot of freedom in his movements and actions, partially because he was reluctant to be put in charge of soldiers again. Being a leader had never been something Sunny enjoyed. The previous time was enough. It was too much, really. He glanced at the MWP pilot and sighed. "Catch your breath. We can't stay for long, though this place isn't safe and I am on a timer." Looking at her, he couldn't help but remember the irregulars. Sunny's face darkened. Most of his people were dead now. Only Bate and Luster remained. And perhaps Quentin. There was no news of the gallant healer, so he was most likely gone as well. Luster had been shipped back to NQSC long ago. He was now slowly recovering in the hospital complex of the Academy, and doing quite well. Sunny knew of it because Kim remained in close contact with the lucky guy. In fact, he suspected that there was something going on between them. Their young relationship, however, had to remain a long-distance one for now. Kim herself was still here in East Antarctica, but was kept far away from the battlefield. After returning from the Antarctic Center, she had been transferred to the Strategic Intelligence Department of Army Command. Now, her aspect was being used to determine the vulnerabilities of various nightmare creatures on a wide scale and disseminate that knowledge to the troops. There were many such specialists stationed at Army headquarters, but Kim was doing especially well for herself. Bate had been evacuated and reached safety a while back, too. Sunny and she kept in touch, sending each other messages once in a while. However, he had a feeling that the young woman wanted to forget what had happened in the southern quadrant, at least for now. Talking to him was perhaps a painful reminder. So most of Sunny's communications were with Rain. His sister was doing well in the safety of NQSC. She was training diligently and not showing any symptoms of being infected by the spell. The serpent was protecting her, too. At least in that regard, Sunny felt somewhat assured. As for himself, ever since reaching East Antarctica, Sunny only had 3 goals: turn the ravenous fiend into a shadow, become a tyrant, and prepare for the arrival of the great clans. Eli had spent fragments on the little imp first, then hunted down numerous abominations in hopes of forming the 5th Shadow Corps. Now he was mere days away from catching up to Neph. As for the 3rd goal, Sunny had made good progress on that front, too. As he thought about it, his communication device suddenly came alive, and a familiar voice resounded in his ear. "Where the hell are you, Sunny?" He smiled slightly. "Sorry, Jet, I've been delayed a little. Are you still en route?" Her voice came through the static, sounding a little out of breath. "Yeah, and I have a nasty swarm of abominations on my tail." Sunny nodded. "I'll send Mongrel your way. Lead them to the rendezvous point and she'll take care of everything. I'll arrive in a few hours." With that, Sunny glanced at the MWP pilot and sighed. "Time to go, soldier. Say your goodbyes. Then I'll bring you to the nearest army outpost." He turned away, giving the young woman some space, and looked up at the cold sun hanging motionlessly high above. A long sigh escaped from Sunny's lips. "How bright! I never thought I would miss the polar night." Chapter 1079 Imp. The pilot did not spend a long time bidding farewell to her comrades. By that point in the campaign, everyone had experienced loss and defeat. The soldiers had not grown numb to watching people die, but they did become used to it. Death had always surrounded those who fought against the nightmare spell, and here in Antarctica it was even more inescapable, both for the awakened and for the mundanes. When the young woman returned, however, a confused expression appeared on her face. Sunny raised an eyebrow. "What?" The pilot pointed. Where did my MWP go?" He looked back. The wrecked war platform was indeed gone. In its place, hidden behind a pile of dirt, sat an ugly little creature. It was hurriedly pushing a piece of bent alloy into its wide, toothy mouth with both hands. Noticing that someone was looking, the creature froze for a moment and feverishly continued to chew on the armored alloy, as if afraid that it would be taken away. Sunny rolled his eyes. "That little bastard right there ate it. Don't mind him." It was hard to imagine that the scrawny imp had devoured the massive machine, considering that it was dozens of times larger than him. But that was exactly what had happened. Sunny did not know what kind of infernal engine was hidden in the imp's stomach, but the little guy's appetite was inexhaustible. Anything that entered his mouth disappeared without a trace, and there were very few things that his sharp teeth couldn't rip apart. Sunny shuddered, remembering how he had turned the tiny wretch into a shadow. He had done it not long after arriving in East Antarctica. Before, Sunny had been planning to become a tyrant first, but that was because he needed more power fast during the siege of Falcon Scott. Now that things had calmed down, the circumstances were not as pressing. He could allow himself to delay a little, and made converting the echo of the ravenous fiend a priority. Sunny had possessed 3 shadows before, but funnily enough, only one of them, Saint, came from an echo. The process of conversion itself had looked pretty much the same as the first time. In the tranquil silence of his soul sea, 2 beams of dark light descended from one of the shadow cores. One fell on the echo of the scavenger, the other on a motionless shadow that stood with the rest of them on the still surface of the calm waters. The shadow of the ravenous fiend seemed to dissolve into the dark light, and then the echo became wreathed in black flames that seeped into its flesh, changing it on a fundamental level. The boundless spellweave that was hidden within the echo disappeared, replaced by darkness. LGHTNOVYLCVES0M. A living shadow was now dwelling within the body of the imp instead, 4 transparent and empty embers burning in its depths. Granted, that scene was not as majestic and awe-inspiring as when Saint had become a shadow. The scrawny little bastard could not compare to the magnificent stone knight in any shape or form, after all. Nevertheless, that was how Sunny had acquired his 4th shadow. What came next, however? That he did not like to think about one bit. The trip was a blank slate and had tremendous potential for growth, but Sunny had to be careful about what he fed the gluttonous creature. Some types of food were easy to come by, but would produce mediocre results. Worse tighten that, be strongly suspected that some advancements would prevent more beneficial powers from taking root in the future. There was one he could not compromise on, though: affinity to shadows. And since shadow creatures were almost impossible to find, Sunny had no choice but to feed the hateful gremlin some of his own flesh again. The first time he summoned the fiend into the real world, the tiny creature looked around, then stared at him with fright and ran away, hiding behind Saint's leg. The imp then grabbed her calf with his 8 clawed fingers and cautiously peeked from behind it, trembling slightly. "Get over here, bastard." Unable to refuse Sunny's command, the imp reluctantly abandoned his shelter and slowly waddled over. The moment Sunny offered the gremlin his forearm and ordered him to take a bite, the bastard's eyes ignited with ferocious glee, though. What happened next was a truly ghastly experience for Sunny. He endured it by bitterly fantasizing about killing the vile little creature for the 2nd time. However, it was worth it in the end. The scrawny fiend regained its ability to travel through shadows. Later, Sunny learned that the process of gaining new attributes and abilities was rarely, if ever, so easy and fast. The fiend had already possessed a high affinity to shadows thanks to being one, and Sunny himself was even more unique. He was a divine shadow, after all. These 2 reasons made it possible for the little imp to inherit a vestige of his power in one go. As to how the bastard had managed it the first time around, Sunny had no idea. Maybe the inherent adaptability of the scavengers resonated with the innate formlessness of shadows. Maybe the wretch had simply gotten lucky. The point of it was that he couldn't just command the gluttonous scavenger to devour a nightmare creature and expect the same to happen. It took a long time and a lot of corpses, suitable ones at that, for the imp to grow in the right direction. Luckily, he was not limited to only eating flesh, which was why Sonny was currently concentrating on feeding the imp all kinds of steel, alloy, and mystical metals. The ravenous fiend's bone armor had been rather spectacular, but he was determined to come up with something even more indestructible. Watching as the scrawny bastard hurriedly finished chewing on the last piece of the broken MWP, Sonny smiled slightly, his eyes shining with ominous glee. Eat more trashling. I need to fatten you up." The imp suddenly shivered and looked at Sonny with wide, terrified eyes. Sonny suppressed a menacing grin and dismissed the imp, then looked at the pilot. "I got him as an echo. Come, let's go. We need to hurry." Chapter 10, 80 Marvelous Devil. As a scout, Sonny constantly had to traverse great distances across the abomination-infested wilderness of East Antarctica. He would usually ride atop Nightmare or glide through the shadows with incredible speed, but right now, neither of these methods were an option. His steed was with Saint, and he obviously couldn't leave the stranded MWP pilot behind by turning into a shadow. Theoretically, Sonny could carry the young woman on his back and run, which would be faster than limiting his speed to that of a mundane human. But he was not too desperate to save time. There was an army outpost relatively close to the ruined city, and although normal patrols would be slaughtered if they tried to take the convenient shortcut, nothing that dwelled there could threaten Sonny. As they followed a small river that snaked between barren hills, Sonny summoned the runes and glanced at the list of his shadows. It read, Shadows Onyx Saint, Soul Serpent, Nightmare, Ravenous Fiend. Sonny concentrated on the last string of runes, summoning a detailed description of the little bastard. Shadow Ravenous Fiend. Shadow Rank Transcendent. Shadow Class Devil. Shadow description: a pitiful little creature traveled through a nightmarish land, harboring a bitter grudge in its tiny heart. Driven by resentment and spite, it suffered many trials and conquered untold dangers to become a marvelous devil. But fate was unkind. The ravenous devil met a much more terrible fiend and turned into his shadow. Sonny stared at the runes with a bleak expression. The spell had always liked to tease him. At least he thought that it did. But this one was just unfair. How come I'm the fiend? The bastard literally has the word fiend in his name. Shaking his head, he moved past the description and continued. D to read. Shadow attributes: lucky, marvel, ravenous. Shadow sworn, lesser iron body. Lucky attribute description: this shadow is favored by fortune. Sonny sighed. His own attribute, fated, attracted both incredible and absolutely terrible luck. The imp, however, was blessed with only good fortune. It was most likely the small scavenger's very first, innate attribute. No wonder the bastard had survived meeting him twice. Damnation. Peeved by the blatant unfairness, Sonny continued to read. Marvel attribute description: this shadow is a marvelous learner. It is stunningly keen and supremely adaptable, absorbing new knowledge with astonishing speed. Lucky and smart. Well, who cares? At the end of the day, it still didn't help him survive meeting me for the third time. If the wretch was so smart, he should have avoided me like a plague. Sonny had seen these descriptions before, of course, but he still couldn't help seething over them. Ravenous attribute description: this shadow possesses an insatiable hunger and a frightening potential for growth. The more it eats, the more it will grow. This attribute already seemed rather great, despite the fact that the imp had not grown even by a centimeter in the last 2 months. Sonny had fed him literally tons of armored alloy, as well as the corpses of many nightmare creatures with steel-like carapaces. He had no idea how much the little fiend had to gobble up to become bigger, but knew that the result would be worth it. The true benefit of the ravenous attribute was much more subtle, though, and incredibly precious. It was the fact that, unlike Nightmare and Saint, the imp did not need to consume memories to rise to a higher rank. LGHTNOVYLCAVECOM. There was no counter of shadow fragments. Instead, the fiendish shadow simply had to devour. It could become a supreme devil by simply devouring nightmare creatures, or any creatures, really, in great numbers. The more powerful, the better. That put Sonny, who was already suffering terribly from the need to procure countless memories, at ease. This imp is indeed lucky. If I had to choose between feeding memories to Saint and Nightmare or him, well, the poor bastard would have definitely starved. Sonny smiled slightly and turned his attention to the last two attributes. Shadow Sworn Attribute Description: this fiend is known to shadows. That one was without surprise, and appeared after Sonny had fed the imp with his flesh. It was the same as what Shadow Blade Kurt had possessed, and showed a high affinity to shadows. Lesser Iron Body Attribute Description: this shadow's flesh possesses qualities of metal. He grinned in satisfaction. Finally, progress. The lesser iron body had been nascent iron body before. It seemed that munching on that MWP had finally pushed the imp over a threshold. He would be much sturdier now, and in the future would even have a chance to become truly indestructible. There had to be a greater iron body as well, after all. Happy to see the ankle-biter achieving something, Sonny finally glanced at the imp's abilities. The runes read: Shadow Ability Scavenger, Devourer, Shadow Step. Scavenger Ability Description: this shadow can attain the traits, attributes, and abilities of the creatures it consumes. Devourer Ability Description: this shadow's teeth possess unnatural sharpness and strength. It can rend and maul even the most resilient things. Shadow Step Ability Description: this fiend can move freely between shadows, traveling front one to another in an instant or diving into them to move with great speed. And that was it, Sonny's fourth shadow. The critter was a sorry excuse of a transcendent devil for now, but it would grow to be a real menace one day. In fact, Sonny had a feeling that the imp might just become one of the most terrifying weapons in his arsenal. The ravenous fiend had been an exceedingly dire enemy, but now that he was serving Sonny, and thus enjoying the support of a benevolent, selfless, and supremely generous master, just how much more terrible would the wretched waif become? Walking along the small river, Sonny used shadow manifestation to slaughter a nightmare creature that was waiting to ambush him and the MWP pilot, then sighed. I need to find a couple more of those iron golems I killed last week. Or better yet, a whole swarm of them. A horde would be even better. My imp is a growing little wretch, after all. He needs to eat. Chapter 10, 81 Lake Ruin. Soon they reached the army outpost. There had been a few nightmare creatures that attacked them on the way, including an especially vile, corrupted monster. Sonny tore the former apart with hands woven out of shadows, and cut the latter down personally with a blade created the same way. These days, he tried to avoid getting his own hands dirty, mostly using shadow manifestation to slaughter the enemy. Sonny wanted to hone and refine his mastery of manifestation, and for that, he needed a lot of practice. Additionally, he felt that it was unnecessary for him to get up close and personal with every godforsaken abomination standing in his way. Perhaps it was the nature of his current mission as a solitary scout, or perhaps Sonny had simply received a chance to return to being cautious and stealthy after years of being forced to play the role of a frontline fighter in any case. He strived to only enter melee range with an enemy if he was certain of killing the foe with a single strike. Usually one of Sonny's strikes was enough. If not, he would avoid a confrontation entirely. The army outpost was located underground, similar to the supply depot he had visited once in the Antarctic Center. However, as a member of the Special Reconnaissance Unit, Sonny knew very well where all the army assets were hidden. Better yet, East Antarctica had no problems with communications. Well, except for the usual interference of the call, so he had been able to radio about their arrival in advance. Sonny and the surviving MWP pilot were met by a cohort of sleep-deprived awakened. Despite their visible fatigue, the soldiers stood at attention and saluted him respectfully. Their eyes betrayed a hint of reverence. This again. Sonny was met with such stares anywhere he went in Antarctica, at least among the soldiers. The First Army and the Second Army were merged into one military now, but within it, people who had been in the southern quadrant since day one of the chain of nightmares were treated with silent respect. That went tenfold for those who had been a part of the Antarctic Center contingent. The Antarctic Center had been the most terrifying battlefield of the operation yet, and almost the entire field army sent there had been wiped out. There were only a few survivors here and there, mostly those who had been among the evacuated wounded. Needless to say, Sonny was both a veteran of the Antarctic Center and an ascended. That was why most soldiers treated him with veneration. "Master Sunless, sir." He nodded at the welcoming party and handed over the MWP pilot to them. The young woman had done well keeping pace with him on the way to the outpost, but now that they had reached safety, she looked to be on the verge of collapse. Of course, it was not at all surprising. Sunny sighed and glanced at the awakened. "At ease, take good care of the lieutenant. Oh, and by the way, I've cleared a path through the hills and dealt with the corrupted monster that had been stalking the area. If you hurry, you might harvest what is left of it before more abominations show up." The soldiers looked at each other, their eyes glinting. That monster had been causing a lot of trouble for the outpost, especially considering that it had blocked the pathway through the hills. With the creature gone, logistics would become much easier for them. "Thank you, sir." Sunny nodded. "Well then, I'll be off." He looked at the MWP pilot, lingered for a few moments, and then said awkwardly, "Stay alive, soldier." With that, Sunny stepped through the shadows and disappeared from view. He had wasted a lot of time already and was running late for the rendezvous with Soul Reaper. The soldiers remained standing there for a while, staring at the empty space where he had stood before. Eventually, one of them said, "That was him, the devil." Another nodded with a stunned face. But of course, Sunny was already far away and did not hear any of it. The sun was circling in the sky, never falling behind the horizon. He glided through the shadows where he could, ran where he couldn't. From time to time, Sunny simply hid in the shadows, waiting for large swarms of nightmare creatures to pass by. These pauses slowed him down, but they also allowed him to recover some essence. He avoided getting into fights to preserve more of it, as well, and also because there was no reason to. It was already evening, or whatever passed for one in this strange land, when Sunny drew near another ruin. The city in front of him was almost entirely destroyed and drowned by a vast lake, with only the remains of tall towers rising above the icy water. The ruin was different from the one from before, and much older. It had been left behind by the wars that humans waged on each other during the dark times, not the rampage of the chain of nightmares. Nevertheless, the drowned city was Sunny's current mission. He hid himself in the shadows of a rusted wreck and studied the ruin. There were bodies of nightmare creatures floating near one of the towers, painting the water black. Each of them seemed to have been killed by a single arrow. Sunny observed the area for a few minutes, noticing strange ripples on the surface of the lake. There were more abominations hiding underwater. Finally satisfied, he activated his comm and contacted Jet. "Reaper, it's Devil, I've arrived." A few seconds later, her voice came through the static. "Took you long enough, where are you?" He looked around. "Southern shore near an old wreck on the slope of a flat hill." Jet took a few minutes to respond. "I see it. Move west for about a kilometer, then follow a collapsed tower into the lake. From there, you'll be able to see 3 huge smokestacks. I'm in the middle one near the top. Get here as soon as possible and be careful of the water. It is teeming with schools of tiny, hungry fishes." Sunny lingered for a moment. "Got it. What about the target?" Soul Reaper responded in a few seconds, her voice sounding a bit tense. "It's in the middle of the lake. I was waiting for you to arrive before trying to get a better look." Nodding, Sunny glanced at the ripples in the cold water one more time, and then dashed out of his shelter. Chapter 1082, Ancient Chimneys. He reached the giant chimney without too much problem, avoiding the teeth of the vicious fish-like creatures with the help of the dark wing and a couple of perilous leaps. The structure was wide and incredibly tall, reaching at least 300 meters into the sky, and that was just the part visible above the water. There were a few holes in the frame of the alloy smokestack, so Sunny did not waste time jumping through one of them. He found himself in a vast, dark well, still water radiating bone-chilling cold a few meters beneath his feet. A tiny circle of light was visible hundreds of meters above. Sunny did not know what kind of industrial behemoth had demanded such an enormous chimney, 3 of them, in fact, and what kind of poison had been billowing out of them into the atmosphere in the past. However, even now, decades or even centuries later, the air inside was acrid and hard to inhale, reminding him of the worst days in the outskirts. Grimacing, Sunny looked around, and then jumped to a piece of scaffolding a dozen or so meters above his current position. Landing noiselessly on the weathered alloy, he smiled at Saint, who had been standing there, still as a statue, holding a bow in one hand. The taciturn knight turned her head slightly, acknowledging his arrival, then indifferently continued to watch the base of the smokestack. He could feel Nightmare hiding in the darkness nearby, dissolved into the shadow form. The black steed moved, greeting him, and then grew still once again. "Good work, guys." Sonny's calm hissed. "Get up here, I'm bored out of my mind." He sighed, then turned into a shadow himself and ascended the tall structure, gliding upward in a wide spiral. As Sonny was going up the old alloy walls, he found himself involuntarily thinking about how long it would take Imp to eat the whole thing. Then he caught himself and scoffed. "Gods, what am I thinking about?" But it was really a lot of alloy. At the top of the smokestack, strange machines were installed into the mouth of the well, and the walls were blackened by fire and soot. The acrid smell was somewhat reduced by the proximity to the open sky. Jet was sitting on one of the pieces of machinery, her feet hanging above the abyssal drop. Noticing Sonny step out of the shadows, she closed the lid of an army-issued thermos, threw it into her backpack, and grinned. "Here you are." He nodded. "Yeah, sorry for making you wait." Soul Reaper shook her head. "I've been on a long reconnaissance mission the entire week. Honestly, having a chance to just sit and relax for a few hours was exactly what I needed." Jet had joined the Special Reconnaissance Unit just like Sonny. They mostly worked alone, but for the more dangerous missions, Army Command grouped 2 or more scouts together. As a result, the 2 of them continued to cooperate and fight side by side through most of the past few months. By now, they made for a very good team. Jet stood up and looked around, studying the ancient machinery. "Hey, do you know what these things were for?" Sonny shook his head. "No, do you?" She walked along the edge of the alloy platform and nodded. "It's a filtration system. Basically, one furnace pushed a constant stream of toxic smoke through the smokestack, and on top of it was another furnace. This one meant to burn all the toxicity out of the smoke and prevent it from getting into the atmosphere. So, each of these chimneys used to shoot out a colossal plume of fire into the sky. Must have been quite a sight, especially in winter." Sonny scratched the back of his head. "It sounds kind of stupid." Jet glanced at him with a bleak expression. "Well, I'm not an engineer. It must have worked. Otherwise, why waste all that time and energy on constructing filters? Anyway, let's get to the top. The faster we finish the mission, the faster we can get the hell out of this stench." They scaled the last dozen or so meters of the smokestack using an ancient, rickety ring ladder and climbed onto the lip of the giant chimney. It was as wide as a road. From here, most of the lake and the city drowned by it could be easily seen. Sonny stared down, appreciating the surreal beauty of the desolate landscape beneath them. Almost at the same time, 2 of his shadows reached the top of the other 2 giant smokestacks. Jet glanced at him. "Well..." He hesitated for a few moments. "The one to our left is empty, but the right one, there is something hiding inside, something huge." All the shadow could see were loops of flesh coiled inside the dark well of the ancient smokestack, filling almost a third of it. Jet sighed with relief. "Well, good, because we need to get to the left one. Leave that thing, whatever it is, alone." Sonny nodded, ordering his shadow to hide itself and keep an eye on the gargantuan creature. The 3 towering chimneys were not too far away from each other, so getting from one to another was not a problem to them. However, it was not very safe if something attacked you in the air. Staying alive would be a challenge. So, unless someone like Kai was around, at least 2 people were required to keep each other safe. Sonny temporarily borrowed Morgan's warbow from Saint and covered Jet as she glided across the wide gap between smokestacks using a flight memory. She reached the next chimney, then summoned half a dozen sharp throwing stars and did the same for him. Sonny used the dark wing to breach the gap and soon joined Jet. Now they were very close to coming in sight of the target of this mission. He frowned. "Do you feel it?" Soul Reaper slowly nodded. "Yeah, the call is much stronger here. There must be a Category 3 gate nearby." They walked to the opposite side of the smokestack and looked down. From that position, nothing obstructed their view of the middle of the lake. And there, nestled between the ancient ruins. Sonny sighed. "That is going to be trouble." Chapter 10, 83 Reconnaissance. The 2 of them lowered themselves to the weathered alloy, looking cautiously over the edge. Far away, in the middle of the ruined city, an enormous body of a ghastly creature was hidden between the rubble, long swathes of it submerged into the water. The creature resembled a monstrous centipede that was at least 100 meters long. It was encased in pale chitin. No, not chitin. Bone. The giant centipede seemed to be covered in countless thousands of human skulls, all of them stuck together to form a morbid carapace. Its horrid maw was large enough to swallow an armored APC and full of grotesque, hone-white teeth. On its head, two tall, dead trees grew from the carapace of skulls like skeletal horns. Taking care to not fixate on the grotesque creature directly, knowing that some abominations could sense when they were being watched, Sonny couldn't help but feel a chill. That thing's going to be a nightmare. Silence was the key, and thus, Sonny used the mystical blessing of dusk to communicate his thoughts, avoiding speaking aloud. Jet, receiving his silent message, responded in kind, her voice echoing in his mind against the backdrop of deathly stillness and the mournful wind. "Examine its mouth." Sonny did as she asked, his eyes widening at the sight below. The monstrous centipede writhed, its long neck contorting as it gagged and then retched up a mass of wet, slime-coated bones. It seemed for a moment as if the creature was having difficulty digesting its last meal, but then the pile of bones began to shift, slowly forming into a twisted, nightmarish figure. Rising unsteadily, the abomination stumbled away and vanished beneath the water's surface. Sonny's brow furrowed in disgust. How many of these abominations had the centipede spawned? After a brief pause, he turned to Jet, his voice grim. "It's one of those corrupted tyrants." Jet's face twisted into a frown. "It does seem that way, doesn't it?" Moving swiftly, Soul Reaper retrieved several bulky devices from her backpack. These were sophisticated sensor arrays and recorders, supplied by the Army and crafted using intricate spelltech technology. LGHTNOVYLCAVE C tilde-OM. But despite their complexity, they proved useless in the face of interference from a nearby gate. Minutes passed, filled with futile attempts to gather information, until Jet finally sighed and shook her head at Sonny. He simply shrugged. "Guess we'll have to contact Army Command." Without a word, Jet moved to a safer spot and activated her military communicator. Despite the harsh static, she managed to convey a message. "HQ, this is Recon 4 and Recon 9. Target sighted, threat level Core 5, requesting analyst backup." A brief wait, and Jet signaled they needed to wait 3 more minutes. "They're moving fast, must be important," Sonny thought, his mind racing. The situation seemed critical, and he could sense the urgency. He summoned a memory, a rare and valuable tool that connected them to the Army headquarters through a twin circle of patina-covered bronze, allowing diviners to extend their senses across vast distances. Minutes later, as Jet rejoined him, a mental message reached Sonny. "They're watching now." As the ghastly centipede continued its grim work below, both Sonny and Jet held their breath, fear dancing in their eyes. Time C. Amid to stretch as they watched, their minds racing. Eventually, the connection with headquarters was severed, and Jet looked at Sonny. "They're concerned about that monster. We need to stay put and observe, report if it moves." Sonny's heart sank as he looked around, the wind biting into his flesh, the acrid smell lingering. "Guess I'll catch some sleep." Jet's eyes widened in shock. "What, I get to sleep first? I haven't slept in ages." A gloomy stare from Sonny, another sigh. "All right, you go ahead. I'll watch over our friend here." Why does she even need to sleep? She's not even alive. Hours passed, shifts changed, and the tyrant continued its macabre work. When it finally moved, Sonny and Jet were quick to action, reporting to Army Command and preparing to follow. 2 entire companies were dispatched to face the abomination, the Wolves and the Nightsingers. Sonny's face twisted into a crooked smile at the thought of reuniting with old comrades Effie and Kai. The battle to come promised to be one for the ages. Chapter 1084, Following the Tyrant. For the next few days, Sonny and Jet stealthily pursued the skull centipede. These days were long, tense, and perilous. Not only did they have to brave the wilderness, but they also had to keep up with the ghastly abomination while not being seen or sensed by it. On a few occasions, they had almost been discovered, barely managing to salvage the situation at the last moment. Sonny was not sure what would have happened if the creature had found them. With Saint supporting the two scouts from the shadows, they at least had a slim chance of slaying the tyrant. But a battle like that would be a dire one. It would have had to be one of those battles where he was forced to put everything on the line, only surviving by the skin of his teeth. In the past, Sonny had fought plenty of battles like that. He had grown so used to walking the thin line between life and death that he did not even consider such things unusual anymore. That mad balancing act was just par for the course. However, he also knew that he would not remain on the winning side forever. If he kept risking everything, his luck was bound to run out one day. After Falcon Scott, his way of thinking about things shifted. Sonny was now much more experienced, and with that experience came cold, calculating prudence. His chances of defeating the Skull Centipede and its army of bone abominations would be much higher with the support of two entire companies of Awakened. And so, he was determined to meet this enemy on a battlefield of his choosing, with the odds stacked in his favor as much as the circumstances allowed. Jet was of the same mind. They followed the plan and put all their effort into remaining hidden. The centipede slithered across the vast plains of East Antarctica, eviscerating everything in its path. It had no mercy for the other nightmare creatures, slaughtered swarms of them like helpless ants. After each massacre, the giant abomination would devour the corpses of its prey and coil its body into a macabre burrow of skulls, then wreathe and spew out more bone fiends. The centipede's army continued to grow as it advanced through the wilderness. With each day, Sonny and Jet became more and more despondent. It had been hard to tell at the start, but now there was no denying it. The tyrant's course put it on a direct collision course with one of the siege capitals in East Antarctica. Each human stronghold on the continent was surrounded by vast masses of frenzied nightmare creatures, and even more dead ones. Tall piles of bodies covered the killing fields, growing with each passing day. If the Skull Centipede was allowed to launch an attack on a siege capital, it would already be bad enough. However, if it managed to gain access to all those corpses, the strength of its army would increase exponentially, and the threat posed by the creature would explode in magnitude. By then, only the intervention of a saint would prevent a disaster. The saints, however, were already busy racing endlessly from place to place, solving one crisis after another without rest. Which was why it was important to stop the abomination as soon as possible. On the fourth day of the pursuit, the centipede clashed with a whole horde of nightmare creatures, butchering hundreds of them and scaring the rest away. It dragged its massive body onto the battlefield, then got to the grisly business of consuming all the mangled bodies. One dead abomination after another disappeared into its massive maw, emotionlessly swallowed by the dreadful tyrant. Sonny and Jet were observing the process from a safe distance as they hid between two enormous boulders. On the ground between them lay a scattering of bleeding carcasses. They themselves had engaged in a short and gruesome fight with a pack of nightmare creatures just minutes ago. Now that a suitable shelter was cleared, they could rest easy for a few hours. Sonny frowned. It killed two. Oh, many this time, considering how long it takes to create a bone soldier. I'd say we'll be stuck here for a full day. The tyrant's army will grow by a lot. Jet shrugged. The more it is delayed, the better. Army command will have time to prepare. She watched the giant centipede devour its victims for a few moments, then took a few steps back and contacted the headquarters to make a report. Soon after that, Soul Reaper's icy blue eyes suddenly gleamed. Understood. She deactivated her comm and looked at Sonny with a grin. It's happening. The welcoming party has already arrived. We need to overtake the monstrosity, meet up with them, and prepare the festivities. Sonny let out a relieved sigh. Finally. A hunt like this one was not easy to arrange. Simply deploying troops outside the siege capital was a dangerous task by now. The wilderness was teeming with numerous nightmares creatures, and an expedition force risked drowning in a horde of them before even reaching the intended target. It took a lot of courage and competence to navigate a course through the enemy territory. If the target was on the move, the task only grew that much harder. Luckily, this time, Army Command was receiving constant updates on the creature's location from Sonny and Jet, so tracking its path had been easier. And now, finally, almost every piece was in place. All that remained was for the scouts to join the assault force and spring the trap on the menacing tyrant. Sonny smiled. Let's go then. They silently abandoned their shelter and made a wide circle around the location of the skull's centipede, then moved away with as much speed as they could allow themselves without risking attracting the attention of migrating hordes of nightmare creatures. Half a day later, Sunny and Jet arrived at the shore of a wide river. The landscape made it so that there weren't many places to cross it for many kilometers around, with only a single ford formed by a scattering of giant boulders. As they traversed the river, jumping from one stone to another, Sunny's comm suddenly came alive. A familiar voice came through the static. "Well, it isn't. Frog, welcome." Some of it got swallowed up by the interference, but the last word was very easy to discern. Doofus. Sunny stopped for a moment and looked at the opposite bank of the river, where a tall figure suddenly rose from the ground. Effie waved her hand and grinned. "Ah, venerable Master Sunless, how nice of you to pay a visit." Chapter 1085 Wolf Army. Sunny and Jet looked like quite the pair. Both were wearing black, which made for a stark contrast with their pale skin and raven hair. Granted, Soul Reaper looked more imposing in her fitting black leather armor. Sunny, on the other hand, wore a simple silk tunic and a pair of dainty shoes. He was also unarmed. Actually, he was perhaps the more threatening of the two. People were used to seeing Awakened wear suits of impregnable armor and wield powerful weapons. It was the sight of someone who didn't feel the need to do so, even in the deadly reaches of East Antarctica, that was truly frightening. He made the last jump, landing softly on the ground not too far away from Effie. From here, Sunny could sense hundreds of shadows somewhere nearby. He looked around, noticing mundane soldiers and Awakened hidden here and there along the river shore, all keeping watch on the surrounding area. The first irregular company had numbered 42 Awakened and 7 Masters. The two companies Effie and Kai commanded, however, were different. Unlike the special unit Sunny had belonged to, these were companies meant for general combat. Each of them consisted of close to 100 Awakened and 10 times that many mundane soldiers, complete with a platoon of mighty MWPs and a robust stable of specialized vehicles that ranged from heavy artillery to support and resupply. 2 of these companies together made for a small army. Effie walked over, a wide smile on her face. "Sunny, long time no see." She looked quite impactful. His friend had always been a sight to behold, with her impressively tall stature, athletic build, and generous figure. Now, however, Effie resembled an incarnation of a beautiful war deity much more than she resembled a mere mortal. The main reason for this was her armor. It was as though Effie had been dipped in liquid steel, which then clung tightly to her body, tracing every toned, graceful line of it. Sunny had once thought that the undying chain felt like a second layer of skin. However, in his case, that was simply a metaphor. The armor of the vibrant huntress, on the contrary, could be described the same way quite literally. There was a piece of white cloth tied around her waist, and another one covering her chest, but other than that, Effie's whole body was exposed and seemed as if it had been cast of lustrous steel. Only her head was uncovered for now. That armor, of course, was the transcendent memory she had received after SL. Eyeing one of the immortal chain lord of the Kingdom of Hope, the Sun Prince. Sunny coughed. Just looking at Effie would make one's blood run hot. But that wasn't all. Currently, she had not even activated her ascended ability. Once she did, the fire burning in the hearts of the soldiers who saw her would become quite real, coursing through their veins and granting them actual power. It was as though Raised by Wolves was sharing some of her astonishing physical might with her followers. An involuntary smile found its way onto Sunny's face. "What are you talking about? We saw each other 2 weeks ago." Effie shook her head energetically. "That doesn't count. Every time you come to the island, you and Cassie immediately slink to the basement to spend a few quality hours closely studying the floor. The 2 of us, though, haven't had proper fun in ages." She grinned and then shifted her gaze to Jet, who was listening to their conversation with a strange expression on her face. "Oh, and welcome to you too, Ms. Soul Reaper. Thanks for keeping this doofus alive. I know he's a handful." After saying that last part, Effie lingered for a moment and winked. Jet blinked a couple of times. The 2 of them met a few times, but she had not really been exposed to Effie's personality before. Sunny couldn't tell if she was bewildered or amused. Eventually, Soul Reaper smiled a little. "Sure, call me Jet." He stared at them with a glum expression. "Keeping me alive, really? That's funny. Don't you have a habit of occasionally trying to kill me?" Soul Reaper's smile turned into a grin. Oh, come on. I haven't tried to kill you in at least a couple of months, so I don't know where this is coming from. Sonny shook his head, then glanced at Effie and smiled. It's good to see you too, Effie. He looked around and asked, where's the other one? She nodded, then gestured for them to follow. He's asleep. Now that the battle is drawing close, the two of us take turns sleeping. Both of us need to be fresh for the battle with the tyrant, while at least one has to be awake at all times before that, so that arrangement works. They walked up the slope of the shore. Gradually, the hidden camp of the small army revealed itself, with hundreds of soldiers soberly preparing for the upcoming battle. Awakened, mundane soldiers, MWP pilots, operators of combat vehicles. All of them were throwing wide-eyed glances at the three masters. Who is that with the boss? Are those the SRU scouts? Is it me, or is our boss acting too friendly with that guy? Gee gods, isn't that Soul Reaper Jet? Holy hell, that's Soul Reaper and Devil. No way, let me see. I heard the two of them fought a corrupted Titan in the Antarctic Center. That can't be right, can it? They wouldn't be alive if they did. Soul Reaper might be tough, but our boss is definitely tougher. I once saw Devil slaughter an entire swarm of nightmare creatures without lifting a finger. He just stood there, and they were all shredded into little pieces. I swear to gods, it's true. Sonny ignored the whispers and followed Effie. His shadows, however, took a good look around. He was about to go into battle side by side with these people, so he had to know all about them. The soldiers of the two companies looked competent, determined, and in high spirits. The Wolves and the Nightsingers were technically not counted as special forces, but among the rank and file of the evacuation army, they had already earned the reputation of elite units. They were led by two of the most fearsome masters in the world, after all. The soldiers were mixed among each other, but funnily enough, it was easy to see which belonged to which company. The Wolves were more boisterous, lively, and rough around the edges. The Nightsingers were more calm, reserved, and good-natured. It was as if they had assumed the personalities of their leaders. Sonny smiled with the corner of his mouth, then shook his head. They walked along a row of camouflaged tents and approached a particular one, which looked no different from all the others. Effie suddenly made a fist and banged it against her bare thigh, producing a loud metallic ring. Wake up, Birdie. The most honest person in two worlds is here. Urdiel notes one more later, maybe. Depends on if I fall asleep or not before the author releases the last chapter for the day. Chapter 1086, Shared Pain. There was some rustling inside the tent, and then Kai emerged from it looking as handsome and dazzling as ever. No, even more so. Sonny's face became a little dull. His friend had reached borderline criminal levels of attractiveness after becoming a master, mesmerizing most mundane humans by simply appearing in front of them. But Sonny had thought that a couple of months in the mud and muck of Antarctica would rub some of that glamour off. However, he had been sorely mistaken. If anything, Kai only became more captivating. His natural charm had acquired a hint of reserved military V. Alliance becoming more subdued, but also much more arresting. His green eyes were still as electric as ever, but now there was a quiet, almost melancholic depth to them that made one deeply desire to comfort and console the young man. Those eyes were nothing short of compelling. Kai smiled, making all three of them, Sonny, Effie, and Jet, hold their breaths for a moment. Sonny, ascended Jet. It is so good to see you. Even his voice was like a soothing melody. That bastard. Sonny wasn't even angry about how stunning his friend was. What really disheartened him was what Kai was wearing. The archer was clad in a beautiful suit of ivory armor that seemed to be made out of impregnable scales, with a few insets of burnished bronze blazing between them with reflected sunlight. It was tied at the waist by a sash of burnt umber color, which emphasized the rich auburn splendor of his hair. The armor was made of dragon scales, and was a transcendent memory Kai had received after slaying the ivory dragon Severax. Both Effie and Kai had come into possession of a transcendent armor in the second nightmare. Sonny used to have an armor like that, too, which he had gotten for killing Solving for the first time. But of course, it had been destroyed by Goliath. And now he was the only person of the three without one. Ah, that really grinds my gears, Sonny winced, but was then distracted from his resigned self-pity by Jet, who smiled and stretched her hand out for a handshake. Ascended Nightingale, I don't think I've had the pleasure of meeting you before." Indeed, this was the first time the two of them met. Sunny glanced at Soul Reaper bleakly. "At least she is not a fangirl, like someone I know." Still, Jet had not even tried to shake Effie's hand. What was up with that? The four of them exchanged a few words and headed for a larger tent that stood nearby, serving as the improvised strategy room for the small army. As they walked, Sunny briefly clasped forearm with Kai. "How are you doing?" After the things he had experienced in Falcon Scott, Sunny held a somewhat different view of the charming archer, and of what his friend had shared with him in the sanctuary of Noctis. Back then, he knew that Kai was deeply hurt by what had transpired in the Ivory City, both physically and mentally. He had been a centurion who led soldiers into a war against Solvin's zealots, only to watch his soldiers die and disappear in the flames of the dragon, and then be crippled by those flames himself. Sunny had thought that the pain of defeat and becoming a cripple was what haunted his friend the most, but after experiencing the burden and privilege of being in command and learning how it felt to watch his people die, now he thought differently. Kai smiled softly. "I am doing well, thank you for asking, Sunny, but I really am. I feel like I'm in the right place." Sunny nodded, thinking that he understood. Kai had always had these naive notions of what was right and wrong, and what a good person was meant to do with the power all awakened possessed. For someone like him, coming to Antarctica was, perhaps, a very sincere endeavor. He glanced at Effie. Come to think of it, the Merry Huntress had lost people in the nightmare, too. She watched all the other girls perish under the ruthless training methods of the War Maidens, powerless to save any of them. Even Cassie had experienced powerlessness and loss, with all the other priestesses and people of the Night Temple, including her cherished mentor, the one in the north, ending up slaughtered by Mordred. All of them had felt it. Did Nephis feel the same? Probably not. But then again, no one knew what she had lived through in the second nightmare. Changing Star was strangely reticent about that particular ordeal. They entered the tent, gathering around a fold-out table that had a small holographic projector placed on it. A topographical map of the area was projected into the air, with their location and the last known whereabouts of the skull centipede marked on it in red. Sunny, however, paid it no attention, still lost in his thoughts. After a while, he shook them off and honed in on the conversation. Kai was speaking. "There is simply no other path. The creature will definitely try to cross the river near the ford, and so that is where we will ambush it." Jet shook her head. "You are mistaken. It is large enough to ford the river anywhere. Its minions don't breathe, so they can simply walk along the bottom and crawl out of the water on the other side. The current is nowhere near strong enough to be an obstacle for them." The charming archer sighed, then nodded. "That is correct. Which was why I said near the ford, not directly using the ford. The landscape is going to push the tyrant into this general area, but we have no way of knowing where exactly it will enter the river." Sunny frowned, already sensing where this was going. "So, what is the plan, And Effie chuckled. "Well, what else? Since we don't know where it's going, we'll just have to make sure that it comes to where we want it to come." Sunny let out a resigned sigh. "So, who is going to be the bait?" Effie awkwardly scratched the back of her head. "I mean, you don't have to if you don't want to." He remained silent for a moment, then scoffed. Kai smiled a little. "Honestly, it can be any of us." "Oh, I'm sorry, Master Jet. I'm afraid I'm not entirely familiar with your capabilities. What I meant to say was that Effie, Sunny, and I all have ways of making sure that we survive leading the creature to the ambush. So any of us three can go." Sunny slowly shook his head. "No, I'll go. I have to contribute at an earlier stage of the battle, because I might not be of much use at the later stage." It was true. With how close Sunny was to forming the Fifth Corps, chances were that he would pass the threshold right in the middle of a furious melee. If that happened, he would have to struggle to simply stay alive. As for being useful, he was not sure if he'd be able to do anything at all. Chapter 10, 87 War Masters. The pallid centipede was slithering across a desolate landscape, followed by an army of abominable bone creatures. Its massive body tore forward, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The ground was pierced and upturned by its 1,000 sharp legs, the ancient boulders shattered, the brooks of clear water spoiled with and turned into streams of poison. Soon a wide river appeared in the distance. The ghastly tyrant did not slow down, continuing its ruinous advance. Then, however, The monstrous centipede slowed down. Its appalling head swiveled, rising into the air. Its harrowing maw opened. The branches of the dead trees that served as the creature's horns swayed lightly in the wind. The wind had brought with it a strange sound, the distant weeping of a flute. The centipede lingered for a few moments, then suddenly changed direction, lunging toward the source of the discordant sound. It did not have eyes, but the black eye sockets of the countless skulls forming its carapace seemed to radiate dark, ineffable malice. The corrupted tyrant pursued the source of the simple melody. However, the flute player remained elusive like a ghost. Sometimes the creature seemed to draw near the player, but he always managed to slip away at the last moment. All it found were empty shadows. However, at some point, the pursuit came to an end. The hideous centipede had almost reached the river by that point. In front of it was a natural ford formed by a line of enormous boulders, with only their tops emerging from the water. On the opposite side of the river, a lone human was sitting cross-legged on a stone, playing a strange emerald flute. It was a young man with pale skin and dark hair, wearing a tunic of black silk. Sonny did not pay any attention to the harrowing centipede and continued to play the flute. His fingers moved nimbly, but the melody he created was pretty rough, to say the least. He sighed. I thought I improved, but maybe not. On the other shore, the tyrant froze for a second, then rushed forward. The creature dove into the river, raising a towering wave, and its soldiers followed. Some of the bone abominations jumped heavily across the boulders, most simply dove into the cold water after their ruler. Sonny waited for a moment, then dismissed the bone singer and looked at the sky. The sun was still visible, but since it was close to the horizon, its light was dim. As he watched, several things happened at the same time. First, a series of explosions thundered, demolishing the boulders of the ford. Giant fountains of water rose into the air. Second, hundreds of human figures rose from the trenches dug higher up the slope. Third, a barrage of artillery shells and tungsten rounds descended upon the bone abominations from beyond the hills. The creatures shuddered but resisted the mundane implements of war. Their progress, however, was slowed. That was when the awakened attacked. Numerous enchanted arrows and magical projectiles rained on the soldiers of the skull centipede's army. This time, the damage was apparent. A hulking creature that had just fallen into the river exploded into hundreds of bone fragments. Another lost a limb. Yet another one was suddenly covered by a layer of sizzling amber liquid that corroded the bones, eating through them like acid. And more, much more. But that was just the start. Even though that initial salvo destroyed dozens of dreadful abominations, there were many hundreds of them left. There was the tyrant itself, as well. A beautiful figure that seemed to be cast of steel appeared on the slope in front of the trenches, wielding a spear and a large round shield. Her voice boomed across the battlefield, filling the hearts of the soldiers with maddened fervor. Wolves prepare for war. Sonny turned his head and glanced at Effie, feeling his blood boil. From her battle cry. As he did, a strange thing happened. He suddenly felt exhilarating power rush into his body. It was as though he was suddenly as mighty as a ferocious beast, as resilient as a granite wall, and as sharp as a steel sword. And that was not just a feeling. His strength, speed, endurance, and resilience did indeed undergo a striking improvement. It was as though his body had received a comprehensive overhaul, becoming so much more suited for battle. Incredible! Every time he was exposed to Effie's ascended ability, Sonny couldn't help but feel awed. For him, who had already enjoyed the augmentation of the shadows, the physical boost was not that pronounced. But for the awakened soldiers, and especially mundane humans, it must have been a true blessing. The most frightening part, however, was that this ability had no limit to how many people could be empowered by it. Anyone who saw Effie and was deemed an ally by her would receive its benefit. Their number did not even affect the rate with which she consumed essence. The only detriment, albeit a small one, was that the soldiers had to maintain a line of sight with their commander to enjoy the boon of her power. However, considering that Effie almost always preferred to fight on the front line, that was usually not a problem. Just as he had expected, the eyes of the soldiers ignited with burning resolve at the sound of her voice. The soldiers of her company suddenly raised their heads and let out boisterous howls, acting like an army of actual wolves. And then another voice joined them, this one sonorous and clear, easily drowning out all the rest. Kai's voice. When Sunny heard it, his heart suddenly shook. Instantly, all the unnecessary thoughts were erased from his head, leaving only the pure, flaming, indomitable desire to do battle. Even though this change was not physical, it might have been even more profound than the empowerment of Effie's aspect, because it affected the heart. Even Sunny, for whom the effect was somewhat muted because of how guarded his mind and soul were, felt incredibly inspired. The clarity bestowed by Kai's call would do wonders for the soldiers in this battle. Sunny shook his head slightly. Scary. Kai's ability was just too terrifying. An Ascended would most likely be able to resist it to some degree, but mere Awakened had no choice but to be compelled. As for mundane humans, if the handsome enchanter chose to misuse his powers, they would do anything he told them to. They would happily end their lives if he asked. Luckily, Kai would never do that. Instead, he used his power to inspire the soldiers and make them stronger. With Sunny serving as a perfect scout, Effie strengthening the bodies of the soldiers, and Kai inspiring their hearts, the threat of the corrupted tyrant suddenly did not seem overwhelming. As the head of the skull centipede emerged from the water, it was met with a furious onslaught of attacks. Strengthened by their two leaders, the small army was burning with the desire and ability to win this battle. Chapter 10, 88 Force Multiplier. Before, the future seemed grim for the expedition force of the evacuation army. Even though they numbered more than 2,000 soldiers, with 200 awakened and 4 masters ready to fight at the front, the enemy was just too domineering. The corrupted tyrant itself was tremendously dangerous. The army of bone monstrosities was no less threatening. However, both Effie and Kai were incredible sources of strength, acting as force multipliers for the whole regiment. With their help, the power of the soldiers soared, almost balancing the scale. Sunny's and Jet's efforts were no less important. Thanks to them, the two companies had been able to choose the battlefield and prepare an ambush. Terrain advantage was extremely valuable, and so was the foreknowledge of what the enemy was capable of. That last part was, perhaps, the most precious. The two scouts had not only gathered intelligence about the location of the enemy and the number of minions under its rule. They had also provided the analysts and diviners of the army with an opportunity to study the tyrant. Thanks to that, the human force did not have to go into the battle blind. Even though they did not know every detail of what the skull centipede was capable of, they did know the most important parts. For example, they knew that the confluence of the power that the giant abomination possessed was, surprisingly, hidden in the 2 dead skeletal trees that grew from its head, serving as the tyrant's crown and horns. In fact, Army Command had gone as far as to suggest that the true abomination was not the centipede itself, but the network of tree roots that permeated its monstrous skull, growing through the creature's brain matter. As such, the small army's first goal was to destroy one, or better yet both of these trees. Without them, the tyrant would most likely lose the ability to counter all its bone soldiers, as well as access to its most terrifying powers. But it was more easily said than done. And Sunny currently had other things to worry about, because the centipede was going directly for him. Ignoring the squall of bullets and the rain of arrow, it rose from the river like a mountain of skulls and lunged straight at him, the giant maw opening like an abyssal gate. Sunny blinked. Are my flute skills really that atrocious? Listen, there's really no need to be that angry. A moment before the dreadful tyrant crashed into the boulder he was sitting on, Sunny leaned back and dissipated into the shadows. The centipede plunged down, shattering the ancient stone and turning it to dust. Stone shards and a great deal of dirt flew into the air, rising like a cloud. Sunny finished a backward roll much further up the slope, appearing behind the trenches and the mass of soldiers. He rose, flicked a few pieces of dust off his tunic, and glanced in the direction of the giant abomination. The skull centipede turned its head in the direction of the firing soldiers, its jaw still hanging open. Then, its enormous body tensed, ready to shoot forward. Before it could, however, something flashed through the air and impacted against the tyrant's head. The mysterious projectile was none other than Effie, who had used her own body as a siege ram. After rushing through the battlefield like a hurricane, she jumped and made her body into a ball, hiding it behind the round shield. When the dusk shard struck the tyrant, Numerous skulls were instantly pulverized into bone dust. However, even more were revealed, becoming visible through the crack in the morbid carapace. The force of the impact was so tremendous that it not only slowed the centipede down, it actually threw the abomination back, pushing it back into the river. Effie herself was tossed to the ground and landed in a roll, jumping back to her feet a moment later. Her sculpted steel body did not look damaged at all. If anything, the huntress looked as exuberant and robust as ever. As her war cry resounded across the battlefield, the first wave of the hulking bone abominations clashed against the line of awakened. A ferocious melee exploded into a cacophony of ear-piercing noise. The tide of nightmare creatures seemed unstoppable, as if it would easily wash the human fighters away in a wave of desperation and blood. But it didn't. The first reason for that was Jet, who threw herself into the flood of abominations a few moments before the clash and broke the enemy's momentum. Her Naginata easily passed through the layers of bone, destroying the rotten souls of the tyrant's minions. Both the bone puppets and Soul Reaper herself could be considered living dead. However, even among the dead, she was an exalted existence. The second reason was the awakened themselves. Even though most of the ghastly abominations were fallen, it barely looked as if there was a gap of power between them and the human fighters. Empowered raised by wolves and emboldened by Nightingale, the soldiers fought with might and ferocity that was far beyond what they should have been capable of. It was really quite astonishing to see. Sonny shifted a little. Time for me to enter the fray as well, I guess. He had to act restrained in this battle. However, that did not mean that he couldn't do anything. More and more bone fiends were crawling out of the river, and the skull centipede itself had already recovered from Effie's devastating blow. It was lunging forward once again, this time aiming for the ironclad huntress. Sonny opened a leather satchel that hung on the silk cord tied around his waist and took out a small, intricately engraved stone lantern. Then he tossed it across the battlefield, aiming for the line where the shore met the cold water. As soon as the shadow lantern landed, it was as though all light was devoured from the wide area around it. Many bone abominations entered the sphere of darkness. However, none of them emerged again, as if swallowed by the shadows. Well, of course they didn't. After all, out there in the darkness, unseen, Saint was already waiting for them with the sin of solace in her hand. After unleashing her on the battlefield, Sonny concentrated on using shadow manifestation to reduce pressure on the soldiers. He tried not to destroy any of the bone abominations himself, maiming and suppressing them instead. Despite his efforts, however, a generous stream of shadow fragments poured into his soul, threatening to render him defenseless too soon. Sonny frowned, then looked in the direction where Effie was trying to distract the skull centipede and prevent it from reaching the trenches. She was holding the tyrant at bay, barely, for now. A dark grimace appeared on his face. It's all up to Kai, then. Chapter 1089, Falling Star. Effie was having a hard time standing her ground against the giant centipede. In fact, she was barely holden. Gion, even though a furious barrage of bullets, enchanted arrows, and magical projectiles was raining on the ghastly carapace of skulls, the abomination did not seem slowed down at all. Its massive body moved with dire speed, thousands of scythe-like legs tearing up the ground with each motion. The difference in size between the tyrant and the fearless huntress was just too big. Effie's only saving grace was that her body, despite being hundreds of times smaller than that of the ghastly centipede, seemed to contain truly astounding strength. She was incredibly swift and agile, as well, dashing around with stunning speed to dodge the crushing blows of the monstrous creature. Above everything else, the huntress was all but invulnerable. Her innate resilience was reinforced by two aspect abilities, and then strengthened by a transcendent armor on top of that. She had received several glancing blows from the abomination, which would have turned almost any other master into a broken corpse. Effie, however, was able to shake them off and continue to fight. Of course, there was no such thing as true invulnerability. The huntress was fine for now, but she was still dancing with death. The round shield she wielded possessed an enchantment called Indomitable, which functioned similar to Sonny's own Feather of Truth and allowed Effie to change its weight at will. Her spear was not able to deal serious wounds to the tyrant, but its strikes must have stung. Sonny saw the creature recoiling after the huntress managed to land a solid blow. all that allowed raised by wolves to tie down the skull centipede, at least for a short while. However, it did not mean that she would win. It took all Effie had to simply match the menace of the corrupted tyrant's massive body, all her abilities, all her skill, and all her powerful memories, while the abomination had not revealed any of its powers yet. Once it did, the situation would inevitably change. And that moment had already come. As Sunny watched, Effie managed to push the centipede back once again. The shockwave of the impact threw her back, as well the huntress slid through the dirt, leaving 2 grooves in it. Her spear shot down, piercing the ground and bringing her to a sudden stop. A moment later, she was already lunging forward, ready to deliver another strike. However, the tyrant seemed to be fed up with their furious clash. The skull centipede raised its appalling head, the branches of the dead trees growing from the carapace of skulls swinging in the wind. Sunny's eyes widened slightly as he felt a sudden chill run down his spine. It was as though the wind that brushed against the skeletal branches was full of tormented whispers. A small black dot appeared in the air between the 2 trees. The dot warped and twisted, collapsing in on itself, and then began to grow, devouring the fabric of reality itself. It seemed as if an abyssal gate was starting to open in the air above the creature's head. Crap! Sunny instantly knew that nothing good was going to happen if the circle of darkness was allowed to finish forming. He made a move to step forward. But at that moment, a stream of light tore the sky asunder, falling from somewhere high above with inconceivable speed. It streaked across the battlefield like a flaming comet and crossed paths with the centipede's head, exploding with blinding radiance. A low boom resounded, followed by the sound of shattering wood. Kai had arrived. The plan of the battle, the 4 masters had come up with assigned each of them an important role. Sunny was responsible for luring the tyrant to the ambush site and creating an obstacle for the bone fiends crawling out of the river. Jet was meant to lead the defenders and make sure that the trenches were not overrun. Effie's role was to stall the centipede and, more importantly, distract it, but it was Kai who was the key to their success, or failure. The whole plan depended on whether the tyrant would be able to unleash its harrowing powers. To prevent it from happening and reduce the skull centipede to a mere giant beast, the trees growing from its head had to be destroyed. That was what Kai had to accomplish. He had hidden himself high in the sky and bid his time, waiting for an opportune moment. Then, the archer plunged down, burning his essence and using gravity to reach truly astonishing speed. And now he delivered his attack, using that speed to close the trap they had set. The flaming comet was Kai himself, and he held a slender, shining saber in his hand. All of it happened in the blink of an eye. The streak of light crossed the creature's head, something flashed, and then a loud explosion boomed, washing over the battlefield. A split second later, Kai fell into the river. His speed was still so tremendous that he slid across the surface of the water without plunging into it, and only slowed down after being pushed 100 meters away from the shore. The head F the skull centipede, meanwhile, was flung to the side. One of the dead trees crowning it was completely shattered, its trunk exploding into thousands of sharp splinters. The circle of darkness collapsed and disappeared without a trace, never receiving the chance to fully form. Sunny let out a relieved sigh. It worked. The tyrant opened its maw, letting out a blood-chilling screech. The bone fiends trembled, becoming disorganized and somewhat sluggish. The soldiers roared with dark glee, invigorated by the sight of the giant creature losing one of its horns. Effie was already advancing, her spear ready to strike. Kai had managed to regain his balance and pushed himself off the surface of the water, shooting back into the sky and summoning his bow. A black arrow suddenly shot out of the cloud of darkness surrounding the shadow lantern. Empowered by Saint's transcended strength and the Death Dealer enchantment, the arrow struck the neck of the tyrant with harrowing force, annihilating layers of skulls and ripping a huge chunk of flesh out of it. However, Sunny did not pay any of it much attention, because right at that moment, the spell whispered into his ear. You have slain a fallen monster, malignant root sapling. Your shadow grows stronger. Sunny froze, his face turning deathly pale. Here we go again. The voice of the spell grew louder. Your shadow is overflowing with power. Chapter 10, 90 Tyrant. Your shadow is overflowing with power. Your shadow is taking shape, your shadow. Sunny did not have to summon the runes to know that he had finally accomplished his goal. After absorbing thousands of shadow fragments, his soul was ready to form a new shadow core, his fifth one. He was about to become a tyrant. A conflicting mess of emotions rose in his heart. Of course, Sunny felt a sense of joy and triumph. His power was about to take a significant jump after all. The bleak, dreadful months he had spent in Antarctica, enduring hardships and grisly defeats, made this moment possible. In a sense, this was his reward, and so the invisible scars he had been left with were not for nothing. On the other hand, this boon came at a very unfortunate moment. In the past, Sunny had been mostly able to time his advancements in a way that allowed him to go through the process in relatively safe conditions. A battlefield where hundreds of awakened were fighting against an army of fallen nightmare creatures, and a corrupted tyrant, however, was in no way safe. And on top of that, he had already gone through this ordeal 3 times. He knew how much it was going to hurt. Hell yes, and also, damn it. Sunny glanced at the skull centipede, who was reeling from the dreadful blow dealt to it by Saint's arrow. A huge chunk of flesh was missing from its neck, with bone dust and rivers of fetid blood spilling into the river. Effie was moments away from reaching the wounded abomination, her sculpted steel body glistening in the sunlight, and Kai was preparing to draw his bow. One of the dead trees had been destroyed, which was supposed to rob the tyrant of its most terrible powers. However, the outcome of the fight was still far away from being set in stone. A corrupted tyrant was still a corrupted tyrant. Sunny felt that Effie, Kai, and Saint had a good chance of emerging victorious from that fight, but he couldn't be sure. Jet and the awakened soldiers were struggling to hold back the tide of bone fiends. Sadly, for now, there was nothing much Sunny could do to help them. The rest of the battle was up to others to win. As a hint of terrible pain appeared in his soul, Sunny hurriedly jumped backwards, hiding between 2 mounds of dug-up dirt. 2 figures emerged from his shadow. One was a fearsome black stallion, the other a scrawny little imp. He gritted his teeth and looked at his shadows. "Protect me." Then Sunny lingered for a moment and threw a glance at Nightmare. A cold smile appeared on his lips. "Oh, and if the little bastard does something stupid, you have my permission to eat him, Nightmare." The Dark Destrier snorted in calm agreement, while the imp stared at him with shocked outrage and fear. Sunny grinned, then turned white as a sheet and swayed. His hand rose, grabbing at his chest. "Arg, this is the worst." A familiar, but no less dreadful agony overwhelmed his entire being. Sunny was momentarily blinded and deafened, losing all sense of the world around him. Something was rising from the depths of his soul, tearing at it with sharp edges. The torment of it was nothing short of exquisite. He had experienced this pain several times before, but it grew more and more unbearable with each time. Human souls were not supposed to possess many cores, neither were they able to sustain them. It was only because of Sunny's divine aspect that his soul had become stronger, growing vast and powerful enough to endure the strain. Nevertheless, this was not in its nature. Therefore, the birth of a new core brought with it immeasurable pain, with each successive one hurting more. The first time Sunny had gone through the process, he had been rendered absolutely helpless, thrashing on the ground and wailing like a dying beast. The second time had brought him to his knees, making his screams echo in the desolate halls of the ruined Chalice Temple. The third time, Sunny had managed to remain silent. Up to the point when the body of the shadow spawn he had been occupying started to change too. The pain had grown more intense with each new core, but Sunny had also grown more resilient. He had been through so much, and had experienced so much. The journey through the endless procession of nightmares alone would have been enough to drive anyone mad. And so this time Sunny endured. He did not fall down, remaining on his feet. He did not scream. He did, however, lose all track of time, and of what was happening around him. All that remained was agonizing pain, and the sensation of something being born within his soul. It lasted for an eternity, but then, eventually, the eternity had ended. Sunny realized that he could hear again. He knew that because he heard the voice of the spell whisper into his ear softly. "Your shadow is complete." And mercifully, the pain ended. He inhaled deeply, trembling. He felt stronger. His body had become stronger. His reserves of essence had grown the most, by far. Most importantly, He was now in possession of the fifth shadow. And he was a tyrant. A tyrant. Sonny exhaled. A complicated emotion grasped his heart. Finally, after years of struggling and chasing after something that often seemed unreachable, he had caught up with Nephis. Sure, she was still ahead of him by a sizable amount of fragments, but they were of the same class now. They were both ascended tyrants. Strangely enough, Sonny did not care too much. He had wanted desperately to be as strong as Changing Star once. There had been a lot of reasons for him to harbor that desire, some better, some worse, and now that he had reached that goal, Sonny knew that his former understanding of what real strength was had been terribly misguided, and so he did not really care. Still, it felt nice to be equal to her on paper, even if what was written in shimmering runes was not that important. Now for the important stuff. Sonny shifted, turning his head to observe the battlefield. There was another tyrant nearby, and that tyrant posed a threat to his friends and the soldiers, so the creature had to be dealt with. Chapter 1091 Fifth Shad. Sonny was still reeling from having his soul torn apart, then sewn back together. However, the battle was raging, so he had no time to recover in peace. That was fine. He was long used to fighting in the most dire conditions anyway. It took him only a moment to assess the situation. It seemed that he had been out of it for quite some time. The battlefield was ravaged and upturned, with the river itself slightly changing course. Its water, which had been clear once, now seemed muddy and noxious. Effie and Kai were still fighting the ghastly centipede in the shallows, with Saint supporting them from the darkness. The three seemed to be doing fine. The soldiers, however, were straining to hold their ground. The slope of the river shore was littered with shattered bones, and hundreds of the tyrant's abominable minions had already been destroyed. But there were hundreds more, and now that Saint was busy turning the skull centipede into a pincushion, and weighing it down with the help of the burden of peace enchantment of Morgan's warbow, there was no one to serve as the wave breaker against their tide. There was only Jet. Soul Reaper moved like the beautiful visage of death among the bone fiends, erasing one after another from existence, but she was just one woman. No matter how fast and lethal, she couldn't be in several places at the same time. Sonny hesitated, trying to make a decision. His instinct was to go for the biggest threat, personally removing it from the equation. However, the tyrant was still strong and ferocious. Even without most of its powers, the centipede was putting up a dreadful fight. It was hard to say how long it would take to bring it down. The soldiers, meanwhile, would continue to suffer under the onslaught of the bone fiends until it did. So what was he supposed to do? Follow his habits and race to kill the tyrant, or act against instinct and put his trust in Effie and Kai, concentrating on reinforcing the ordinary soldiers instead? Sonny sighed. Instincts are great, but humans rose above beasts for and thanks to reason. In the end, no matter how unnatural it felt, he could do no better than to follow the plan. The role he had been assigned was to lure the tyrant to the ambush, and then put obstacles in the path of the Bone Army to make it easier on the awakened and the mundane soldiers. So, Sonny was going to put himself between the nations and the humans. Before lunging into the fray, he dismissed Nightmare and the little imp. They had already done their job by guarding him. Throwing the two into the mass of fallen enemies would do more harm than good. Then Sonny glanced down at the shadows gathered on the ground in front of him. The first four were his old companions, the gloomy, happy, creepy, and haughty fellows. The fifth one, however, was new. The fifth shadow seemed naive and good-natured. Even though it was not as boisterous, the guy resembled the happy shadow. A little bit too much. So much, in fact, that Sonny couldn't help but feel that its amicable disposition was just a front. And behind that front he could sense a hint of boundless deviousness. The shadow was up to no good. It was clearly full of all kinds of mischief. He raised his eyebrow and sighed. "You're a naughty one, aren't you?" The naughty shadow stared at him, radiating nothing but innocent surprise. Eventually, the shadow shook its head with utter sincerity. It seemed a little hurt. It was as though the shadow was saying, "Who? Me? Oh no, of course not, I would never." Sonny squinted his eyes. Yeah, right, well, let's go then. I don't know if you've noticed, but we're in the middle of a battle." The shadow looked at him, then scratched the back of its head and glanced at its siblings, as if unsure what to do. When the other four shadows moved forward to wrap themselves around his body, though, it quickly followed. A feeling of overflowing strength permeated Sonny's body. He inhaled deeply, getting used to his new limits, then caught sight of Effie breaking a dozen of the tyrant's legs with her round shield. Instantly, his limits were expanded even further. Sonny smiled, summoned the cruel sight, and dashed forward. At the same time, he used the blessing of dusk to establish a mental bond with Jet and coordinate their movements. She moved to her right. Soul Reaper was going to be responsible for the western half of the defensive line, while Devil was going to rampage in the eastern part. Shadows surged forward. In the next moment, the sound of breaking bones rolled over the battlefield. In the end, it was Kai who brought down the skull centipede. Saint had debilitated and slowed it down with her arrows, which gave Effie an opportunity to deliver a devastating blow to the creature's head, cracking its skull. Of course, that alone would have never killed a corrupted tyrant. However, it did give Kai a chance to deal a fatal strike to the ghastly abomination. Flying across the sky, he positioned himself above the centipede and drew his bow. This time, an arrow of incinerating flame appeared on its string. The heat of the arrow was so dreadful that it seemed as if the world itself was melting around it. Luckily, Kai was protected by the armor made from the scales of a dragon. Unaffected by the immolating heat, he let the fiery arrow loose. It flew down like a streak of light, entering the creature's skull through the thin crack. Then a dreadful explosion illuminated the tyrant's head from the inside. Tongues of flames and streams of smoke shot from its mouth, from the pit where the broken tree had been, and from the empty eyes of the countless skulls. The centipede's own indestructible, giant skull seemed as if it was going to burst open for a moment. But in the end, it didn't. Trailing smoke and fire from its head, the creature swayed and then heavily crashed to the ground. The skull centipede was dead. With the tyrant gone, its minions lost all remaining cohesion. Effie, Kai, and Saint were also freed to attack them from behind. Caught between them and the main body of the expedition force, the Bone Army swiftly dwindled. It wasn't long before it was completely annihilated. Looking at the battlefield, which was covered in broken bones, Sonny took a deep breath. I can't believe it. A plan actually worked. I think that's a first. Chapter 1092, Expeditious Retreat. The battle was over, but the soldiers had no time to relax and celebrate their victory. They did not even have time to collect the soul shards and other spoils from the army of slain abominations. Instead, as soon as the fighting ended, everyone got busy preparing for an immediate retreat. That was the nature of the war in Antarctica. No matter what terrible foe you defeated, a dozen more were just beyond the horizon. They were in enemy territory. The ferocious battle against the skull centipede had not taken a lot of time, but it had created a lot of noise. Already, several hordes of nightmare creatures were flowing across the plain, converging on the location where the battle had taken place. Unless the expedition force wanted to drown in an endless flood of abominations, it needed to disappear as soon as possible. Sonny, Jet, Effie, and Kai were gathered in front of the skull centipede's massive corpse, careful to steer clear of the water. They did not know what the poison was exact. TLY, but the river was visibly tainted. Even in death, the corrupted tyrant continued to spread death and destruction. They had just retrieved the 5 transcendent soul shards from the ghastly carcass. That was the extent of the trophies the expedition force was going to carry back with it. The huntress looked at the hundreds of dead abominations laying on the ground and sighed. Damn, what a pity. That would be enough for an entire cohort of sleepers to saturate their cores. Sonny felt a bit regretful, too. The monetary value of all these shards would have been astronomical. Granted, now that the chain of nightmare had flooded the waking world with abominations, the price of shards was not what it had been before. He knew it from his occasional correspondence with Aiko. He shook his head. That might be true, but what's the use of having all these shards if we die before reaching a siege capital? Kai nodded. Indeed, we have already reaped the main benefit, preventing the tyrant from growing stronger and reaching one of the human settlements. Our casualties were light, too. That's a win in my book. Anything else is irrelevant. Sonny knew that his friend was right, but nevertheless he could not help but sigh with regret. At least his luck had been good, granting him several ascended memories. None seemed particularly useful, so he promptly fed them to Nightmare. That was already a good result for one day. After a short pause, Sonny said, in any case, good job, everyone. That went much smoother than I thought it would. Especially you, Kai, that was an insane shot. Sunny knew a thing or two about archery, shooting an arrow through a thin crack in the skull of a moving target while flying at high speed. That was one for the books. The charming archer had been the one to destroy the skeletal trees as well. Kai smiled shyly. Thank you. To be honest, I can't quite believe it. I never thought that I would kill a corrupted tyrant one day. His green eyes turned slightly wistful, as if he was recalling the past. Sunny blinked a couple of times. What on earth are you talking about? Can't believe it, says the guy who jumped into the mouth of a dragon to kill it. Kai coughed while Jet glanced at him and raised an eyebrow. A dragon? What kind of a dragon are we talking about? The archer shook his head. It was just a transformed saint in the nightmare. This time it was Soul Reaper's turn to blink. Ascended Nightingale killed a saint. Her voice sounded a little dull. Effie suddenly laughed. What about it? I killed one too. A huge pain of a bastard, and that one. She pointed at Sunny. He actually killed the same saint twice. Speak about holding grudges. Jet rubbed the back of her neck with a neutral expression. And I thought my second nightmare was exciting. At that moment, Kai turned his head slightly, as if listening to something. He was most likely receiving a message through his comm, and indeed, a few moments later, he called out to them. Everything is ready. We can depart in 3 minutes. Sunny let out a relieved sigh. The two companies had been quick to organize themselves for a rapid march, and so they would be able to leave before any of the migrating hordes arrived. Kai looked at Sunny and Jet, then at Effie. Then he asked hesitantly, "Oh, are we going to take my ride or yours?" Effie scoffed, "Does it matter?" She grinned and answered her own question. "Of course it matters. Do you think that I don't know how pampered you are by your soldiers? That guy? It's really unfair. He has a fan club even in the army. They bring him all kinds of little gifts, including snacks and sweets, so I think we need to celebrate, and I think you're treating." Kai looked away in embarrassment. Those aren't gifts. People are just concerned about their commander. I can't really refuse either. They become sad if I do. Sunny grinned. Whatever you say. The archer shook his head. All right, then we will ride in my APC. We can work on compiling a report for Army Command in the process, too. With nothing more to discuss, they hurried to leave the scene of the battle. Riding a personnel carrier at the head of a column of soldiers made Sunny remember the cold, dark days in the Antarctic center. Granted, Kai's APC was a little shabby when compared to the robust, beautiful Rhino. Still, it got the job done, and the charming archer really had some delicious stuff squirreled away in the nooks and crannies of the heavy machine. The expedition force left the ravaged river shore behind and rushed across the plain, escaping the approaching mass of nightmare creatures. They masterfully navigated the landscape, avoiding the wandering swarms and keeping out of sight as well as they could. The column had to fight off a few packs of abominations, but these skirmishes were too inconsequential to pay them any attention. Things like that were unavoidable when a large force traveled across Antarctica. Everything was going well. But of course, it had not gone well for long. At some point, the loud sound of an emergency message rolled through the interior of the APC. Sunny looked up and turned to the communication terminal, frowning. As soon as the damned thing lit up, he knew that something had gone really, really wrong. Chapter 1093, Perfect Moment. The APC was a little cramped, but the four masters were able to make themselves comfortable. They were sitting on empty ammunition crates, enjoying some of the snacks Kai had presented them with. The mood in the interior of the armored vehicle was surprisingly relaxed, and the awakened crew under the archer's command were respectfully giving them some space. Effie was talking. Wait, what? That is hilarious. The conversation had taken a random turn, leading to Kai sharing the details of how he and Sunny first met. At the time, one of them had been imprisoned in a deep well, while the other had gone more than a little feral after living alone in the dark city. The huntress knew what had happened in broad strokes, but this was her first time hearing the full story. She couldn't stop laughing. I can just imagine it. Effie wiped her eyes, then glanced at Jet and asked with curiosity, "What about you, Colonel? How did you become Sunny's fairy godmother?" Soul Reaper smiled, leaning back with a can of a refreshing beverage in her hand. "What's a fairy grandmother? Is it some kind of nightmare creature?" Effie stared at her for a few moments, then shook her head despondently. "What's a fairy go?" Damn, they really are two peas in the same pod. Jet chuckled, I guess not. Well, there's not much of a story. I've been assigned to hold vigil over an aspirant, and that aspirant turned out to be Sunny. It's rare for us kids from the outskirts to survive the first nightmare, so I kept in touch. Sunny let out a relieved sigh when he realized that she wasn't going to describe the exact moment he had woken up, and what transpired right after. There was no need to give Effie more ammunition. If Jet spilled the beans, he would never hear the end of it. He opened his mouth to change the topic, but at that moment, the sound of an urgent message resounded in the interior of the APC. Sunny did not like that sound at all. Looking up at the communication terminal, he frowned. Almost at the same time, his own comm vibrated, receiving a message as well. As Kai rose to access the terminal, the other three checked their comms. The messages Sunny and Jet had received were probably a little different, since the Special Reconnaissance Unit was privy to more information. But the gist of it was the same. Damnation. Sunny glanced at his friends, reading the same somber tension on their faces. The chain of nightmares had just gone into another period of rapid escalation. Dozens of gates had opened across East Antarctica at the same time, and the initial readings showed that most, if not all of them, were of the third category. Much worse, it had already been confirmed that several Titans had emerged, ready to wreak havoc across the continent. Even though the three saints had slain several such creatures in the past months, the situation was still eerily similar to what had happened in the Antarctic Center. Would the entirety of the evacuation army be able to handle the sudden crisis? Sunny was not sure. Their chances were much higher than what the Antarctic Center contingents had been, but still, things had just gone from bad to worse. Jet sighed, more Titans, huh? I wonder if any of them are corrupted. Effie continued to munch on her snack, seemingly unbothered by the dire news. She simply shrugged. We'll find out soon enough. There is no point in worrying about it now, is there? Soul Reaper grinned. True. Well, unless one of those Titans happened to appear right between us and the siege capital. The Huntress suddenly stopped chewing, which was very abnormal behavior in her case, and glared at Jet silently. Colonel Jet, you just had to go and say it, didn't you? At that moment, Kai returned from the terminal with a troubled face. He looked at them for a few moments, then sighed. There has been a change of plans. The path we were supposed to take back is no longer available, so? Army Command sent orders to reroute the expedition force. We will be retreating to a different city, to be stationed there until further notice. Effie sighed and shook her head despondently. See. Sunny and Jet glanced at each other. They had not received new orders, so the SRU still expected them to accompany the two companies. That was a relief. Kai turned to them and forced out a smile. Sunny ascended Jet. We will have to trouble you with helping us navigate the wilderness, as well as provide help to our scouts. I hope you don't mind. If everything goes well, we'll be behind walls in 3 days. Sunny looked around. Why would we mind? This is like a luxury hotel. I haven't been fed this much delicious stuff in a while. A small smile appeared on his face. Kai nodded. Great. Then please excuse me. I'll go arrange for the column to change course. He went back to the communication terminal, leaving the three of them alone. Sunny sighed, the smile disappearing from his face. This is it then, a perfect moment. 2 days passed in a tense, but manageable atmosphere. The expedition force was persisting in its march, traversing the Great Plains of East Antarctica with acceptable speed. The skirmishes they fought increased in frequency and ferocity, but with Sunny's shadows scouting out the way, they were able to escape major battles. The rest of the continent was not doing as well. East Antarctica was in turmoil, with the assaults on the siege capitals growing more dreadful every day. The evacuation army was holding for now, but the future seemed grim. At the same time, the Saints had united to face the rampaging Titans. Their battle had lasted for several ruinous hours and ended in a bitter draw. 2 of the Titans perished, but the Transcendents had to retreat, each sustaining heavy wounds. Several more creatures remained, including one confirmed corrupted Titan. For now, none of them was actively moving toward the siege capitals, but it was only a matter of time. Bad, this smells really bad. Sunny was at the back of Kai's APC, sitting on a crate with his eyes closed. His shadows were out scouting, and Jet was sleeping on a neighboring crate, using a military coat as a blanket. Suddenly, her communicator produced a melodic sound. Since it was not a notification from Army Command, Sunny paid it no attention. Soul Reaper, however, sat up, yawned, and glanced at the message with a sullen expression. She remained silent for a few moments, then grimaced and showed him the screen of the communicator. Sonny opened his eyes and read the title of a government propaganda article attached to the message. His eyes turned a little darker. The title read, "The Great Legacy Clans announce full support for the Southern Quadrant evacuation effort. In humanity's hour of need, its greatest warriors are rising against the forces of the Nightmare spell. The best of Bastion and Ravenheart are already en route to reinforce the valiant soldiers of the evacuation army." Chapter 1094, Wake of Ruin. Sonny remained silent for a long time, then leaned back with a sigh. His thoughts were dark and heavy. Deep in his heart, an ember of anger smoldered, divorced from all reason, pushing him to do dangerous and short-decided things. It was almost as if the sin of Solace was whispering into his ears. Kill them all? How hard would it be to simply kill them all? Probably not much easier than slaying the winter beast, and with much more dire consequences. Shaking his head, he looked at Jet. They had never spoken about it directly, but she definitely knew the real reason why the great clans were coming to Antarctica. After all, Soul Reaper had a much more extensive information network. She was deeply embedded into the hierarchy of the government and had a personal connection to some of its leaders. Of course, the government was only a second-rate player in the grand scheme of things. Still, they played an important role and as such had access to a lot of secrets. He lingered for a few moments. "What do you think will happen now?" Jet covered her mouth with a hand, yawned, and then smiled. "Right now? Well, let me think. I guess the first thing that will happen is that I am going to receive a message from the old man." Just as she finished the sentence, her communicator lit up, displaying a new notification. Soul Reaper chuckled quietly, then concentrated on the screen of the military-issue device. "See, it's a curse to always be right. Give me a minute." Sonny waited for her to finish reading the important message, and it was important indeed. The old man Jet had mentioned was none other than Saint Cor, the Wake of Ruin, one of the two government transcendents. Sonny had met him briefly after coming to East Antarctica, and the man definitely left an impression. Wake of Ruin was a tall, gaunt man in his late 50s. Although his skin was showing signs of aging, his hair still remained perfectly black, like the feathers of a raven. The saint had sharp features, a piercing gaze, and a stern demeanor, acting like a person who was used to both wielding power and bearing responsibility. Wherever he went, a slightly sweet, sickening scent followed. Sonny was intimately familiar with that scent. It reminded him of the smell of the battlefield, or rather, of what remained after the battle was over. Saint Cor was not a likable person. However, it was hard not to feel respect toward him. The government transcendent was not as renowned and awesome as the saints of the legacy clans. In fact, for a saint, he was strangely low-key. But his age alone told volumes about what kind of man he was, and at ordeals he had lived through. Wake of Ruin was not quite in the same league as the legendary figures like Immortal Flame and Nightwalker, since he had been a young child when the spell first descended. However, he was still a member of the first generation, and as such, had watched and helped build the world order of today. Even if Saint Cor had become transcendent later than the members of the second generation like Anvil and Kai Song, he was still, in a sense, their elder. Sonny did not know what the arrangement between the government and the great clans was exactly, but the mere fact that Wake of Ruin was allowed to be the exclusion from the rule and did not serve any of the sovereigns hinted that there was more to the old man than appeared on the surface. He was the field commander of the whole Antarctica operation, and Jet seemed to enjoy quite a close relationship with the veteran saint. She was one of his most trusted agents. So, it wasn't a surprise that Soul Reaper would be one of the first people to be contacted by Wake of Ruin after the news of the legacy forces coming to the southern quadrant were made public. Lucky me. Sonny did not have close ties to the upper echelons of the government, but as Soul Reaper's confidant, he would be privy to the vital information almost as soon as she. Come to think of it, he also had eyes and ears inside Valor thanks to Nephis and Cassie, and enjoyed the friendship of one of the heirs of the House of Night. He even had a bond with Saint Bloodwave and was friendly with the White Feather clan. I guess I am better connected than I thought I was. And that was without even considering his venerated status in the evacuation army. Waiting for Jet to finish reading the message, Sonny grinned. Maybe I should seduce one of Seishin's sisters, just to complete the trifecta. Those women from the great clan Song, Kai Song's adopted daughters, were all a bit scary, though. Well, there's Mordred as well. The naughty shadow gave him a sly glance, making Sunny blink a couple of times. What the hell are you on about? I didn't mean it that way. I was talking about befriending the bastard, not seducing him. The shadow tilted its head. If it had a face, there would have been an innocent smile on its lips and sparks of dubious sincerity in its eyes. Sunny gritted his teeth. Damnation! I've only known you for a couple of days, but I am already starting to regret it. What is wrong with you, miscreant? Look at the other guys. None of them were ever problematic. To prove his point, Sunny gestured at the other shadows, who stared at him in response. The gloomy shadow crossed its arms as if trying to say, "Who are you pointing at, you idiot?" The happy shadow nodded energetically, expressing something like, "Of course. We would never cause problems for our master. Master, you're the best, with all its being." The creepy shadow was staring at him with its usual creepy inexpressiveness, but its thoughts were easy to guess. It had to be something like, "I wonder what it would feel like to slice the new guy open. What do his insides look like? What is the texture? Do shadows have insides? I want to know." The haughty shadows wore their usual arrogant look, radiating the keep me out of this plebeian conversation, peasant feeling with their disdainful pose. The naughty shadow glanced at Sunny with amusement. Sunny sighed. All right, point taken. Chapter 1095, High Praise. Eventually, Jet put away her communicator and stared into the distance for a few moments, thinking. Then she turned to Sunny. He asked, "So what's the word?" Soul Reaper had a contemplative look on her face. "The good news is that we're getting reinforcements. Both Valor and Song are sending strong contingents. 2 saints each, a handful of masters, and a supporting retinue of hundreds of awakened. All of them the absolute elites of the legacy clans, of course some direct descendants, some loyal retainers. You can imagine how powerful of a force that is." Sunny nodded. Despite his animosity toward the great clans and those legacies that served them, even he had to admit that these people had not ended up in the position of highest power by accident. Legacies were born and bred to be perfect warriors, and in that pursuit they were ruthless both to their enemies and to themselves. An awakened from a legacy clan was worth their weight in soul shards on the battlefield. It was only when compared to the survivors of the Forgotten Shore that they did not seem that exceptional. But the former dreamers of the Dark City were an abnormality themselves. Hundreds of legacy awakened could achieve a lot in East Antarctica. But whatever they could do paled in comparison to the arrival of 4 more saints. That was the real game changer, more than doubling the number of transcendents present in the southern quadrant in one swoop. With 7 saints leading the charge, the position of the evacuation army would be tremendously bolstered. That was if the newcomers had any intention of helping the evacuation effort along, and not just thwarting it. He looked at Jet with a gloomy expression. What's the bad news, then? She shrugged. Well, you know, the great clans have their own plans. They are going to have to keep up appearances, at least, but who knows what they really have in mind. Sunny remained silent for a while, then nodded slowly. And what is the government going to do about it? Jet laughed. You really think they would send such information in a message? I mean, the military network is supposed to be protected, but come on. He thought about it, then shook his head. Soul Reaper chuckled. In any case, we'll know more soon. I've been informed that the legacy forces will be arriving in 2 batches. The second one is already sailing across the ocean, carrying most of them. 2 separate naval convoys, of course. Otherwise, gods know what would happen. She lingered for a moment. The second, smaller batch will be arriving much earlier, though. They'll be here in no more than a couple of days, coming through the Dream Realm. The vanguard consists of 2 saints and 4 masters, from what I've been told. And, what a coincidence, they'll be coming directly to the siege capital we're heading for. Sunny smiled slightly. Is it really a coincidence? Jet shook her head. Of course not. Kor is actually already there, assembling a welcoming party. He kindly requested for me to participate. Oh, and he asked me to bring you along. Sunny looked at her with surprise, a frown appearing on his face. What? Wake of Ruin singled me out directly? He raised an eyebrow. Me? Why does he want me, of all people, to be there? I don't even work for the government, really. There are certainly better candidates. Soul Reaper smiled and shook her head. Because you're one of the deadliest masters on the planet, Sonny. And more importantly, you are not affiliated to any of the legacy clans. At this point, Kor would have to be crazy not to try and use you as an asset. Sonny felt pleased to receive her praise, but not at all happy with the contents of that praise. He leaned back and crossed his arms. And what if I don't want to be used? Jet laughed. Well, you can always go away and live as a hermit in the dream realm. Other than that, my advice is to get comfortable being used. She thought for a bit and then added, but not too comfortable. Make sure to use the people using you in response, at least. Sonny blinked a couple of times. What the hell kind of perverse wisdom is that? He scoffed. That's either a very profound or an entirely shameless statement. Soul Reaper grinned. It's probably both. But anyway, that's for the future. We have to get to the siege capital first. And with how things are going, that might be a bit of a problem. Sonny grew serious. Jet was right. For the past 2 days, things went more or less well for the expedition force. But the last day was bound to be the most difficult because they were leaving the wilderness and approaching the area surrounding a human settlement. By nature of the chain of nightmares, these areas were the most dangerous on the continent. A constant stream of abominations was flowing toward the siege capitals to lay assault their walls, and the closer one got to a city, the higher the concentration of nightmare creatures was. Fighting a pitched battle was inevitable if the expedition force wanted to reach the gates of the human stronghold. Yeah, let's make sure that everything goes smoothly first. We can worry about legacies later. The immediate task might now have been as grandiose, but it was a priority right now. Jet had given up on sleep, and Sonny felt sufficiently rested. They left their corner of the APC and joined Kai on its roof. The archer was alone, quietly studying a bow made of dark ashen wood. The weapon radiated an eerie aura of nebulous power, alienation, and lethality. What a dreadful thing. Sonny waved at him, new memory. Kai looked away from the bow and forced out a smile. Yeah, I received it for slaying the malignant grave root. It's a daunting bow to use, to be honest. Sonny wanted to ask to take a look at the ashen bow, but at that moment, a loud roar resounded from somewhere up ahead, and Effie's voice came in through their comms. Damn it. That swarm Sonny scouted an hour ago. They're coming sooner than we expected. Get ready. Sonny, Jet, and Kai glanced at each other, then sighed, summoning their best memories. The last day, indeed, was promising to be really troublesome. Chapter 1096, Murder of Crows. They defeated the swarm. However, the smell of the blood attracted a migrating horde, so the expedition force had to fight their way through the flood of nightmare creatures as well. Eventually, the column broke free and escaped into the vast plain, but the peace was short-lived. Very soon, they had to fight another skirmish, which grew into another battle, which grew into an unending onslaught of enemies that threw themselves on the speeding vehicles without reprieve. The mundane soldiers fought admirably. Although not as experienced as the veterans of the First Army, these men and women had also tasted their fair share of bloodshed and strife. Everyone was calm and collected, performing their duties with deadly efficiency and poise. Their performance was immaculate, and their morale seemed unshakable. Was it because the Second Army had not lived through the same hopelessness as the soldiers in the Antarctic Center, or was it because Effie and Kai were able to inspire them better than Sonny had been able to inspire his soldiers? He was not sure. Regardless, the Wolves and the Nightsingers were a spirited bunch. The Awakened were as resolute as the Mundanes. Although fewer in number, the impact they had on the battlefield was immeasurably higher. All kinds of aspects worked in harmony to create an impenetrable death zone around the column. The abominations that managed to survive it were promptly dispatched by the melee fighters. And of course, the influence of the Four Masters was even greater still. Effie was serving as the vanguard of the expedition force, cutting a bloody path for the vehicles to follow. Her lustrous figure weaved through the mass abominations, leaving devastation in its wake. The bodies of the creatures she killed were left crumbled and broken, as if an invisible colossus had crushed them under its feet as it walked across the vast plain. The blows raining on her sculpted steel body, in turn, rang against metal without ever slowing her down. Kai was soaring high in the sky, observing the rolling battlefield in its entirety and taking out the most dangerous creatures before they could approach the column. His arrows seemed to have a mind of their own, unfailingly slipping through the tiniest cracks in the armor of the abominations. Usually, one arrow was all it took to bring even the most fearsome creature down. His secondary role was to protect the expedition force from the aerial attacks, and in that task, the archer performed admirably as well. Jet was protecting the rear of the column, holding the pursuing enemies back. Her throwing stars fell like iron hail, seemingly numerous. Each carried the same dreadful ability as her melee attacks, striking directly at the soul cores of the abominations. Such a manner of fighting was bound to burn through essence with terrible speed, but that was what made Soul Reaper Jet so frightening of an opponent. As long as she kept killing, her essence would never run out, and in such a furious battle, Jet was free to slaughter as many enemies as she could. And finally, there was Sunny. He was sitting on the roof of an APC with his eyes closed, controlling numerous shadows. All across the column, inky black hands made of darkness appeared out of nowhere to protect the soldiers and press nightmare creatures down into the ground, making them easy to slaughter. For now, there had not been a single casualty thanks to the watchful shadows. Keeping the whole expedition force safe was not easy. In fact, the length of the column was well beyond the reach of his shadow sense, and therefore out of the area where he could use shadow manifestation. But Sunny was using a little trick. He had stationed his 5 shadows throughout the column, each serving as an island of his consciousness. His senses and his ability to control wild shadows were extended manifold that way. He could summon Saint to help out too, but for now, Sunny was holding back from calling upon the taciturn night. The truth of the matter was that he wanted to keep her existence hidden. More or less everyone who had learned of their connection in the Antarctic Center were either dead now or could be trusted to keep the secret. Here in East Antarctica, he had mostly acted alone in the wilderness or side by side with Jet, so Saint had not been exposed. The only exception was Song Sation, but she had last seen the taciturn night in the catacombs below the Dark City. Saint had changed a lot since then, both visually and in terms of rank. Connecting her past and present self would be almost impossible. As for the legend of Mongrel, no one knew who he was and where he had come from in the first place. More than that, after the events of Falcon Scott, many people believed that Mongrel had fallen heroically while protecting the last siege capital. From what Sunny had heard, there was already an epic propaganda film about the life and tragic sacrifice of the mysterious swordsman being cooked up back in the NQSC. He shuddered at the thought. In any case, Sunny was handling the battle fine, for now, and he wanted to keep Saint as his hidden ace for a while. That was why he had only summoned her within the sphere of darkness created by the Shadow Lantern during the battle against the malignant GR. Ave Root. Although, I'm not sure if I can keep this up much longer. As the siege capital drew nearer, the onslaught of the nightmare creatures only grew more intense. Sunny was already struggling, and his reserves of essence were swiftly reducing. Something had to change. And soon it did. He smelled it before he felt it. A sweet, sickening scent was suddenly carried over by the wind. Then the battlefield was suddenly shrouded in a vast shadow. Sunny opened his eyes and looked up at the thing that had blotted out the sun. Above them, a myriad of crows filled the sky. There were numerous thousands of them, all circling like a giant whirlwind of darkness. As he watched, the countless crows pivoted with eerie synchronicity and dove down. Their black beaks and vicious talons emanated a sense of deadly sharpness. The myriad of crows was Wake of Ruin. That was his transformation, what came in the wake of a bloody battle. A swarm of carrion birds. The saint had arrived to guide them into the city personally. Chapter 1097 Special Envoys. Ever since coming to Antarctica, Sunny had been to so many underground strongholds and attended so many meetings in windowless rooms that all of them started to blend together. They all looked the same and felt the same. Even the people inside the rooms started to seem the same after a while. This time, however, he found himself in a stately and luxurious hall, which was a nice change of pace. The interior was tasteful but lavish. The tall windows let in natural sunlight. The filtered air was cool, crisp, and fresh. What was there not to like? He was relaxing in a comfortable chair, idly waiting for Wake of Ruin to arrive. Jet was nearby in a similarly laid-back pose. The Transcendent had summoned them immediately after the expedition force had reached the siege capital, and yet he was running late. Neither of them minded. They had barely had time to wash the dirt of the road off themselves before coming to the spacious hall. After weeks spent in the wilderness of East Antarctica, every moment of leisurely peace was like a precious gift. Sonny was lazily thinking about the outcome of the latest battle. After the swarm of crows had descended on the nightmare creatures, hundreds of them were torn apart in an instant, and the slaughter did not stop until the column was safely behind the city walls. The sight of it was frightening and magnificent in equal measure. What a powerful transformation! Of course, he wouldn't go so far as to say that Wake of Ruin's transcendent form was more powerful than that of, for example, Saint Tyrus. Rather, they were best suited for different tasks. The government saint excelled in battles against large numbers of nightmare creatures or potent adversaries that did not possess a lot of physical defense. He was also extremely hard to kill, since that would require exterminating every single one of the myriad of crows. Although there would probably be some repercussions for Saint Cor if the swarm sustained heavy losses. Sky Tide, on the other hand, could deliver a much more dire punishment to a single powerful enemy. Her ability to control wind and lightning also made her a more versatile and well-rounded saint. Sonny tried to imagine what would happen if the two transcendents clashed. The mental image of a giant thunderbird being swarmed by a vast whirlwind of black crows in the dark skies was truly an awesome one. Who would win? He was not sure. Saint Tyrus would be at a slight disadvantage due to being robbed of one of her trump cards, true. She often relied on aerial superiority to slay her foes. But then again, Saint Cormac had also been a flying beast. That had not prevented her from tearing off his wyvern head. Jet glanced at Sonny and smiled. "You're thinking about murder again, aren't you?" He turned his head and gave her an impassive look. "Yes, why?" Soul Reaper laughed. "No reason." Sonny studied her with a contemplative expression. Come to think of it, her crow echo was a strange one. Was there, perhaps, a connection between it and the Saint of Carrion Birds? He wanted to ask, but at that moment the doors of the palatial hall opened, and Wake of Ruin himself walked in, looking as tall and gaunt as ever. A subtle scent of rot and slaughter followed the old man like an invisible mantle. Saint Cor was wearing an austere military uniform that had an insignia of 4 stars emblazoned on its sleeve. His sharp, pale face was framed by unruly raven-black hair, and his dark eyes were staring at them with bleak dullness. When he looked at Jet, however, a hint of cold fondness appeared in the weathered lines of his unfriendly face. Soul Reaper ascended sunless, "Welcome." His voice was hoarse and a bit grating. They had both stood up when the saint walked in, so he gestured for them to sit. Then Wake of Ruin took a chair opposite them. "How did your last mission go?" They glanced at each other. Jet was the one to respond. "T was all right, sir. We scouted out a corrupted tyrant, met up with the wolves and the night singer and helped them take the creature down. Casualties were minimal." He nodded, seemingly indifferent to the news of a powerful creature being slain, which was only expected. As the field commander of the entire operation, Saint Cor must have been receiving reports like this quite frequently. His next question, however, was a bit surprising. "How do you like it in the SRU?" Jet lingered for a moment. "I like it just fine, sir." The old man shifted his gaze, subjecting Sonny to a piercing stare. "What about you, young man?" Sonny shifted uncomfortably, suspecting that there was a hidden meaning to the question. He shrugged. "I feel like it's a good fit for my abilities." Wake of Ruin studied him for a few seconds, then nodded. "Good, you've performed admirably as advanced scouts. However, it's a waste of your talents." Both Sonny and Jet straightened, looking at the saint with slightly startled expressions. Noticing their reaction, the old man remained impassive. "Consider yourself reassigned effective immediately. The proper paperwork is already being delivered to the SRU headquarters." "In what?" Sonny stared. Just like that, they got a new job, without even being asked. Jet cleared her throat. There were many questions burning in Sonny's mind, but she asked the most important one. "Sorry, sir, but reassigned to where?" Saint Cor stared at her for a moment, then pointed to himself. "My personal retinue. That's officially. Unofficially, however, you'll be acting as special envoys assigned to the legacy forces. Each of you will be a contact person between the evacuation army and the great clans." Sonny suddenly hated how opulent and lavish the spacious hall was. He frowned. With all due respect, sir, I get it why Ascended Jet might be considered a good candidate for such a position, but what do I have to do with any of it? Surely you must know that my relationship with the great clans is a bit rocky. That is nor even mentioning whether I want the job or not. He had spent 6 months hiding in the waking world to avoid the wrath of clan valor, after all. Had the old saint gone senile, or what? Wake of Ruin turned his heavy gaze back to Sonny and calmly raised an eyebrow. On the contrary, I think that you are the best person for the job, Ascended Sunless. You are quite close to one of the leaders of the Valor delegation, no? Sonny tilted his head a little. That depends on who that leader is, I guess. St. Cor smiled slightly. The smile made his gaunt, pale face look even more unnerving. The old man glanced at an antiquated wristwatch adorning his hand and then said, his voice sounding cold and aloof, "Why, it's young Lady Nephis of Valor, the changing star, of course." He looked away from the watch and added matter-of-factly, "She'll be arriving alongside Valor's other emissaries soon. Actually, I think they'll be there in a few minutes." Sonny's eyes widened. Chapter 1098, Appalling Curse. I certainly knew that Neph was coming to Antarctica, but why is Wake of Ruin calling her one of the Lee? Huh, what? In a few minutes? Sonny stared at the veteran saint, dumbfounded. He had been anticipating meeting Neph again for a long time, but now that it was mere minutes away, his thoughts were in disarray. Did she check out my runes recently? Does she know that I'm a tyrant now too? Wait, no. Why do I care if she knows or not? I shouldn't. Jet seemed a little surprised too. Weren't they supposed to arrive in a couple of days? St. Cor shrugged. They were, but with Tyrus receiving some free time due to the three of us being beaten black and blue in the last battle, the schedule has been moved up. Ascended Sunless, and you arrived just in time. Sonny tried to digest the information. He knew that the legacy reinforcements would be coming in 2 waves. The second one consisted of the bulk of their forces, traveling by sea, while the first one was supposed to be the vanguard and consisted of just a few people. They were going to travel to Antarctica through the Dream Realm. The process was both simple and complicated. They needed a saint who had already established a tether in the southern quadrant. In this case, Saint Tyrus. The members of the vanguard had to either already be anchored in the same citadel as she or be brought there by a different transcendent. Then Sky Tide would be able to bring them with her to the waking world, thus transporting the necessary people to Antarctica. The vanguard had to be small because saints were limited in how many living creatures they could carry with them between the 2 worlds, just like masters were limited in how much inanimate weight they could bring. Usually, a saint could only transport 1 or 2 people at a time, and that consumed a fair amount of essence. Coming to a sudden realization, Sonny looked around. He was starting to understand why such a lavish place was chosen. For their impromptu meeting. The opulence of the Grand Hall was not for the benefit of 2 Ascended. Wake of Ruin was rolling out the red carpet for the powerhouses of the great clans. He looked at the old man thinking. St. Cor smiled. I'm starting to suspect that you are not of a very high opinion about the great legacy clans, young man. Sonny gritted his teeth, trying to hide contempt and anger from seeping into his gaze. That is putting it lightly, sir. The old man studied him with a bit of curiosity. Why? Sonny gathered his thoughts, trying to come up with a convenient answer. Eventually, he said evenly, I guess it boils down to the fact that they are traitors. Wake of Ruin raised an eyebrow. Traitors, interesting, how so? Sonny sighed. Awakened are supposed to be humanity's sword against the spell, no? The legacies are the greatest of the awakened, and yet they have seemingly given up on challenging the spell. Much worse, they refused to come out of the sheath when we needed them. This whole disaster could have been salvaged if they had done their duty. He had not mentioned the millions of people who had died in the Antarctic Center, and neither had he mentioned the tens of thousands of soldiers that perished with them. He doubted that such numbers could touch the heart of St. Cor. The old man was one of the leaders of the government, after all. People like him viewed the world in terms of billions of lives, spread across many decades. If Sonny told him that he was burning with anger toward the great clans because of the death of just 3 awakened, the old man would have probably thought him crazy. Wake of Ruin sighed. I see. Indeed, as long as you know anything about the world, it is easy to dislike the great clans. It is even easier to dislike them if you know a lot. But forgive me for sounding like a grumpy old man, ascended sunless. Young people like you really lack perspective. Sonny looked at him somberly. Do we? St. Cor nodded. It's not your fault, of course. One hand to be there and live through the worst of it to understand. You see, ascended sunless, and you too, jet people of your age were born in a stable world. It might be a cruel world and a harsh world, but it is a stable one nevertheless, because it has been built that way by your predecessors. Many tend to look at the flaws of the world, but very few stop to question its foundations. And those foundations, why, they might have been better, but they could have also been so much worse. He leaned back in his chair, looking into the distance with a neutral expression. The fact of the matter is that the great clans emerged from the chaos of the past. But they weren't the only ones fighting for power and dominance back then. There were other clans, other forces, and people with entirely different ideas about what the world should become. The things they did. It is a blessing, really, that those old monsters were buried in the past and that the great clans ended up victorious. So, yes, you lack perspective. Sonny frowned. Other forces, different ideas? No offense, sir, but you have some nerve saying such things to two people who grew up in the outskirts. Others might now feel the same way, but we enjoyed the premium experience of living in this stable world you praise so much. I struggle to imagine what ideas could have been worse. St. Cor looked at him coldly, then suddenly laughed. His laughter sounded like the caws of a hungry raven. You are a direct person, ascended sunless. I like it. He looked at Sonny with his dark, harsh eyes, the hint of mirth that had appeared in them for a moment dissipating without a trace. The gaunt old man shook his head. But you should make an effort to imagine it. A dying world ravaged by war, people who had all but forgotten how to be proper humans, and then an even bigger disaster, but one that presented a great opportunity. An opportunity for some of them to become unimaginably powerful, unmistakably superior. Entirely unrestrained and all but unstoppable, free to make whatever they wanted from this new era. Freedom, young man. Freedom can be the most appalling curse in the world if it falls into the wrong hands. It is a terrifying thing. Wake of Ruin grew silent for a few moments, and then smiled sarcastically. Here I go rambling again. Jet, you should have stopped me. In any case, our guests should be arriving any second now. The emissaries of valor will come first, and the emissaries of song will follow in a few hours. Help me welcome them, you two. He paused, then looked at Sonny and added in a neutral tone. For better or worse, the great clans are all we have now. We'll need their help to see this operation through, so keep that in mind, young man. Sonny lingered for a bit, then reluctantly nodded. I can play nice, or at least pretend to play nice. We'll see how it goes. Chapter 1099 Vanguard. Before Sonny could answer, the atmosphere in the lavish hall seemed to change slightly. It was as though a wave of invisible energy rolled through it, making the air feel colder and sharper. Wake of Ruin sighed and turned around, looking at the empty space in the middle of the spacious chamber. It had been empty before, but now 4 people were standing on the lacquered floor, surrounded by the scent of the dream realm. For a moment, it felt as though they were simply a memory of a forgotten nightmare. But then, the feeling disappeared and they were simply there. It was not often that Sonny saw saints enter the waking world, and he had to admit that it was an eerie thing to witness. Were awakened and mundane people as startled when he suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of them. That idle thought streaked across his mind and disappeared without a trace when Sonny realized who exactly he was looking at. His eyes widened slightly. 4 people, and by coincidence he knew each of them. The first one was Sky Tide. The saint of the White Feather clan appeared as she always did, tall, slender, with a posture like that of an arrow. She wore a light armor of lustrous steel, and her hair fell like a cascade of pale gold. Tyrus looked austere and beautiful, but also slightly inhuman because of her strange amber eyes and vertical pupils. She stood apart from the other 3, who all wore intricate suits of lusterless black armor. The first of the 3 immediately attracted Sonny's gaze. His heart moved slightly. Nephis looked different in the colors of House Valor. The black armor created a striking contrast against her ivory skin, silver hair, and cool gray eyes. She looked like a beautiful dark spirit that took the form of a deadly night to sow the seeds of discord and ruin in the mortal world. The second person was Morgan of Valor. Every time Sunny saw her, he was unnerved by how much she resembled her older brother. However, although Morgan and Mordred looked very much like reflections of each other, her demeanor was entirely different. Morgan had black, wavy hair and alabaster skin. Her suit of armor was adorned by a vermilion cape, which was the same vibrant color as her vivid scarlet eyes. Her entire being radiated the feeling of lethal sharpness, as if she was a living blade. However, it was the third person that made Sunny's eyes widen in guarded shock. He was a tall and severe man with sharp facial features and even sharper eyes. His hair was black as Morgan's, in fact. There was a lot of familiar likeness between them, and touched by silver at the temples. His strong figure radiated an almost palpable feeling of authority and pressure, and his steely blue eyes were calm and piercing. The armor he wore was simpler than that of the other two, as though the man did not need its protection. A deep frown appeared on Sunny's face. Saint Madoc, what the hell is he doing here? Indeed, the man was none other than Saint Madoc, the Whispering Blade, brother of Anvil and the nominal leader of the great clan Valor. As Sunny watched, Sir Madoc turned his head and smiled calmly, somehow making his smile look both friendly and demanding submission. Wake of Ruin. The gaunt old man was standing in front of Sunny and Jet, staring at the newcomers with a neutral expression. He lingered for a moment before saying in his hoarse voice, "Whispering Blade, I have to admit, your appearance is a bit of a surprise." Madoc's pleasant smile widened slightly. "Isn't it only right for me to be here? My clan announced its full support for the brave men and women of the evacuation army. That, of course, includes my personal assistance." Sunny tried to read the silent conversation that was happening between the two transcendents. Surely, their words had other meanings. Saint Cor was probably trying to understand why the sovereign had gone as far as to send his own brother to Antarctica. Madoc, in turn, was letting him know that Anvil was putting a lot of importance into what was about to happen in the southern quadrant. Whispering Blade laughed slightly, then raised his hand. "However, you shouldn't be addressing me. I'm just here to offer support and make sure that nothing untoward happens. The true leader of this expedition is my niece, Morgan. She will be in charge of everything." She gestured toward Morgan, and then threw an even gaze at Nephis. "And of course my other, niece, will be supporting her in this endeavor. I trust you know Changing Star. The three of us are the vanguard of the Valor force." Wake of Ruin remained silent for a few moments, then nodded slowly toward Morgan. "In that case, welcome to Antarctica, Lady Morgan, Lady Nephis." He threw a heavy glance toward Whispering Blade, and then said evenly, "How curious that there are two saints in your group, as well as the granddaughter of Immortal Flame. And yet all three of you seem to be subordinated to a young woman with no known achievements to her name. Some could see it as a sign that Lore is not taking this matter seriously." Morgan looked at the fearsome transcendent, and then smiled. It seemed that his barely disguised provocation had no effect on her whatsoever. Her voice was calm and indifferent. "You are mistaken, Saint Cor. Clan Valor takes this matter extremely seriously, which is why I have been entrusted with considerable power and authority." Wake of Ruin sighed. "Forgive this old man for being frank, Lady Morgan, but what kind of authority can a mere ascended wield? I have half a dozen titans wandering the continent and 27 cities to protect. What can you actually do to alleviate my problems?" Morgan shrugged silently and then took a step back. Madoc, Tyrus, and Nephis remained motionless as a whirlwind of sparks suddenly filled the spacious hall. "What the—" As Sunny watched, an echo manifested from the hurricane of sparks, and then another, and then another. 3, 6, 12, 15. A few moments later, the large hall suddenly did not seem as large anymore. 15 harrowing nightmare creatures filled it, each giving off a sense of vast and dreadful power. Sunny stared, suddenly feeling cold. Transcendent, they are all transcended echoes. How many thousands of corrupted nightmare creature had to be slaughtered to produce these echoes? The weakest of them was a transcendent demon, while the most powerful was a transcendent tyrant. And that was only what Morgan had chosen to show, who knew what she kept hidden. The Princess of War smiled politely as she looked at Wake of Ruin. "These are my credentials. Are you satisfied, Transcendent Core?" Urdial's notes one more later. Might be delayed cause I'm playing Path of Exile New League. Chapter 1100 Accumulation. 15 transcendent echoes, most of them devils. Sunny simply stared, mentally recalculating the threat level of the Valor force, and of the great clans in general. I knew, of course, that the hidden power of the sovereigns is vast, but it seems that I've been concentrating on their personal might too much, mostly because it is both mysterious and phenomenal. However, there is the mundane power of accumulation as well. I've been a fool to neglect it. To everyone else, a corrupted abomination was a dreadful nightmare, even to saints. Transcendents fought against the corrupted and were more than capable of slaying them, but every such fight was a risk, especially against the creatures of higher classes. The Supremes, however, were equal to the great nightmare creatures. Sunny had been under the impression that the sovereigns mostly stayed within the confines of their domains, but maybe he was not entirely right. Someone like Anvil or Kai Song could slaughter corrupted abominations with the same ease he could butcher awakened creatures. It only made sense that they had accumulated a legion of powerful echoes over the decades, including scores of transcendent ones. Sunny suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Hell, who says that transcendent echoes are the limit? Since the sovereigns could fight on equal footing with great nightmare creatures, then didn't it mean that they could possess supreme echoes as well? To this day, Sunny had only seen two great abominations. One was the unborn spawn of the vile, thieving bird, and the other, most likely, was the dark sea of the forgotten shore. What would it look like if a creature like that was turned into an echo? Was Morgan in possession of a supreme echo? Did she have an echo of a titan slumbering in her soul sea? He lingered for a moment, then glanced at Nephis, who stood in front of the army of monsters with an impassive expression on her calm, beautiful face. You want to destroy this? He closed his eyes for a moment. Damn that lunatic. She must have infected me with her madness because I really want to make these bastards pay too. At this point, it was hard to say whose madness was more virulent. Sunny shook his head, then looked at Wake of Ruin, who was staring at Morgan with an unreadable expression. Eventually, the old man said in an even voice, "Put those things away. They'll ruin the floors." What? Morgan tilted her head a little and silently dismissed the echoes. Saint Cor nodded. Good, I see that your clan is as shrewd as ever. These echoes will be of great help, if used correctly, of course. Sunny was thinking feverishly. St. Tyrus is a vassal of Valor, but the reinforcements they sent are all direct members of the clan. Maddock, Morgan, Nephis, and one more saint who is escorting the main force across the ocean. With these 15 transcendent abominations, they alone could be considered on par with the entire evacuation army, if not more powerful than us. And the forces of Song will be just as powerful. There was already one saint of the Song clan in East Antarctica, a vassal, just like Sky Tide. Two more were coming, both direct members of the clan, as well as several hundred awakened and several powerful. Ol Masters, who would these people be? What hidden aces would they bring along? Is that guy coming? Surely he was. Mordred had joined Song to avenge himself on Valor in the first place. He wouldn't miss a chance to make his former clan bleed. The Prince of Nothing alone was more frightening than 15 transcendent echoes. Sunny almost groaned. These bastards are going to destroy the entire continent. Even though Antarctica was meant to be merely a prologue to the War of the Great Clans, that prologue was already promising to be the most chilling of disasters. It would be a cataclysm. Everyone in the hall must have understood the magnitude of the approaching collision. However, no one seemed rattled by it. Wake of Ruin and Jet seemed a bit somber but calm, too jaded to be shaken by the promise of appalling bloodshed. St. Tyrus was reserved and stoic. Maddock and Morgan, they hid it well, but Sunny could see bloodlust and readiness in their eyes. As for Nephis, she appeared the calmest of them all. She might have fooled everyone else, but he knew what kind of hatred dwelled in her burning, murderous heart. The more the members of the great clans killed each other, the more exhilarated she would be. As he thought about the grim prospects of the nearest future, Morgan looked around with curiosity. Her voice had a hint of anticipation in it. I see that our colleagues from the great clan Song have not arrived yet. Wake of Ruin nodded. Indeed, they'll only be here in a few hours. Really, that makes things awkward for me. There is a lot we need to discuss regarding the current situation on the continent and your future role in keeping it in human hands. But what am I supposed to do? Repeat myself all over again when the song Vanguard arrives. He shook his head with resignation. Sonny could just imagine that war meeting. 3 sides discussing important matters of strategy, with everyone present perfectly aware of the fact that most of the gathered powerhouses were actually planning to kill each other, and with a few bystanders only wondering about how to make them kill each other in the most convenient way. All the while pretending not to know anything, of course. What a joke! It was really funny. He barely held back laughter. At that moment, St. Cor suddenly threw a glance toward Jet and Sonny. His grating voice resounded in the spacious hall. So make yourself comfortable for the moment. We'll convene when the other party arrives. These are 2 of my best people, by the way, Ascended Jet and Ascended Sunless. You all know Soul Reaper, so I won't say anything. Young Master Sunless, however, has only earned his reputation recently. The soldiers are calling him the Devil of Antarctica, from what I hear. The veteran saint chuckled. A fitting nickname if I ever heard one. In any case, these 2 will be my envoys for your 2 great clans. Timeliness has to be rewarded, so pick one. I'll send the other to accompany the song people. Both Sonny and Jet stared at him, not sure how to feel about being handled that way. It was as if they were livestock. A precious livestock, but still. What a rude bastard. Sonny turned to look at the emissaries of valor, frowning slightly. Morgan glanced at him, then studied Jet for a while. Eventually, she smiled. Why, we'll take Master Sunless. He's my dear sister's former companion, after all. I feel like we're good friends already.